Braun struggled to think, his mind clouded with confusion. Let me think. It's hard. Well, I thought of a place that suits you perfectly. Azkaban. The Sorting Hat's voice echoed loudly in fluent Nonha dialect. No. I'm not going. Braun's eyes flew open in sheer terror, his breath ragged as he bolted upright. But there was no Sorting Hat, no great hall. The cold, damp walls of a dungeon surrounded him instead. Straw poked at his skin from the crude bedding beneath him, and the stench of sweat, filth, and something metallic, blood perhaps, filled his nostrils. He wasn't alone. A handful of children huddled nearby, their faces gaunt with fear and hopelessness. Boss, this kid ain't right in the head, a gruff voice muttered. Braun turned his head toward the speaker, a burly man covered in thick, unkempt fur. His yellow eyes flickered with something between amusement and wariness. If I bite him, will I get rabies? The taller figure beside him, clearly the leader, scoffed. Idiot. You're a werewolf. Only dogs get rabies. The ones we bite don't live long enough to worry about infections. The first werewolf still seemed doubtful but eventually relented. Their attention shifted to another unfortunate soul, dragging the poor child away instead. Braun could do nothing but watch, horror pooling in his stomach. Could anything be worse than this? He thought bitterly. His mind reeled as he pieced together the fragments of his memory. He had crossed over. Somehow, he had been reborn into this world, a wizarding world he once knew only through books. Braun was an inheritor of an ancient magical bloodline in England. But his lineage had not saved him. His family had been ambushed by werewolves, leaving his parents dead and himself captured. Worse yet, he was now at risk of being turned into one of them. A lifetime of suffering, just like Remus Lupin's, loomed ahead of him. Then, amidst his despair, a mechanical chime rang in his head. Ding. Host detected in a magical world. System activation conditions met. Location, werewolf den. Would you like to check in? Braun's breath hitched. His despair turned into exhilaration. A system. He had a system. Check in. Absolutely check in. He practically shouted in his mind. Ding. Check in complete. Congratulations. Host has acquired Kaleidoscope Sharingan. A burning sensation surged through his eyes. He gasped, clutching his face as searing pain rippled through his skull. Through sheer instinct, he turned toward a small water-filled basin on the ground. His reflection stared back at him, but his eyes. They weren't the same. His irises had turned crimson, 3 tomos swirling rapidly before shifting into a pattern resembling 3 interlocking scythes. A slow, ominous rotation settled within them. Information flooded his mind. Ability unlocked, Koto Amatsukami. The most powerful genjutsu, capable of rewriting a person's will without them realizing it. Braun nearly choked on his breath. He had been hoping for Kamui, or maybe Susanoo, but this was something else entirely. Ding. The Sharingan ability awakened is determined by the host's immediate needs. Given the host's current situation, Koto Amatsukami is the most suitable for survival. Braun exhaled sharply. It made sense. If he had received Kamui, he could have escaped instantly. But here now, deception was his best weapon. He scanned the dimly lit room. Only 3 children remained, including himself. Tomorrow, they would all be bitten. No. He couldn't let that happen. His eyes flickered toward the entrance. 3 werewolves patrolled the dungeon. They could only infect 3 victims per day. 2 had already been turned today. The 3rd would come for him soon. His only chance? To control the werewolf leader. Braun kept still, feigning madness as he had before. He ignored the terrified expressions of the other 2 Muggle-born children beside him. Minutes stretched into an eternity before the dungeon door creaked open again. A shorter, wiry werewolf stepped inside. His yellow-green eyes gleamed with hunger, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. A little pureblood wizard, huh? Even if you don't turn, you'll make a fine meal, the werewolf muttered, licking his lips as he stepped forward. Braun didn't wait. The moment their eyes met, the Sharingan blazed. The werewolf's body stiffened, his aggressive snarl faltering as his pupils dilated. The green in his irises dimmed, replaced with eerie emptiness. His once hostile expression melted into one of complete submission. Braun's voice was ice-cold. Sleep. The werewolf collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The 2 other children whimpered in fear before Braun turned his gaze on them. You should sleep too. Just sleep. Their eyes glazed over, their bodies crumpling into the hay. Braun gasped, collapsing onto the floor. His limbs felt weak, his breath ragged. Damn, That took everything out of me. He hadn't even tried to control the werewolf leader, yet just manipulating the weakest one had nearly drained his entire magical core. The Sharingan wasn't just powerful, it was devastatingly demanding. Still, he had won this small battle. His next move would determine if he survived the night. "Tell me," Braun commanded the enthralled werewolf. "Where are we?" The werewolf's response was instant, his voice eerily calm. "A hidden valley outside Dunluin. We operate here, capturing Muggle children to be turned. If they survive, they are sent elsewhere." Braun's blood ran cold. "And your leader?" "Lawrence," the werewolf replied mechanically. "He works under Fenrir Greyback." Braun clenched his fists. Fenrir Greyback. The most notorious werewolf in the wizarding world. The monster responsible for turning Remus Lupin as a child. If Lawrence answered to him, that meant. Braun's jaw tightened. There was no room for hesitation. He had to escape before sunrise. And to do that, he needed to use Kodo Amatsukami one more time. This time, on someone much stronger. Braun observed the short werewolf's unwavering obedience, his voice steady as he responded, "Yes, my lord." Satisfied, Braun continued his questioning, and the werewolf answered without hesitation. Through this, he learned that only one of the two remaining werewolves was still in the lair. The other had already departed to exchange a newly turned child for Garen at Fenrir's stronghold. "Are you capable of handling the remaining werewolf?" Braun asked seriously, knowing their escape depended on it. The werewolf lowered his head slightly, as if ashamed. "I'm sorry, master. I am the weakest of the three." He hesitated before adding, "But if the master wishes to leave, I can help. I am certain I can sneak you out while the other is asleep." Braun dismissed the idea immediately. The hatred buried deep in his bones after absorbing the original body's memories left him unwilling to escape without vengeance. He wasn't entirely without resources. The kaleidoscope Sharingan granted by the system gave him a fighting chance. "What if we use this?" Braun's expression remained cold as he retrieved a tiny capsule hidden within his hair. A legacy from his former self, one of the few safeguards his small yet noble pureblood family had left him. Venom of the eight-eyed giant spider. Just 1 gram is enough to kill an adult wizard. Despite being bound to Braun's will, Cassat's eyes widened in fear at the mere sight of the capsule. He instinctively swallowed hard. "With this, I can definitely take him down." Cassat gritted his teeth. Braun wasted no time handing it over. "I'm waiting for your success." Cassat accepted the capsule reverently before carefully stepping out of the cell. "Wait. I'm coming with you," Braun added firmly. He refused to rely entirely on another. His survival had to be in his own hands. Cassat didn't hesitate, nodding obediently. His will had been utterly reshaped by Kodo Amatsukami. If Braun had ordered him to die on the spot, he wouldn't have hesitated. "But master, to avoid suspicion, I may need to handle you roughly," Cassat warned cautiously. Braun acknowledged the necessity and agreed without hesitation. He followed closely, moving carefully through the dungeon's passageways. For the first time, Braun stepped outside his cell, but the sight before him did not bring the joy of freedom. Instead, rage filled his chest. The walls were stained black with dried blood. Piles of gnawed bones littered the corners, tangled with shredded clothes. The air reeked of death and decay. No movie or story could have prepared him for the sheer horror of this place. Through the empty eye sockets of the skulls, it was as if he could hear the cries of the children who had perished here. Cassat sensed Braun's fury and visibly trembled in fear. "Cassat, get over here and cook." "Hey, why'd you bring that fool out?" The gruff voice belonged to the second werewolf, the one who had refrained from biting Braun earlier. His mouth was still stained with blood, his expression predatory. His gaze flickered to Braun, surprised to see him still alive. "You idiot, good meat should be saved for last. Hurry up and get moving," he barked, shoving Braun roughly. Braun staggered but managed to stay on his feet. "Whatever, you'll probably give me rabies," the werewolf muttered, ultimately losing interest. He turned away and slumped into a corner to sleep, unaware of the impending danger. Braun and Cassat continued into the so-called kitchen. In reality, it was little more than a crude cauldron, large bone-chopping knives blackened with old blood, and splintered wooden bowls covered in bite marks. And the food. Braun's eyes darkened as he recognized the lifeless body. The child who had been taken in his place. Werewolf transformations had a high failure rate. Many victims didn't survive the process, and those who didn't were simply used as food. "Master, should I?" Cassat hesitated, pointing toward the body. Braun inhaled deeply. He didn't stop him. The sight was revolting, but he forced himself to remember. This was no longer the peaceful world he once knew. To survive, he had to be ruthless, merciless, poisonous. The werewolves' cooking methods were crude. Within minutes, a large pot of broth was bubbling. Mixed with salt, unknown weeds, and whatever else they could scavenge, the thick, putrid stew would soon be served. Cassandra carefully coated the wooden bowl with the 8-eyed giant spider's venom. The toxin was prepared to be lethal in every way: ingestion, skin contact, even inhalation if enough fumes were released. As a backup, Braun kept a small amount to coat a dagger he had found among the kitchen tools. The rest was poured into the broth. "Food's ready," Cassandra called out. The slumbering werewolf's snoring ceased instantly. He bolted upright, practically salivating as he rushed over. "Finally! I'm starving." His excitement overpowered any suspicion. Even when he saw Braun standing nearby, he paid little attention. His focus was solely on the meal. Cassandra handed him a bowl, watching intently. Braun's heart pounded as he realized the werewolf was about to drink straight from the cauldron. If he didn't use the poison bowl, their plan would fail. Braun shot a quick, desperate glance at Cassandra. "Wait!" Cassandra suddenly intervened, stopping the werewolf's hand just in time. The werewolf growled in irritation. "You wanna eat alone?" His instincts flared, aggression boiling over. Cassandra remained firm, his grip tight. Braun could only watch, holding his breath, hoping their ploy would succeed. In mere moments, he would find out if the poison was enough to bring down the beast, or if they would have to fight for their lives.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Of course not, I'm just reminding you to remember to use the bowl. Don't forget, the boss hasn't come back yet. Do you want the boss to eat the rest of you last? Have you forgotten the lesson from the last time? I think of the last time I was beaten by the boss because I ate all the food privately. The strong man couldn't help but snort. Frightened, he quickly picked up the wooden bowl handed over by the other party and honestly scooped the broth into the bowl. Drank. Today's broth seems to taste even better. Cassandra's expression looked a little strange, and he revealed a meaningful smile. Is it? Then you need to drink more? And with the third bowl of broth, the strong man at this moment had already collapsed to the ground without breath. Look at the strong man who is easily solved. Braun's heart breathed a sigh of relief. Although he still wanted to kill the werewolf boss, he also knew, relying on himself alone, and the werewolf in front of Fira, the probability of success is really low. Let's leave, Braun said without the slightest hesitation. The most important thing at the moment is to survive, and the revenge has already been revenged by half. Just before he could move, he heard heavy footsteps coming from outside, and Braun finally changed color at this moment. This place is known only to these three werewolves. At this moment, the only one who can come back is the werewolf boss. Great regret came to his mind, but he also knew that this was not the time to be upset. If you want to survive, you have to find a way. Throw this werewolf to the other side. Try to bluff that werewolf into drinking the broth. Tight on time, this is currently the most effective way. Refill the half-drunk broth. Cassandra was full of courtesy and ran towards the strong man outside with the broth. Braun, on the other hand, hid in front of the dead strong man, covering himself with the help of the other party's body. His eyes stared indifferently at the burly werewolf. It was he who killed the original parents. Big brother, how did you come back so early today? Cassandra diligently handed over the broth and was drunk by the uncaring Saucy. Today's broth is indeed delicious. Mistress, your craft is getting better and better. With a compliment, he walked towards the cave. Then big brother, do you want me to serve another bowl? Cassandra was courteous on the surface, but in fact he was secretly anxious in his heart. The venom of the 8-eyed giant spider was originally not much left after the 3 dilutions just now. He was also not sure whether the other party had any effect after drinking it. Soja waved his hand. No thanks, I'm going to see the guy in that dungeon. If I hadn't gone to Overturned Alley, I wouldn't have known that the wizard we killed a few days ago was a pureblood small family. You also know that even if the pureblood family is small, there are countless gallons in Gringotts. We only need to rely on that kid to make a fortune. After that, let's take a boat directly to Amelia. There is no need to suffer from Fenrir's bird chi at all. Saying that, Soja became even more excited. With a big stride, you will walk towards the dungeon. Even the strong man who had long lost his breath in the corner did not pay attention. Seeing that Sutha had no intention of listening to Cassandra at all, desperate to walk towards the dungeon, Braun knew he couldn't wait. Do it. A loud drink made Soja not react. Then he felt a pain in the position of his lower back. I saw that Cassandra behind him was stabbing a sharp knife deep into his kidney. Severe pain coupled with anger at betrayal. It made him lose his mind in an instant. How dare you betray me? Drill the bones? A magic wand didn't know when it appeared in his hand. The green light flew towards Cassandra without hesitation. Even because of his short stature, he was not hit to the point. But even so, the intense, almost soul-deep pain made him howl in pain. I was watching the green glow of the other party's wand once again. Fear could not help but spring up in my heart. Awada. Soja's mantra was not finished. I only felt a cramping pain in my stomach. The severe pain deformed his movements, and the spell dissipated. His face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood that condensed into a lump was spit out by him. That bowl of broth is poisonous. All right, Cassandra? Soja's resentment made his eyes red. Rely on the powerful magical toxin resistance of your werewolf. He resists toxins in his body. He believes that it won't be long before relying on his strong body to solve the problems in his body, and this time will not be too long, and half an hour is enough. At that time, Cassandra will be better off alive than dead. Braun naturally also discovered the situation on this side. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked out from behind the strong man. So it's you. Sutha stared at Braun deadly. I just said why Cassandra betrayed me. You promised him great benefits. He couldn't think of any other reason than this one that would make Cassandra betray. Braun didn't have the idea of talking nonsense with him. Just by looking at the other party's appearance, Braun could tell that the other party was stalling for time. Want to recover as soon as possible. Kill him? Give me you this trash. Braun drove Cassandra indifferently, and did not have the slightest sympathy because the other party was hit by the drill heart curse. He never took the other person's life for it. He committed no less sin than the strong man who died. At the moment, he is just a tool in Braun's hands. Even if he dies, he will not be distressed. Yes, master? Looking at Cassandra, who was holding a machete towards him with a look of pain, Soja's expression became more and more gloomy. Spells require magic, and the mana consumed by the 3 unforgivable curses is a staggering number. At this moment, the magic power of his whole body is resisting the toxins of his body. There is simply no power to use the unforgivable curse again. There are many obstacles. Asunder, one after another, a small amount of magic shot out of his wand. But the strange thing is that his spell seems to consciously avoid the other party, even if he endures the pain to aim, but he can't hit it. And looking at Cassandra, who was getting closer and closer, he finally panicked. It's you? Inadvertently schemed Braun, who had a pale face on the side. Soja gritted his teeth. No wonder I couldn't hit it just now. It turned out to be the ghost of this kid. At the moment, I don't care about the pain of the machete on my body. His expression became hideous. You forced me. With a roar, huge magic power burst out from his body. He no longer suppressed the injuries in his body. Even if he tried his best, he would kill the 2 people in front of him. Otherwise, the final outcome can only be that you are consumed to death. Avadiso. A dazzling green light shoots out, like a poisonous snake flying towards Braun. At this moment, Sutha seemed to have heard the other party's wail of pain before death. It's just that the other party's performance makes him feel a little strange. The face is still so pale. There was no panic on his face, but it was calm and a little overdone. Or to put it another way, some people are a little sluggish. And at this moment, Soja finally found that something was wrong. The dazzling green light passed through the opponent's forehead without causing any harm to the other party. And Braun's sluggish body was shattered like a mirror, as if it didn't exist at all. Fake. The thought appeared in his mind, and then a strong sense of crisis spread throughout his body. He just didn't wait for him to react. I felt severe pain in both of my eyes, and that familiar toxin invaded his body again. Ugh! A sharp howl spread throughout the cave. Many of the animals that were foraging outside were frightened by this miserable cry and hid in the bushes, trembling. Looking at Suthe, whose eyes were blinded and kept waving the magic of his wand in his hand, Braun did not dare to make the slightest movement. Just now, relying on the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, he not only controlled the other party to distort the other party's sense of direction and let the other party's spell shoot off. At the same time, the most important thing is that he used the Sharingan to create an illusion of his own, and he has already quietly come to the other party's side. The dagger smeared with the 8-eyed giant spider toxin was inserted into the other party's eye, and I don't feel good myself. He was hit hard by the other party's crazy circle. He almost felt like his body was about to break. Soja's huge body finally fell to the ground. The breath disappeared, and the entire face became puffy under the erosion of toxins. It's like a water balloon. Braun knew that the other party was completely dead. After the toxin of the 8-eyed giant spider directly invades the wizard's body through the blood, it will quickly coagulate the opponent's blood at the same time. It is also dissolving the flesh and blood of the other party and turning it into liquid. This effect is to facilitate the spider to swallow while eating. Cassandra, take care to protect me. To Cassandra, who does not know whether he is alive or dead on him, Braun gave the last order. Then he lost consciousness. The excessive use of kaleidoscope chakra eyes was too draining on his body. Coupled with this time in the dark life in the dungeon and the severe pain that the other party hit him just now, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. And when he opened his eyes again, the sky has long been dark. After discovering that he was physically intact and placed on a pile of straw, Braun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Cassandra did not die, otherwise he would not have been taken care of so well. It's just a pity that the eyesight has decreased. Braun sighed. Looking at the somewhat blurry picture in front of him, he seemed a little helpless. Kaleidoscope Sharingan has great power, but also an extremely powerful side effect. That is, you will be blind after overuse. Braun must not continue to lament. A voice in his head sounded again. Ding! Currently available for check-in. Check-in location, Werewolf Cave. Do you want to check in? Sign in. Braun replied without hesitation. And this time the check-in surprised him. Ding! Check-in complete. Congratulations to the host for the reward, kaleidoscope riding wheel pupil power +1. Then Braun felt his eyes, which had begun to blur, cool in an instant. The eyes returned to their original state. Even said, he could feel the power of his eyes seem to increase faintly. Braun never thought that after repeatedly checking in one place, he would be able to improve his ability. System, if I continue to check in like this, is it possible to get the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan? Ding! After testing, the host needs to check in here for 10 days without interruption if he wants to obtain the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. 10 days. Braun began to get excited. You must know that this is only 10 days, and he can obtain the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan that originally took almost 10 years to possess in the Hokage world. Thinking of this, Braun Chance decided to stay here without any hesitation. Don't miss the chance. He wasn't in that hurry to get home. Know that your parents are dead. The only person who still has a direct blood relationship with himself may be his grandmother. And his own grandmother lives in the Godrico Valley. Perhaps it is not yet known that his son and daughter-in-law have died. Go back now. It's better to recuperate here with peace of mind, wait for yourself to have the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and then go out to kill all sides. Clear your mind. Braun lay down in peace. Although I slept, my body still did not fully recover. He guessed that Saucy's punch yesterday most likely broke his ribs. Even now, his left rib still hurts faintly. Fortunately, the wizard's strong system ensured that Braun did not have a fever due to inflammation of the wound, otherwise it would be really difficult to treat in this wilderness. Master, you have finally woken up. A voice that seemed a little surprised came from outside. Walking in was a man limping in animal skin. The other party's package also carried some wild fruits. And a bloody rabbit that has been skinned. It's just that the size is a bit exaggerated. I found it from outside. Braun did not thank him, took the fruit handed over by the other party and ate it. To be honest, the taste is not very good, and it is even a little bitter. However, for Braun, who has not even seen the sun for a long time, it is already a rare gift. You must know that the original body ate a few days ago was some paste that I don't know what it is. Being able to eat wild fruit at this moment is already a difficult gift. I'll go roast a rabbit for you. Also, what about the two muggles in prison? Watch as each other expertly light a fire and roast rabbits. Braun was a little silent for a while. It stands to reason that killing the other party and not letting the word leak out is the best choice. But as a human being, he still didn't intend to do such a thing. Give them a portion of the food every day. Let it go in 10 days. Cassandra agreed without the slightest rebuttal. In his heart, Braun was right no matter what he did. Accompanied by the scorching of the flame, the rabbit's skin also began to turn golden. Grease is even more nourishing. The drip fell on the flames with a crackling and crackling sound. The aroma of meat also began to permeate the cave. Braun couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It's just that he also knows that the rabbit is not baked well now. I can only silently chew some bitter wild fruits in my mouth. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the rabbit meat without leaving the slightest. It wasn't until half an hour later that the rabbit was finally baked. Took a golden rabbit leg with a slight scorch. Braun chewed slowly. His body is badly empty. Suddenly eating meat will not bring him any good. It will only make his body more depleted. Give each of them a thumb-long piece of meat, and give the rest to wild fruit. Braun instructed Cassandra, who was walking towards the dungeon. Since it was decided to send the other party away, then he had no intention of killing the other party. A small strip of meat is meant to allow the other person's body to adapt, and wild fruits are their main food. After 10 days of recuperation, at least after that, he still had the strength to return to Dunlun City. Just keep waiting. Looking at the rough stone roof, Braun muttered. 10 days, not that long. During those 10 days, Braun woke up first and foremost every day to check in. And his own kaleidoscope chakra eye finally completed the promotion today. Officially become the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. At the same time, today is also the day Braun left here. Let's go. Braun commanded Cassandra. The other party respectfully carried a huge backpack. Inside were some of the things they had collected over the years, including magic books, gold gallons, and more Muggle world currency and jewelry. After all, compared to the trouble that might be encountered by attacking wizards, catching Muggles is a better option. Except, of course, these riches. Cassandra also had 2 shrunken human heads hanging from his waist. The human head looks like Suthe, who was killed by Braun, and the strong man. Braun's original parents are dead, and even the body is not left. And the reason why Braun left the heads of these 2 people is to pay homage? At the same time, they will also be hung on the walls of their homes as a collection of oaths of battle exploits, and they will always remind themselves. This is the price of weakness. This is the bloody reality of this magical world. The 2 children who were locked up in the dungeon with Braun were also following behind them at this moment. Just looked a little sluggish. They were controlled by Braun. At the same time, the memory of this time is also erased. The wizarding world and the Muggle world are like 2 parallel lines. As ordinary people, instead of collapsing their 3 views, they should live as if they don't know anything. This is the best ending for them. Under Braun's illusion, their appearance did not attract anyone's attention. Until it was almost to Dunlun City, the 2 children were revealed. Oh my god, what happened to these 2 children? Go call the patrolman. Call the patrolman? There was an exclamation from the crowd. It didn't take long for 2 soldiers in lobster suits to come over. After the photo of one of the soldiers, then the opponent. Finally, I found the parents of these 2 children. Looking at the 2 children who were held by their parents and cried. Braun knew. It's time for him to go. Go to the Leaky Cauldron. Braun said softly. Cassandra nodded respectfully. Following Braun's side, he did not dare to have the slightest overreach. The Leaky Cauldron is located at 4 Charing Cross Street. This narrow bar has existed here since the 16th century. Arguably one of the oldest pubs in England today. Ignore the muggles on the streets. 2 people passed through the reconnaissance magic one after the other. Standing outside the bar, the harsh and noisy sound of the original street disappeared in an instant. Push open the wooden door that has become smooth after being touched by many people. Braun saw the scene inside the bar. The whole bar is a lot bigger compared to the outside. Maybe it's the morning. There were not many people in the shop, only a few wizards wearing wizard robes to cover their faces, drinking. Even Lin Xian couldn't tell if they were male or female. The other party seemed to be taken aback by the sudden appearance of Braun and the 2. There was also vigilance in his expression. It's really a little embarrassing for the 2 of them now. The cloth on his body looked particularly ill-fitting. His body was full of mud, and his hair was even tangled together. In addition, Cassatt's appearance with an animal skin bag on his back and 2 human heads around his waist really doesn't look like a good person. Braun. Old Tom, the owner of the bar, shouted tentatively. It's me. Oh my god. Kid, how the hell did you get like this? What the hell is going on? He asked with a shocked face. It has been almost half a month since the Braun family disappeared. A lot of people think they're dead. Who knew that after more than half a month, Braun actually appeared again? This is simply unexpected. I was kidnapped by a werewolf, and then counter-killed 2 and brought back a captive. Braun said calmly. There is no intention to hide. Besides, even if you want to hide it, it's not easy. The Ministry of Magic will certainly investigate and interrogate carefully when it finds out that it has returned. Instead of that, it's better to be honest and honest. Bang. A loud bang suddenly sounded inside the bar. 2 wizards dressed in horror costumes appeared here with serious expressions. See the appearance of the horrors. Several old wizards who were drinking looked a little evasive. Without saying anything more, he put down the wine money and left in a hurry. One of the horrors wanted to chase after it, but was stopped by the owner of the Leaky Cauldron. No arrest in the bar, that's the rule. Tom said lightly. Although the tone is flat, it is unquestionable. The Leaky Cauldron, as one Diagon Alley, is not only a bar, but also guards the entrance to the entire Diagon Alley. Plus the identity of the 28 holy blood of the ABO family. Even the horrors had to give old Tom some face. What's more, their mission today was not originally for those few small characters. Braun roar. We were sent by the Ministry of Magic to investigate what happened when you disappeared. One of the older wizards said with a somewhat serious look. Braun nodded. Of course, I'm happy to cooperate. But can you prepare me something to eat first? The 2 horrors looked hesitant. However, old Tom sat down a sandwich without the slightest delay and handed it over with a glass of orange juice. Braun ate both things at breakneck speed. He hiccuped in satisfaction, and then slowly recounted what happened. So, your parents were killed. And then you killed 2 back? Looking at the 2 horrors' incredulous gazes, Braun motioned to Cassandra on his side to hand over the things around his waist. Looking at the 2 human heads that were completely nitrogenized, but their heads had become much smaller, the 2 horrors instinctively felt a little uncomfortable. However, he took it dutifully and carefully observed it to determine that this indeed belonged to a werewolf. Compared to wizards, werewolves have canine teeth on the side of their mouths. The child in front of him did not lie. This last werewolf. Putting down the shrunken head in his hand, the 2 looked at Cassandra who was standing beside Braun again. His expression became alert, and he took out his wand from his arms. We need to take him away for investigation. Saying that, he stepped forward to control Cassandra. Sorry, sir, I don't think it's a good idea. Braun stood in front of the 2, his expression calm, and his melancholy black eyes gradually turned red at this moment, looking a little frightening. He did not avoid the fact that the Sharingan was exposed. The Roar family has always been proficient in soul magic. His parents are famous psychiatrists at St. Mungo's Hospital. It is normal to have some bloodline transformation that is different from ordinary people. His ability to write chakra eyes is related to hallucinations, and even if he says it, he will not be suspected by many people. Are you going to stop the Ministry of Magic? The Auror asked forcefully, but the middle-aged Auror became a little serious after seeing Braun's blood-red eyes. Although he didn't know what kind of witchcraft it was, the evil and terrifying aura still made him understand that the boy in front of him was not as easy to mess with as he looked. Seeing that the other party was tough, Braun did not flinch. Cassandra is dead, but he is arguably the best servant when he has lost his family and has no one in the family. Without him, some of the dirty work could only be done by Braun himself. He is now my servant, Braun repeated solemnly. He is also a pureblood, and today the Ministry of Magic is still controlled by pureblood. His identity is bound to make the other party throw a mouse. As for why not do it, it is because once you do it, the nature changes. Regardless of whether you win or not, an attack on the Auror is indispensable. He didn't want to go into Azkaban just out of the wolf's den. Sure enough, seeing Braun did not back down in the slightest. The young Auror looked a little impatient. He tried to pull out his wand, but was stopped by a middle-aged Auror on the side. Bang! There was another violent noise that the originally somewhat solemn atmosphere of the three people eased a lot. The one who appeared in front of him was still a wizard from the Ministry of Magic. It's just that after seeing him, Braun's expression relaxed a lot. Director Roar. The two Aurors replied respectfully, only in exchange for a slight nod from Dorfin Roll, and he was staring at Braun with excitement on his face at the moment. Sure enough, kid, I knew you'd be fine. As soon as I received the news of your return, I rushed from the Ministry of Magic nonstop. Yes, but my parents. Braun said, with a sad look under his eyes. Dorfin Roll followed suit with a sigh. But also know that this is not the place to speak. Turning his head majestically, he said, okay, you can go back here and I'll be in charge. The two Aurors looked at each other, but in the end they didn't say anything, and with a bang, the two disappeared once again using the phantom spell. It seems that you have a lot to say, so I won't bother you. Old Tom made a gesture of invitation. Dorvain Roar nodded gratefully. Then he left with Braun and Cassandra. The next time it reappeared was outside a quaint little manor. Braun's memories began to awaken. I know that the manor in front of me is my home. Just entered the living room. Dorfin asked a little impatiently. When the other party heard that his cousin and younger siblings were killed by 3 werewolves, he gritted his teeth angrily. The gaze that looked at Cassandra was also more and more full of murderous intent. And when he heard that Braun killed the other 2 werewolves with the 8-eyed giant spider venom given by his parents and controlled the werewolf in front of him with soul magic, he couldn't help but be a little excited. I am happy that my cousins and younger siblings can have such excellent offspring. Uncle Dorfin, where did you hear about me? Braun looked at the big man in front of him and said with some doubt. I didn't tell the other person that I was going to the Leaky Cauldron. How come the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic and his own uncle all appeared as soon as they got there? The Ministry of Magic hung the missing revelation in Tom's tavern. Once the people involved come to the tavern, the Ministry of Magic will get the news. And I'm the publisher of the revelation, and of course I'll receive the message. Dorfin explains. This made Braun more and more in awe of the Ministry of Magic. Don't worry too much either. Seeing that Braun's expression was a little serious, Dorfin comforted. This kind of magic is tedious and requires the bounty's personal belongings to be rewarded in order to be successful, so it is difficult for the average person to release it. If it hadn't been for my repeated requests, the Ministry of Magic wouldn't have expended its energy. By the way, how are you going to arrange this werewolf? Do you need me to help you get rid of him? Saying that, he pulled out the axe on his waist with a gloomy face. Through the faintly blackened blood trough on the axe, Braun knew that this axe must have slaughtered a lot of creatures. No need for Uncle Dorfin. You also know that it is still very troublesome for me to live here alone, and a servant can also take care of me. After that, if he is worthless, I will kill him with my own hands. Braun said without the slightest emotion. It seems that he did not think of it as a person, but as an animal ready to be slaughtered. But this ruthless performance made Dorfin very satisfied. You're more ruthless than ever, Do Braun. This is good. Only the most ruthless wizard can climb the highest. However, you should also pay attention to the full moon, when the werewolf transforms at midnight. I suggest you'd better put him in a beast cage. The magical creations used to imprison the fire dragon will ensure your safety. I know Uncle Dorvain. Braun said politely. Okay, I'll leave first. There are a lot of things going on in the Department of Magical Creature Protection. I'll find out for you if there are any house elves that are being sold on the black market. When the time comes, I'll use my connections to buy one for you so you don't have to use this troublesome werewolf. Then you're in trouble. Dorfin waved his hand casually. I grabbed the flue powder from the fireplace and sprinkled it in. The orange flame instantly turned green. Then I saw the other party step into it and read a name and disappear. It's amazing. Look at the flames that turn orange again. Braun couldn't help but sigh. And what made him even more emotional was that he was actually related to Dorfin Roar. This person is only a minor supporting role in Harry Potter though. But the number of appearances is not at all, and they are Voldemort's loyal men, and like Malfoy Sr., they are members of the Death Eaters. At the same time, it is also a pure-blood 28 holy family. It's just that compared to himself, his ancestors are also Braun's ancestors. Damocles' role is more famous. He served as Minister of Magic from 1718 to 1726. He is best known for his accomplishments during his tenure. It is Azkaban, which presided over the construction. Of course, he was later condemned by the International Federation of Wizards for Azkaban's cruelty and was forced to step down. And his successor Minister of Magic is also very familiar, that is, Perseus Parkinson, the ancestor of the Pansy Parkinson family. Cassandra, go ahead and hang these 2 decorations on the wall, along with the other accessories. I'm going to wash up. Hopefully the room was already packed afterwards when I came out. Cassandra quickly bowed respectfully to Braun and agreed. With the evolution of the kaleidoscope chakra eye, the power of Braun Bishanjin became more and more powerful. The more control over Cassandra naturally becomes. Seeing this, Braun did not have the heart to continue to idle with the other party. Thinking about walking to your bedroom. The only pity in his heart was that the cooldown time of the other heavenly gods was somewhat long. It takes almost a month to use it once. Otherwise, he would directly practice magic, and then wait until he went to school to control a classmate every day, and it would not take a few years for these little wizards to graduate. Wouldn't he directly become the king of the wizarding world? Of course, this is Braun himself, who can ensure that the wizarding world does not have the ability to detect that these people are being controlled. After all, the world of Harry Potter is still very chaotic. Causal weapons, time travel, gods. It is even said that there is shit love that can triumph over evil. Even the divine beast Kylan has it. It's good to be honest with this little ability. But why don't you have a check-in tip at the Leaky Cauldron bar or at home today? This is what Braun doubts the most. Originally, when I arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, the most famous in the magical world, many protagonists must come to check in the holy place. How to say that you have to give yourself a check-in reward. But I didn't say anything, and I still couldn't sign in when I went home. It seemed to sense the doubts in Braun's heart. The electronic voice that had been silent in my mind appeared again. Ding! This check-in system is a daily check-in. Check-in rewards vary depending on location. That means I came home today, and if I want to get a reward, I can only wait until tomorrow to check in. Ding! The host understands correctly, and once the same location is selected, the check-in location cannot be changed after the reward is fully checked in. Please also pay attention to the host. These words completely frustrated Braun's original idea of firing a shot and changing places. Can't help but secretly scold the dog system. It's a pity that no matter what he says, the electronic sounds in my head also did not move. Sighed. Braun took off his sour and smelly clothes, walked naked into the bathroom. When it appeared again, it was as if it had changed someone. The blonde hair looks a little flowy. The deep black pupils carried an aristocratic melancholy. Under the background of a blue dress, Braun's temperament rose a little. Compared with the unkempt beggar child just now, it was simply two people. Looking in the mirror, even if you put on clothes, it is still difficult to hide your thin self. Braun clenched his fists. Decided to make up for it later. In the past half a month in the wolf's den, his body has been greatly damaged, and he has not seen sunlight all day long, and the food he eats is also very unclean, making him obviously thinner and thinner. However, as long as you continue to supplement nutrition, there is no problem in growing taller in the future. Decided? For future height, drink a glass of milk every day? You used to say the same, but every time you secretly poured it out? A somewhat playful voice startled Braun. Who is it? Braun's eyes instantly turned red, and he looked around vigilantly. Don't look for me, you idiot! Following the sound, Braun finally found the source. This mirror in front of yourself? Only then was he faintly relieved in his heart. I never expected that I was frightened by a mirror. However, you can't blame yourself for this. Who makes the mirror speak? And, looking at my mouth closed one by one in the mirror, I really felt a little scary. Then Braun kept chatting with the mirror as if he had found a fun toy. And as I chatted, I kind of understood what this thing was. Shut up, otherwise, I'll smash you to pieces. Braun said viciously to himself in the mirror. The other party was obviously taken aback. The self in the mirror also disappeared. Only a somewhat piercing scream came. Oh, well, you're such a little scoundrel? The dull voice reveals a mechanical feel. This also let Braun know. The other party is just an alchemy creation with a fixed program set by magic. He didn't have the wisdom he thought he had. Chatting with the mirror made me feel a lot better. Braun himself has no shame about accepting the host's industry. He avenged the other party, and he will also carry forward the Lucius family instead of the other party. This can also be regarded as satisfying the other party's wishes. A new day. Braun wakes up from a large, soft and comfortable bed. When I open my eyes and look out the window, I can't help but feel refreshed. This is life. Compared to the stones and straw piles full of fleas that he fell asleep some time ago, my current life is simply heaven. Of course, it may also be hell. After all, wizards don't believe in God. Ding! A new check-in location for the host was detected, the Roar family, branch, manor. Do you check in? Braun's eyes lit up when he heard the tone. Sign in. Ding! Check-in complete, check-in reward, introduction to soul magic of the Roar family, 0/100. Accompanied by the sound of electronic sounds. Braun only felt that his mind had some more knowledge out of thin air. This knowledge, Braun did not feel abrupt. On the contrary, the original owner's memory had been understood, but the family had not yet had time to teach. I need a wand now? There is still half a month to start school, and some things also need to be bought. Braun thought to himself. And beyond these things, more important is the funeral? It's just that he has already sent a letter to the Godrico Valley. There hasn't been a reply over there yet, but I believe it should be soon. It's time for the young master to eat. Cassandra asked respectfully outside the door. There was caution in his tone. Of course, I'll go down. Agreed. Braun got dressed. Head downstairs. Good morning, kid. I smell the soul breath in you. A portrait of an old woman on the wall squinted at Braun and said, Good morning, great-grandmother. I just learned a little bit about the family lineage. Braun said gently. It's nice, my grandson. Step up your game. Keep up the good work. Restore the glory of the Roar family. Under the portrait of the old woman is a man in a wizard's robe with a large eagle-hooked nose. His voice seemed to be a little louder, which woke up the other portraits who had been sleeping soundly. The old woman came directly to the portrait of the other party, picked up the cane in her hand, and knocked the other party's head fiercely. Don't always hit me on the head, Mom. My grandson is still here. It's okay, Grandpa. I did not see. I will work hard too. Braun snickered, and regardless of whether it was a cry of relief or pain behind him, he slowly walked downstairs. Portraits can speak, which can be said to be a normal thing. In the wizarding world, of course. Listen to the portraits stirring their mouths. It made Braun feel a lot better. At least not as gloomy as yesterday. Sitting at the table, Braun drank the milk he had asked Cassandra to prepare. At the same time, he did not forget to grab the sandwich and stuff it in his mouth. A simple breakfast was over. Not rich, or even very average. But for Braun, who has not eaten anything good in this time, it is already a supreme delicacy. Let's go. Greeted the other party, Braun took the lead in picking up the flue powder on the fireplace. Sprinkle in an orange-red flame and watch the flame gradually turn green. But his demeanor was still a little nervous. Although after fusing the memories of the original body, I already have a general understanding of the wizarding world. But when actually using flue powder, nervousness is inevitable. Taking a deep breath, Braun stepped into it. Diagon Alley, shouting in his mouth. The ears also began to rumble. It was as if a moment had passed and it was like a long time. Braun's feet were once again grounded. The light has also been restored. Child, is it the first time to ride the flue network? You can't stay here for long. The one behind him was dressed somewhat shabby. The woman with 4 children next to her said very kindly. The 4 children beside her also looked very kind just like her. He also looked at Braun with curiosity. It's just that unlike Braun's blonde hair, their hair is red. This seemed a bit surprising to Braun. The Weasleys? Braun thought to himself. Apart from this family, there doesn't seem to be any redhead. I saw the boy hiding behind the woman who was about the size of his freckles. Braun guessed that this was Ron. All kinds of thoughts only flowed in Braun's mind for a moment. Then Braun walked out of the public fireplace apologetically. I'm sorry ma'am, I just haven't sat down for a long time and feel a little uncomfortable. Braun said politely. The body is naturally bowed slightly. This is the body's natural muscle memory, thanks to the good upbringing of the family of origin. No children, Mrs. Weasley said gently. On the contrary, the youngest daughter Ginny, who was being led by her, felt a little shy, shrunk into his mother's arms. It seems to be a little afraid of life. This is my youngest son Ron, and judging by your age, you should also enter Hogwarts this year. Where are your parents? Why didn't you see them? Molly Weasley pulled Ron behind her and introduced Braun. Do you need to come shopping with us? Just then, Cassandra also came out of the fireplace. After seeing Braun, he hurriedly greeted him. I'm Braun? Braun roar. Sorry madam, my servant has arrived. So go first? With that, he left here with Cassandra. Molly, you guys are coming too fast. Mr. Weasley also walked out of the public fireplace at this time. Grumbled at Molly. Seeing that they were all staring at the back of a boy, they couldn't help but feel a little curious in their hearts. What's wrong you guys? Dad, we just met a peer who went to school with me, but the other party was not very friendly and refused my mother's invitation. Ron said with some dissatisfaction. His poor family situation made him sensitive to everything around him. In other words, some low self-esteem. Molly Weasley didn't take Braun's rejection to heart. Instead, he frowned and looked at his husband. Roar? The kid's name is Braun Roar. It's a child of the Roar family, right? Braun roll. Mr. Weasley was also stunned. Then there was some compassion on his face. Yes, his parents were attending physicians in the psychiatric department at St. Mungo's Hospital, and only this child survived the attack by werewolves. And also took out 2 werewolves. Yesterday his uncle Dorfin, the director of the Department of Management and Control of Fantastic Beasts, was excited. Specially invited their entire department to dinner. He doesn't deal well with the other party. But this kind of news is still known. Killed 2 werewolves. Not only Ron, but George Weasley and Fred Weasley also exclaimed. Werewolves have always been a symbol of terror in the wizarding world. Moreover, the opponent's magic resistance is very strong. In short, it is a creature that is very difficult for the other party. The other party can kill 2 werewolves before they even enroll? This is simply a fantasy? Don't look at me with that surprised expression. I also know it sounds scary. Mr. Weasley shrugged. But this was verified by the Aurors, who used soul magic to control one of them, and then killed the other 2 with the help of the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider. His uncle showed off more than once yesterday when he was treated. My ears are almost out of the collus. Although he complained like this, he was also shocked that Braun could have such a deep mind. No wonder Dorfin called their family a genius. This explanation made the 3 of Ron breathe a sigh of relief. They thought they had defeated the other party with magic. It turned out to be poisoning. But it's also remarkable. At least they definitely can't. What a poor child. Molly Weasley's gaze towards Braun also became sympathetic. She didn't pay as much attention to Braun's strength as anyone else. Instead, it is concerned that the other party has lost his parents. Alone. Mr. Weasley followed with a sigh. Although his parents are pureblood, they are very good people. He often helps wizards who look down on the sick. Okay, let's go shopping too. Ron needed a few books, as well as a crucible and dragonskin gloves. So did Fred and George. Sorted out the mood. The Weasleys confirmed what they were going to buy. After splitting up, they all left. And Braun sighed. I have also come to the wand shop. This is a magic wand shop with a very small storefront. It looks a bit rundown, but the location is the best in the whole Diagon Alley. In the floor-to-ceiling windows of the store, a somewhat faded purple cushion lonely sits a quaint-looking wand. On the wooden signboard, the gold paint in the floral font is slightly peeled off. But this does not have a sense of ruin, but gives people a precipitation of time and history. Ollivander Wand Shop, fine wands made since 382 BC. Take a deep breath. Braun pushed open the wooden door. The doorbell rings along with the jingle bell. An old man with round-framed eyes and white hair that looked a little slovenly turned around. The children of the Roar family, the hooked nose of the eagle in the same vein. Braun hadn't spoken yet, already recognizing himself for convenience. I heard about your parents, they are a very nice couple. I know from the fact that their wand is cypress. My ancestor, the great wand craftsman of the Middle Ages, Gerard Ollivander once said. He was always honored to find the master of his wand, because he knew that the wizard in front of him would die like a hero. Ollivander murmured like a sigh. Thank you. Braun nodded silently. Well, kid, you still have a long way to go. Death is nothing more than a new journey for wizards. Now start choosing your magical companion here. Ollivander patted Braun's shoulder affectionately. Which hand? Mr. Right Hand. Hearing the other party's inquiry, Braun replied. Then I saw the soft ruler fly out from under the other party's table. Start measuring around your body. There is also a triangular plate measuring the width of your palm. It took almost half an hour to complete. I saw Ollivander gently waving towards the shelf behind him. A few boxes flew over. Try this, kid. Cypress, 9 1/3 inches long, a very hard wand, the core of which is unicorn feathers. It's the same as your parents' pairing. Saying that, the other party took out a brown wand. The wand looks very ordinary without too many ornate decorations, just like the characteristics of cypress itself. But before Braun could hold his wand, Ollivander withdrew his hand again. It seems a little divine. No, not cypress. Try this again. Beechwood, 10-inch core material. I used the dragon's heart tendon. The pattern of beechwood is very beautiful. They are often found in the homes of learned wand makers. The selection of beechwood is also very interesting. If it is a teenager, then he or she has wisdom beyond his or her age. If you are an adult, you must be reasonable and experienced. Taking the beechwood's wand, Braun tried to wave it. It's a pity that the light of the tip of the staff is exceptionally weak. Braun could even feel the wand resisting him. Oh, it looks like it didn't choose you. Ollivander was also somewhat disappointed. After all, beechwood, as the most valuable wood, the price of wands made is also the highest. You know, don't look at the wand, it's only 7 galleons each. But this is to subsidize students. The rest of the cost is the responsibility of the Ministry of Magic. Of course, although less money was made. But Ollivander quickly became excited after a brief disappointment. The more picky the wizard, the more he likes. Because it gives him a sense of accomplishment. Try this, chestnut? It's a little long, almost 12 inches. How about this? Cedar wood, for wizards with extraordinary wisdom and insight. Blackthorn plum wood? I remember your Uncle Dorfin was this wand. Their effect on using black magic is very powerful. One wand after another flowed from Braun's hand. At the same time, there are more people in the store. It was a couple with a daughter. Although the other party did not say anything. But Braun still feels a little guilty about keeping the other party waiting. Just as he wanted them to choose first, Ollivander walked out of the back room again. To be honest, kid, you're the pickiest customer I've seen in 2 years. Braun gave an awkward but polite smile. Then, try this. The other party handed over a wand with a reddish-brown color and a particularly delicate wooden appearance. Cold shirt wood, 11 inches long, the core material is the heart tendon of the dragon. I saw Braun take the wand. The tip of the staff instantly released sparks. In the moment of holding this wand, Braun could feel that this was the magic wand he was going to choose. Feel the joy and smoothness of magic flowing through the wand. Braun's heart was also filled with some excitement. Life activation. Braun somewhat impatiently cast a spell on the teacup on the table. Then the teacup chattered as if it had life. Hey, geezer, remember to clean the shop every day, and I don't like my body with coffee. I love tea. Especially black tea. Afraid that the teacup would say something bad again, Braun quickly cancelled the magic. But the excitement on his face could not be hidden. Instead, Ollivander sighed slightly. To be honest, kid, I don't really like you being chosen by the cold shirt wooden wand. Looking at Ollivander's somewhat lost expression, Braun's excitement cooled as well, and he didn't quite understand what he meant. The cold shirt wood wand is often referred to as the survivor's wand. My stern grandfather, Garbad Otavi Ollivander, once sold 3 wizarding fur wands who later survived mortal danger unscathed. But I will say that I think that every wizard with a cold wood wand is likely to be in greater danger. The wands they create require endurance and strong willpower from their true masters, and they are bad helpers in the hands of changeable and hesitant personalities. And people who usually have this type of personality tend to be more likely to encounter danger than normal wizards. If you want, I can help you find another wand. Logically, such things should not be said. As a staff maker, his duty is to give the wand to their master, for better or worse, regardless of the outcome. But wizards are also people. There are also feelings of their own. He had a good relationship with Braun's grandmother. He doesn't want Braun's future to be bumpy. Hear the other person's explanation. Braun looked hesitant, but it didn't take long for his eyes to become firm again. No, Mr. Ollivander. I firmly believe that this is my wand, my companion when I step into the wizarding world. It's like you once said, it's not just wizards choosing wands, wands choosing wizards. Braun said in a firm tone. If you say you don't have a check-in system, Maybe you will listen to the other person. Select a magic wand again. Live the life of the academy honestly. Find a classmate to marry. Then, when Voldemort invaded, he relied on his uncle's relationship to save his life. Stay at home. After waiting for the victory of the Order of the Phoenix, relying on the dull life of the ancestral family, he became a rice worm that ate and waited to die. But that all changed when they had their own check-in system. With the help of the system, your life will definitely not be so mediocre. Your future must be vigorous and brilliant. Then compare it with the crisis that you may encounter in the future. Ollivander was clearly touched by Braun's words. His expression also became serious and serious. Well, since you've decided, then I won't say anything more. If your grandmother is here, she will surely feel good for you too. I believe you will definitely become a great wizard in the future. Just like the other owners of the cold shirt wooden wand, he has extraordinary endurance and strong willpower. Thank you. Braun looked into the other's eyes seriously. At the same time, he did not forget to pass the 7 galleons over. This is the price of a magic wand. Ollivander didn't care and threw it into his drawer. He looked at the little girl on the other side. The youngest daughter is not tall and has long thick flaxen hair. The delicate face is dotted with a few mischievous freckles. At the moment, he is looking curiously. Ollivander pushed his glasses. Little girl, I don't seem to have seen you. A muggle freshman? He voiced his speculation. The little girl did not appear dodgy like her parents. Instead, he came out generously. Yes, my name is Hermione Granger. This is my parents. Is the selection of wands so complicated, old gentleman? When Braun picked out his wand just now, they waited for more than half an hour. Braun on the side was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that the little girl in front of me turned out to be Hermione in the protagonist group. Looks like this should be the movie version. Look at each other's extremely delicate appearance. Even Braun couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But looking at her parents, it is a little clearer. Of course not, Miss Granger. Ollivander laughed. Every wizard is different, and every wand is different. I can always meet the more discerning wizards. Hermione nodded a little confused. Well, I hope I'm a less picky wizard, otherwise I won't have time to buy anything else later. Ollivander was also amused by the other party's words. Take out the tape measure and right angle plate. Which hand do you use? Miss Granger? Right hand. The voice just fell. The tape measure and the right angle plate flew up in Hermione's exclamation, and began to measure around his wrist. Record the next string of data before leaving. Sir, what is the purpose of measuring this data? Hermione asked curiously. He was pulled apologetically by Mr. Granger on the side. In his opinion, this is a secret of the other party. It is rude for his own daughter to ask so rashly. Ollivander waved his hand, signaling that it was nothing. It's no secret, the purpose is simply to calculate the length of your palm in order to determine the right wand for you. Narrow your selection. Braun on the side also nodded as if abruptly. He also knew for the first time. Compared to Braun's pickiness, Hermione obviously took much less time. However, after trying the second wand, I found a suitable one. Grapevine wood wand, 14 inches, soft, core material is the tendon of a dragon. The vinewood wand is considered by the wizards of the natural school to be a wand made of vine wood with such a unique nature. Although less common, their owners are always witches and witches with greater ambitions. And I've found them to be more sensitive to the instantaneous detection of potential partners than any other kind of wood. It seems that you will become a great wizard in the future? Thank you, sir. Hermione smiled sweetly. On the contrary, Braun on the side was a little strange. This Ollivander is a fortune teller, right? How can a wizard praise each other for becoming a great wizard in the future? Or is it simply polite words? Don't mention it yourself. Hermione would become Minister of Magic in the future. There is nothing wrong with saying that it is a great wizard. Braun, you take this classmate with you to buy those essentials. As muggles, they still had trouble trying to find those shops. Looking at the pound sterling in his hand, Ollivander said novelly. Looking at the Grangers who were a little embarrassed. Braun also suddenly understood that he forgot to exchange galleon. I don't know how they originally bought the wand. Okay sir, I happen to need a trip to Gringotts too. While speaking, he took out 7 gallons and handed them to the other party. Okay, let's go. Ollivander waved his hand. He began experimenting with wands for a young wizard who had just arrived. Compared to Hermione, this little wizard chose wands faster. Very good. Elm wand? I believe you will definitely become a great wizard in the future. Braun, who walked to the door, rolled his eyes. Really? This old guy is casting a wide net? He even thought that the other party could really see the future of the wizard through the magic wand? Mr. Granger wanted to say something, but he didn't know Braun's situation. On the contrary, Hermione was very clever in saying what she wanted to say for her father. Braun, we'll give you back the money later, the gold coin called galleon. You know my name. Braun was a little surprised, but then he introduced himself politely. I'm Braun Roar. Just call me Braun. Hermione Granger. Hermione said generously. The two shook hands. The atmosphere is obviously much better than just now. Didn't you lead the teacher? I remember Muggle families would have Hogwarts teachers coming to bring you to Diagon Alley. Braun asked a little puzzled. Although he didn't know this, he had read books in his previous life. Didn't Hagrid personally come and take Harry to Diagon Alley? And Hagrid himself said that Muggle families would have professors to explain. Lead Muggle students to buy essentials. Hermione looked a little embarrassed. Whispered. Originally, yes, but I wanted to come here in advance, so. Braun was a little speechless. No wonder this girl was assigned to Gryffindor. This is a real tiger? I don't run alone with the teacher who leads the team, and I'm not afraid of being taken away by those dark wizards as an apprentice. You know, the wizarding world is not only a magical school like Hogwarts. At the same time, there are many wizards who follow the ancient teacher-apprentice inheritance system. Most of these wizards, most of them have eccentric personalities. The magic studied is also biased towards powerful and destructive black magic. In the eyes of this part of wizards, it is simply a gift from heaven to be able to find a young wizard with magical talent. Okay, come with me. You first have to go to Gringotts to exchange for galleon. Otherwise, Muggle money alone wouldn't be able to buy anything here. Follow behind Braun. Both Hermione and her parents were curious about what was in front of them. Everything is very different from their original world. Owls in pet stores, posters that wink at them, and statues of people standing outside beckoning customers. They were blown away. It's arrived. Braun said to the three behind him. This is Gringotts, similar to the banks of the Muggle world. You can exchange your pounds for galleons here. At this moment, they found themselves standing in front of a pure white building. The whole body is made of white marble, which is arguably the most magnificent in the entire Diagon Alley. The large gilded characters on the pure white marble stand out. Gringotts? 2 goblins in red coats were standing guard at the door. From time to time, he scanned the passing crowd with his gaze. What are they? Mrs. Granger was a little scared. Hermione didn't say much either. I just feel that I can't lose face in front of my peers, so I pretend to be calm. Leprechaun. Braun replied without thinking. You can think of it as a human race of different colors. They are just as intelligent as wizards. In addition to them, there are many similar intelligent races in the wizarding world. The goblins at the 2 doorways seemed satisfied with his introduction. The unhappiness originally caused by Mrs. Granger's strange gaze also disappeared. Seeing that several people were ready to enter, he also helped push the door open. Walking through the gate, inside and outside are literally 2 worlds. Countless goblins are busy in the hall. Some are busy calculating accounts, while others are weighing and registering. Others push small carts to transport Kim Garen to other locations. Everyone was busy with their own business, and no one paid attention to Braun them. Some windows also have other wizards who conduct business here. It's hilarious. Hello, I'm Acorn, what's wrong with you? The one who spoke out was a younger leprechaun. At the moment, he was looking at Braun with a smile on his face. As for the Granger 3, he subconsciously ignored them. As a leprechaun, eyesight is the key. The dress on Braun's body and the respectful servant on the side clearly indicated that this man must be from pure blood. Such talents are Gringotts' big customers. My friend wants to exchange pounds for some galleons. Braun pointed to the Hermiones. The demon spirit whose name is Acorn remains unchanged. Lead them to the counter. There are still quite a few people here. Because school is about to start. Many Muggle parents came here to redeem galleons. Braun even saw Professor McGonagall leading the team. His body's instincts drove him to step forward and greet him. Hello, Professor McGonagall. Braun. Professor McGonagall looked a little surprised. Then he stroked Braun's head with pity. It's good that nothing happened to you. I heard about your parents. It's a pity. They are all senior doctors at St. Mungo's Hospital, and they would be killed by wandering werewolves. Saying that, Professor McGonagall sighed. Where is your grandmother, Mrs. Trelawney? Professor McGonagall looked around Braun and couldn't help but be surprised. My grandmother should have been believed. Probably haven't rushed back yet. You know, she lives in Godrico Valley. It's still quite far away. You came alone? It's dangerous, you know? Professor McGonagall's expression became serious. I brought a servant. Braun smiled and pointed at Cassandra. And I already have a wand, and I've learned some family magic. I have the ability to protect myself. It seems that he is afraid that the other party will not believe it. Braun also pulled out his wand and showed it. Cold shirt wood. Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment. Because Braun's wand is made of the same material as his own. Cold Shirtwood's wand is perfect for transfiguration. Although it is almost before the start of school. But you have to practice diligently. Magic is such that only a combination of talent and hard work can make you the greatest wizard. Professor McGonagall has a task of its own. After seeing that Braun was indeed safe, I won't say more. Seeing that the parents had changed galleon, he left Gringotts with them. Braun, who is she? And I feel like you're familiar with the wizarding world. See Professor McGonagall leave. Hermione couldn't help but lean over and ask. Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Braun said calmly. Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall. Oh, my god, is she the one writing to me? Hermione couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, the acceptance letter was indeed written by Professor McGonagall. As for why I am so familiar with the wizarding world, it is because my parents are wizards. See the Grangers and his wife both in line. Braun wasn't going to continue talking to Hermione either. He has other things to do. You guys wait for me here. I have to go to the vault below to withdraw some money in about half an hour. The Grangers naturally had no opinion. These goblins in front of them already made them a little scared. Who knows if they'll come across something weird when they go shopping. Wait for yourself, just wait. Besides, the line is so long, I don't know if half an hour is enough. I'll go with you. rolled his eyes. Hermione took Braun's hand. She was curious about everything in the wizarding world. Naturally, this opportunity will not be missed. Hermione. Mr. and Mrs. Granger shouted a little uneasily. Don't bother Braun. After all, this has only been known for more than half an hour. It's normal for them to have worries in their minds. Oh, okay. Hermione saw that her parents were a little angry, so she walked back very honestly. But he still kept winking at Braun, signaling the other party to take him with him. Braun couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Granger, if you don't worry, I can take Hermione around. As for security, Acorn is responsible. The goblin on the side also nodded knowingly. Mr. Braun Roll is our guest of honor at Gringotts and a pure-blood nobleman. We will protect his safety. Noble. The Grangers' gazes were a little puzzled. The look in Braun's eyes was also a little complicated. Nobility is very special in the hearts of the English. There is both disgust and longing. They are already middle class as dentists though. At the same time, it also has a good position. But compared to a nobleman, even the lowest baron is very different in status. Even Hermione had little stars in her eyes. Well, then please, Braun. Mr. Granger complicates. Then he looked at his daughter. Don't get Braun in trouble, Hermione. I know, Daddy. Hermione happily pulled Braun's arm, looking forward to where she was going next. Wait for me, Cassandra here. Yes, Master. Cassandra replied respectfully. This performance made the wizards around him more respectful. Follow behind Acorn. Braun and the two entered a spiral staircase through a small door. The stairs were not long, and the walls on both sides were lit with torches. The safe is a bit deep, we need to go down by minecart. With Acorn snapping his fingers. A minecart appeared in front of the two at great speed along the railroad tracks. Acorn was the first to sit in. The two of them did not hesitate to sit in. Don't look at the minecart and look bumpy. But there is a hole in the inside. There are two opposite seats, and they are very secure. With the start of the minecart, it was even said that it did not make the two feel the slightest bump. The minecart is specially modified, and the structure and seats inside were customized by the Broom Company, and the shock absorption technology developed by the Firebolt Company was also added. Ensure that guests are comfortable and can enjoy the scenery along the way. By the way, do you want tea? Acorn's hand did not know the fit, and a delicate silver teapot appeared. Before the two could refuse, 3 cups of tea floated in front of the three of them. Ceylon black tea, imported from the 3 countries. Braun took a sip, and his face showed surprise at the right time. Although he did not understand, he still received relevant education. It is worthy of 28 pure bloods. Acorn complimented. It seems to have forgotten that Braun is only a branch of the Roar family. What is 28 pure bloods? Hermione on the side finally couldn't help but ask. Acorn glanced at Braun, and after discovering that the other party did not mean to block, he also began to explain. 28 pure bloods refer to wizarding families whose 28 bloodlines are still pure. Among them, the Roar family, where Mr. Braun Roar belongs, is one of them. His ancestor, Mr. Damocles Roll, was the Minister of Magic. As if afraid that Hermione would not understand, Acorn also explained. The status of the Minister of Magic is equivalent to that of the Prime Minister of Muggle Society. Such an explanation made Hermione, who was still a little confused, couldn't help but exclaim. As the minecart goes deeper and deeper underground, the peculiar scenery in Acorn's mouth is finally beginning to appear. The stalactites hanging from the rock walls are illuminated by magic lamps. From time to time, patrolling magical creatures fly overhead. The wings degraded to the barely visible mouth of the fire dragon spat flames, making most of the cave red. In addition to these, you can also see the patrolling goblins. Patrol in front of various vaults with miners' lamps. And other wizards like Braun who went to get money. The Braun family's vault is not deep. The minecart only traveled for a short time before stopping. Get down from the minecart. You can see dozens of vaults arranged in large and small sizes. Number 117 is the serial number of the Braun family's vault. Hand the key to Acorn. After confirmation. Then I saw the other party tapping regularly on the door with his finger. What does this do? Hermione wondered. The unique magic of the goblins, the safety of Gringotts vaults is inseparable from their unique magic. See the skeletons on that vault? Braun pointed to a gate not far away. On it was lying a white bone in a black robe. Frightened Hermione into shrinking behind Braun. That's what happens to the thieves, they get glued to the door, then taken away by the patrolling goblins. It's just that this person looks a little unlucky, and may have happened to be at the time of the goblin's rest. So if you have money in the future, you can also rent a vault here. Braun explained to Hermione. At the same time, softly comfort so that the other person is less afraid. Acorn seemed very pleased with Braun's solicitation of customers for Gringotts. After opening the vault, he respectfully returned the key. Along with the vault was opened. The magic lamp inside also lit up. Although the Roll family is a pure-blood 28 family, but the wealth of the Braun family, as a branch, is not so exaggerated. Jinjialong and Zyke are just a small hill. This seems like a lot, but compared to Harry Potter's vault, which covers almost the entire vault, it is not worth mentioning. But the attraction in the vault is not the huge galleons of the hills. Instead, leaned against the books on the wall, which were carefully protected by magic covers. This is the greatest wealth left by the Roar family to Braun, knowledge. That's what Braun came here for. Wait for me, said to Hermione. Braun approached the bookshelf. He reached for the Ministry of Magic shield that glowed with a pale blue glow. Braun only felt a pain in his fingers. A drop of blood fell on the shield. Then Braun walked through it with ease. When I came to the bookshelf, I swept my gaze over the heavy tomes until I saw a pamphlet wrapped in black dragon skin and printed with gilded gold letters. That's what he's here for today. Carefully put it in your backpack. At the same time, a few other books were selected before leaving the shelf. And with Braun's departure, once again, the blue light mask was shrouded again. He grabbed Garen and stuffed it back into his pocket, and Braun left here. Mr. Braun roar, are you interested in considering trading those books? We at Gringotts also offer sales services. Acorn glanced at Braun's backpack with some reluctance. Sorry, this is no talk. Braun replied with a grin. How can something that can be so precious by the Luo family be an ordinary product? The other party just looks at his young age and wants to fool himself. That's a shame, Acorn said fakely. But in my heart, I regretted it very much. Those books can be said to be excellent. Some of them are very hungry even for the goblins, but of course they are not hungry for knowledge. The system is different, and they can't cultivate. The reason why I am hungry is because there are many wizards who have bought it at a high price. I thought that I could take advantage of the other party's youth, but now it seems that this child is not as good as it seems. Compared to when I went, the speed of coming back is obviously much faster. But even so, the minecart is still safe. It didn't take long for the three of them to come to the hall again. And at this moment, the Grangers have just finished redeeming Galleon. Let's go first, Braun said to Acorn. The other party bowed respectfully. Of course, Gringotts has always welcomed you. Just handed the bag to Cassandra on the side. Mrs. Granger's complaints were heard. This Gringotts is so pity that 500 pounds has only been exchanged for 100 gallons. And these gold coins turned out to be just alloys? This is nothing short of fraudulent. When she was in Gringotts just now, she wanted to say it, but because of those goblins, she put up with it. Braun also knew for the first time the exchange rate between the galleon and the pound. However, after hearing the other party's complaints, he also explained with a smile. Mrs. Granger, Garen, which is made of a magic alloy. Moreover, if the pound is to be exchanged for galleons, only students can do so. Seeing the other party's gaze was a little puzzled. Braun went on to explain. The pound sterling is of no use to us, because we can't use it for circulation. Gringotts only charges for exchanges because of Hogwarts students, and each student can only redeem a maximum of 200 galleons per year. But it's still a pit. Mrs. Granger muttered a few more words. However, after listening to Braun's explanation, I still felt a lot more comfortable. Where to go next? Buy a robe or a book first? Braun suggested. Let's buy books first. I want to take a look at the textbook first, Hermione said eagerly. What she saw in Gringotts just now really shocked her, and she couldn't wait to get in touch with that magical knowledge at this moment. Braun shrugged and led the three towards the Lycan bookstore. There are not many people in the store at the moment. However, it can still be crowded in a small bookstore. So apart from Braun and Hermione, the Grangers stayed outside with Cassandra. Here, Hermione? Braun waved back. Because Hogwarts textbooks don't change every year. Therefore, Lycan bookstore has long packed the teaching materials for new students. Hearing Braun's shout, Hermione also diverted her gaze from the various strange books. Just wanted to run over, but accidentally bumped into a teenager wearing a suit with a proud face. Knocked the other person to the ground. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Hermione quickly apologized. I wanted to help the other person up, but I was pushed away. Fuck off, Mudblood, don't touch me with your dirty hands, the boy said in disgust. Hermione couldn't help but be stunned. On the contrary, Braun on the side changed color after hearing the other party's name. Malfoy? Apologies to Hermione? Braun stepped forward and said with a gloomy face. Braun. Malfoy raised an eyebrow in surprise. Everyone is pure blood, and of course they have seen it at some banquets. It's just that there is no friendship. At this moment, seeing Braun defending a muggle wizard, his heart naturally began to be angry. Scoffed. You're friends with Mudbloods? I bet your uncle knows that he will scold you hard? Or did the death of your parents make you mentally abnormal? These words made Braun's expression even colder. Although he has not met his original parents, he has no feelings with them. But they also won't let others insult them? It wasn't yet possible for Malfoy to say anything more. Blood appeared in his eyes. Those eyes seemed to have magical powers, which made Malfoy, who had been sneering, look dull and finally frightened again. Let out a scream. Fishy urine flowed down the tube of his trousers, and he himself collapsed to the ground and fainted at this moment. Humph. A little lesson for you? Hope you can be honest in the future? Said coldly to the unconscious Malfoy Braun. This is a little use he figured out. Pull the other person into the fantasy realm, let the other person taste the fear, and mentally defeat the other person. Of course, he is not that ruthless. It was just a small lesson for Malfoy. Resting for a few more days after that will not affect the body at all. It was just that he had just turned around when he heard a roar. Then came a spell. Before he could see it, he was shot off the wall. Ignoring the pain in his body, he turned around. I saw that Lucius next to Malfoy was standing there indifferently at this moment. There was anger in his expression. How dare you? How dare you? Soul magic on my son? And Cassandra also rushed over with a greatly changed expression after hearing the movement here. Blocking Braun's body, he looked at Lucius with a grim expression. Braun, are you alright? Hermione helped Braun to his feet. His expression was full of worry. I'm okay, Braun said calmly. Just looking at Lucius's gaze became indifferent. In the scarlet eyes, the side slowly turned. He still has too little magic power now, and he is a bit at a loss to Lucius. But now is not the time to think so much. With Cassandra to help him fend off damage, plus this is Diagon Alley. The other party definitely did not dare to use those black magic. In comparison, his own advantages are not small. Fight it? Just wanted to activate the Sharingan. But I saw a witch with a grim expression walk between the two. Lucius? I don't think it's the right thing to do to a child who hasn't gone to school yet. Seeing the appearance of the woman, Lucius Malfoy, who was originally arrogant, also lowered his noble head at this moment. It seems very unwilling. Professor McGonagall, you have to ask that roar child first. He was the first to use soul magic on my son. Professor McGonagall turned and looked at Braun, just not waiting for Braun to speak. Hermione on the side hurriedly spoke. No, ma'am. It's because of me. That Malfoy called me a mudblood and Braun was angry. Also, he seems to have said about Braun's parents. Hermione spoke out methodically. And this also made Professor McGonagall's expression become angry. It's just that this anger is directed at Lucius. Mudblood? Lucius? You should understand what a vicious name this is. Is this what your Malfoy family calls nobility? Lucius's face looked a little ugly. But in my heart, I was a little unimpressed. But Professor McGonagall's next words made him completely panicked. And? Blatantly insulting the orphan of a healer who has been awarded the Order of Merlin 3rd degree? Is this what is called a pure-blood noble? It looks like I'm going to have a good chat with the director of St. Mungo's Hospital about this. See if they will accept such people to the hospital again in the future. At this moment, the wizards who were originally watching around also shouted with righteous indignation. The descendants of wizards who received the Order of Merlin were insulted. Even if the other party is a pure-blood family, it is inevitable that it will be talked about. What's more, many of the people present were half-blood or even muggle-born wizards. It seems that Hermione is just being scolded, but in fact, these people's hearts are also not comfortable. He didn't speak out just now because no one took the lead, and the reputation of the Malfoy family was too great for them to dare offend. But at the moment, Professor McGonagall is leading the way. Naturally, they will not let go of this opportunity to fall into the well. Professor McGonagall, my son didn't mean that. If he has anything inappropriate to say, I will wait for him to make amends to everyone. But Professor, the reason why I made a move was also because my son was hurt, Lucius said sympathetically. If before, he who claimed to be a pureblood, he would never have submitted to these inferior bloodline wizards. But now, times have changed. The fall of Voldemort made the lives of purebloods more and more difficult. Add to that his status as a former Death Eater. Naturally, you have to clamp your tail and be human. Seeing Lucius soften. Naturally, Professor McGonagall would not continue to say anything. The Malfoy family is still very strong, and they are the school trustees. If you really annoy the other party, you are not afraid, but Braun may be in danger. She turned her head to look at Braun again. It seemed to understand what Professor McGonagall meant. Before the other party could speak, Braun took the initiative to say, Professor, I just constructed a little illusion effect similar to Boggart. It can only make people see the things that are feared in their hearts. It won't take long for the other party to wake up. If you don't believe it, you can pour a basin of water on his face. When Lucius heard Braun's explanation, he naturally did not believe it. But he watched his son scream in pain. A simple illusion can cause so much damage to his son? Even wave your wand. A clear spring is like water. A stream of water gushed from the tip of his wand and flew towards Draco's face. I saw that the other party, who was still motionless, sat up with an agitated spirit. But the panic under his eyes did not disappear. Seeing his father, he pounced even more. Dad, there are dragons? And werewolves? They're going to eat me? Looking at his incoherent son, Lucius's face also became gloomy. Shut up, aren't you humiliated enough? See where this is? While scolding angrily, he did not forget to cast a calming spell on his son, which calmed Malfoy, who was still frightened, instantly. At the same time, he also knew that he had just entered the fantasy realm. Mr. Lucius, I'm not lying. Now that Malfoy is awake, I think it's time to talk about the fact that you just injured me with a spell. Seeing Professor McGonagall, Braun knew that he couldn't fight Lucius today. But this may as well be disgusting to the other party. Dad, it's Braun? He cast a spell on me? Shut up. Lucius scolded. Gloomy look at Braun. What do you want? Let Malfoy apologize to me and Hermione? And also, you just said to apologize to everyone. We all came to Lycan bookstore to buy books. Mr. Malfoy might as well pay for us. Lucius's face became even more gloomy. I paid for the book in full, although it was not much. But his money didn't come from the wind. Naturally, I don't want to give it away like that. But Braun pulled up all the wizards present this time. Even if you want to refuse, you can't say anything. I could only grit my teeth and swallow this bitter fruit. Good. I'm happy to pay for everyone. This represents our Malfoy's apologies. At least we won't be like some small doormen. Lucius scrambled. It's just that Braun didn't care about Lucius's words at all. You laugh at my small family, I laugh at your bad life. Don't look at the Malfoy family's current scenery, it will quickly fall lonely in a few years. By Draco's generation, it had long lost its influence. The pure-blood nobleman's set is no longer good. In the future, it will be the world of half-bloods and muggle wizards. How arrogant the Malfoy family is now, how miserable it will be in the future. Seeing Braun still that smile, Lucius's heart became even more angry. However, under Professor McGonagall's gaze, she did not dare to make any excessive moves. Apologize, Draco? Meeting his father's serious gaze, Malfoy finally reluctantly agreed. It just doesn't seem so sincere. Then let's go first, Professor. Lucius pulled out an ugly smile. Without waiting for Professor McGonagall's answer, he pulled his son Draco and left angrily. At this moment, Professor McGonagall also withdrew her gaze. Turning to Care, he walked over to Braun's side. Do you need to go to St. Mungo's? Braun shook his head. No need, Professor. I just fell a little. Lucius still has something to take care of. I wasn't hurt. Alas. Remember to say what you need. Also, in the future, less contact with those purebloods. They are not a good thing. Professor McGonagall continued to instruct. At the end, there is no intention of leaving. Instead, he followed Braun's side, apparently intending to send him home. Braun didn't know for a moment whether to cry or laugh. Goodbye, Hermione. Goodbye, Braun. In front of the Leaky Cauldron, the two say goodbye to each other. Watch the car slowly leave. Braun followed Professor McGonagall back to the bar. Professor, would you like 2 drinks? Old Tom couldn't help but ask. Professor McGonagall waved her hand. No need, I still have to send this kid back. Professor McGonagall pointed at Braun. It's noon now, let's eat before leaving. Hannah, prepare sandwiches and pumpkin juice for your professors and classmates. Got it, Grandpa, the back kitchen replied. It didn't take long to see a young girl about Braun's age carrying a wooden tray with 2 glasses of pumpkin juice and 2 sandwiches. Well, Tom, thank you, Professor McGonagall sighed. In the end, Tom's kindness was not brushed off. This also made old Tom smile even better. He pulled his granddaughter, introduced to Professor McGonagall. This is my granddaughter who is also entering this year. Seriously, I hope he gets into Gryffindor. But other colleges are not bad. That doesn't include Slytherin, of course. He sighed and stroked the little girl's hair with pity. All academies are the same, Tom, don't always be biased. Professor McGonagall persuaded lightly. Braun looked at the little girl in front of him with interest. The protagonist of the so-called ironclad Hannah Abbott. Seeing this little girl, Braun's heart was naturally a little curious. The other party's appearance is not stunning, but it looks very attractive. And it gives people a down-to-earth, hard-working feeling. No wonder Gryffindor Sword Saint Neville chose her as his wife. It seems that Braun, the bad boy, has been peeking at his granddaughter. Old Tom vigilantly pulled Hannah behind him and glared viciously at Braun. It seemed to signal him not to hit his granddaughter's idea. On the contrary, Hannah secretly glanced at Braun a little shyly. The sandwich was not big, and the two of them quickly ate it. Despite old Tom's objections, Professor McGonagall left 2 Seiko on the table and then left with Braun with the help of each other's fireplace. Professor, why don't we just phantom move? Leave from the communal fireplace? Braun couldn't help but ask. Compared to the more troublesome flow network, he still prefers phantom migration. Although that feeling is not very good. It was as if the whole person was squeezed into a rubber tube. Professor McGonagall flicked the dust on the green robe, pursed his lips. Frequent apparitions are not a good thing for young wizards, and it is said that this kind of magic affects the height of wizards. However, I think that the apparition migration may have an impact on the magic of young wizards. In contrast, flow is more suitable for young wizards. Braun nodded hurriedly. He didn't expect that phantom migration would have such a danger. No wonder I learned phantom migration in the 5th grade, or even after graduation. If it hadn't been for listening to Professor McGonagall's explanation, he really didn't know about it. It seems that you can still use it in the future. Braun thought to himself. Okay, let's go. This location should not be far from your home, right? Glancing at Cassandra, who was hanging from him, Professor McGonagall turned to Braun and asked. Yes, the professor arrived through the village. Braun nodded in reply. The 2 men followed the path through the mountain village from the other side. Because Professor McGonagall cast the spell ahead of time, it didn't attract the attention of the muggles working in the village. Professor, go in and have a cup of tea, it's really troublesome for you today. Standing outside the manor, Braun invited Professor McGonagall. No, Braun. Before the words were finished, a bang was heard. A woman wearing a dark brown cloak and a leather bag in her hand and a somewhat outdated century-old women's peak hat on her head. On the shoulder stands an aged crow. He was followed by a house elf with huge bat ears and eyes. Grandmother, Braun subconsciously shouted out. Professor McGonagall, who had originally drawn her wand on the side, also relaxed. Augustus, you startled me. The old woman laughed a few times. It seems that because of old age, the voice is a little sharp. McGonagall, you're still the same, nothing has changed. If I were to say, you really should have stayed at the Ministry of Magic, maybe now you have become a minister. Professor McGonagall ignored her. Pointed to Braun. I sent your grandson, there's been enough going on at Hogwarts lately. I don't have time to talk to you anymore and go first. With that, he disappeared here with a bang. The old woman pouted with some dissatisfaction. But he still hugged Braun kindly. It's just that the incense on her body and the alcohol asked made Braun a little uncomfortable. I told your parents a long time ago. Let them be careful, the stars have long foreshadowed that they will suffer a crisis. But your father always didn't listen to me? This guy, like your grandfather, was stunned by the soul magic of the roar family. Know that only astrology is the greatest magic in the wizarding world? While pulling Braun towards the manor, Grandmother Augustus Trelawney couldn't help but start instilling those ideas in him to Braun. Let Braun smile wryly. This grandmother of her is related to Sybil Trelawney, a professor of divination at Hogwarts. It's just that compared to Professor Sybil Trelawney, he will be a little bit but unreliable. His grandmother specialized in astrological divination and was a well-known named prophet throughout the continent. The profession of naming prophets is a relatively common profession for fortune tellers. It's just that as the blood of the prophet becomes less and less, most of the wizards who engage in this profession have become liars. But Braun's grandmother wasn't. She is a true prophet named with a heritage. Almost every day, wizards from ancient families travel to Godrico Valley to consult the names of their children. Wizarding parents would give their children a variety of names, some of which looked like Muggle names. However, pure-blood wizards with a lineage are different. They either have a family tradition in naming rules. Members of the Black family, for example, like to name their descendants with stars or constellations because they think it is in line with their ambition and dignity. Other parts of the wizarding community follow the old wizarding practice, consult a named prophet to predict the child's future and recommend a name that fits it. And Braun's grandmother would also take a large sum of galleons from this. Of course, this practice has become increasingly rare. After all, with the development of the times, wizards are also improving. However, Braun felt that this was more because ordinary wizards could not afford the expensive naming fee. This is not a small amount. Who let you in, you old woman? Braun had just entered the door when he heard his grandfather blowing his beard on the wall and glaring at his grandmother. But Grandmother Augustus was not a good person to mess with, and the two did not care about Braun's presence, so they scolded each other like no one. It wasn't until Braun's great-grandmother mediated that the two finally quieted down. Humph, what are you doing? Although he is only a portrait, he is still very unhappy with his wife's change of surname. Even if the ancestor of the other party was a famous great prophet. Visit my grandson? Also, do you want him to live in the Roar family's manor like this? He doesn't even have a house elf to take care of his life. Augustus looked at this home, where he had left for at least 10 years, and while reminiscing, he did not forget to belittle. It's just that this time Braun's grandfather portrait didn't say anything more, because the Roar family has indeed declined, and even has declined to the point that there are no more house elves, symbolic of pure blood. Only the still preserved house elf head on the wall still stubbornly remnants the family's former glory. Well, I'm not here to take Braun this time. I just threw a funeral for my dead ghost son. I told him a long time ago that Mars represents a disaster, and I said it a long time ago. Despite Augustus' serious expression. But Braun still detected the sadness in those brown eyes. It seems that my grandmother was not as calm as she appeared. Braun sighed slightly in his heart. However, this sadness of the other party soon became hidden again. Okay, that's the end of the reminiscence. Now, old fellow, tell me who will be invited to the funeral? The portrait snorted coldly. But he did not refute it, but said the names of some families who were related to the Luo-Er family. The list is not long. After all, Braun's family is only a branch of the Roar family. Still, Braun saw some familiar names. The Longbottoms, Weasleys, Ollivanders, Borks, and some wizarding families, large and small and famous wizards. It can be seen that it is only a branch vein. But making friends is still relatively broad. It basically touches on all aspects of the wizarding world. It also made Braun understand why these pure-blood families have been able to stand for so many years. Toby, help me draft the letter. I'm going to send out invitations to these families. Madame Augustus shouted at the house elf. Very respectfully and familiarly, the other party took parchment from the study and cut it to a suitable size. He recorded what Augustus had said, and put it in an envelope. And the raven who originally stood on Augustus' shoulder with the aging dragon bell. It was as if he had been ordered at the moment. The body turned young rapidly. It has more than doubled in size, like blowing up a balloon. The letter was caught by its claws. Then I saw the raven disappear out the window. This image really shocked Braun. He swallowed. Grandmother, shouldn't we use owls? You know, owls are the most commonly used messengers, aren't they? Owl. The other party was stunned for a moment. Those little ones are so fragile. By the way, you don't have a pet yet. I have an old friend who will come over in a few days for the funeral, and I will help you get one from him when the time comes. Without waiting for Braun to retort, Augustus thus set up Braun. The following week, Braun lived very calmly. The arrival of the grandmother. His heart finally relaxed a lot. No more fear like when you just fled the wolf's den a few days ago. And the soul magic that Braun signed in is also steadily improving. Ding! Sign in successfully, Raoul family soul magic, 90/100. Look at the progress that has reached 90. Braun felt very satisfied. He only needed to sign in again tomorrow to be able to fully learn the soul magic of the Roar family. Originally, according to the schedule, it was not so fast. However, Braun was not idle during this time. The books he brought from Gringotts became something he had to learn every day. He even fights against the house elf named Toby every day. It made his learning speed of soul magic more and more profound. This has also contributed to an increase in proficiency. Breathlessly opened his eyes. Braun did not get up, but gently waved his wand and shouted, I'm going to get up. Then the bed under him slowly lifted Braun as if he had been cast a transfiguration. The quilt on the bed was full of life, and he picked up Braun's clothes and put them on. Beautiful music came from the gramophone in the corner, and the mirror walked up to Braun even more flatteringly. "Oh, my dear master, your heroism has mesmerized me every time. Seeing you every morning is Merlin's gift to me, is. Listen to the mirror that still smells like this for a few days before praising yourself." Braun felt very comfortable in his heart. This is all a transformation made by himself through soul magic during this time. Whether it is the bed under you, the mirror in front of you, or the gramophone in the corner of the wall, they are all activated objects that have been exerted with soul magic. In order to ensure that these things can be full of spirit, he also specially bought the soul essence of more than a dozen goblins for experiments. This barely succeeded in 3. This shows how low the success rate is. Knock knock. Little young master, the master asked me to order you to make breakfast. We will eat as soon as possible to welcome the wizards who come to the memorial service. I know. Listening to the somewhat hoarse voice outside, Braun replied. It was Toby, Braun's grandmother's house elf. As for Cassat, he has been ruthlessly driven outside to repair the garden or weed. In the opinion of grandmother Braun, a werewolf staying in the castle will only make the castle dirty. This is a defilement of pure blood. Braun naturally would not refute this stubborn old woman. What's more, compared to Toby, Cassat's meals are indeed difficult to eat. If only I could have a house elf of my own? Braun secretly sighed in his heart. I don't know when my uncle will be able to bring the house elves over. Mari got dressed. Braun went downstairs without hurry. At the table, her grandmother is watching the Daily Prophet while sipping black tea. Good morning, grandmother. Good morning, boy. Madame Augustus nodded at Braun. Braun was about to fill his empty stomach with bacon and omelette in front of him. Grandmother spoke up again. Remember to hang your parents' portraits later, just below your grandfather. Following his grandmother's finger, Braun looked at the 2 portraits on the table. This was prepared the other day, drawn by a magic painter based on a picture of Braun's parents. At the same time, the memories of parents in Braun's mind were added. Of course, this is still far from those magic paintings that are infused with memories and magic by wizards before they die. At least, it won't be as smart as a portrait of his grandfather. Look at the man and woman in the portrait looking tenderly at themselves. Braun's eyes unconsciously moistened slightly. He can still feel the attachment of his original body to his parents. Finish breakfast. Braun hung up his parents' portraits. Then he followed his grandmother to the gate of the castle and waited. The weather today is not very good. The sky was overcast, the clouds were thick, and thunder could be faintly heard. It looks like it's supposed to be raining. But no one is unaccustomed to this. There are not many sunny days in the wet British Isles. Rainy weather is the main theme here. It was almost 10 o'clock. Finally, wizards in black robes walked towards the manor. The number of people who came was very high. It's about 1 meter 9. When he got closer, Braun realized that it was originally a woman's broad-brimmed hat with a vulture specimen on it. She was followed by a chubby little boy. He just looked cowering. He seems to be very introverted. Longbottom? That is Neville? Braun thought to himself. No way, it's Neville's grandmother, Mrs. Longbottom, whose hat is too eye-catching. It can be said that Braun has never seen the same in the entire wizarding world. Augusta, there you are? Braun's grandmother beside him greeted him warmly. It seems to be very familiar with each other. The other party also warmly hugged Braun's grandmother. Comforted. Don't worry too much about Augustus. Death is just a new journey for wizards? Braun's grandmother nodded. Calm said. I understand. As an astrologer, I have long looked down on life and death. By the way, this is your grandson. Braun's grandmother schemed the topic and asked Neville, who was hiding behind Mrs. Longbottom. Mrs. Longbottom, who had just been quite kind, instantly became stern at the mention of her grandson. Come Neville, I taught you to be courageous as a man. Don't be as shy as a girl. Hearing his grandmother's words, Neville walked out with some fear. Hello, I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Neville stammered in greeting. But in order to make my grandmother happy, I still tried my best to pretend to be brave. Mrs. Longbottom sighed and stroked Neville's head with some pity. This kid has become what he is since I cast the oblivion spell on him. I still remember what a lovely child he used to be. Speaking with Lady Longbottom's tone tinged with heartache. Braun's grandmother sighed as well. Of course, she also knew what happened to the Longbottom family back then. The wife and son were tortured into psychosis. The grandson was also strongly stimulated by witnessing the murder of his parents. As a last resort, Mrs. Longbottom personally erased his memory. This is my grandson, Braun Roll. I think they should have common topics with each other as peers. Braun stepped forward and saluted the other party with great grace. Hello, Mrs. Longbottom, I'm Braun Roar. Hello to you. Mrs. Longbottom smiled, pushed Neville next to him and motioned for him to play with Braun. Braun also showed a kind smile. He is still very sympathetic to Neville's experience. Lost his parents at a young age and raised by his grandmother. And it is often considered a squib by people in the family. At school, he was often bullied by Malfoy and harassed by Snape. But even so, the other party can still smile and face life and strive to grow into a mature wizard. He was not afraid to stand up in the final wizard battle. If it weren't for Rowling's book called Harry Potter, he would even have thought Neville was the protagonist. Hello, Braun? Neville said stumblingly. However, He seemed to have sensed Braun's kindness, and he didn't seem to be as restrained as he was just now. Braun also shook hands with the other party, seeing that the two get along well. Both Mrs. Longbottom and Braun's grandmother seemed very satisfied. Go Braun, Lady Longaiden will be here to accompany me, you go and take Neville around. With the permission of the grandmother, Braun also took Neville into the manor. Let's go over there in the garden. Braun pointed to a field full of flowers. Neville readily agreed. Braun, do you usually have any hobbies? Neville plucked up the courage to ask. It seems that he wants to find some common ground with this new acquaintance. Hobbies? Braun was stunned for a moment. It seems that he really doesn't have any hobbies. Instead, the original body prefers to play wizard chess. After hesitating, Braun replied, wizard chess. Which are you? I actually love plants. A wide variety of plants, they are nice and quiet. Talking about what he liked, Neville gushed endlessly. You can see it. He really likes plants. Some plant names Braun hadn't even heard of. But Neville was able to tell the story of where they came from and what they were like. Compared with the shy wooden just now, it is simply a judgment between the two. My uncle Algie is a magical botanist. He gave me a lot of plants. But most of them are very ordinary kinds. He said he would give me those magical plants when I could take care of them. Neville's tone was tinged with regret and excitement. This also made Braun understand why the other party ended up being the professor of herbology at Hogwarts. You're awesome, Neville. Braun couldn't help but praise. Trust me, you will definitely become a great wizard in the future. Braun gave Neville the words he had learned from Ollivander. He felt that the other party just lacked some confidence, and at the same time he may have some inferiority in his heart. His own words do not expect to make the other person change immediately, but at least it can give the other party a little confidence. Really? Neville muttered, with longing in his eyes. After hesitating, Neville couldn't help but ask, Braun, are you sad? Looking at Braun's puzzled gaze, Neville's tone also sank. Both of my parents were patients at St. Mungo's Hospital and they suffered from the Death Eaters for mental problems. Although my grandmother didn't tell me, I knew all about it. Whenever I see other people having their own parents, I feel envious. Because I knew that my parents would never hold me as affectionately as their parents did. Make me something to eat, or if I coquettish, I can buy me toys. Looking at Neville, who was silent, Braun couldn't help but pat the other man's shoulder. He didn't expect Neville to tell him about this experience. You know, if this matter is not broken by Harry and them later. Neville never said that. Today, I may also feel that I have lost my parents. It feels like two people have the same experience. Of course, they are much better now than before. Neville suddenly smiled again. He carefully took out a small iron box from his pocket. Inside it are sheets of colorful folded and flat sugar paper. This was given to me by my mother. I could feel that she was close to me. I believe that one day they will all remember me. Braun's parents' funerals didn't last long. Or that funerals are nothing more than a form of practice for wizards. Wizards do not fear death, as Neville's grandmother said. Death is nothing more than a new journey for wizards. The meaning of the funeral is more to tell the wizarding world about it. At the same time, it is also to let the friendly family know Braun. Meet the new head of the Roar family. Toby, you're going to take this. DOM. Braun added to his grandmother. Yes, this DOM go get acquainted with the manor. Hear the master's orders. Toby bowed respectfully, pulling the young house elf who looked a little scared beside him out of here. It seems that Dolphin's big man is still of some use. I didn't expect to be able to find a young house elf. Braun's grandmother snorted coldly as she looked at DOM who left. It doesn't seem to have a good impression of Dorvain. Braun didn't say a word, just showed a smile just in time. This house elf was sent by his uncle Dorfin. To be honest, Braun was no longer hopeful, and did not think that the other party actually got a house elf. And it's still that kind of juvenile. House elves are loyal only if they are raised from an early age. Toby will teach him well for you. It can be seen that Dorfin is indeed intentional. Female house elves are rare, and after cultivation, they are enough to breed an entire family. And the lifespan is long enough to serve generations. Braun's grandmother began to tell Braun about how to raise house elves and the means of control. This is Braun's regular class every night. Almost every day, my grandmother told her about the wizarding world and his personal life experience. Don't look at Braun's grandmother always looks indifferent to the Roar family, but some behaviors can still show her love for every grass and tree in the manor. Do you have any thoughts about the little girl who came today? Little girl. Braun, who was immersed in all kinds of knowledge about how to manage house elves, was suddenly confused by his grandmother's inquiry. Did not understand what the other party meant. I mean that little girl from the Weasleys. Madame Augustus repeated again. This made Braun a little crying. I'm only 11, and it looks like the other party hasn't gone to school yet. He really didn't understand why his grandmother would ask such a question. Is it a marriage? But the reputation of the Weasley family as pure-blood traders is not very good. Although many people did not say anything at the funeral today, there are still some noses that are not noses and eyes that are not eyes for the Weasleys. Add to that the poverty of their family. It makes some purebloods look down on it even more. Only those who are rich and powerful can gain the respect of others. The same is true of the wizarding world. So what? Madame Augustus complained. Could it be that you want to learn from those pure-blood descendants and not marry and die alone? Not married? No way. The Luo family can't just be gone. On the wall, Braun's grandfather, who had never made a sound, also shouted at this time. The mouth was sealed by a spell from Madame Augustus. Be quiet, old stuff. His former husband Augustus apparently did not have this patience with Braun. So Braun's grandfather could only express his dissatisfaction by widening his eyes. Seeing no, even your grandfather is worried about the inheritance of the family. You have to know that wizarding is inherently difficult to breed. Magic brings us great power and life, and at the same time makes it much more difficult for us to reproduce offspring than ordinary people. But the Weasleys were different. They are so capable of giving birth. Strong reproductive capacity allows their offspring to prosper. Regardless of their reputation, there is simply no one in the wizarding world who is not envious of their ability to reproduce. After marrying the girl of the Weasley family, the Lowell family will definitely not need to worry about inheritance in the future. Listening to his grandmother's explanation, Braun was a little stunned. But after thinking about it, Ginny married Harry and had 3 children. His expression couldn't help but become strange. It seems that the Weasley family is indeed able to give birth, and it's not an ordinary birth. But if he was to sacrifice for the sake of his family, he would definitely not be willing to do so. Before the beginning of a good life, he first found himself a fiancé. Such days are unacceptable to individuals. Braun did not speak. Grandmother Augustus looked a little dissatisfied. But she also understands that excessive coercion only invites resentment. So I didn't continue to talk about it, but turned to other topics. I told Neville's grandmother that you need a pet. Almost tomorrow morning, she'll come over and take you and Neville to choose a pet. Remember to be smart when the time comes, and also, follow your heart. Seeing that his grandmother's expression was a little serious, Braun also agreed seriously. I also began to have some expectations in my heart. After all, he was very hungry for his grandmother's changeable raven. It's just that even in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, he doesn't seem to find a similar creature. Ding! The Roar family estate was successfully checked in. Get rewarded, Roar family soul magic, 100/100. The Roar family check-in officially ended. Ask the host to select a new check-in location as soon as possible. With the fall of electronic sounds, Braun only felt that his understanding of soul magic suddenly had many new insights. It's just that this state did not last long and quietly dissipated. It gave Braun a sense of stunnedness. He actually had doubts in his heart, but the system has apparently announced the results. The inheritance of the Loer family, soul magic has reached the apex of what it can reach. It feels stronger than my parents have mastered, but it's not too strong. But, for the soul trauma of Neville's parents, I feel as if I can try it. Braun muttered in his bedroom. Let the various revitalized items in the bedroom dress and tidy up. The full soul magic effect is obvious. Even if there are no living spirits as controls, it is still possible to activate the surrounding inanimate beings under the influence of Braun's magic. Of course, this is also a huge drain on mana. Master, are you free now? Some trembling voices knocked on the door. Braun pushed open the door just in time to see Dom standing outside. The look was respectful and fearful. Braun didn't feel anything about it. Naturally, he would not go crazy and go to racial equality like Hermione, and house elves would also have human rights and other behaviors. That's just a dream. That is, Hermione was young at the time and was only promoting it in school. There was no impact. If an adult wizard openly announces this concept, he may even be taken away by the Ministry of Magic and sent to Azkaban to sober up. Let him understand which side his ass is sitting on. You must know that it took a lot of effort for wizards to defeat the house elves and make them their slaves. Among them, countless wizards died for it. Now to untie these creatures, what is this doing? This is the enemy of the mainstream of the entire wizarding society. If nothing else, even the Weasley's family, which had a soft spot for muggles and didn't take pure blood seriously, wouldn't dare to say such things to free house elves. Braun does not betray an entire class by asking for his own hardships. Following Dom, Braun came downstairs. At the moment, Neville and Mrs. Longbottom did not know when it had arrived. Neville sat down at the dining table solemnly. Mrs. Longbottom, on the other hand, sipped black tea and chatted with Braun's grandmother. Say hello to Neville. The two of them gathered together for breakfast, and the two old women were still talking in low voices. Have you heard? Things to do in Romanian forests? He'll definitely be back. It's a matter of time. The stars have given us revelations long ago, and the boy who couldn't die, it's time for him to enroll this year too. That kid, I remember him, his grandfather used to ask me to help name it, but his parents didn't seem to believe it. Listening to the conversation between the two old women, Braun concentrated on breakfast. It can be seen that Mrs. Longbottom has a good relationship with her grandmother. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been invited over early in the morning. And what Braun didn't expect was that the conversation between the two people actually talked about Voldemort's location. Could it be that Voldemort is well known in Romania? Before he could think about it, Neville on the side came over. Braun, show you this. Neville carefully pulled a round ball out of his pocket. Memory ball. Braun took it curiously. This is a transparent glass ball. When you touch it with your palm, you can feel the extremely subtle magic circuit above. Other than that, it doesn't seem to be any different from ordinary glass balls. Yes, my grandmother gave it to me and supposedly helped me remember things I forgot. My memory has never been very good. Braun handed the memory ball back. Neville took it and showed Braun how to use it. You just have to put the magic in it and it can feel that you've forgotten something. Then the color will be Neville, it's turning red. Braun reminded. Neville was also stunned for a moment. Yes, that means I forgot something. Neville said a little sluggishly. Then he reacted and began to meditate again. I also forgot what exactly I forgot. Braun, do you know what I forgot? Looking at the stunned Neville, Braun was speechless. Big brother, you yourself forgot what you don't know. How do I know? However, he still looked at Neville very complicated. Only then did he find that the wand bag on the other party's waist seemed to be empty. You forgot to bring your wand. Wand. Neville scratched his head. After touching his wand bag, he suddenly realized. Yes, I seem to have forgotten my wand at home. And as he remembered, the color of the memory ball in his hand also changed from red to transparent. It was about 10 o'clock. Accompanied by the sound of a clock on the wall, the two old women, who were talking happily, finally got up. Let's go, Braun, it's almost time. Yes, Mrs. Longbottom. Braun, who was playing wizard chess with Neville, quickly got up and answered. Neville also hurriedly stood up. Look at the unhumble Braun and then look at his grandson. Mrs. Longbottom couldn't help but sigh. Then let's go Augustus first. Braun's grandmother nodded. A smile appeared. He seemed very comfortable handing over his grandson to the other party. Alice Swamp. Braun pronounced the name after Neville. Then he waved at his grandmother. Into the green flames. It's still the same not so good ride as the last one. It's just compared to the last one. Maybe it's the strength of the soul power, or maybe the soul magic has reached completion. Braun's closed eyes were able to open, and the strange scene in front of him also made him feel deeply shocked. An extremely transparent halo appeared outside his body. Protect your body from being torn apart by the furious magic around you, and flying at speeds beyond Braun's imagination. Look around, in the blue passage. Twisted doorways appeared in front of Braun's eyes. These doors are sometimes closed and sometimes unfolded. At the same time, a wizard walked in through the door. It's just that after they come in, they will close their eyes as they did just now. It's as if I'm asleep. They move rapidly along their different tracks. Dense but orderly. These are flow. Braun thought to himself. Although flow is widely used in the wizarding world, but there shouldn't be much that can really be portrayed by Braun. No one knows what happened when they entered the flames. It was just a moment of sensation that the body appeared in another place. And at this moment, the secret of this is being displayed to Braun. The wizard's own curiosity about knowledge forced him to want to experiment. But reason suppressed his curiosity. Who knows what will happen if they fall into it now? He didn't want to die young. So Braun, after a brief curiosity, began to appreciate the unpredictable changes and colorful changes in the passage. The only thing that made Braun a little unhappy was that the trip seemed a little boring. Obviously, just close your eyes and arrive, a short momentary feeling. But when I opened my eyes at this moment, it became a long journey. And creatures in this. Look at the worm-like creatures clinging to the surrounding tunnels. Braun's eyes widened. He couldn't imagine that he could still encounter such a strange creature in the Flu network. They seem to have no entity, but various organs can be seen in the transparent body. It's particularly weird. If it weren't for squirming from time to time, Braun wouldn't even have imagined that these creatures were alive. Slippery. Just. Braun watched as several of these worm creatures climbed up outside the wizard's shield not far from him. Then various noisy, human-like voices emanated from their bodies. But the man in the shield seemed unaware. Disappeared into an illusory door. And those worms were also burned out in the green flames. It seems that such creatures are not able to appear in the material world. So these things are harmless. Braun thought to himself. At the same time, I also understood where the noisy human voices came from when I used to ride the Flu network. It should be these bugs that climb on the shield. That's what I thought. Several worms that had been attached to the wall of the passage suddenly jumped outside Braun's shield. Braun was startled and couldn't help but observe curiously. It's different from what I observed from a distance. These worms really seem to be crystal transparent. And there is not even such a thing as mouth parts. If it weren't for that constantly beating gut. Braun even thinks that these things are not living creatures. Just when he wanted to take a closer look, these insects, which originally seemed to be dead, seemed to have discovered something. The organs beat faster, and at the same time there was a cry of obvious joy. Then the motionless bugs in those passages seemed to get a signal. One by one, they jumped onto Braun's shield. And those worms that were originally attached to the protective shields of other wizards also couldn't wait to pounce. It was as if Braun at the moment was like a delicious piece of fat to them. Even falling into the door below and being burned clean by the flames cannot stop the madness of these worms. Look at the densely packed bugs outside the shield. Braun only felt his scalp tingle, and what scared him even more was that these bugs seemed to be eating away at his shield. Slippery. Just. Slippery. Just. Accompanied by noisy human voices, the protective shield also vibrates. And Braun is not feeling well at the moment. He felt as if his brain had exploded. It was as if an electric drill had penetrated deep into his brain, stirring his own brain pulp inside. It doesn't get much worse than this. Blood-colored eyes opened. But the invincible Sharingan can't do anything about these bugs. I wanted to take out my wand, but I found that I couldn't even move at the moment. Not to mention a wand. Just when he finally fell into despair, an electronic sound gave him hope again. Ding! Special check-in location detected. Space-time tunnel. Do you check in? Sign in. Despite the severe headache, Braun endured the pain and chose to confirm. because he knew it was his last hope. Sign in successfully? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the time shuttle scroll. Not yet, the system is finished. Braun hurriedly chose to use it. Then a scroll with blue eyes slowly appeared in front of Braun. A blue glow enveloped Braun. In the split second after these worms finally shattered the shield, the blue light wrapped around Braun's body disappeared at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Only the angry roar of the worms remained in place. Bang! A muffled sound, accompanied by cries of pain. Braun slowly opened his eyes. Only then did I find myself lying on a swamp. Not far away, a particularly quaint wooden house came into Braun's eyes. Looks like I'm supposed to be safe now. Braun stood up trembling. It took a long time to hold on to the trees on both sides before finally reassuring. But the pain still came from my head for a while. It seems that those worms are indeed terrifying. If it is not a check-in, the system detects that a special location is checked in. And if you draw the teleportation scroll at the right time, Braun's little life may be accounted for there. It was relieved in place for a while. Braun was free to check out his check-in rewards, because the system is interrupted by itself. So he didn't know what else he had given himself. It wasn't until he opened the system backpack that he saw the reward. Void creatures in detail. Look at books made from unknown hides. Braun chose to use it suspiciously. Then a thin pamphlet appeared in Braun's hand. The book cover looked a little cold, and as Braun opened the book, the portrait inside also caught his attention. That was the culprit who Braun had just almost died. Void worm, a conceptual creature that lives in the void passage. The creature has no entity, but can trigger a mental attack through the resonance of the body. Note, this creature has a great hatred for flesh and blood creatures and has been trying to steal the flesh of creatures from the material world. Remember not to observe them while they are conscious. Hazard level, X. This creature is usually not deployed on a large scale and is less dangerous than being able to survive alone in the material plane. Look at the introduction in the books. Braun smiled wryly. He now knew why there were 2 or 3 worms on the other wizards' shields, and a dense patch will appear on their protective shield. It was because of their consciousness at that time that they were attracted to them. This made him almost the first unlucky wizard of the 20th century to die in the Fleu network. Maybe it may also become a counterexample of word of mouth like the stupid Bonaparte who taught trolls to dance. Sure enough, the wizarding world is not so beautiful. The slightest mistake can throw away a small life. Braun secretly sighed and did not look at it again, but took the book in his hand back into the system backpack again. At the same time, the pride in my heart because of the acquisition of the system also disappeared without a trace. This time the system can save itself, so next time, next time, you always have to find a way to improve yourself, rather than simply relying on the reward of the system. Pick up a wooden stick on the ground and use it as a crutch. Braun staggered towards the wooden house not far away. He wasn't that familiar with the outside. I don't know where I have been. The best way to really figure it out is to find a family and ask. If it's a muggle, control the other party and let the other person send him back to Dunlun. Go back with the help of the Leaky Cauldron. As for the wizard, Braun was not afraid at all, although he is mentally damaged at the moment. But the magic is not consumed at all. With the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan eye plus his own soul magic, at least self-preservation is not a problem. Before Braun approached the cabin, an old man with grey hair and a left eye replaced by a magical prosthetic eye came out wearing wizarding robes but with a somewhat kind appearance. It's just that this did not make Braun happy, but secretly became vigilant. The last thing he wanted happened. There lives a wizard in this wooden house. Young man, are you lost? Look at each other's amiable looks. Braun didn't relax in the slightest. Instead, he became nervous. Don't look at each other as amiable. But who knows if the other party is a dark wizard? If he relaxes the other party and gives him a soul-snatching curse, won't he be cool? So Braun took 2 steps back vigilantly. The wand was held tightly in his hand. As long as the other party makes a slight move, he will let the other party taste the power of soul magic. The old man also noticed Braun's nervousness, but he didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he looked at the wand in Braun's hand in amazement. You're a wizard? Oh my god, that's weird enough. I can even meet other wizards here? You know, it's not just wizards who wear robes in England. Some regular muggles also wear robes. It is even said that some muggle schools have robes in their autumn and winter uniforms. I thought that the child in front of me was a muggle, who could have thought that it was a wizard. This makes the old man feel even more interesting. Just haven't waited for him to say anything. The noise in the distance caught his attention. Algie, Augusta is coming. Also, a little boy who came with her got lost in Fleu. Go and help find it. Remember to bring your monkey who is good at tracking? He must have mispronounced the word, and it was no surprise that it was in a few public fireplaces nearby. Some noisy old female voices caught Braun's attention. And what surprised him even more were the 2 people behind the old witch. Mrs. Longbottom, and Neville. Braun. Neville ran over in surprise. Mrs. Longbottom also raised her eyebrows in surprise, as if she had not expected to see Braun here. Braun, where have you been? Grandma and I didn't see you in the fireplace, and thought you mispronounced the spell and lost it. Braun smiled awkwardly. Although he knew that he was not lost, he did not dare to explain everything he saw in Fleu, so he could only acquiesce to Neville's words. Looking at Mrs. Longbottom's eyes that seemed to penetrate people's hearts, Braun had intended to tell the improvised story. But he found that the other party did not ask his meaning. Mental energy is severely depleted, but the euphoria will make you feel a little more comfortable. Reclining on the sofa, Neville's uncle Algy handed Braun a transparent potion bottle containing a silver-white potion. Braun did not refuse. After drinking it, I can indeed feel that the pain in my mind has eased a lot. At the same time, a kind of unexplained happiness made Braun can't help but smile. He knew it was the effect of the potion. Algy's wooden house may not look big, but the space inside is not the same thing as the outside. The wooden house was cast with a traceless telescopic spell. A wooden house with a small appearance. It was like a luxury villa inside. It has a distinctly 19th century Victorian style of tables, chairs, and lamps. A decorative wall engraved with pearl shells. Of course, the most striking thing in the villa is the variety of plants. Magical plants such as devil's net, white fresh, and psychedelic mushrooms are placed in different areas, protected by the characteristic alchemical glass. It's like a botanical garden or a greenhouse. Are you here to choose a pet? Neville is indeed of school age, Algernon said with his chin clenched. His wife Annie Longbottom on the side intimately delivered fruits to everyone. It looks very enthusiastic. Braun, try this. The fruit of the Elliot tree tastes very good. Braun looked at the striped fruit that Neville handed over. I always feel that this thing looks similar to the devil fruit. I took a tentative bite but found it unexpectedly delicious. Perhaps the only flaw was that after eating the fruit, Braun couldn't stop laughing. It lasted 2 or 3 minutes before it ended. The leaves of the Elliot tree can make laughter potions. Although the fruit does not have such a great effect, it may still make people laugh. Of course, that's really interesting, isn't it? Looking at Braun's somewhat frightened expression, Algy also gulped one, and hearty laughter echoed in the living room again. Braun rested for more than half an hour, and his headache finally eased a lot. At least you don't have to lean back on the couch all the time. He patiently wandered around the hall, looking at the plants in the glass cover and couldn't help but be curious. Don't look at your original identity as a pureblood, but there is not much exposure to these amazing plants. After all, except for potions masters, ordinary wizards still rarely touch these things. When you get sick, most of them buy some potion materials at the pharmacy to prepare them yourself, or buy finished potions. Of course, if you are too sick, you have to consider St. Mungo's Hospital. There are still very few wizards who actually grow magical plants themselves. Because if you are not careful, you may put your own life on the line. It's like Professor McGonagall's husband, Elphinstone, who was stabbed by a poisonous needle planting poisonous tentacles at home and died of poison. You must know that he is a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic, and his strength must be needless to say. Such a powerful wizard died because of this, let alone ordinary wizards. Every year, there are many deaths or serious injuries due to the wrong cultivation of magical plants. Would you like to go inside and take a look? Seeing that Braun was very interested, Algy couldn't help but invite. It seems that there is great kindness towards Braun. Braun hesitated but nodded in agreement. If it's not troublesome, of course. Along with Neville, the two men followed Algy into these glass greenhouses. Just like Braun imagined, this greenhouse has also been subjected to a traceless telescopic spell. Here is my masterpiece. Pointing to the plant in front of him, Algy said proudly. The whole greenhouse, except for those alchemy-related aspects. The rest of the places were made by myself. Traceless telescopic spells, thermostatic spells, and transformation spells like clear springs like water. Even the plants in the greenhouse were dug up by me from all over the world. Listen to Algy's narration. Braun's expression was also filled with admiration. If nothing else, the spells that Algy said alone are not a small project. Not to mention the plants in the greenhouse in front of you. Follow behind Algy. Braun and Neville listened to each other bragging about their adventures. Of course, in Braun's view, most of them are exaggerated. For example, Algy said that he once traveled to Norway, where he turned 3 Norwegian ridgeback dragons with a wand. Braun thought that with Algy's small size, maybe a Norwegian ridgeback dragon would be enough for him. But Neville listened with relish. There was even a look of adoration in his eyes. It seems that he was confused by Algy. Had lunch. The two were taken by Algy to the second floor of the villa. Compared to the living room on the ground floor, this is no longer a paradise for plants. Instead, it became a paradise for animals. Owls, toads, ravens, snakes. A wide variety of pets are divided into different areas. Braun even mistakenly thought he had come to the pet store in Diagon Alley. The animals here are all of magical creature blood. And the blood is stable, which is different from the road goods outside. Scratched the chin of the cat that circled around his feet. Algy said proudly. See what pets you like, you can choose for yourself. Without hesitation, Braun walked towards the wooden shelves where ravens were standing. Compared with the owl, this kind of big guy is more in line with his aesthetics. As if sensing Braun's arrival, these ravens, who were still lazy, opened their eyes one by one. He looked at the wizard cub in front of him with interest. Raven's IQ is already high, almost equivalent to the level of an average human at 7 years old. Not to mention that these ravens are still hybridized with magical creatures. The advantage in bloodline will make their wisdom even more outstanding. At least normal ravens wouldn't look at Braun like they do now. Taking the pork slice that Algy had just given him, he poured it into the bowl of these ravens, and then Braun showed a kind smile. I want to pick a pet. Is anyone willing to come with me? The ravens quacked, as if discussing something. At the same time, he did not forget to eat the food sent by Braun. It seems that he is still very satisfied with Braun's attitude. And as these pork breasts ate, these big black birds seemed to have discussed the results. A slightly smaller raven flickered its wings. Braun only felt his shoulders sink. The raven was already standing on Braun's shoulder. He was curious to grab Braun's hair with his own paws. It seems that he wants to build a nest here. It's just that Braun doesn't care about this, but is a little excited. This is the first time in his 2 lives that he has kept this animal as a pet. With excitement, Braun stroked the raven on his shoulder and gave it a very nice name. All right, Tom, you'll be called that from now on, Braun said to the raven in front of him with excitement on his face. Of course, he was greeted with disgust on his face. Although he is a raven, he also knows that the name Tom is simply rotten in England. It's a level with Zhong-san, Li, For, Wang, or Meize, Goyu, Kuwa, and Fat Ya. Braun only dismissed as not seeing its opposition. Gladly think that the raven's name is Tom? Selected intact pet. Braun did not continue to stay here. Instead, he walked towards Algie, who was surrounded by a group of cats. Neville, is your pet a toad? Braun asked in amazement. Originally, he thought that with such a good opportunity, Neville would never choose a toad as a pet like he did before. But I didn't expect that. He chose anyway. My grandmother said that toads can help me learn potions. Looking at the golden-backed toad staring at the double-dead fish eyes, a look of I'm a waste. Braun could only pray for Neville's potions to go well. Of course, this is unlikely. Picked so quickly. Algie stood up in surprise. Looking at the toad-raven combination in front of him, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The bloodline of the invisible leopard. I can only say, child, you have to pay attention in the future. This toad loves to play hide-and-seek with people. Neville nodded quickly. The toad in his hand gripped tighter. And when he saw the raven on Braun's shoulder, there was a little reluctance in his eyes. It seems that you picked a good pet. The mother of this raven is a red bird. Of course, she also has another name called powder raven. It is a rare creature that is on the verge of extinction. Feathers are sticky and contain a lot of explosive elements, which will explode when hit hard or burned. In addition, the powder crow temporarily increases in size after inhaling the smoke from the explosion. Of course, as a half-breed, it may not be as strong as its mother. However, the explosive nature of feathers is still inherited. So, you should usually be careful. Listen to Algie. Braun looked over his shoulder with some horror. That's scary. Explode if you don't get it right? I wanted to intercede with Algie to get the bird back. Replace it yourself. But the words have not yet been spoken. Algie pulled him downstairs and returned home with Neville via the Flu network. Goodbye, Braun. Goodbye. Watching Neville, who was holding the toad, walk into the flames, Braun also waved his hand. It's just that the look is a little complicated and relieved. What's wrong? It seems that you are not so happy after choosing a pet. Braun's grandmother came over with black tea. Glancing at Tom, who was flying around the castle curiously, he looked at Braun again. Actually, it's not a pet thing, grandmother. Braun sighed. He was still very satisfied with this crow that could only explode. Don't look so scary, as Algie said. But since the other party dares to raise it at home, he is still raising it with a bunch of ravens. That is enough to show that Tom is not as scary as he said. I'm worried about Flu. Although he came back very smoothly. But the previous energy was like a thorn in his heart. Let him fidget. Is it? Can you tell me about it, kid? Maybe I can help you with something. Of course. Braun readily agreed. They didn't tell Mrs. Longbottom because they were outsiders after all. But his own grandmother was different. No matter how you say that you are blood relatives with each other, you are trustworthy. And with the rich knowledge of the other party, it may not be able to help yourself. I encountered a worm while I was on the Flu network. Braun told what had happened. He has little to hide except the system. After listening to Braun's story, Augustus's expression looked gloomy. The whole person became serious. Have you told anyone else about this? Braun shook his head. No, grandmother. Augustus breathed a sigh of relief. Then there was a complicated look. I didn't expect you to be exposed to these things so early. Augustus's expression was tinged with reminiscence. Forget that, Braun. They're not good for you. Lying in bed, Braun's mind still echoed his grandmother's words. But his expression was not as relaxed as he appeared. He didn't tell his grandmother all the time. For example, the system, or after leaving the Flu network. He could feel a vague consciousness spying on him. Although he didn't know what it was. But I think it should be related to those void worms in the passage. Dumb. Be quiet, Tom. Braun, who was still excited at this moment, shouted. The other party was really a little too excited. I've been screaming since I came home. However, thinking that most of the creatures like crows are nocturnal, they seem to understand its behavior. Tom, who was reprimanded by Braun, looked very unhappy. However, under Braun's nut bribe, he still generously forgave him. And honestly, school is coming up the day after tomorrow. At school, Dumbledore's protection must be at least safe. At least in the 1st to 3rd grade. Thinking of this, Braun went to sleep groggily again. 3 days later, Dunlun railway station. Braun followed his grandmother in a small suit. Cassandra, the werewolf, followed behind with a suitcase. There is also a birdcage with a crow in his hand. It surprised some passers-by. However, people who like to have strange pets are everywhere. These passers-by naturally do not want to offend the seemingly powerful person. After just a few glances, they all left in a hurry. Only a few police officers at the station felt a little puzzled. It's just that they are holding a farewell ceremony for the old police officers. There is no mind to care about those people. Mr. Hank, I'll go over and take a look. A young police officer held up his hat. He was about to run in the direction of Braun, but he was stopped by the old policeman in a suit who was saying goodbye to everyone. Hank has been working here for almost half his life. He's retiring today. The young man next to him came to take his place. There's nothing nice over there, it's just a rich kid. While speaking, he did not forget to pull the young policeman next to him to leave. We haven't taken pictures yet. Just let the videographer take a picture for us. Mr. Hank smiled and patted the young policeman on the shoulder and changed the subject. But that's the fourth person to come with a strange pet. There were owls, cats, and now a crow. And these people are dressed weirdly. Before the young policeman could finish speaking, he was interrupted seriously by Hank. Hank's gray eyes stared at him without blinking. It made the young police officer a little uneasy, and he didn't understand why Hank, who had always been kind-looking, showed this expression. Could it be that he provoked the other party? Young people, sometimes don't always be curious about things that don't matter. What we have to do is find out the Zulus who like to steal, or robbery thieves and robbers, instead of staring at children with pets. This is an experience I've learned in half my life, do you understand? His tone was low, revealing seriousness. Of course he understood that there might be something wrong with these weirdos. This wasn't the first time he had seen these people. Every year in September and winter and summer vacations, he was able to meet the children and their strange parents at the train station. It was even said that there were some familiar faces that he had seen for many years, witnessed each other go from a young child to parenthood. From the beginning of his work at the Dunlun high-speed railway station, his boss had told him a word. Never be curious about things that have nothing to do with you. At first he didn't understand what it meant. But with his partner, some began to have frequent amnesia. Others seemed to have discovered some secrets, and after reporting them, they are suddenly transferred from their original posts. Even after saying that he couldn't recognize who he was even if he met each other, Hank gradually understood this. These eccentric behaviors are not something they can understand. If you want to become an idiot without being erased from your memory, then honestly cover your ears and close your eyes. That's why he was able to work here until now, until his retirement. Yes, good sir. He seemed to be startled by Hank's expression. The young policeman stammered in reply. Hank sighed. He patted the other on the shoulder and said nothing more. After taking a group photo, he waved goodbye to the young people. Looking at those energetic young police officers, I only hope that someone will understand their words today, instead of brainlessly rushing over and eventually becoming idiots who have lost their memory. Hermione? Here you are? Braun didn't wait long at platform 9. I saw Hermione's family pushing large bags and small bags over. Hey, Braun? Hermione greeted Braun happily. The two men have been in constant correspondence since they met in Diagon Alley. I even made an appointment to meet at the train station. This is my grandmother, Augustus Trelawney. Braun introduced the Hermione's family. At the same time, he did not forget to introduce the Granger family to his grandmother. Hello. Augustus greeted the Hermiones seriously, but all attention was on Hermione. His eyes were bright, as if he was looking at a cherished work of art. You're a special little girl? The stars tell me that you will be a great person in the future. The Ministry of Magic will take it to the next level under your leadership. Augustus's voice seemed ethereal. It's like singing. The Granger family couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fear. Sorry, my grandmother was a soothsayer, Braun explained apologetically. But my heart was suddenly shocked. Although until this grandmother of his own was a wizard with skills, not as unreliable as Professor Sybil Trelawney, but for the other party to be able to see through Hermione at a glance to become the Minister of Magic. It also startled him. Fortunately, after saying this again, his grandmother quieted down. Say nothing more. Braun, did you find the station? Hermione walked up to Braun again and whispered. At the same time, he glanced at Braun's grandmother with some fear. She always felt that the other party's not sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through her. My father and I looked at the platform number of the station for a long time, but we couldn't find where platform 9 3/4 was. Mr. Granger, who was pushing the luggage, also nodded in distress. They actually came a long time ago. It's just that I've been looking for where to find the platform, and I've wasted a lot of time. Right here. Braun pointed to the stone wall in front of him. Seeing that several people didn't believe it, he explained. This is to prevent those muggles from straying here. So the relevant magic was applied. Only wizards with magical powers can pass through here. So, can't my parents accompany me? Hermione looked a little disappointed. So did Mr. Granger. He also wanted to put his daughter on the train himself. No, you can pass later with Uncle Wendell and Aunt Monica. This magic is not as strict as you think. Well, it's not early, so you can find a good spot as soon as possible when you go in early. I saw Braun and his grandmother just walking towards the stone wall. Then the whole figure disappeared. And Cassandra also followed behind with his luggage and disappeared. Mom, let's go too. Hermione looked at her mother. There is anticipation in his eyes. Monica Granger nodded. Gently ruffled her daughter's hair. Noisy, noisy. This was Braun's biggest impression of platform 9 3/4. Cats of all colors walk on the platform. The caged owl cooed. The child carrying the suitcase impatiently coped with his parents' instructions, looking at the red train in front of him with some expectation in his eyes. A few wizards in wizarding robes who were in charge of managing order constantly warned the young wizards who tried to jump on the tracks to be honest. The siren kept sounding. The white steam made the entire station look a little foggy. Ding! The system cooling is complete and the check-in location is refreshed successfully. Current location, platform 9 and 3/4. Check-in available. Do you want to check in? The electronic sound lifted Braun's spirits. Since leaving the Flu network the day before yesterday, the system seemed to be gone. Even his own call did not answer. If it weren't for the system, the backpack would still be working. He even thought his system had run away there. Sign in. Sign in successfully? Congratulations to the host for obtaining magic, fluorescence. In Braun's mind, the knowledge of fluorescence and the muscular memory of his body instantly made Braun understand this magic. With a flick of the wand in his hand, the tip of the wand immediately lit up. Talk is better than nothing. Braun muttered. Take your wand back. Braun turned to look behind him. At this time, Hermione also came out of the stone wall. His expression was particularly excited. It's amazing, Braun. It's even more interesting than the entrance to Diagon Alley in the backyard of the Leaky Cauldron. She only felt as if she had passed through an extremely fine barrier. Then came another world. A world of magic. Madame Augustus. A hearty voice made several people turn their heads. I saw a group of red-haired people walking out of the stone wall. The woman at the head pulls a little girl. He was happily greeting Braun's grandmother. Among those redheads, a slightly smaller and thinner boy with glasses caught his attention. If there is no mistake, this should be Harry. Molly, sending your young son to school this year? Braun's grandmother had another smile on her face, especially when looking at Ginny. It seems that she still has not given up the Aurora family population revitalization plan. My youngest son, Ron, the last time you met. Two women with a somewhat large age gap chatted casually. There seems to be an endless line of words. But the Weasley's brothers certainly didn't want to stand here and listen to his mother talk about the trivialities and gossip about life. Mom, I don't have to get in the car first. Yes, Mom, otherwise Fred and I won't find a good place. Twin brothers, your words made Mrs. Weasley, who was still chattering, stop talking. I had to reluctantly say goodbye to my two children. Braun also took the opportunity to say goodbye to his grandmother, pulling Hermione on the train. Standing in the carriage, he waited for Cassandra to carry his luggage. Then I found an empty box and sat in. It has to be said that this is Braun's first train ride. Compared to the crowded train in his previous life, the Hogwarts Express is noticeably better. The carriage is divided into compartments, and the space inside is also very large. Enough for little wizards to mess around inside. The special luggage racks in the box are not very high, fully considering the height of these freshmen. On the other side of the luggage rack there is a small toilet. It can be said that the preparation is extraordinarily adequate. Whew! A rather sharp whistle suddenly sounded. At the same time, it also made the little wizards who were still grinding anxious, and they couldn't care about their parents' instructions. I ran on the train with my luggage. The footsteps of everyone on the platform also began to become hurried. Some parents stood on the platform and reluctantly said goodbye to their children, especially the Muggle-born new parents. He is even more reluctant and worried about the child who is about to step into the magical world. Say hello to your parents, Hermione. Braun saw Hermione sitting dumbly in her seat and couldn't help but remind her. This made the girl wake up like a dream, leaning against the window and waving to your parents. Braun didn't do that. Her own grandmother did not like this behavior very much. And compared to Hermione, if parents in the wizarding world really want to have children, they can just go to Hogwarts for a walk. The school may not have a rule that parents cannot visit. It's just that most of the time, the parents of wizarding families want their children to hurry to school. It's better than being naughty at home. The train gradually accelerates into the distance. Steam erupted from the chimney at the top of the train with the sound of a whistle. And as the train traveled farther and farther, the platform became smaller, and finally turned into a small dot and disappeared. Only then did Hermione sit back in her seat with some loss. Braun knew that the little girl was sad because of the parting. In the final analysis, the other party is just an 11-year-old girl. Would you like some chocolate? Before Hermione, Braun could add, Magic World specialties? It's not quite the same as the chocolate of the Muggle world. Hermione nodded reluctantly with curiosity. I saw Braun, as if by magic, took out a dozen flowery green packaging boxes from the small suitcase and placed them on the table. Take one and try it, it's interesting. Hermione tentatively picked one up. The chocolate frog. Ah. Before I finished reading the name on the box, I was startled by the box that suddenly jumped. Is this thing alive? Hermione looked at the boxes bouncing around on the table with trepidation, looking a little scared. Seeing this, Braun did not continue to tease her. Grab a box and open it. The right hand is very sensitive to grab a chocolate frog that jumps out and stuff it into his mouth. Only a constantly trembling frog leg remained twitching outside Braun's mouth. Hermione, who was watching, leaned back in fear. It seems that this will give her some security. Don't be afraid, it's just chocolate with magic applied. Braun picked up the frog leg and carefully placed it in front of Hermione to show it. Although it was just ordinary chocolate, it still made Hermione resist. Well, it seems that you don't like these frogs very much, Dumbledore again. I think this old guy must have advertised for chocolate baby, otherwise there wouldn't be so many duplicate cards all him. Braun pulled out a delicate card from the box. Just as he wanted to throw it away, he was asked by Hermione to go over. I know him, Dumbledore, this is our headmaster. I met him in Hogwarts, a history of the school. He is said to have graduated from Gryffindor. I wish I could go there too, Hermione said with a look of anticipation. Braun knew for the first time that the other party still had a talent for talking. On the luggage rack, Tom patted the cage very dissatisfied. It seems to be saying to hurry up and release Uncle Tom. Braun, your pet seems to want to come out, Hermione said, pointing to the crow on the luggage rack. Braun waved his hand. Leave him alone, he's already a full-fledged crow. Learn to open a cage for yourself. Tom. Sure enough, dogs are natural enemies of crows. Tom, who understood Braun's meaning, looked angry. A few days ago, I called myself Brittany Baby. Now that there is a female wizard cub, she will call herself Lady Cow. Tom, who decided not to be eaten, had to take matters into his own hands. Use your own intelligent little brain to figure out how to open the cage. Such an ordinary thing is definitely not difficult for the clever Lord Tom. Hello, is there anyone else over here? Just as Tom is battling the iron cage like Don Quixote rushing towards the windmill, the door of the box was also pushed open by the two boys. The two boys were about the same age as Braun, but their hair color was a little strange. One red and one black. However, this is nothing in the various bloody wizarding worlds. After all, the wizarding world has a series of warriors such as Giant Knight, Demon Master, and Sunbird God Emperor. Hair color is not a big problem in this world at all. Oh, it's you? Ron looked at Braun with some surprise. His relationship with Braun is not familiar, and he has only met 3 times in total, counting this time. It's kind of the kind that can talk a little. You sit. It's just the two of us here, Braun said very generously. It was certainly impossible to just sit in the two of them and wait for other strangers. Might as well just let Harry and Ron in. This is the first time I have contacted the protagonist group at the same time, and I am still a little excited to think about it. Of course, it's just the excitement of meeting the characters in the story. If you let him go up and kneel and lick, there is no door at all. I'm Ron Weasley. This is Harry. Oh my god. Before Ron's introduction was finished, he heard Hermione scream. She pointed excitedly at Harry. He looked at his forehead with excitement and curiosity. Are you Harry Potter? The boy who defeated Voldemort? Hermione couldn't help but exclaim, and her cute little face couldn't help but blush with excitement. Instead, Ron stared at Hermione in startled eyes with some horror in his eyes. Hermione, we don't usually call Voldemort, we call him the Mysterious Man. Braun explained helplessly at Hermione. As soon as he saw Ron's expression, he knew that the word Voldemort had stimulated him. To be honest, even he himself felt a pang of heart palpitations when he mentioned the name. It has nothing to do with his fears. It is a conditioned reflex formed by the teachings of the original family people again and again. Why? Hermione looked puzzled. Harry's look was similar to hers. Because of a curse, all wizards who read his name will attract his attention. Of course. I don't know exactly what this is, but most wizards think so. Powerful wizards do have a whim when others talk about him. Braun shrugged. This is the material he found in his family's study. Hermione, who had heard Braun's explanation, first apologized to Ron embarrassed. Then they started talking passionately. By the way, Harry, do you see what the mystery man looks like? The skinny brunette boy shook his head. All I remember in my memory is the green light, and the low scream. As for the rest, I'm sorry I can't remember exactly. Seeing that nothing of value had been asked, Hermione was a little discouraged. But Harry had a nature instead. Hermione, is one of your parents wizards? The reason for this question was that he didn't think Hermione was a pupil of the pure Muggle world. She seemed to know a little bit about everything. It's not like yourself. Don't know anything. Of course not. Hermione shook her head. He seemed curious as to why Harry asked that. My parents are ordinary people. They are both dentists. They were terrified when they received their acceptance letter from Hogwarts. I thought it was someone's prank. Thanks to the instructor sent by the school, I showed it in person. Hermione explained aloud. I understand you because you read some books you bought in Diagon Alley. But if you're curious about wizards, you can ask Braun. Their family seems to be wizards. Hermione pointed to Braun, who was sitting next to her smiling. Hello, I'm Braun Roar. Braun shook Harry's hand. Then Harry couldn't wait. Braun, is your family a wizarding family? He desperately wanted something about the wizarding world at the moment. Yes, but it's just a small family. In fact, if you are curious, you can ask Ron next to you. The Weasleys are a big family. Not only England, but also in the ugly country, Gaul, and even the distant woolly bear country have their relatives. Braun said teasingly. To be honest, he didn't believe his grandmother's words. Grandmother was right. The Weasleys have purely focused all their skills on breeding. Except for a few Asian countries and the Black Continent. The Weasley family's footprint is literally all over the West. No wonder his grandmother was so envious that she would want to marry Ron's sister. Ron gave an awkward but polite smile. Because Braun's words are indeed not wrong. The Weasleys are indeed alive. Far away, it's just their home. There are 5 children. Those who are closer to each other are even more reluctant. Being able to give birth is almost the label of the Weasley family in other purebloods. Really? Ron? Harry didn't think Ron's family was as big as he thought. Looking at Harry's somewhat adoring gaze, Ron looked a little smug. But then it became distressed again. Having more children is not a good thing. For example, I'm the 6th oldest in our family, and there are 5 of them who go to school. The eldest brother and the second brother Charlie have already graduated. Bill is the president of the student council and Charlie is the captain of the Quidditch team. Even the third brother, Percy, is now a prefect. George and Fred are mischievous, but they study well. It is also very popular in schools. To be honest, I was still under a lot of pressure. In addition to these, my stuff is also old. Bill's old robe, Charlie's wand, and Percy's unwanted rat. While saying that, he took out a fat mouse from his pocket. Hearing Ron's words, Harry, who was originally envious, instantly felt that the wizarding world was not all beautiful. It's like being at my uncle's and aunt's house. He wore things that his cousin Dolly didn't want. Watch Ron pull the fat mouse out of his arms. Braun became interested. Can I see your rat, Ron? Of course, I'll also introduce you to my pet. Tom, who finally came out of the cage, wanted to have the backbone to refuse Braun's call. However, when he saw the delicious nuts in the other party's hand, he still couldn't hold back. The fart flew over the luggage rack with a bump, landed on Braun's shoulder. At the same time, he did not forget to vent and pecked his hair twice. Oh my god, your pet is so beautiful, Ron said with some envy. He also looks forward to having a pet of his own. Unfortunately, he also knew that the financial pressure on his family was not enough to support his family to do so. My pet's name is Madara, you see. Ron opened his palm. A huge grey mouse lay soundly asleep in the palm of his hand. Perhaps it is because it is too old, and some places have begun to shed hair. He also lacks a little finger on his left hand. It's too old. And he always likes to sleep, but he has been with us in our house for 11 years. As he spoke, he gently stroked the grey mouse's hair. Despite the fact that he said hatefully, but I still like this grey mouse very much in my heart. 11 years? But can rats live that long? Hermione on the side couldn't help but ask. Instead, this gave Braun an idea. Looking at the mouse in Ron's hand, a brilliant idea came to his mind. He also showed a worried look. Yes, Ron, I see that the reason why Madara always sleeps is because he is dying. Some animals have this sleeping trait when they are about to die. What? Dying? So what to do? Ron said with some alarm. For this mouse, which accompanied him almost his entire childhood, he still has a lot of feelings in his heart. Braun waved his hand, revealing a mysterious expression. I actually have a way to help you, but it may make Madara suffer a little. What's suffering? Ron asked immediately. He felt that if he could let Madara continue to live, it was not unacceptable to suffer a little. Braun whispered. Several people leaned their heads over. Ron and Harry were fine, just a little surprised. But Hermione blushed slightly, cursing Braun for being improper. But Braun, is this really feasible? Ron always felt a little unreliable when he wanted to talk. Of course, those muggles will castrate their pets. Don't believe you? Asked Hermione. Although he Minxing felt that this matter was very embarrassing, he nodded. As a child of a doctor's family, even though she's just a dentist, she knows a lot of things. Of course, knowing that Braun's method is indeed feasible. See Hermione nod. At the same time, there was Harry's testimony on the side. Ron finally believed it. But then there was a problem. After all, there is no place in the wizarding world to operate on pets. We could totally do the surgery here. It's a complete minor operation. While speaking, Braun took out a few knives from his suitcase as if by magic. At the same time, there were 2 bottles of potions. The knife was specially customized by him from Diagon Alley. There is nothing special, but because the metal is magical, it is exceptionally hard and sharp. This was the preparation he intended to make in order to learn alchemy. A serendipitous discovery made him realize that his family's soul magic seemed to have a special advantage in learning alchemy. For example, there is also spirit control over the activation of metals. Of course, this is also Braun's attempt in the wizarding world. Just like a potions master wouldn't be a poor ghost. Alchemists are also rich. And in addition, the relationship between his family and Borkenbach is not bad. Profound things are not necessarily learned. But the basic alchemy knowledge, I believe that the other party will still be willing to give it to him. He plans to study after the summer vacation. This is the knife I used to engrave the magic circuit. It is not a big problem to use it for surgery. This is the elixir of rejoicing and calming of the spirit. Drink it and guarantee no pain, Braun said solemnly. With that confident look, even Ron couldn't help but believe what Braun said. Decided to agree with Braun's words and give it a try. So, let's get started. A slightly evil smile appeared at the corner of Braun's mouth. I also don't care if I perceive danger. Spotted in his sleep snorted. Ron pointed to another small package on the table. Harry picked it up. Look at the sign above. Every bean is a peculiar adventure. He felt a little strange. But try putting one in your mouth. SHHH. So spicy? It's like eating chili. Harry exhaled with his mouth open, not forgetting to pick up the milk on the table and drink most of the bottle in one gulp. Mine is strawberry flavor. Ron picked one up and shoved it into his mouth and commented. But nevertheless, Harry put the strange-tasting bag of beans aside. Looks like I'm not going to try it again. And this, bee candy, pumpkin pie. 2 people eat while introducing. Braun and Hermione, who had already finished eating, tacitly took out their books and read them. Braun was reading 1,000 Herbs and Ferns. Snape's temper wasn't very good. He didn't want to move towards potions, though. But he also didn't want to be taunted by Snape for all these years. At the very least, moderation is to be done. Ron and Harry, who had been talking happily, also subconsciously quieted down a lot. But I also began to feel that I didn't seem to be the same type of person as the other person. Ron, have you also learned a lot of magic? I see both Hermione and Braun working hard. If someone like me who hasn't read a book, won't he be able to keep up at school? Harry looked worried, looking worriedly at the two who were sitting across from him reading quietly. Ron ate his snack without care. At the same time, he did not forget to give his own mouse spot. It's okay, most of the children of wizarding families didn't study before school. As for Braun and Hermione, who were studying, well, he subconsciously ignored it. Hello, did you see my toad? My toad is called Ryford. Oh, Braun, you're here too? A little fat man hurriedly opened the door. Originally, he seemed a little nervous, but after seeing Braun, he became excited again. Ryford lost it again? Didn't I tell you to ask you to put some marks on it? Braun closed the book suspiciously. After taking the pet from Neville's uncle Algy, Braun told Neville to pay attention to Leaf's invisible leopard bloodline. Don't lose him. If it really doesn't work, mark it, such as applying some red paint, or giving it a potion every day that is easy to make the body color. After all, as a toad, poison resistance is still very strong, and it can't be poisoned anyway. Lifer, you're really a dog. I marked it, but I don't know how. Just now I obviously saw it in my hand, and suddenly it disappeared. Neville's expression was almost like crying. Where did you lose your toad? We'll help you find it. By the way, my name is Hermione. Hermione stood up and said enthusiastically. Don't want to move, Neville. He walked several carriages, and none of them offered to help him. Hermione was still the first. Who knows that the two people have not yet got up? He was stopped by Braun. No need to look for it. Seeing that the two were a little puzzled, he pointed to the location of the beef sandwich on the table. I saw a toad with a translucent body but green flowers in some places lying on its stomach and feasting happily. Next to him stood Tom, the dog sneakily helping to look at the wind. It seemed to have spotted Braun's gaze. The golden-backed toad seemed to want to escape, but was easily waved his wand by Braun. Then he was brought to Braun by the sandwich he had just eaten. Croaked in dissatisfaction. Looking at the golden-backed toad he had seen in front of him, it seemed to be two varieties of leaf. The corners of Braun's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What did you feed it? How did it become like this? Neville looked a little embarrassed. I always forget if I gave it food. So feed several meals a day. Slowly it becomes this color. Of course I didn't mean to. Looking at Leaf, who is constantly croaking at his mother, Braun couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy. This Neema's no wonder wants to run that. It's too miserable. Thanks to the fact that Leaf is a toad and is not afraid of poisoning. Otherwise, sooner or later Neville will have to play to death. Tom, who was originally standing on the side, also looked at Neville in horror. Fortunately, I had the vision at that time. Unlike Brother Frog, he chose an unreliable wizard cub. Otherwise, your own small body will be played to death sooner or later. Sometimes, happiness and unhappiness are contrasting. After seeing the tragic situation of Leaf, Tom became even more thankful for his wise choice. Neville, what about your memory ball? Well, I forgot where I dropped the memory ball. Neville said embarrassedly. Braun. Well, he gave up. Neville's brain was so washed that he was washed too much. Even he didn't have any good way. The only good thing is that Neville is not very old. Later as the magic grows. Although there is no way to recover the memory. But at least he won't become so prone to amnesia later. Let Ref go and let the poor toad finish the sandwich that Ron didn't like. Let's add a touch of light to its miserable life. Then I'm leaving, Braun. See you at the school later. Neville took Lifer in his arms. Looking at the toad whose eyes were about to bulge out by Neville's hugging tightly, Braun wanted to remind him, but eventually gave up. Let Lifer himself adapt early. Haven't stepped out of the carriage yet. A blonde boy came over. Behind him stood two tall men. Crabbe, Goyle. The height of the two people is close to 1 meter and 5 meters, and it is really difficult to think that they are just 11-year-old children. Are you? Harry looked a little surprised. He had seen the boy in Mrs. Morgan's robes shop. I didn't expect to meet again now. Seeing Harry Potter remembers himself. Malfoy seemed pleased. However, after seeing the people in the carriage, they couldn't help frowning. Especially when he saw Braun, he couldn't help but have some jealousy in his eyes. It wasn't until he saw the two attendants behind him that he was relieved. I'm Draco Malfoy, this is Crabbe, this is Goyle. The two attendants behind Malfoy smiled and nodded at Harry Potter. I'm glad you can remember me. Ron on the side couldn't help but laugh. But after noticing Malfoy's somewhat angry gaze, he quickly closed his mouth. The word Malfoy means evil faith in Old French. And Drager means dragon. It's like someone introducing someone to a name and saying that their name is Dragon Proud, which makes people laugh. But the laughter infuriated Malfoy. Do you think it's funny? Old robes plus that red hair and poor sour mouse pet? It's Weasley? Pure blood scum? Oh, look, besides you there are squibs from the Longbottoms? Harry, I think as a savior you should be able to choose who your friends are. I think it's better for you to let Harry choose a friend and not forget to apologize to Neville first. Braun said faintly from the side. If the other party was just sarcastic about Ron. He doesn't make a sound. After all, this matter was originally the other party that Ron taunted first. But Neville didn't say anything. Watch Braun speak up. Malfoy looked a little angry. Roar, you don't have to look for trouble. I tell you I'm not afraid of you at all now. Oh, who was the last time I was scared to pee my pants and was taken away by my own father? Braun asked teasingly. His eyes turned red again, ready to teach Malfoy another lesson. It's just that to his surprise, this time the Sharingan didn't seem to work. I saw Malfoy stunned at first. Then the pendant on his chest lit up white, allowing Malfoy to return to normal again. But even so, it made the sobered Malfoy grit his teeth angrily. The last experience was a nightmare for him. He had never been so humiliated since he was a child. Braun actually used that kind of magic again. He was frightened and angry at the same time, thanks to the pendant that his father bought for himself. Otherwise, he may have to go to the road again this time. Looking at Braun's surprised gaze, Malfoy looked a little proud. Braun, don't be arrogant, your magic is useless to me, so don't try to put me into the fantasy realm again. Crabbe, Goyle, give it to me, teach this stinky fart guy a hard lesson. The two tall men behind him received Malfoy's instructions, pretending to smile viciously, clenched their fists, and rushed towards Braun. Hermione was terrified. At the same time, he kept pulling Braun back. It seems that he is afraid that the other party will be hurt. Looking at Crabbe and Goyle walking towards him, Braun did not have the slightest worry. You surprised me, Malfoy, but I still hope you look at yourself first when looking for an opponent. While saying that, the wand in his hand was only shaking slightly. The clothes of two people seemed to have life. Start tightening hard. The laces were even more intertwined, causing the two people to fall directly to the ground. Now apologize to Neville. Braun waved his wand and looked maliciously at Malfoy. I'm sorry. He felt humiliated. Twice? This is the second time he has been defeated by Braun. He was determined in his heart to study magic well, and he was ashamed of it. Originally, Braun thought of continuing to teach this golden retriever smelly Malfoy a lesson, but not yet before he was ready to implement it. A young man in a blue sweater came out of the carriage not far away. The blue sweater is also decorated with a P letter. What are you doing? No disturbances are allowed in the carriage. This man attacked me. The Malfoy evil man said first. No, Percy, it was Malfoy who scolded me and Neville first. Ron also stood up and said. I saw that in the carriage was my brother. Percy frowned. Let's all hurry up. The car will arrive at the station soon, everyone quickly pack up. Seeing this, Braun could only lift the magic with regret. Watch the three of Malfoy flee here in a hurry. Disappear at the end of the carriage. Percy, this guy? Obviously it's my brother, but he didn't help me. Ron was a little indignant. He seemed to be angry that the other party hadn't punished Malfoy. I'll leave Braun first, I'll see you later. Neville also left in a hurry, his carriage farther away. Let's hurry up and change our clothes. After speaking, he didn't care about Ron's chatter. Pulled the two out of the box. Wait until Hermione finishes changing. Only then did he enter the carriage and change into a wizard's robe. Squeak. There was a somewhat screeching grinding sound between the train and the tracks, accompanied by a slow stop of the train. Several people also finally saw the station outside the window. Freshmen, the new students get off in an orderly manner. Luggage and pets are left in the carriage and someone will be brought to your bedroom later. In the corridor of the carriage, several senior wizards were shouting loudly. Avoid what panic and crowding things come out. Wait until the senior wizards get off the train. The freshmen just got off the train. The rain, by this time, has stopped, but the sky still looks gray. The air also carries the fragrance of earth. It seems to be the reason for the rain. It is slightly cold outside. Everyone couldn't help but tighten the robe on their bodies. First year freshmen go this way. Some rough sounds. Let everyone take their eyes off the quaint station in front of them. The person who came was a tall man who was at least 2 meters and 5 meters tall. Burly figure, beard pulled. An overcoat made of beaver skin was worn on his body. There is also a hunting knife hanging from his waist. At this moment, he was carrying a lantern. Oh my god, this is a giant. Hermione exclaimed. He's Hagrid? He is the caretaker of the Hogwarts hunting grounds. Braun replied in a low voice. Magic can always change a person's body shape. Don't always make such a fuss. Braun didn't mention to Hermione that Hagrid was a half-blood giant. To say it himself is disrespectful to Hagrid. Let Hermione find out for herself. Hermione nodded ignorantly. Come with me as a freshman. Don't look away. We have to hurry up, otherwise we may be late for the meeting. I had a few words with the senior students in charge of the new students. Hagrid carried the lantern and led the group from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts. Maybe it's because of the rain. The ground is a little slippery. In addition, it was too dark, so that the ground could not be seen clearly. From time to time, several little wizards fall. Muddy water. Be careful. Braun quickly grabbed Hermione, who had almost fallen. Thank you, Braun. Hermione was also taken aback. She came here to be a beautiful little witch. I don't want to fall like those little wizards, like a falling soup chicken. Fluorescent flashing. A soft glow flickered from the tip of Braun's staff. The shrouded area is not too large, but it was enough for Braun to see the ground beneath his feet. He actually knows spells? Several little wizards around were surprised. The gaze that looked at Braun was also full of adoration. Malfoy, who was hiding in the crowd, was filled with resentment. Such a showy thing should be done by him? He is the one who deserves attention? Hagrid was also slightly surprised to look at Braun and muttered a couple of words. He continued to lead these little wizards towards the Black Lake. Come on. Now you can choose your own boat. Remember 4 people in one boat. Don't have too many people, because of the distance. Braun didn't sit with Ron and Harry. Instead, he casually boarded the boat with 2 new students he didn't know. There is a small bright light in the bow. Students were able to see the surrounding black lake. He also controlled the boat towards Hogwarts. Some curious young fishmen peeked their heads out of the water to look at these new students. And some of the old fishmen were not surprised and pulled the juniors away. All students were amazed by the magnificent castle in front of them. Especially the little wizards who were Muggleborn were even more stammering and speechless. It seems that the moment I see these castles, the admiration in my heart unconsciously springs up from my heart. Although they themselves do not know what exactly the reason for this is. I don't know where to start. The fishmen in the Black Lake began to sing. The sound is vast and has an ancient taste. It makes people feel like they have returned to ancient times. Braun could feel a magical power enter his mind with the song. Let your eyes seem to have a picture of hundreds of years ago, just like myself right now. It was also 4 young men in a small boat. They wear robes of different colors. From here to reach the location of the castle, and to start a school there. And the fishman's pale singing voice gradually became clear and understandable in Braun's ears. The age of the beginning of creation. Across the silver sea, the charm of war and blood. The singing faded away, and Braun was finally almost on the shore. The magic seems to be locked. He felt that the magic power that was originally filled in his body was still present at this moment. But some of it seems to have become a kind of protective magic to protect itself. At this moment, he finally understood why all the first-year students had to take a ship to Hogwarts. It's not just about following the steps of the 4 founders, remembering the bitterness and remembering the glory. Again, this is a ritual. After passing this ritual, everyone will have a protective magic in their bodies. That's what it's really about. It's no wonder that young wizards can easily use it to do what they want before they officially enroll. But you can't do it after being called a wizard. It's not just because magic is guided by a magic wand. It should also be inseparable from this magic. Braun, get off the ship quickly. Without waiting for him to continue thinking, Hermione's voice pulled it back to reality. He was stunned and found that the ship was already docked on the shore. Sorry, Hermione just lost her mind. Hermione understood this. Twittered. You're blown away by that castle too, aren't you, Braun? To be honest, as soon as I saw Hogwarts, a sense of respect welled up in my heart. I don't know why. Hermione, who listened to the twitter. Braun felt something was wrong. Isn't it because of the singing? Shock? Hermione, did you hear the fishmen singing? What singing? By the way, where are the fish people? Is it in the Black Lake? Why didn't I see it? Hermione was skeptical. Then he went to the Black Lake, as if trying to find out where the fishman was. Looking at Hermione's expression, it didn't seem to be fake. Braun began to hesitate. Could it be that it was my own hallucination just now? Hermione Granger. It didn't take long for Hermione's name to be pronounced. Looking at the little girl who ran up a little nervously, she sat down on the chair. After some struggle, the Sorting Hat still made a decision. Gryffindor. Hermione ran down happily. Sit at the Gryffindor table. He waved at Braun. Braun hugged and smiled. But in his heart, he still didn't think about which college he was going to. His parents were born Ravenclaw. Ravensclaw is a good choice for yourself. Of course, Gryffindor is not bad either. At least I could see Hermione often when I got there. Do you want to go to Gryffindor? Braun was thinking. Professor McGonagall called her name. The initial letter of his last name is H, not that far. When he heard the call, he walked over without hesitation, sitting on the bench. But I was really nervous. He was afraid that this broken hat on his head would shout Azkaban. Oh, kid, why do you think that? Hogwarts doesn't have any 5th house. The voice of the Sorting Hat sounded in his head. I want to go. Braun was about to tell the other party what he thought. Wasn't it written in those books of past lives? As long as you tell the other party the academy you want to go to, then the Sorting Hat will follow your wishes. Slytherin. The Sorting Hat shouted loudly. Braun was blinded by Professor McGonagall taking off her hat. This Nemes, I haven't said the academy I want to go to. Is this the end of the allocation? Looking at the crowd who were cheering in Slytherin. Braun is also not good and unsociable. With a smile on his face, he walked over. Find an empty seat to sit. Born into a pure-blood family, Braun didn't receive any strange eyes. Instead, it was a cordial greeting from some senior students. After learning Braun's last name, their eyes became even more eager. Of course. The opposite of Braun. It's those half-bloods. Most of them sat in the corner of the table. Even the old students are excluded there. Although everyone is at the same table, it seems as if they are 2 worlds. In this regard, although Braun also wants to help them, but he also knows that he does not have this strength. The sorting ceremony soon ended. The little wizards were also divided into their respective houses. Not surprisingly, Slytherin had the fewest people, followed by Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, and the most was undoubtedly Hufflepuff. Although the tables were all the same length, the Hufflepuff table was bustling with little wizards. Slytherin, on the other hand, was much more deserted. Hello, I'm Theodore Nott. A tall, thin boy sitting on Braun's chubby tongue introduced himself. The boy has golden hair, and the whole person looks a little thin. A pair of buck teeth stand out. It made his whole person look a little dumbfounded. But the shrewdness revealed under the eyes let people know. He has a very different shrewdness than he looks. Hello, Braun Roll. Braun shook hands modestly. He doesn't plan to spend all these years alone in school. It's obviously necessary to meet a few close friends. The Roar family? I've heard of you. Dorfin Roar is yours. It's my uncle. Braun smiled and nodded. As director of the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic, Dorfin still has some fame. Welcome. Dumbledore stood up. Welcome to Hogwarts? What I want to say to you is, a sucker? Cry? Residue? Ring? Thank you. It doesn't matter if everyone understands it or not. Dumbledore sat down. Many little wizards couldn't help but talk about what this meant. Braun, what do you think? A brief conversation coupled with a father's relationship. It has already made the two little wizards who were not familiar with each other familiar. Runavan, Hara Merlin bless you. Braun said decisively without hesitation. This is the answer he asked his grandmother before school started, and the other party gave him. Several small wizards around heard Braun's explanation. They all looked over with adoring eyes. The same goes for Theodore. I always feel different from knowing nothing about myself. Braun seemed to know a lot. But it didn't take long for everyone to discuss it. The dinner party suddenly became lively. I saw Dumbledore knocking on the cup in his hand with the silver spoon on the table. Moment. Delicious food appeared on the plate, which was still empty. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, bratwurst, potatoes, Yorkshire patches, and more. Of course, as authentic old Englishmen. Of course, looking up at the stars is also indispensable. One is covered with cream. Pie with one fish head after another at the top was placed on the table. White eyes stared at these little wizards with a dead eye. Braun felt a chill when he watched. I found a random piece of grilled steak and put it on my plate. Feast on. At noon, he didn't eat very seriously. Just wait for this dinner in the evening. And it's different from Braun's feasting. Ron and Harry at the Gryffindor table lost their appetite. They ate too much at noon. It can be said that since the purchase of snacks, the mouth has not stopped. Plus those snacks are high-calorie sugary chocolates. Now there is no hunger feeling in the stomach at all. Hermione, why don't you eat it? Neville happily ate the tonkatsu in front of him. At the same time, don't forget to give your pet a little. Neville, why was Braun sorted into Slytherin? I've heard that wizards there aren't good people. Hermione looked at Braun, who was graceful at the Slytherin table, asked worriedly. The joy that had made her enter Gryffindor was diluted a lot. Isn't that normal? The Roar's family is also pure blood. Anyway, their family is either Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Neville said unconcernedly. He didn't think Braun had anything going into Slytherin. Although there are a lot of bad guys out there. But there are also many good people. For example, Madame Pomfrey in the school infirmary is not also a Slytherin. Although there is Neville's explanation. But not so good impression of Slytherin. Hermione still couldn't turn it around for a moment. It's all to blame for going to Slytherin. Poke you to death. Poke you to death. While muttering, the fork in his hand kept poking the steak on the plate. Braun sneezed. Looked around. It always feels like someone is saying bad things about themselves. Look at the muttering Malfoy. Well, it's this guy for sure. While thinking as he gently waved his wand. Let a roast chicken on the table come to life. The two thighs ran up on the table again, jumping towards Malfoy amid everyone's exclamations. The whole chicken hung on Malfoy's head like a mask. It took Crabbe and Goyle on the side to pull Malfoy out. It caused the little wizards around him to laugh. Who is it? Who? Malfoy shouted angrily. It's just that the people around just laugh but don't care. Braun roll? Isn't it? Malfoy looked at the wand in Braun's hand, although it was doubtful, but his heart was already determined. Braun slowly withdrew his wand. Do you have proof? You are polluting people's innocence out of thin air. You are shameless. You. Malfoy jumped to his feet angrily. But knowing that he couldn't beat the other party, he could only stare at Braun with angry eyes. Viciously tore at the roast chicken that was unloaded in 8 pieces. It seems to take it for Braun. The little snakes talked about it. It seems that he did not expect Braun to use magic. The gaze that looked at Braun also revealed adoration. Braun, you use magic? Is it transfiguration? Theodore couldn't help but ask. Buckteeth also grinned. No, it's soul magic, although it's similar to transfiguration. But the two are still different. Soul magic. Theodore muttered. My family heirloom. Braun said with a smile. Sure enough, after hearing that this magic was handed down from the family, Theodore didn't ask any more questions. However, I couldn't help but marvel at Braun in my heart. At least he couldn't use magic so skillfully. Teacher seats. Some teachers also noticed the mess from Slytherin. It's just that no one cares. It's nothing more than a joke between students and students. Naturally, the teacher will not interfere. Snape, who didn't look at the headmaster, was pretending not to look. Of course, this does not affect the protagonists of their discussion time. That's the child in charge of Roar at St. Mungo's Hospital. Professor Flitwick wondered. I don't think he's using transfiguration. Yes, soul witchcraft. It's just that I didn't expect that Braun kid would practice it to this extent. His father was just able to use this magic to appease some mentally traumatized patients. Professor McGonagall on the side said. It's just a pity in the tone. It seemed like he regretted that Braun didn't go to Gryffindor. The professors sighed at the passage of time while drinking wine. It's just that no one saw the surprise of Professor Sybil Trelawney in the corner when he looked at Braun. Okay, it looks like everyone has eaten almost the same. Look at the food that is starting to fade off on the table. Some little wizards who didn't feel enough quickly reached out and took a lot. Grab all the food before it's gone. In the teacher's seat, Dumbledore stood up. The white beard is long and hangs straight down to the chest. The Great Hall, which was still noisy, also quieted as Dumbledore got up. All eyes were on this old wizard. I have something to say to you. Well, I should have put it before eating. It's just that I'm afraid that people just want to eat and don't want to listen to me as an old man. Dumbledore blinked mischievously. Some of the little wizards couldn't help but laugh kindly. After the joke, Dumbledore went back to business. First of all, first-year students need to be mindful. The woods inside the school are off-limits to students. There are many very dangerous creatures inside. If you don't want to run into them, you'd better not go in. Despite speaking of freshmen, his gaze glanced at the Weasley brothers warningly. The two let out a laugh, looking a little embarrassed. Also, Mr. Filch, the administrator of the school, asked me to tell you. Don't play around in the hallways and use those magic items and magic. Otherwise, you will be arrested and locked up. Filch, sitting in his faculty seat, had a gloomy face. At his feet was a skinny cat. It looks a little scary. And, of course, the inclusion of our Quidditch players. Dumbledore continued. Mrs. Hooch on the side also stood up. Bow to everyone. Eligible second-year students can come to my office during the second week of the semester to sign up. Of course, be sure to check with the captain of your house's Quidditch team beforehand. After speaking, Madam Hooch sat back in her place. Seeing some of the second-year students discussing, Dumbledore did not interrupt. Instead, it waited until the entire auditorium had quieted down again before speaking out again. Finally, the most important thing. That is, don't go to the corridor on the right-hand side at the corner of the 4th floor. It's very dangerous there. Then there was no explanation of why. So he pulled everyone to sing the school song together. Braun, you think the headmaster is joking, right? Theodore looked a little frightened. But Malfoy, not far from them, looked proud. Don't worry, this must be the principal to scare the students? Could it be that he was still able to raise a 4x magical creature in the castle? My dad is the school director? It's certainly impossible. Look at the other party's proud look. Braun couldn't help but laugh. I don't know what expression Malfoy would have if he actually found out that there was a huge three-headed dog there. He thought it must be fun. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Look at the stiff faces of those professors. Braun sang even louder. It's just that he didn't use the tune of the funeral march. That's unlucky. He used a good day. Please teach us knowledge. It doesn't matter if we are old people, or a child who fell and broke his knee. Our minds can take in something interesting. Looking at those classmates who were taken crooked by themselves, Braun's mouth couldn't help but smile. Especially when he saw those little snakes looking skeptical, he smiled more and more happily. Because now our brains are empty, full of air, dead flies, and frivolities. Teach us something valuable. Give us back what we have forgotten. You just have to do your best, and we'll do the rest. We will study hard until it turns to dust. One song is finished. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the professors. The school song that starts every year is nothing short of torturous for them. Only one person is an exception. Dumbledore took off his eyes and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. It's so moving. To be honest, this time the tone is much more cheerful than in previous years. This is very gratifying. Braun, who was sitting at the Slytherin table, smiled a little sheepishly. Dumbledore did not delve into the matter either. Okay guys, it's not too early. We hope you have a great night at Hogwarts. Crowds who are well fed and drunk, under the leadership of the prefect, walked towards the outside of the auditorium. At the same time, Braun did not forget to say hello to Hermione. It's just that the inherent contradictions of the little lion and the little snake make neither of them dare to go too far. Let's go. Prefect Marcus Flint said with a proud look. Live like a general who has won a battle. Be the first to leave with the Slytherin snakes. The Gryffindor prefects, on the other hand, looked at each other with a livid expression. It seems that he cares about who leaves the order first. As for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, they are two salted fish. At the moment, the academy of their academy is still chatting at the table. Some badgers followed the seniors to the Ravenclaw table and talked with the eaglets about the location of their common rooms. Left the auditorium. Braun and the other snakes walked underground under the leadership of the prefect. It's a little different from the other three colleges. The Slytherin House common room is the deepest. This used to be where the castle used to house prisoners. But later, with Slytherin and other four founders, the school was established here. The dungeon was also converted into a lounge. Charles Slytherin volunteered to allocate the worst common room to his students. Of course, that was a long time ago. Now thanks to generations of pure-blood wizards, it is no exaggeration to say that Slytherin is the most luxurious common room in the entire school. After all, who can compare to being rich than pure-blood? Walk down the stone staircase. The sides of the walls are covered with beautiful wallpaper. Expensive magic lamps were placed randomly on both sides of the wall. Directly in front of it is a huge stone door. It seemed ordinary, but when the little wizard stepped forward, a portrait of an old man with a gloomy face appeared. The old man wears medieval aristocratic clothing. Gemstone rings of various colors are worn on the huge fingers of the bone joints. Like Gryffindor, this is the gatekeeper of Slytherin. It's just a little different from Gryffindor's simple portrait. It seems to be connected to the stone gate. The gatekeepers of the four academies are different. Gryffindor relies on portraits. The entire castle is their eye and arguably the most well-informed. Ravenclaw is the bronze eagle handle. To want to enter, only wisdom is recognized. The Hufflepuff gatekeeper is more of a house elf in the kitchen than a barrel. Their ancestors have endured the blessings of their founder, Ms. Hufflepuff. All Hufflepuffs are treated with kindness. And the gatekeeper of Slytherin. It's this stone door. Although with Braun's shallow knowledge, it is impossible to judge how this stone door disappeared and appeared. But he could feel that it was an amazing alchemical item. In terms of solidity, it can be said to be the strongest of the 4 colleges. Everyone was not afraid of the sudden appearance of the portrait. They are all pure blood, and of course there is insight. Similar magical portraits have been seen at home. Only those half-bloods can't help but exclaim. But in the disdainful gazes of the other purebloods, it quieted down again. The expression was tinged with shame. Password. The gloomy old man had no intention of talking to them. Marcus replied respectfully. Purebred. Then the stone gate became transparent. When everyone entered, they resurfaced behind them. Braun couldn't help but marvel. The Academy's entry password changes every week. Of course, even if you forget, don't worry. Sir Cadogan will tell if you are a student of the Academy. Of course, I don't really recommend that you do that. Because if you forget the password many times, Sir Cadogan would report to the dean. Believe me, that's definitely not a good thing. Seeing the prefect so serious, the little snakes also nodded seriously. They had already seen the dean of their family under the instructions of the seniors. Honestly, it's scary. See these freshmen honestly. Prefect Marcus was very satisfied. Then the other rules began to be told. Braun didn't listen. Instead, he looked at the lounge with curious eyes. The color of the lounge is the same as the badge on Braun's wizard's robe. The main body is all green. A huge collegiate coat of arms flag is hung above the fireplace. It is particularly dazzling against the background of the firelight. In particular, the silver snake eyes stitched with gold wire give people the feeling of being alive. In front of the fireplace are placed several sofas. Just by looking at the leather that has turned dark red, they're not young. On the right side of the sofa are some bookshelves and bulletin boards. Because of the fact that school has just started, there is nothing in it. Only a portrait of the dean was placed there. It's just that the person in the portrait has left. It looks like I don't know where to go there. On the left side of the sofa is a full glass side. Through the glass, Braun can see that many fish people are curiously looking inside. Some even knocked on the glass to greet them. This reminded Braun of the hallucinations he had encountered in the Black Lake. It wasn't a nice experience. Those are Black Lake mermaids. He is a close relative of the mermaid. But don't worry, they are all kind, and they have a contract with the school and will not hurt you. If you are unfortunate enough to fall into the Black Lake, they will help save you. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the huge glass wall. Marcus then explained to everyone. Black Lake has giant squid in addition to fish people. You can go around there. I saw the little wizards yawning and beating this guy. Marcus also knew they were tired. After all, these first graders are not very old. Plus a day of car ride. So I stopped telling everyone about those rules. Start taking the boys to their assigned dormitories. As for girls, another female prefect is in charge. Braun Roar, Theodore Notor, Blaise Shabanai. Well, this is your dormitory. Prefect Marcus, who was standing in front of a room, said. The 3 thanked the prefect for a while. Then I also entered the dormitory. Dormitories are somewhat similar to halls. The walls are also made of glass. It's just that there are curtains to block it. There are 3 4-poster beds in the room, with a typical medieval style. White silk runs from the top of the bed to the bottom of the bed. The privacy of each little wizard is guaranteed. 3 long wooden tables are placed on the other side for homework. On the other side is the bathing room. Everyone's luggage was piled under their respective beds. The silk drapery of each bed is tattooed with its name in silver. Dumb. Clever Tom has long since thrown himself out of the cage. At the moment, he was standing on the hanger in the room showing off to Braun. Is this your pet, Braun? Theodore asked curiously. He didn't bring his pet over. After all, it is still very troublesome to raise. That's right, it's called Tom. Saying that, he took out the food in his suitcase that he had bought at the pet store before school started. This food is said to prevent pets from shedding hair, and make their bones stronger. Dumb? Is this crow-eaten? Looking at the pet food that was kicked over by the other party, Braun fell into deep thought. Then take out a packet of beef jerky. Watched Tom eat it beautifully. Sure enough, fried chicken and Coke are real health. Braun didn't mean to force Tom either. Anyway, he hadn't heard of magical creatures that ate and were malnourished and died. It's as ridiculous as a dragon being scared to death by a velvet. It's a pity for these grains. Forget it, go back to Neville's leaf. The golden-backed toad looked dumbfounded because it wasn't a picky eater. Finish feeding Tom. Braun also went to the bathroom to wash up. After a tiring day, the 3 of them had nothing to talk about. All poured on a soft big bed embroidered with pure blood supremacy. Early morning. Braun got up early. This is a habit he developed at home. After all, what can compare to getting up in the morning to check in? Ding! Current check-in location, Hogwarts, Slytherin house. Receive exclusive Academy check-in rewards. Basics of potions. Immediately afterwards, Braun's mind had all kinds of basic herbal knowledge and some simple potion recipes in his mind. Sure enough, the check-in bonus to Hogwarts is good. Braun praised sincerely. It's just that he doesn't quite understand what this exclusive means. Ding! The host has already selected an academy and therefore cannot check in for rewards unique to other houses. The systematic explanation made Braun a little regretful. After all, he still wanted to sign up for the 4 major colleges. Now it seems that there is no drama. But shouldn't Slytherin's sign-in reward be Parseltongue? Why potions? Ding! All 4 colleges have different emphases. Exclusive rewards are selected based on the deans of the 4 colleges. The basics of potions came from Snape, the head of Slytherin. Braun was stunned. At the same time, I also have a deeper understanding of the 4 colleges. Gryffindor's wizards are reckless, and for adventure, transfiguration is undoubtedly the most useful. Not to mention that Professor McGonagall is one of the 8 animagus certified by the Ministry of Magic today. Powerful, even Snape was no match for him. If anything can convince the eaglets who are hungry for knowledge, it is undoubtedly a vast sea of magic spells. As the head of the Eagle Academy, Professor Flitwick is the champion of the magic duel of the entire European continent. Familiarity with spells, except for Dumbledore, no one in the entire school could surpass him. The hard-working badgers were taught by Professor Sprout. The cultivation of herbs is a very patient matter. Except for the little badger, no academy can endure that loneliness. As for the snake courtyard, potions is known as the discipline of kryptonite. If you want to learn, you can't do without the support of Jingarin. And for these rich and status-seeking purebloods, needless to say, it is the most suitable. Even the famous potions masters were all pure-blooded. In potions, the pure-blood galleon is the biggest advantage. Not bad, at least don't worry about Snape's old bat embarrassing me, Braun muttered to himself. Although Snape is very good to the people of this house, he basically does not deduct points. But because the potion is not well refined, there are still things that are poisoned. He didn't want to be scolded by the old bat pointing at his nose. SHHH. Don't talk, Tom, they're all still sleeping. Braun whispered to Tom, who was a little excited. Tom waved his wings and landed on Braun's shoulder and gently pecked Braun's hair with his yellow beak. He also threw a yellow piece of parchment into Braun's hands. This is. Looking at the contents of the parchment, Braun was a little stunned. This is my own class schedule for the week. I didn't expect to be put next to the bed. Well, let me see. Hogwarts Year 1 course. The morning is a charms class and a potions class. Don't have a stargazing class in the afternoon? 3 classes a day, which was indeed a bit light, which made Braun uncomfortable. However, it is good to be free in this way. I can also have more time and energy to focus on alchemy. Wizards are not all powerful. Magic is vast. No one can specialize in everything, not even Dumbledore. I hope the system can extract an alchemy knowledge for me as soon as possible. If I really learn it on my own, I'm afraid I will be exhausted to death. Braun muttered to himself. After washing. So he left the dormitory with Tom. It was quiet in the hallway. The same goes for the common room. Only the firewood in the stove kept making a crackling and burning sound. You got up early, kid. A hoarse voice caught Braun's attention. It was a wizened ghost, and his gown was stained with blood. Around his waist hangs a hunting knife that is also stained with blood. It looks scary. The ghost in front of him, Braun, is no stranger. He had seen it at yesterday's dinner party. It was the ghost of Slytherin, whose specific name had been forgotten. He is called Barrow the Blood by other young wizards. Of course, inside Slytherin they are still revered as knights. Good morning, sir. I just got into the habit of liking to get up early. Although I don't know why Barrow the Blood called himself. But he still answered the other party's question respectfully. Barrow the Bloodman's gaze was a little dull, as if he was out of his mind. I don't know if I heard Braun's words. After waiting for a while, the other party did not mean to speak. Braun stopped staying and prepared to leave the lounge. I smell evil spirits on you, and someone is watching you. Be careful, remember? Braun, who was standing in front of the stone gate, paused in his steps. Looking back, the bloody Barrow on the sofa has long disappeared. Inexplicable? Are Hogwarts all such riddlers? Braun muttered. Got out of here. Braun did wake up a little early. This is for Hogwarts, which has classes at 9 o'clock. At this time, the little wizards were still in their sleep. Look at the empty castle. Braun didn't feel lonely. Instead, enjoy this rare tranquility. Hello, Professor. Braun respectfully greeted the lady who was wearing a huge robe and looked very simple. The witch was a little surprised by Braun's appearance. But after also taking a serious look at Braun, he felt a little happy. Are you Braun Roar? Braun was a little confused. He didn't seem to have seen this witch. I'm your aunt, Sybil One Trelawney. Your grandmother wrote to me? Hearing the other party's explanation, Braun was stunned. The other party's dress was really different from what he saw yesterday. No of those bells and whistles. He didn't recognize it for a while. Okay, kid, come with me. You're up too early, and there's no breakfast at this time. Sybil Trelawney greeted Braun warmly. Before Braun could refuse, he was pulled up the tower of another castle. To be honest, it really tired him. Climbing the 7th floor in one breath was a little too difficult for his young trial. Need some tea? This is a tea that has really been transported from the ancient East. Sitting in a chair, looking at the small attic in front of you and the excited Professor Trelawney. It made Braun feel a little strange. Because this is a little different from the liar soothsayer he remembers. The other party did not speak to himself in an ethereal tone of trance. I didn't have anything to do with myself. Young man, I see that your yintang is black. There will be disaster. Yes, you are going to burp. And he kindly poured tea for himself and handed him the pie he brought. Thank you, Professor. Well, grandmother. He felt that the title was a bit strange. But since this is the request of the other party, Braun is naturally not easy to refuse. Are you learning your grandmother's stargazing? A pie is eaten. Professor Trelawney couldn't help but ask. Well, no. Actually, I only learned the soul magic passed down from the Roar family. And in the future, I intend to develop in the direction of alchemy. This is not something to hide. Each wizard has his own research goals. In Braun's view, it is better to learn real alchemy than to learn those ethereal divination. After all, divination is a thing that even wizards feel metaphysical. In addition to having the bloodline of a prophet, there must be a series of other conditions. More importantly, even if you can see the future, you can't change it. This is simply sadder than the inability to predict the future. Soul magic and alchemy? Braun, you shouldn't waste your talent. You have the bloodline of the great prophet Cassandra Trelawney. Cassandra in the game is not Sybil Trelawney's great-grandmother. Don't watch the explanatory videos, it's all half aware. That character is original to the game. And the two have different surnames. One is the Trelawney family and the other is the Worley family. It is normal for foreigners to repeat their names. The words are only half said. Trelawney smiled bitterly as if he had thought of something. As if self-deprecating, he spoke. It's good that you can figure it out. At least I won't be entangled in the so-called bloodline for life like I am. I spent my life for ethereal prophecy. Looking at the stunned Trelawney, Braun was also surprised. You must know that this is a ruthless person who would rather divorce her husband in order to keep his surname. He had thought that his words would cause the anger of the other party. Who would have thought that Trelawney would be like this? I don't have your grandmother's talent, and I'm too greedy. I always want to learn everything, but in the end I don't learn anything well. Half a life. Braun sat in place, not knowing how to enlighten his aunt, who knew that the other party waved his hand. Threw him a book made of wolf poison turf paper. The cover of the book depicts an eye with dragon's blood. It seems to mean peering into the fog of the future with your eyes. This is a true soothsayer's legacy book with divination about crystal ball divination and tarot cards. Maybe you can also try to learn it. Without waiting for Braun to say anything more, he waved his wand and drove him out. Standing in the hallway, looking at the book in his hand, Braun didn't know what to say. I thought Trelawney was a crazy old witch, who knows that people are very sober. Not only that, but he was also given a legacy book about fortune tellers. It really left him unsure of what to say. Grateful? Maybe it's a little more complicated. Knowledge and the wizarding world are the most precious things. The other party can give himself an inheritance so easily, and this friendship is not small. Although it is possible that this is for the sake of one's own grandmother. Forget it, take it one step at a time. Put the book away. Braun ran down the stairs downstairs. It was almost 8 o'clock when I came out. The tower is not short from the main castle. It took at least half an hour to run. If you don't hurry up and start class right away, you may have to be late. Being late on the first day is not a good thing. While thinking, his steps became faster. The potions classroom is on the left-hand side of the 5th floor. After returning to the lounge to get the book for the charms class, without hesitation, Braun ran towards the 5th floor. But sometimes the more you want to get something done as quickly as possible, then there will always be some surprises in the process, which makes the result a little unsatisfactory. It's like the stairs that are moving at the moment. They seemed to be about to be late when they discovered Braun. So he began to deliberately mess around. Shet. Braun scolded angrily. He doesn't have the kung fu to play games with these stairs. The cold shirt wooden wand at his waist was drawn. Wave it without forgetting to recite the mantra. Forbidden spirit. A beam of light blue glow shot towards the stairs. Then the stairs, which were still moving, suddenly froze. It's as if a running gear is stuck. The staircase where Braun was located was restored to its original position. Braun jumped on without hesitation. Come to the 5th floor of the castle. And the restored staircase was the moment Braun jumped up to the 5th floor. Once again, it returned to its original state and began to change continuously. It's still too hard. Braun's face turned pale. The stairs are not so easy to control. Know that everything in the castle is one. With Braun's magic, it is nothing compared to this castle that has been built for thousands of years. The brief period of control was also the result of Braun's best efforts. Hurry up and go to class. Without hesitation, Braun ran to the charms classroom with his book in his hand. Sorry teacher, I'm a little late. Standing in the doorway, Braun said apologetically to Professor Flitwick, who was standing in the book. Oh, don't strain the kid. There are no classes yet. Find a seat to sit. Professor Flitwick said kindly. It can be seen that he has a good temper. Take a look at the classroom. 2 of his roommates were sitting at the back and waving softly to him, as if to signal him over. In the seat on the right, Hermione was sitting there alone. There is no hesitation at all. Braun sat down next to Hermione with the book in his arms. What's wrong? Looking a little sullen? Braun couldn't help but pinch Hermione's little face. It caused the other party to glare at him. But soon he lay down in front of the table as if deflated. I don't feel like my roommates like me very much. Hermione's tone was tinged with some loss. At the same time, there is depression. Oh. Braun raised an eyebrow in surprise. However, after thinking that the other party has only 2 friends in the original book, Ron and Harry, it seems that he can understand that the other party does not seem to be so popular among girls. Otherwise, she would not be sitting alone around without herself. It seems that he met Braun, a relatively familiar friend. Hermione had held back for a night and finally had someone to talk to. I talked to them last night. Talk about some magical sightings. But they didn't seem that interested. And seems very tired of what I say. Braun looked at the girl's distressed look a little stunned. What laughter? Hermione asked fiercely. If you don't say why, I'll cry to show you. Let Braun quickly apologize to the other party. You're going in the wrong direction, Hermione. Not all wizards like magic that much. Even those pureblood children teach children magical knowledge, only a few, so they are no different from ordinary muggle-born children. If you really want to make a few more friends, maybe you can talk to them about the Weird Sisters, or some other singer in the wizarding world. They may prefer those to the knowledge in the book. But isn't chasing stars a waste of time? Hermione said with some hesitation. So it's up to you. If you want to find a few really good girlfriends, then you need to try to accept what they are interested in. But if it's just a roommate who has a good relationship, what is going on? Hermione asked eagerly. Braun knew from the other party that Hermione didn't seem to be looking for any girlfriend. Then you just have to pretend to listen as they speak, nodding from time to time to show that you are listening carefully. Then pretend to be interested in complimenting or asking them about something when they talk about something. Then they will have a sense of accomplishment. Over time, it will naturally have a good relationship with you. Braun spread his hands. It seems to make some sense. Hermione's eyes lit up. As a student with a high IQ, Braun's method, she thought about it for a moment, and she could feel that the feasibility was very high. Honestly, I would have regretted it if I had gone to Ravenclaw in the first place. Nope. Braun shook his head. All academies are the same. Even the eaglets say they love knowledge, but they also love to play. The academy is just the label of the founder. That doesn't mean students. I could tell Hermione, you have the bravery of a lion, and you are a better Gryffindor than Ravenclaw. Hermione was a little shy by Braun's compliment. Langbuting asked. Where did you see that? Well, since you didn't listen to the school teacher and called your parents to Diagon Alley. Braun grinned and rubbed his arm. Originally, I was joking. That thought of Hermione, the tiger lady, was so real. Hey, don't be angry. Braun tentatively poked the other's arm. But Hermione just snorted coldly. Like Neville's leaf, he didn't speak. Put on a look like, I'm cold and ignore me. Of course, if you ignore the small eyes that keep glancing towards Braun, it may be more real. Professor Flitwick, standing on the podium, smiled at his aunt, interested in the little awkwardness between Braun and Hermione. However, after seeing the time, it was already time for class. Still stood up dutifully. Okay, it's time for the kids to go to class. Please take out standard spell, elementary. We learn in this lesson. The words are not finished. Ron and Harry hurried in from outside. It looks a little embarrassed. Sorry, Professor, we were late. Ron and Harry hurriedly confessed. It's not a good thing to be late on the first day. Professor Flitwick said seriously. Okay, kid, go back to your seat. I hope you will be on time for your next class. Kindly reproached the two. Harry and Ron were seated back in their seats. Then let's move on to today's lesson. Professor Flitwick continued. Charms is a vast subject. Seriously, although I've said it countless times and every year, I'm going to take the trouble to tell you at this point. You should pay tribute to Ms. Miranda Goshawk, author of our textbook. No, when I was in school, Charms class wasn't as simple and clear as it is now. The books are full of complex explanations and esoteric concepts that are obscure. The situation has improved more than 70 years ago when Ms. Miranda Goshawk wrote the standard spell series specifically for Hogwarts. So I hope that while learning, you will not forget the contribution that this great lady has made to everyone. As he spoke, Professor Flitwick picked up the textbook. He said, pointing to the kind old witch in the book. After some ideological education, Professor Flitwick began today's formal lecture. Okay everyone, let's learn the first spell today. A spell that is very useful in normal times. Fluorescent spell. Can anyone tell me the spell of this spell now? Looking at the group of little wizards with their heads bowed, Professor Flitwick's face remained unchanged. But after seeing Hermione with her hand raised, he felt a little relieved. Originally, he thought that there would be no one. So, okay, this student, you can answer. The spell is fluorescent flashing? Professor. Hermione replied without hesitation. She had already prepared it early when she was at home. Very good. Very correct, child. Your name is Hermione Granger. Gryffindor badge on Hermione's robe. Professor Flitwick raised his hand. Very good, Miss Granger. Goran Finder plus 10 points. This is a reward for your bravery and answering the right questions. Thank you, Professor. Hermione smiled sweetly at Professor Flitwick, then proudly raised his chin to Braun. Braun couldn't help but smile a little. He didn't expect Hermione to have such a cute side. Miss Granger has answered the spell, so let's try it. Professor Flitwick said. The wand in his hand waved gently. Fluorescent flashing. The tip of the wand carries a white glow, but the crowd didn't seem too amazed. Just with a curious look. Some also looked a little disappointed. It seemed that the magic was a little different from what they had imagined. Professor Flitwick saw the expressions of the students. But he didn't care. The fluorescent spell is simple though, but it's not that easy to succeed. Especially for these little wizards who are new to magic. After a while, this group of young wizards will know the difficulty of fluorescent spells, and let go of the contempt in your heart. Look at my movements, my hands shake. Together with the spell. Read with me. Fluorescent flashing. Students held wands and chanted spells somewhat listlessly. Others can't wait to give it a try. Ron is one of them. Why can't Professor Flitwick hurry up and let us try that? Oh my god, we've all been waving our wands for more than 10 minutes. Seriously, it's a great look. Ron whispered to Harry. Harry didn't say anything though, but maybe that's what I think in my heart. It doesn't feel that this spell is that difficult. Okay, let's practice separately. Professor Flitwick has long understood the minds of the students. When all the curtains in the room were closed, the whole classroom went dark. It's easy for students to try it next. Fluorescent flashing. Fluorescent flashing? Fluorescent flashing? With the permission of the professor. The little wizards couldn't wait to try. It's just different from what they imagined. This seemingly simple spell does not seem to be as simple as it seems. Many little wizards tried many times, but still not a single success. Hermione also waved her wand with some distress. She learned some spells during the summer. For example, repair spells. It's just that because the fluorescent spell is too simple, I didn't learn it. Unexpectedly, this seemingly simple spell does not seem to be so simple. Well done. Professor Flitwick said happily. I saw that the tip of Braun's wand was lit up. And it's not that faint light, but the kind of ball of light with some glare. It seems that you contacted beforehand, Mr. Roar. Yes, Professor, I previewed the textbook during the summer vacation. Braun was not proud, but calmly elaborated on the matter. Well, that's still good. Professor Flitwick praised. For this Professor Flitwick's words were not finished, and Hermione next to Braun also successfully cast the fluorescent spell, although the light from the tip of her staff was very, very faint. If it weren't for the fact that the room was too dark at the moment, it would not even be noticeable. But it still delighted Professor Flitwick. Miss Granger, very good. It seems that we have one more person to add points. So, Slytherin plus 10, Gryffindor plus 5 points. The little wizards around showed a look of envy and adoration. Especially the little snakes are asking who Braun really is. After learning the identity of the other party, his expression became even more adoring. Only Malfoy in the corner was a little indignant. I always feel that Braun, this guy has stolen his limelight. Just as I was thinking about how to deal with Braun, a good idea suddenly crossed my mind. He laughed a little proudly. Let Crabbe and Goyle next to him scratch their heads. Really? This mantra is obviously very simple. Ron waved his wand a little angrily. I saw the tip of the staff light up. But he didn't wait for him to be happy. The white light suddenly exploded. It was only after Professor Flitwick opened the curtain that everyone found out. Ron, who was originally red-haired, had a dark face. The red curls on the head also turned black. How miserable and miserable that would be. And Harry, who was sitting next to him, was not much better. The glasses turned black. The whole face, although not as miserable as Harry, was not much better. Looking at these miserable two, many little wizards couldn't help but laugh. Even Professor Flitwick was confused by this scene and did not know what to say. Well, I think, kid, you'd better wash your faces now. The charms class ended in an hour and a half. Then everyone hurried back to their respective lounges to get crucibles and dragon skin gloves. Braun was also briefly separated from Hermione. Braun, you're really awesome. I've practiced a lesson and haven't used the fluorescent spell yet. Theodore couldn't help but say as he walked beside Braun. Braun is able to cast spells on him with honor, and Shubinai on the side was also excited. It's just that he is not excited about Braun casting the spell, but because of Ron's explosion. That's cool. You saw that explosion? No. That's interesting. Of course, it would be better if the face was blackened. Ron, who was going upstairs on the side, turned darker when he heard this. Although the face has been washed, the burnt hair is not so easy to change back. So he had to spend the morning with this curly hair. This put him in a very bad mood. Harry wasn't much better. The glasses were repaired by Professor Flitwick, though, but he preferred not to be repaired. Now his face is blackened except for the skin around his eyes, which are relatively white. It makes him look like a raccoon with glasses. Looking at the two who rushed upstairs angrily, Braun couldn't help but laugh too. 3 people stood in the hallway laughing. It caused a lot of people to look at it. I think there is something wrong with these 3 little wizards. Let's hurry back and get something. It's the dean's class later, so you don't want to be late. Sabinai and Theodore also got serious. The footsteps hurried downstairs. The potions classroom was above the Slytherin common room, located on the basement level. Further up is the Badger's lounge. Compared to the Slytherin common room, although the potions classroom was on the basement floor, it was even darker. The moment Braun entered the classroom, a slightly pungent smell of herbs lingered in the air between his noses. Alcohol lamps are neatly arranged on the table. Around the classroom, various glass jars are placed. The yellowish formalin in the bottle is soaked in a wide variety of plant and animal organs. Those who don't know may think that this is some Frankenstein's laboratory, because the lounge is relatively close to the classroom. Braun was the first to grab a long, well-placed table. On the long table were 2 iron shelves, which seemed to be used to place crucibles. The basics of potions that he checked in the morning gave Braun an instant sense of familiarity when he saw these things. He put on his gloves and easily arranged the magic plants on the table. The crucible was placed on a shelf, an alcohol lamp was lit, and the flame skillfully removed the paraffin wax used to prevent rust from the crucible. Finally, turn on the faucet on the table and wash it well. After doing all this, Braun noticed that the classroom seemed to be a little too quiet. Look up. I saw Snape standing not far away looking at him. The other little wizards looked at him with reverence without saying a word. Well, I'm sorry, Professor. I just think the newly bought crucible needs to be dealt with, Braun said a little embarrassed. At the same time, facing the old bat, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous in my heart. Who knows if Snape will give himself a poisonous tongue. Malfoy, who was sitting on the other side, also had a smile on his lips. He couldn't wait to enjoy Braun being scolded by Snape. It's just that things don't seem to go the way he thinks. Although Snape did not show a smile, he also did not mean to criticize. Instead, he asked, "You taught yourself this?" As a potions master, he could still see the rustiness of Braun's technique. That's why I asked. Well, yes. I've read books on cleaning and care for crucibles. The book says that only by handling the crucible can the potion refining be smooth and increase the success rate. Without blushing, Braun described the memory given by the system as his own effort. Snape nodded. There was some appreciation in his eyes. You're nice, Mr. Roar. Many people overlook the importance of crucibles. As a freshman, you can think of this and show that you are really studying carefully. Slytherin plus 5 points. Classes now? With that, he walked up to the podium. The door that had been open also slammed shut. All the little wizards looked at Braun in disbelief, and at the same time looked at Snape trembling. Malfoy's angry teeth were about to be crushed. This Nema Braun delayed everyone's extracurricular time. You don't stop it, even if you give him extra points. He felt a severe crit in his psyche. It's just that Snape doesn't have the heart to take care of his cheap godson. His cold gaze swept across the audience. It was said without a trace of emotion. Potions is a complex subject for many wizards. I don't mean that you can really appreciate the beauty of the slow-simmering cauldron with white smoke wafting out of the fragrance. You won't really understand the fluid that flows into people's veins, the magical power that makes people feel and confused. Because these are too hard. No one except truly gifted wizards can read the pleasures of it. Saying that, his always gloomy face also brought some rare intoxication. But soon the intoxication disappeared. In its place was that cold expression. Potions is a convenient path to success. Of course, this is only for those who are truly talented. Even if you can't become a true potions master. But as long as you have a decent level of potions, you can still do well in the wizarding world. Both galleon and status are so at your fingertips. Snape's words made the little snakes excited. If we say 4 academies who crave money and power more, then Slytherin is undoubtedly a well-deserved first. The little snakes were completely impressed by the bright prospect that Snape painted. Wait to learn and become the new potions master? As for the little lions, it seems that this boiling potion does not mean that it is profound magic. The look was even more decadent than in Flitwick's class. Of course, this may also have something to do with Snape's gloomy look. At this moment, Snape's icy gaze seemed to finally notice the figure that both made him hate and pity. Looking at Snape's suddenly changed expression, Braun knew. This is when the other party found Harry. Sure enough, at the same time as Braun was thinking, Snape's icy voice came again. Maybe some of you think that with a little fame, you can do whatever you want in school. But I want to say that he thought wrong. Ron hurriedly pushed Harry, who didn't know what he was writing, and asked the other party to do it quickly. But even so, Snape didn't seem to be about letting go. His face was a little gloomy. Harry Potter, with some intriguing inquiries. So, Mr. Potter, can you tell you what you were doing? Harry Potter, who was stared at by Snape, looked a little cramped. Nervous. Teaching, Professor, I'm taking notes. Harry looked nervous. He was indeed taking notes. But not taking notes from Potions class, but from Professor Flitwick's Charms class. Oh, is it? It seems that our Mr. Harry is very studious. Snape's smile was tinged with malice. He waved his palm lightly, and he didn't see him chanting any incantations. Harry's notebook flew into his hand, and the above content also made his already gloomy expression even more ugly. Nothing makes one teacher's class more angry than writing another teacher's homework. Not to mention that this is still the son of a love rival, he said with a smile on his face. It seems that our famous Mr. Savior thinks that charms lessons are much more important than potions. Or maybe the potions class was nothing to him? The eyes of the little lions around him who looked at Harry revealed admiration, thinking that Harry was worthy of being the savior. Bold is big. It was a pity that he was caught red-handed by Professor Snape. And the little snakes are quite gloating. I wish this famous savior was unlucky. Among them, some of the young wizards led by Malfoy were even more happy, as if it was Christmas. Although Braun was the #1 enemy in Malfoy's heart, he was equally happy to see Harry deflated. No, Professor, Harry was about to explain when Snape mercilessly interrupted. What do you get when you add narcissus root powder with wormwood infusion? Harry muttered, finally blushing. Sorry, Professor, I do not know. Snape just thought he hadn't heard. Then asked, I need a piece of bezoar, so where should I find it? What is the difference between Aconitum scaptiform and Aconitum lupum? Harry was already standing there silently with his head bowed at this time. Snape, on the other hand, was not so angry, but after seeing the curly black hair on his head, his mood began to become more and more angry. This reminded him of his rival and nemesis. It seems that sometimes fame is always not worthy of the name. He glanced at everyone present. All the little wizards sat honestly and obediently at the table. Braun held Hermione deadly, afraid that she would not be able to resist raising her hand and being hated by Snape as a typical memory. This is not Braun slandering Snape. Once this old bat gets involved with Harry Potter, it will instantly become irrational. Then Snape didn't mean to ask anyone else to stand up and answer the question. Braun can also understand this. Originally, these 3 questions were specially prepared for Harry Potter. Daffodils, like lilies, mean remorse to bring to the grave. And the name of Harry's mother, Lily, means lily. Wormwood means absence and sorrow. The addition of daffodils to the wormwood infusion is, I am very saddened by Lily's death. How to look for it was not so much asking Harry as Snape's self-questioning. How my pain was lifted. Although lupul poison aconitum and aconitum are the same kind, the former represents living for love. The latter represents resentment and malice. This illustrates the contradiction in Snape's mind. With a dislike of Harry Potter, and in order to protect Lily's child, he will still live strongly. Worthy of being a potions master? Play is fancy? Braun muttered to himself. At the same time, I made up my mind that I would have to engage in a few such problems in the future. Just like the old madman Dumbledore said for years, stupid. Cry? Residue? Ring? Same. Every year, little wizards asked, but Dumbledore just wouldn't explain. Laugh and watch everyone fight for you and me. Now, look through your textbooks. In this lesson I will teach you how to refine acne remedies. This is the most basic and simple medicine. Trust me, if you can't even refine this potion in this class, then I don't think there's any need for you to continue wasting time on potions. Because your brains won't be much bigger than trolls. Snape's poisonous tongue made the little wizards dare not speak angrily, but in order to prove that his brain is indeed bigger than the troll. So everyone is still working very hard. Braun, what were you pulling me for? Otherwise, I'll answer Professor Snape's question. Hermione said angrily. Braun glanced at Snape carefully. Do you think the dean of our academy will give you extra points? Are you not afraid that he will find some other problems to make things difficult for you and then deduct your points fiercely? Hermione looked at Snape, who was surrounded by a 360-degree poisonous tongue, and swallowed. She didn't know about the entanglement between Snape and Harry, but thought that Harry didn't answer Snape's question and was targeted. For a while, I was a little scared. Swallowed saliva. Probably not. Then you go on and look over there. Braun raised an eyebrow in Snape's direction again. At this moment Snape had walked to Malfoy's side, and the clumsy Goyle next to him was no different from Harry. But the treatment is very different. Sorry Professor, I don't know much about cutting. Goyle stammered. No kid works hard. 1 point for Slytherin. This is honesty for you? After speaking, he ran to the other little lions and started the poisonous tongue-picking mode. You see, you believe it now, right? Braun cut the slugs proudly. Hermione. Originally, she wanted to defend Snape, but now it seemed that she was indeed naive. Hermione, you help me take 6 snake teeth and grind them into powder. Braun said to Hermione. Don't look at a crucible for refining potions in front of everyone. But in fact, it was 2 little wizards working together to refine a potion. One is because they are not yet very skilled to avoid being in a hurry. The other is to save materials. After all, Hogwarts has no surplus food. Magic plants are inherently expensive, and although there is a greenhouse in the school, the money can be saved, right? Watching Hermione sharpen her snake teeth, Braun sliced those porcupine thorns into small pieces. After pouring those snake tooth powders into the crucible and heating them for about 10 seconds, Braun began to pour clean water into the crucible. At the same time, do not forget to add segmented antennae slugs and porcupine spines. Braun, I read in the book that these things don't seem to need to be chopped. Hermione looked at the steps in the book and said hesitantly. Braun's hand paused. This is all the knowledge he gained through potions basics. It stands to reason that you can't go wrong, right? How did you come up with the idea to chop porcupine thorns and slugs? Snape didn't know when he came over. Looking at Braun asked with interest. Personally, I think that the antennae slugs and porcupine thorns, if shredded, may be able to fully fuse the properties of the potion. Braun said stiffly. Snape nodded, neither praising nor reprimanding. Instead, he stood quietly on the side and watched the 2 people refining potions. Even Harry forgot about it. Hermione's pressure seemed a lot greater. The whole person became nervous, afraid that he had done something wrong. In contrast, Braun is much calmer. Although it was the first time to operate the potion, but the memory in his mind made him feel like he was practicing 1,000 times. Although it looks a little rusty, but the action is not slow in the slightest. It was as if he already knew where to put these things and what to do with them. Everything became familiar. Slug and porcupine thorns added. Then wait for the potion to turn pale green. There are fine foams emerging. While watching the crucible, Braun's mind played back the refining process. Wait until the time is almost up. Braun pulled out his wand. Gently wave over the crucible. Magic poured into it. The potion in the crucible was as if it had been injected with life. It came alive. And Braun was not particularly excited about the success of the refining. Wait quietly for the potion to cool down and then fill the prepared potion bottle. Then the crucible is cleaned. The whole action flowed without the slightest superfluous movement. It seems that you really carefully previewed, Mr. Rohr. Whether it is in the process of refining or the cleaning of the crucible after refining, you can see that you are indeed careful. What's even more rare is that you have a skeptical spirit. This is what a potions master needs most. Potions are never static, only by knowing how to innovate can you become a great potions master. Even Snape couldn't help but praise Braun. He loves potions. Or that the potion was his second life. In the years since Lily's death, if it weren't for the potions, this magnificent world would have supported him. Maybe he won't be able to support it for a long time, although he could not determine whether Braun would become a potions master in the future. But the most important quality of a potions master, he already possesses. That is the spirit of questioning. Braun smiled coyly. Faced with Snape's praise, he decided to accept it shamelessly. The system is its own anyway. The system rewards are rounded up by your own hard work. Well, no problem. The little wizards around who were refining potions also looked over. I wanted to see if anyone had been poisoned by Snape again. Only this time it doesn't seem to be the same. How do old bats smile? Mr. Braun roared. The scabies potion has been refined. I can say that this is the most perfect scabies elixir refined by these two freshmen. I don't exaggerate in the slightest. For this, Slytherin plus 20 points, Snape said, holding up the potion. As for Hermione, who acted as an assistant on the side, he subconsciously ignored it. 20? The little wizards around couldn't help but look at the yellow-green potion bottle in Snape's hand. At the same time, he looked at Braun, who was standing at the long table, with shock. It seems hard to believe. My own side has not finished processing the materials. The refining has been completed. Is the gap between this person and people already so big? What are you looking at? Don't continue refining potions? Snape roared. Let the little wizards become quail again. Honestly lying on his desk and handling the materials. But private communication is no less. The Lowell family refining potions. No, but I heard that Braun's parents used to be the attending doctors of St. Mungo's Hospital. Oh, no wonder. This is the talk of the little snakes. The focus of the little lion is even more peculiar. Two little girls in the corner were whispering. I think that boy is so handsome. Yes, it's a pity that it's pure blood. Pure blood is good, they are all rich and smart. The other girl glanced at Neville, who was busy experimenting, then quite tacitly skipped the topic. Braun, how did you do it? Hermione asked in surprise. Braun's performance in class was a bit unexpected. Originally, Hermione had seen other pure-blooded Hermione in Gryffindor. I still have some confidence. But after seeing Braun's performance, this confidence became a lot less. My parents were doctors at St. Mungo's Hospital and I had contacts. Without blushing, Braun gave the credit to his parents, whom he had never met. How about we go to the library after eating? Anyway, there are no classes in the afternoon. Hermione naturally wouldn't refuse. Lunch was plentiful. The food was also okay. Braun also ate happily. Hogwarts is a place without secrets. Braun's morning performance. Naturally, it was also spread by the little wizards of the same grade. Except for his nemesis, Gryffindor. The badgers and eaglets of the other academies looked at Braun with a bright glow and whispered to Braun. Especially Kitty Hawk. Compared to the little snake that is overly power-seeking. Although the eaglets are a little Buddhist, it does not mean that they are really lying flat like Hufflepuff. On the contrary, they are also very ambitious. This is also why it can explain that there are so many snake courtyards, and many people's girlfriends are from the eagle courtyard. And Gryffindor was a little scoffing at Braun's achievements. Lee Jordan is a second-year student in Gryffindor. At the same time, he is also an extremely radical Gryffindor. The attitude towards Slytherin has always been disgusting. But think of his own Zulu identity. I can understand it. After all, the purebloods of Slytherin had all participated in the Great Voyage trade. This is how his ancestors were brought here across the sea, tortured and humiliated. If not for the rise of the first generation of the Dark Lord, many wizards felt the crisis. Thus, in order to unite the forces, decided to give freedom to his Zulu ancestors. Lee Jordan may not even have the possibility of going to school now, maybe in some stable where to put the horses. What's so awesome about that Slytherin? I think it's Snape's old guy who is biased. If I were to say that he was not powerful at all, Lee Jordan said indignantly. But Hermione was a little unhappy. Braun is not what you say it is. I was with him. That's his conspiracy too. And you'd better stay away from him? He's a Slytherin? Whoever I want to be with is my power. You don't need to care? Hermione responded unceremoniously. There was no consciousness of respecting the senior, and she felt that the other party was not so worthy of her respect. Looking at Hermione's back as she left, Lee Jordan's angry black face turned red, constant muttering in his mouth. At the same time, vent your anger on the salad in front of you. The library at Hogwarts is by far one of the largest libraries in the entire wizarding world. In addition to Beauxbatons College and Durmstrang in Gaul, even the hamsters of Ephamouni College in Armenigon cannot compare. Here you can find any book you want. From texts that chronicle the history of wizards to books that contain all kinds of powerful magic. Even alchemy and potions are involved. For wizards who are hungry for knowledge, this is nothing short of paradise. Sure enough, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Braun sighed and looked at the book on alchemy at hand. Don't look at the name, it's a good name. What kind of alchemy fan? In fact, the whole article is nonsense. There is nothing of value other than all kinds of speculation. The other books are similar, even if there are some of them valuable, because they are full of metaphors and code words. Braun looks in the clouds. Some of the knowledge gained from Borgenbach was limited to some of the ancient Runuan uses. As for how to seal the magic circuit and other more important things, there is no mention of it. But Braun can also understand. Being able to tell him some basics already makes him happy. Naturally, I didn't plan to ask for so much. Looking at the forbidden book area not far away, Braun couldn't help but feel itchy. I always feel that there may be some real knowledge there. Wasn't Voldemort's horcrux making method found there? Learn the illusion spell during this time? Take the time to check it out? Braun thought to himself. Just thinking about it, I saw a figure wearing a headscarf and full of garlic smell walked in. It was Hogwarts defense against the dark arts Professor Chi Garlic Essence Voldemort Low. The other walked in front of the librarian, Mrs. Pants. With a smile under the other party's very reluctant gaze, he entered the forbidden book area. That's the new Professor Quirrell. His turban is said to have been given by an Egyptian Muggle prince. Hermione thought Braun was curious about Quirrell, and immediately explained. And his garlic smell, it is said that he offended a vampire. In order to avoid the other party's pursuit and killing, he will make himself like this all day. Ahem. Mrs. Pants coughed twice. He glanced at Hermione with disgruntled eyes. This is her home turf, and no one is allowed to speak casually in this quiet sanctuary. Destruction of books. Otherwise, she would be kicked out by sniffling her ass with a feather duster. Quirrell is, of course, an exception. As a professor, Mrs. Pants was dissatisfied with the garlic smell. But it's not easy to say anything. Who let the family is a professor himself is a school worker that. Hermione looked at Mrs. Pants in embarrassment. Don't dare to speak anymore. Instead, he passed a note to Braun. Braun, what do you do in the stargazing class at night? Looking at the stars? Is it with an astronomical telescope? He knew Braun's grandmother was a soothsayer. So I want to know in advance what the stargazing class actually does. Braun shook his head apologetically. Sorry, I don't know, but I don't think so. When my grandmother was stargazing, she seemed to watch the reflection of the stars directly from the water in a magic basin. Of course, sometimes it's just looking directly at the sky. This way, I hope Professor Siniesta will be more reliable, Hermione said with some concern. Then he discussed today's homework with Braun, about how to make the fluorescent spell shine stronger, and how I felt after refining the potion today, and submit a complete potion of scabies before the next class. It's just that these have nothing to do with Braun. Because of his good performance in Charms class and Potions class, both professors were very tolerant and did not assign him homework. Instead, he was given more time to learn what he wanted to learn. This may be the special treatment of top students. Had dinner. The little wizards walked to the castle's stargazing platform according to the location of the class schedule. Needless to say, still a class for sworn rivals Slytherin and Gryffindor. Of course, because stargazing classes depend on the weather, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff will most likely follow. Similarly, in bad weather, Slytherin and Gryffindor would follow the other two houses. I don't know if it's the bad taste of the school. The curriculum is packed with the exception of a few. It's basically Slytherin and Gryffindor. Then Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff took classes together. Braun didn't have much to say about that. He was just an ordinary first-year student. Studying hard is what he has to do. Yet, haven't you arrived yet? Sabinai asked breathlessly. Theodore on the side is not as good as Shabanina. He was already thin and weak, and his face turned pale at the moment. If it were not for Braun supporting him, it is possible to even faint directly. It's only the 7th floor? There are also 2 floors. Although Braun is also tired, he is still better than the 2 of them. Since he escaped from the wolf's den, he has not neglected to exercise. I'm afraid that when I encounter something, I won't have time to wave my wand. Didn't the great magician Gandalf say? A wizard who doesn't stack his physical attack and defense and physique with a hammer? A wizard who can carry a wand and play chopping is a good wizard? Of course. Braun says that magnificent magic is worth learning. It's just that physical exercise is just as important, isn't it? Dumb. Tom was excited to fly in the air. Originally, Braun didn't want to bring it, but it seemed to be boring in the dormitory. Follow Braun out and don't go. It seems that I want to take a good tour of the learning environment of the shovel officer. Another 10 minutes passed. The 3 finally arrived at the stargazing platform on the 9th floor with difficulty. It was unlike any classroom Braun had ever seen. There is no creature in Formalin, no mystery in Professor Trelawney's classroom. Nor was there the dazzling array of books in Professor Flitwick's classroom. Some are just huge glass. That's right. This is a completely glass-made room. Braun could even easily see the bright stars in the sky through the rooftops. And it's not that vague. It's something like the clear picture you see in a telescope. In the very center of the room is a huge star track. The whole is made of brass. Various runivas are engraved on it, forming a connected magic circuit. The magic of yin-yang flows, driving the operation of this huge machine. From above, you can see the movement of various planets. All the little wizards were blown away by this huge machine. Nothing evokes more worship and awe than greatness. Even Braun, who has a soul for posterity. It was the first time he had seen an alchemy item powered entirely by magic. Even the Hogwarts train was simply cast some magic such as forbidding Muggle observation. But in the final analysis, it is the use of steam engines. It seems that everyone is here. A somewhat calm male voice made everyone present couldn't help but overdo it. It was a somewhat bald man. Unlike his steady voice, his appearance is very joyful. Something like Mr. Bean without hair. Wear a small suit instead of the usual wizarding robes. Seeing that his classmates were watching, he also showed a kind smile. The Muggle weather forecast predicts heavy rain the day after tomorrow, so in order to avoid everyone being able to attend classes normally, I have adjusted all the classes to today. Braun was a little surprised to see this male witch who behaved differently from the other professors. After all, there may not be many wizards who can have the mind to read the Muggle weather forecast. Even the Weasleys wizards who advocate being kind to Muggles. In fact, there is also a kind of condescension from the bottom of the heart for Muggles. It's like me daking. Even though he has decayed, he still looks at it with an attitude of mastering and destroying with his skills in the face of those powerful powers. But the problem is, UTM is UD. I really can't figure out where their superiority comes from. The same goes for wizards. Even though he knew in his heart the convenience of Muggle society, he was reluctant to accept it from the bottom of his heart. Of course, this may also have a lot to do with wizarding secrecy. Well, I think everyone should be very curious about this thing. He patted the brass planetarium. The contrast between the two people is like an ant caressing a giant. This is a product of the Bronze Age Unity School 3,600 years ago. At that time, wizards did not come to school as they do now. Instead, it was divided into different schools, and the direction of research was also different, which was a brilliant era. Speaking of Professor Sinister, there was some longing in his expression, as if he was very yearning for the era when 100 schools of thought contended for the opening of various academics. This school of thought mainly studies the witchcraft of the stars. Advocate using the power of the stars to change the drawbacks of wizards relying on wands. Create powerful witchcraft? Saying that, he patted the planetarium beside him again. But it's a pity. They failed. The instrument was circulated several times and finally passed on to Hogwarts through the hands of the last Unity heir. The little wizard's eyes were filled with some complexity. I didn't expect that this big guy in front of me would have such a tortuous experience. Okay, come on, everyone, today is the first lesson. I won't tell you what the big truth is. Astrology is a very important course for wizards, and it is necessary to cooperate with the stars in some powerful potions or alchemy or ritual magic. To become a powerful wizard is something you can't avoid. So now, join me in admiring the mystery from the stars. Braun only felt that the originally smooth magic of the big guy in front of him began to become restless. At the same time, the slow-moving planetarium rotated faster and faster. At the moment when everyone could not react, the originally bright classroom instantly turned dark. Everyone fell into darkness with no fingers in sight. Then they didn't wait for them to panic. The light came on again. The huge Earth floats in midair. At the same time, various planets form a whole planetary map according to different positions. This is the first astrological chart that wizards came up with. In their view, the Earth is the only one in the universe. All the planets revolve around the Earth. Although did not see Professor Sinister, but the other party's voice was transmitted very clearly. The originally static stars in front of everyone also rotated. The Earth is at its very center, and the other planets revolve around the Earth. But then we found out that the classical wizards were wrong. The sun is the true root of everything. Once again, the planet changes so that the sun is at its very center. The Earth, on the other hand, is at the outermost point. Compared to other planets, it seems to be somewhat unremarkable. Our main purpose in this session is to lead you to the moon, the closest planet to the Earth. 2 hours later, the little wizard staggered out of the stargazing platform. There was an unconcealable excitement in his expression. Arguably the stargazing class was more fun than all the lessons they took today combined. Huge planetarium, and the planets that can appear around people, all made the little wizards too addicted. This is the magic of their fantasy? Instead of holding your little wand and trying to make it shine, or refine a potion with a bubbling and foul-smelling potion. It's just a pity that I left homework. Shinobi sighed helplessly. It's not much, just writing about the changes in life on Earth caused by the moon's tides. I have read the approximate content of the book. It seems to be 13 inches long. Theodore seemed to be able to see it. Not as pessimistic as Shinobi. First graders are still relaxed. Even homework is simply required to be turned in before the next class. This is no difficulty for them, who only have 4 days of classes a week. Know that the next class will be next Monday. Braun didn't take the conversation between the two to heart. On the contrary, he was still impressed by the magnificent and fantastic scene. The original book does not mention what was actually taught in astronomy class. Originally, he thought it was just drawing star charts or something. Where can you imagine such an immersive experience? That sense of realism, even the developed period of later generations may not be able to achieve. But this is a product of the era of wizards more than 3,700 years ago. From this, he can also understand why Professor Sinister has such respect for that era. In fact, today's wizarding world is simply a pool of stagnant water compared to then. Although there are innovations, they are far from the prosperous era of more than 3,000 years ago. Braun? Huh. See Theodore shouting to himself. Braun looked up with some dazed looks. He showed a shy smile to the other person. Sorry, I just thought about the stargazing class just now. A little distracted? Who said it wasn't that? It's really, what do you say, amazing. Shinobi hurriedly showed off the new words he had just learned from Braun. This was said inadvertently by Braun during lunch at lunch. But it was written down by the other party, and no matter what he did in the afternoon, he would come to a sentence that was too good. Braun was speechless. Several people went downstairs. Stroll through the playground. September nights are not very cold for England. The fresh smell of grass mixed with the aroma of earth washed away the fatigue of everyone's class. The whole person seemed to become quiet. In addition to them, there are also many young wizards of other ages. They didn't seem to think that there would be so many little wizards at once. Many couples who were still in the grass couldn't help but let out a scream. Then I saw them running out disheveled. It caused many little wizards to laugh. The little witch, on the other hand, had a little crimson on her cheeks. They are much more mature than these boys. Know what these people are doing. Look at Braun. These fools must have been scared by us. The clothes ran away. Shinobi laughed presumptuously. It's just that Braun's eyes are full of sympathy. This silly child, you won't find an object in the future. It's just not just Shinobi. Ron and Harry, who were not far away, were not much better. The two of them didn't mean to approach the girls' pile at all. The two people leaned together like glue, and Gao Shang talked about what happened during the class just now. Of course, it was mainly Ron who was saying. Harry listened with a smile. And Malfoy hid in the shadows and hated it. Looking at yourself? I'll go? That's right. Braun was a little confused. Isn't this Malfoy guy supposed to play love triangle with Ron and Harry? How did this Nima change objects? And the goal is still yourself? Thinking of the traditions of the corrupt country, he couldn't help but shiver. He likes soft and fragrant girls. Wait a minute, I'm going to teach Malfoy a lesson. Braun said to Shinobi and Theodore beside him. Teach Malfoy a lesson. The two asked in unison. Some don't quite understand what this is for. Well, I look at his eyes a little unpleasantly. Braun nodded. Anyway, as long as it's not a fight between two academies, the professors don't care much. Especially Snape, who was originally an old otaku who didn't care much. All day except for class and dinner, he huddled in his office like a vampire. Everything in the academy is basically autonomous by prefects. Fantastic? Let's go over together, Shinobi said excitedly. He likes to cause trouble and attract people's attention. Braun's strength is obvious to all. He beat Malfoy on the train. Isn't it time to fight again? Win? Isn't this cool? Theodore, on the other hand, was a little nervous, but he didn't back down. Like Shinobi, he followed behind Braun and walked in Malfoy's direction. Wait, Braun? You're so close to that Gryffindor it's a waste of Slytherin's reputation? Wait until I report you to the prefects and let everyone else exclude you. Get you in the limelight. Malfoy was dreaming of a better life after defeating Braun. But he suddenly found that there were 3 more figures in front of him, and the one standing in the middle was the one he least wanted to see. Braun? What are you going to do? Malfoy asked, looking a little daunted. Crabbe and Goyle behind him don't look big, but they are also a little scared. They were taught a lesson by Braun on the train. The look in your eyes makes me a little uncomfortable, so I'm going to teach you a lesson. Braun said very calmly, but it made Malfoy angry. Are you a house elf yourself? If you are not happy, you will have a beating out. Labor and management ancestors are pure blood. One of the 28 holy bloods? Just as he was about to draw his wand to defend his glory, a punch the size of a sandbag hit him directly in the eye. Oops. I didn't wait for him to say anything more ruthless. Another punch came from his right eye, and the original cruel words also turned into please. Stop punching in the face. Braun snorted coldly, not waiting for him to do anything yet. I saw a big-headed elf. Bah. Quirrell came over. It's still the familiar smell of garlic, it's still the big head that wraps the back of the head. Don't fight. Quirrell stammered. Professor? Goyle's words are not finished. He was grabbed by Braun. He looked at Quirrell with a smile on his face. Professor, we're just exchanging magic. Magic. He stammered and wasn't stupid. Magic still with fists? See Quirrell unbelieving. Braun continued to ghost. Malfoy and I feel that really powerful wizards shouldn't use wands, and that fists to flesh are real wizards. Looking at Quirrell with a head full of greetings. Braun looked at Malfoy with a smile on his face again. It's just that there is a threat in his eyes. Did you say Malfoy? Despite having Professor Quirrell by his side. But Malfoy still didn't feel secure. Only able to succumb to Braun's obscenity. Humiliated nodded. That's right, Professor. We really are. He held back tears in his eyes. Communication magic. Malfoy thought he was too hard. Although he wants to deal with Braun, hasn't he started yet? But just a few more glances at you in the crowd and you're going to hit me? This is not bullying honest wizards? Still unreasonable? However, after looking at Braun's fist, he still chose to follow his heart. Quirrell looked at the two with a strange expression. However, after the two repeatedly said that they were just exchanging magic, he was not good to say anything. After a few more words of not being able to fight, he hurried towards the direction of the Forbidden Forest. It looks like something matters. Okay, you still have an eye? If I look for something again in the future, I will see you and hit you once. After some threats, Malfoy Braun called Shinobi and Theodore to leave. But the worry under his eyes did not dissipate in the slightest. On the contrary, it has become more intense. Just by looking in the direction Quirrell left, he knew. The other party must have gone for the blood of the unicorn. Because only the blood of a unicorn can allow Quirrell's weak body to withstand Voldemort's soul. But unicorn blood is not a panacea. The wizard's body that drinks the blood of this pure creature transforms into a half-living, half-dead existence. And in the future, you need to rely on sucking the blood of unicorns to survive, and each time the number will become larger and larger. It can be said that as long as Quirrell's mouth is stained with blood, the fate of the other party is predetermined. The following month, Braun's life has become very stable. Every day, in addition to class, I prepare textbooks to learn new knowledge. And Braun's check-in is also progressing steadily. It's a pity that after obtaining the potion foundation, Braun never checked in again to produce anything too good. It's basically some basic spells. For example, small charms such as levitation charms, fire-making charms, etc. Of course, he also tried to check into other places, such as kitchens and auditoriums. But the things that come out are also a little unsatisfactory, mostly some kitchen magic, and there is basic magic with a tendency nature. For example, checking in the potions classroom is an increase in basic potions experience. If you check into the transfiguration classroom, you will get an introduction to transfiguration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in at the check-in location, Hogwarts for a full month. Get a monthly sign? Bronze and Fire Dragon Alchemy Inheritance. The Dragon King alchemy from the castle world represents the pinnacle of alchemy skills in the world. Braun was almost blinded by this brilliant light. It was the first time he knew that there was such a thing as a monthly signature system. Why didn't you tell me before? Braun questioned, dissatisfied. Ding! Host check-in has not been satisfied for a month, and the system is not obliged to inform. Specifically, the host is also invited to continue excavation. After speaking, he ignored Braun's inquiry and directly began to play dead. Braun was left speechless. However, after seeing the glittering alchemy inheritance, his heart began to get excited again. Castle's book, of course, he also knew. In this world, dragons are the most powerful creatures in the world. They represent the pinnacle of the world and are the masters of everything. As the monarch who holds bronze and fire in it, his alchemy inheritance can be imagined how powerful it is. Braun couldn't wait to open his backpack. Choose the glittering bronze book. Then a heavy bronze book appeared at hand. It's just that this heavy book seems to be nothing in Braun's hands. And there was a loud noise in my mind, and then all kinds of twisted characters were deeply imprinted in my mind. These symbols are nothing else but dragon scripts. It is a language belonging to the dragon class. And when Braun digested the words, also opened the book in his hand. Like the bronze on the outside, the pages inside are also made of bronze, but this material does not feel hard, but is as soft as paper. Alchemy, mirror pupil model. Refining method, mercury seal engraving method. It is built according to the Mirror Eye's exclusive dragon script. Carrier material, crystal, dead metal, or other medium, no guarantee of effect. Seal engraving materials, dragon blood, blood of other magical creatures, no guarantee of effect. Looking at the material, Braun fell into deep doubt. Crystal is good to say, but this dead metal also has dragon blood. This is a bit difficult for strongman. He hadn't heard of any metal of death in his world. Want to go see the rest of the book. But I couldn't open it. System, you are a pirated version of this thing. Why can't you open it? Ding! The products produced by the system are all serious inheritance. Please ask the host to complete the refining of the first alchemy item first, and then continue to unlock it. What a crime. Braun couldn't help but sigh. But what can this do? I couldn't find anyone in the wizarding world to study. Finally, if there is an alchemy inheritance, it will naturally not give up easily. Try it with magic metal. Blood choice cheapest Welsh green dragon. Think about it, do it. Braun didn't delay, put the bronze book back into his backpack and ran towards the owl shack. He was going to order a copy from Hogsmeade through here. As for whether Braun knows the place, there is no need to worry about this. Hogsmeade is a town built on Hogwarts. The main target customers are the students of the school. Basically, students can order potions from Hogsmeade through the owl shack to refine potions, order candy, and buy parchments. There will be someone there who will take care of these letters, then give them to different merchants, and finally send owls to deliver them. Very convenient. It's just that this is basically delivered once a week, in order to avoid the little wizards eating too much candy and causing tooth decay. After all, 80% of the orders ordered from Hogsmeade were candy. But today is Sunday. Braun only needs to deliver the letter today, and wait until tomorrow when the package arrives. To save money, he ordered the cheapest materials. The magic metal is the star iron with the lowest quality and the worst ductility. Dragon's blood is also grown up eating feed, and the blood has a low level of magic in the Welsh green dragon's blood. As for the crystal thing, it's not worth much in the first place. Moreover, the wizarding world has no use except for the use of prophecy. Coupled with the low quality of the crystals required by Braun, it is only a few gnats to support the death of a Seiko. Alas, tomorrow you have to pay a lot of money. Braun sighed. Feel a dull ache in your wallet. Even if you ask for the cheapest materials, dragon blood plus magic metal is still not a small amount. I just hope my galleons are enough. Braun arrived early in the auditorium and waited. Watch as the little wizards sit listlessly in their respective places, nibbling bread and drinking milk. Breakfast at Hogwarts is more modest, with bread and milk in addition to pies. Of course, some pumpkin juice is also essential. Braun hurried to eat, otherwise he would not have time to eat later. That flock of owls will snatch food from the table like bandits, leaving only cups and plates. As for why Braun is so clear, that's all the lesson of blood in the past month. I'm definitely going to tell my dad and let him protest with the rest of the school board. Obviously everyone is in the first year, why can Harry become a Quidditch player? Malfoy looked particularly dissatisfied. Quidditch Braun was naturally on to. Neville's snatching of the ball did not happen because of himself. But Malfoy's provocation of Harry happened. After the two of them fought back and forth in midair, the end result was that Harry became the first-year Quidditch player despite being deducted 20 points. It also hit Malfoy, who was originally better than Harry. This period of time will be nagging almost every day. Braun's ears are calloused? Drink a glass of milk. Braun burped comfortably. The owl is coming. I don't know which little wizard shouted. Immediately afterwards, countless owls flew in from the window of the castle. Accompanied by the sound of countless wings flying, there are also many feathers falling. Everyone's gift bags were thrown from the air and smashed on the table in front of them. Let the food splash on the little wizard. Fortunately, Braun reacted quickly, picked up the pie not far from him and avoided the table. Otherwise, the person who is now splashed with pumpkin juice will not be Shinobi but himself. Looking at this group of embarrassed little wizards, the owls laughed happily. Some jumped on the table and pecked at the food. Others ran to the cup and drank milk. This group of owls, bred by wizards for generations, is somewhat similar to Tom of Braun. Not so fond of ordinary food. Compared to those special rations that have no taste, they prefer human food. Dumb. Tom was upset that the fat-faced chickens had snatched their milk. He kept chirping to vent his dissatisfaction, but he was ridiculed by the owls with a large crowd. Well, Tom, these are school property. You can't hurt them. How about I prepare a German elbow for the evening? Braun gently stroked Tom's feathers, soothing his emotions. In the past month, he has seen Tom powerful. A piggy monster that was supposed to have escaped from the Forbidden Forest suffered, and Tom's exploding feathers were made into a roast pig. At the same time, he also contributed a perfect pork meal to Tom, and let the other party fall in love with the taste of pork. Dumb. Tom appeared pleased with the deal. Proudly glanced at the group of fat birds who were grabbing food. A look of disdain was revealed. Master Tom already has big trotters to eat, and you sad fat chickens are still robbing the remaining broken bread of mankind. Seeing that Tom was appeased, Braun also breathed a sigh of relief and came to the long table. His package was lying there quietly, and a huge barn owl was standing there looking at Braun, while stretching out his leg to signal Braun to remove the note from his leg. On the note, there is only a voucher for Braun's purchase of this item, and there is also a payment slip. Look at the price of 40 gallons above. Braun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the money is not exceeded, and I can afford to pay for it myself. First, I opened the package and confirmed the number of things I saw. Braun signed the payment slip and poured Garen into the small pocket on the owl's back. Cast the traceless stretching charm? Braun thought to himself. The use of the traceless stretching charm is very common in the wizarding world. Houses, tents, suitcases, etc. are used. It's just that most of them are the product of authorization from the Ministry of Magic. A traceless stretching charm item made by a private person with magic. As long as it is not sold, then no one cares. Of course, there are not too many people who can stretch the charm without a trace. Seeing that Braun had paid the money, the huge barn owl fluttered its wings in satisfaction. They also went with other owls to grab food. Braun, what did you buy? Spent so many galleons? Theodore couldn't help but ask. But he saw that Braun had at least dozens of gallons into the small backpack on the owl's back. Some alchemy materials are mainly dragon blood, which is too expensive. But just 2 bottles cost me a full 20 galleons? Braun said with some sadness. You really bought the materials? Theodore looked a little surprised. As roommates, Braun's passion for alchemy, of course, they all knew. It's just that in their eyes, it's just a hobby. After all, the level of alchemy in England is still not very high, and the main thing is that potions is famous. And Braun did so well in potions class. It will definitely be under Snape's weight, and maybe it will also develop towards potions in the future. Unexpectedly, he actually bought materials and was ready to try alchemy now. But do you understand the relevant things? Alchemy is still very difficult, and it is difficult to produce results on your own. Theodore asked with some concern. As roommates, you naturally don't want the other party to spend so much money on things that are wasted. Even if purebloods don't treat money as money, they can't waste it like this. Trust me, Theodore, my grandmother has helped me find some inheritance knowledge. Braun said with confidence. This is a reason Braun has long thought of. As a well-known named prophet, Braun's grandmother knew some people and it made sense that pushing it on her was the best choice. Well, that's good. Theodore breathed a sigh of relief. Braun didn't talk to the other party much. He had to hurry back to the dormitory, but there was no time to talk to the other party. Hermione, you haven't eaten yet? Walking to the door, I happened to meet Hermione, who was in a bit of a hurry. Compared with some time ago, the little girl is much haggard. No way, because of Braun's relationship and her own dislike of hanging out with those little girls. The time when she was called Miss Jack of all trades was originally earlier. But fortunately, she is not a friend. Braun's little butterfly is not yet to the point where it can change destiny. Once again, the trio was formed. It's just that the 3 of them are closer. Neville and Hermione also had a good relationship. Naturally, Braun's reason is indispensable. I stayed up late last night to check some information. Didn't sleep well. Hermione rubbed her eyes with a sigh. Pay attention to rest, take this, the canteen is full of owls grabbing food. I don't think you want to eat sandwiches stained with guano. Hermione snorted. A dissatisfied white look at Braun. Take the pie from each other's hands. See you then, Braun. See you later. Braun waved his hand at the other and hurried away. Hermione, why are you here so slowly? By the way, what did you say to Braun? Ron also walked out of the cafeteria and complained a little dissatisfied. Then he glanced warily at Braun, who was leaving. I checked some information yesterday and slept too late. What's wrong? You guys have something to do with me. First of all, I won't lend you homework to copy, Ron muttered dissatisfiedly. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to ask the other party for homework to copy. Now it seems that there is no chance. That's right, Hermione, we want you to help us say this. Harry took the newspaper out. Gringotts stolen? Isn't that something from the other day? Hermione said a little absent-mindedly as she ate the pie. When she first learned the news a few days ago, she was still shocked. After all, she had also been to Gringotts' underground vault with Braun at that time. Naturally, I have seen the tight defense inside. But even so, it was stolen, and it was an extremely deep vault. This also made her understand more and more what Braun meant when he said that only his own strength was worth believing. No, Hermione is like that. Harry pulled Hermione into a corner. Whispered. You mean the contents of the stolen vault have been taken by Hagrid ahead of time before school starts? Yes, Hermione. That mysterious thing was brought to Hogwarts by Hagrid. You said it would be. This is the safest place in all of England at Hogwarts, Harry. The thief would definitely not dare to come here, but there was Dumbledore here. Hermione said seriously. She didn't think the thief would dare to come to Hogwarts to steal. Dumbledore was not a vegetarian. Not to mention the magic in the castle. It is impossible for anyone other than the student to come in without the permission of the principal. Seeing without Harry, I would have said it a long time ago. Hogwarts is the safest. Ron also said from the side. At the same time, do not forget to feed your own mouse spots. Since Madara was castrated by Braun, not only has he become better in spirit, but he has also become closer to himself. Madara had never wanted to take a bath with him before. See both friends say so. Harry could only sigh. I hope. Although he still had some worries in his heart, he could only believe it. Okay, hurry up and go to class, or you'll be late for the meeting. I don't want to be late for Professor Flitwick's class. Hermione finished eating the pie and wiped her hands with a tissue. It didn't matter that the two people hurried upstairs again. Oh my god, I really don't understand her. No wonder it's called a jack of all trades by others. Can't she stop being so arrogant? Ron muttered disgruntled. Harry didn't say anything, also holding the book and walking upstairs. After the first few days of excitement, he also completely threw away the name of the unknown so-called savior. At first he was proud, everyone knew him and he became the first-year Quidditch player. But other than that, he wasn't very good at those courses. Charms class can only be said to be average. Professor Flitwick was a little disappointed in him. Transfiguration courses though because there is no formal practice. But things like those complex nature alone already give him headaches. Not to mention potions class. Snape could hardly insult him at any cost. Of course, this is nothing to him. After all, his uncle and aunt were much worse than Snape. He has endured for more than 10 years and has long been used to it. What saddened him was that he didn't have the slightest talent for potions. The level of potions refined is below the average in the entire class. The opposite was Braun and Hermione. The former is an excellent student in the eyes of all professors, and almost every lesson can be praised and added points by the professor. The latter, on the other hand, is a muggle origin like himself. But it's very good. This took a huge blow to his savior's self-esteem. Oh, Braun, I read your last homework? It's wonderful. It seems that your understanding of fluorescent spells is already very profound. Braun just entered the door. Professor Flitwick stood in the book and praised. I just work a little harder than the other wizards. Braun replied without humility. But in reality, the system does not know what wind is pumping. I drew 3 or 4 fluorescent spells in a row, and I directly filled my proficiency. There was no pride in seeing Braun. Professor Flitwick became even more satisfied. As a wizard, maintaining a humble heart at all times is the key to continuous improvement. Go back and sit, we're going to learn something new in this lesson. Listening to Professor Flitwick's kind reminder, Braun nodded. He sat down next to Hermione, and the comments of some of the little snakes also reached his ears. It's just that he doesn't care that much. Here you go. Braun was serious on the surface, but secretly handed over a glass bottle. What is it? Hermione asked in a low voice, looking a little curious. Moo milk? A special milk produced by hybridizing wizards with native cows. I see you didn't drink anything in the morning. This is all my treasure, don't waste it. Hermione couldn't help but smile. How old are you, Braun, and you still drink milk? In fact, the children of foreigners are the same, and they do not like to drink milk so much. This is especially true for the young wizards of Hogwarts. Without parental supervision, they actually prefer to drink sweet pumpkin juice. Braun met Hermione's mocking gaze with some annoyance. You don't give it to me. Cut the petty Braun. Hermione grimaced. But in the end, it was not returned to Braun. Instead, I drank it while it wasn't even in class. She had just eaten a pie and didn't drink water. Her mouth was still very dry. Well, Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. Originally, in her opinion, the taste of milk should be very difficult to drink. But that doesn't seem to be the case now. How this milk has a very fresh taste. And sweet. This is not the same as the milk I drank before. I tried to take a few more sips. It turned out that this was indeed not sugar, but the original taste of milk. Before she knew it, a bottle of milk was drunk by her. Isn't it delicious? Braun asked proudly. This was his prize in the kitchen drawer at Hogwarts, moo milk from the elven world. As soon as he tasted it, he was attracted by the taste. After systematic confirmation that this milk can enhance physical fitness and promote physical development, he decisively checked in the kitchen for several days in a row. Although he does not force himself to be able to achieve the terrible physical fitness of a super real newcomer who resists 100,000 volts and is struck by lightning by explosions. But at least be strong. At least you can't stop without a magic wand. How to say it, you have to learn from old Master Gan. If the spell can't be beaten, let them taste what a real man is called fist to flesh. This TM is called a wizard. When he thought that those people thought that he could only grab it without his wand, he suddenly took out a long sword and went up to it as a jumping slash. His heart couldn't stop being excited. It's just a pity that because the number is not particularly large. Add to that the need to waste a precious check-in opportunity. So usually he himself drinks 1 bottle in 2 days. Today is also to see Hermione too tired to eat breakfast. Thinking about the milk in his backpack, he gave the other party a bottle. Hermione didn't care about Braun's smug look. Instead, I became curious about this milk. Not only that, Braun, I feel like I'm a lot more energetic now. That is, after all, this is a magical creature, although it is said to be hybridized, but there are still some special effects. It's just a little more expensive. And there is no channel, money cannot buy it. I also drink a bottle for 2 or 3 days. Hearing Braun say so preciously, Hermione looked at the empty glass bottle in her hand with some disappointment. She had wanted another bottle to taste. Now listening to Braun say that it is so precious, I am suddenly a little embarrassed. Would you like another bottle? Braun leaned into Hermione's ear and whispered, although there is some intentionality. But Hermione refused. It's precious. You see if this works. He leaned into Hermione's ear and whispered. It made half of Hermione's face turn red. You see, although we are friends, you definitely don't want something too precious. But if you were my sister, wouldn't there be no problem? Braun seduced. But I think it's a shame to call it that. Hermione couldn't help but say. But in my heart, I was thinking about the bits and pieces of this time. Although the two are different colleges. But compared to other lion cubs together, he prefers to be with Braun. When he was nicknamed by others, he constantly comforted and enlightened himself. It seems like. It's really like a confidant big brother. As soon as she thought of this, her heart was a little shaken. Brother, brother. Hermione endured the shame in her heart and shouted in a low voice. The sound is similar to the barking of mosquitoes. Braun's originally hippie smiling expression was also stunned. Originally, he was just joking to tease Hermione. Unexpectedly, the other party really shouted. For a while, there was no response. But soon his eyes became a little gentle again. You, what's wrong with you? I shouted. My milk that? Hermione blushed and said fiercely. It's just that it looks a little inward looking. Braun smiled. He took another bottle of moo milk from his backpack and handed it over. Although he said that he did not say anything. But in his heart, he has decided to protect the girl in front of him. It's better not to drink it, otherwise it won't be good for the body. It is best to drink it once every 2 days. But you're drinking it for the first time, and you can drink a bottle tonight. The day after tomorrow, I will give you this milk, which will not be able to be saved. Don't break it then. I see. See Braun so serious. Hermione's already imposing momentum weakened again. Holding the milk bottle is so cute. Braun couldn't help but touch the other party's flaxen hair. Ahem, it's time for class. Professor Flitwick couldn't help but interrupt. The eyes that looked at Braun and Hermione were also full of pampering. Both of them are the best students he has brought in this class. He was naturally very happy to see that the relationship between the two people was so good. It's just that he has some regret in his eyes, because he had also seen a pair of such close children. Like the two of them, they belong to the snake house and the lion courtyard. It's just a pity. There was some regret in his expression. However, he quickly adjusted again and prepared to lecture. Heard that there was going to be a class. The two little wizards also became serious, looking at Professor Flitwick on the podium with seriousness. This is what the two people have in common. They are in awe and thirst for knowledge. I saw two people enter the state very quickly. Professor Flitwick's eyes were filled with satisfaction. We've learned the fluorescent spell. Whether it is the release of the fluorescent spell or the counterspell of the fluorescent spell, it has already been learned. I think most of my classmates should be able to master this spell proficiently. Some unfamiliar students also need to continue to strengthen the practice after class. For example, Mr. Crabbe and Goyle. Remember to come to my office every week to show me your progress. Don't be lazy. The two hunks sitting in the back nodded sullenly. After reminding the two, Professor Flitwick began to explain the content of today's class. Flotation spell, this is what we are going to learn today. Compared to the fluorescent spell, it is a little more difficult. But trust me, this spell is no less useful than a fluorescent spell. So does anyone know its spell? I remember I had you guys preview. Despite what Professor Flitwick said. But these little wizards, who were just 11 years old, still lowered their heads. It looks like no one is prevacing. Even Harry, who was now flipping through the book with a flushed face. Professor Flitwick looked a little disappointed. But soon I saw a familiar figure. Oh, well, Miss Granger? Professor Flitwick pointed to the figure who raised his hand. Yugatimai Mitaviosa? Professor? Hermione replied happily. Fantastic. It looks like you really previewed Miss Granger in advance. 5 points for Gryffindor. Hermione sat down with a smile. Miss Granger is right, we must remember the gestures while we chant the spell. I wonder if Mr. Roll can show us this? Professor Flitwick looked at a serious Braun. This student learns much faster than others. I had consulted him about the levitation spell some time ago. I should have learned it by now. Of course, Professor. Braun stood up. Shaking his wand, he recited the spell. Yugatamai Mitaviosa. I saw the feathers on the table slowly fluttering. Then the shape of the feather gradually changes into a flying bird, flying around the classroom, chirping twice from time to time. The little wizards around couldn't help but exclaim. Flitwick's eyebrows followed. It wasn't until Braun changed the feather from the bird back to its original form again that he spoke. There are 3 magic spells used in this. Yes, Professor. Braun smiled and nodded. In how to say that Professor Flitwick is also the champion of the duel tournament. Isn't it easy to see through this little trick of yourself? Flotation spells, transfiguration, and soul magic. Professor Flitwick nodded appreciatively. Soul magic can help your shapeshifters become more agile, but I guess you haven't completed the transformation of the nature of transfiguration yet. Otherwise, a single spell can solve the problem. Braun gave a wry smile. The other party was right. He used 3 spells completely because he had not practiced his transfiguration skills, otherwise he would not need to bother so much. Relying directly on the ability of transfiguration is enough to allow the bird to fly on its own. But this step is too difficult. Transfiguration is not that simple. Braun felt that he would have to check in at least 7 or 8 more times to achieve that effect. If you study on your own, you may be able to complete it this year. Slytherin plus 10. It's amazing that at your age, being able to combine 3 spells is already remarkable. Professor Flitwick said with satisfaction. After Hermione and Braun finished answering the questions, Professor Flitwick did not continue to call for answers. Instead, I began to explain it to everyone formally. It's like I move now, the wand should be as frequent as the spell, and the shaking must be rhythmic. Yugatamaido Viosa. Do you see it? Professor Flitwick pointed to the feathers floating in front of him. Everyone also try it. Remember to pay attention to concentration, don't think too much in your mind. As he spoke, one feather after another floated in front of everyone's table. Although the levitation spell is slightly more difficult than the fluorescent spell, it is also a spell that is not dangerous. In addition, the floating object he prepared was only a feather, and it required very little mana. It will not cause much pressure on spiritual power, and naturally there will be no danger. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly an explosion startled him. I saw that Seamus of Gryffindor was looking dark at the moment. Black smoke was coughing in his mouth. Look at the feathers on his table long ago. It looks a little similar to Ron the other day. Without waiting for Professor Flitwick to remind him, only 2 more explosions were heard. Crabbe and Goyle of Slytherin were not spared. They used to be dumbfounded, but now it's a bit funny to become like this. Well, I think you may have to practice a little more, and don't be so reckless and cautious. Professor Flitwick replaced the 3 with 3 new feathers. And to avoid turning this charms lesson into an explosive experiment, Professor Flitwick solemnly admonished all young wizards that if someone exploded a feather again, they would need to transcribe it 50 times after class. I am a wizard, not a wand-wielding troll. Under such a severe punishment, the little wizards who originally thought this behavior was very cool were instantly stunned. Cautiously facing the feathers in front of him, he seemed to be afraid that if he didn't pay attention to the other party, he would explode. A busy day. After the last potions class, Braun didn't leave as usual. Instead, he waited for the other young wizards to leave and came to Snape. Is there something going on? Roar? Snape asked in a flat tone. However, the attitude is obviously better than that of other little wizards. Yes, Dean, I would like to apply for a classroom from you to learn alchemy, Braun said with some apprehension. There were many empty classrooms at Hogwarts, and he had asked his seniors if students could apply to the head of house for classrooms to practice magic. Alchemy. Snape frowned. Braun's talent for refining medicine is good. He didn't really want the other party to waste this talent to learn some alchemy. Was about to refuse. But when the words came to his lips, he changed his mind again. Okay, I agree. Professor, I promise. Agreed? Braun couldn't believe it. He was ready to be rejected, and he didn't think that Snape would agree. This was really a bit of a surprise to him. Let's go to the 4th floor, where there is a vacant classroom that used to be used as an alchemy classroom. It's just that the teacher of the alchemy class left later. The key is given to you. Don't delay your potions class. Don't worry. Braun agreed excitedly. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and even the look in Snape's eyes followed. Looking at Braun's back as he left, a smile lit up at the corner of Snape's mouth. Originally, he planned to refuse directly, but felt that it was better to let Braun suffer first. The sorcerer's energy is limited, the other party focuses on alchemy, and the potions class will definitely fall. At that time, he will justifiably reprimand the other party, let the other party repent, and honestly learn the great mystery of potions. Isn't this much better than alchemy? Alchemy, dogs do not learn. Snape snorted coldly in disdain. With a wave of your wand, the classroom that the little wizard messed up will be tidied up. Prepare for the upcoming lessons. Let me see. First you have to draw the dragon text. Braun picked up the feather-dipping pen. I practiced on paper. Although crystals are not worth much, but it can't just be wasted. I practiced for almost 4 hours. 3 crystal plates were scrapped. Braun finally practiced the 4th arrangement of dragon texts required for this alchemy item called mirror pupil. Braun then formally picked up the carving knife and a piece of crystal that had been cut flat. In the alchemy process, inscripting the magic circuit is the most crucial step. It needs to be done in one go, otherwise because the magic circuit is incoherent, the alchemy item will be as unusable as a short circuit. Carving knife this thing. Braun is already skilled. He had been practicing for a long time when he was at home. At least the basic skills are no problem. After being stained with etching liquid and once again mastering the crystal, Braun has finally officially begun his path of wild alchemist. Braun took a deep breath and picked up another complete crystal plate, dipping the knife in some etching liquid. Then began to carve the dragon circuit of the dragon text. The 4 dragon scripts are connected to each other. Braun did not dare to be careless. Even if the hand shakes slightly, it is possible to fail the etching of the circuit. With the last stroke falling, the crystal plate, which was originally ordinary, instantly became a little different. It seems like something more. And the heavy bronze book also opened. Alchemy item, Kagami Hitomi, inferior. Level, 0. Effect, after breaking, a stored trace of memory can be obtained. Status, not activated. Activated by dragon's blood or the blood of other magical creatures. Review, a beginner's work from a wild alchemist. So successful. Braun looked at the introduction on the bronze book with some disbelief. At the same time, my heart is also very excited. He pulled out a history of magic. It looked like Goblin Rebellion is. After watching it several times, he took out the bottle of dragon blood of the Welsh green dragon. With some heartache, I dipped a little with a quill and smeared it along the Longwen circuit. Then smash it hard. Braun's mind was filled with related memories. It's just that the content is a little too little. Braun couldn't help but sigh, but a few hundred words are only half memorized. However, thinking that this was his first alchemy item was defective, he could understand it. Then Braun did not delay. I picked up a random bottle of moo milk and drank it. I only feel that the mental exhaustion has eased a lot. It's past 9 o'clock. Glancing at the time, Braun was taken aback. However, after hesitating for a while, he decided to continue refining. Now that I have just succeeded, I should continue to keep my hand feeling and practice. Braun did not delay immediately. After taking a breath, pick up a crystal plate at hand and etch it again. Walking in the corridor, Braun sighed, who would have thought that he had refined 3 pieces in a row without holding back. Moreover, one of them has been assessed to have reached the level of 1 level. This made him feel that his efforts were not in vain. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Braun yawned again. Suddenly, a scattered sound of footsteps and the fall of armor caught his attention. As if something was running from its side, a small white hand reached out from one side. Hermione. Looking at Hermione Braun, who looked anxious in her pajamas, she was a little surprised. Now is not the time to chat, Braun. I'll talk about it later. Grabbed Braun's arm and ran to the other side of the 4th floor. And Ron and Harry followed closely behind Hermione, looking behind them from time to time with trepidation in their expressions. Braun followed the 3 men with a confused look, not yet understanding what was going on. No way. Ron shouted desperately as he looked at the huge wooden door locked in front of him. Listening to the approaching cat barking, I couldn't help but tremble. Harry didn't say much either. His face also became extremely ugly. Get up. Hermione roughly pushed Ron and Harry, who were blocking the door, away. Facing the wooden door, he recited a mantra. Araho cave open. The wooden door was opened with a sound. Regardless of the 2 useless companions, they grabbed Braun and walked in. Harry and Ron looked at each other, and followed behind them with joyful faces. Closing the door, leaning against the door panel, the atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Baby, where are they? Without waiting for a few people to speak, an old-looking voice sounded outside the door. Meow. Accompanied by sharp cat barking, and the sound of nails scratching the door panel. Here, baby, there's no way they can come in. It looks like I should have gone to another floor. Let's go, dear. Accompany me to other places. Listen to the fading sound outside the door. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally safe. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. But Braun was solemn. I think you may have been happy too sooner. The 3 followed Braun's gaze. A huge 3-headed dog is staring at them viciously. Ding. Checked in. Check-in is complete this week. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward parcel tongue. The first thing you wake up is to hear what good things the system has checked in. Parcel tongue? That's good. After feeling it, Braun tried to make a sound. Only a hiss sound was heard in my ears, but he naturally understood what the sound that came out of his mouth meant. At this moment, the secret room can go. Braun looked particularly satisfied. The wizarding world has many talents that are inherited through blood. For example, Fleur's seduction, Tonk's transfiguration magus, Voldemort's parcel tongue, and even prophecy the family's gifted bloodline. These are all inherited by bloodline. There is no other way to obtain it except to be able to inherit it according to bloodline. Classroom key on the left side of the 4th floor? This was sent by Snape. Look at the quaint bronze key by the bed and the note pressed under the key. Braun looked a little puzzled. He had thought that Snape would call him over, but he didn't expect to send it to him so quietly. After washing up, Braun picked up the keys and left the lounge. He hadn't been to that room since last semester. Just take a look while there is still time to go over. The club is about to start in the evening. Come to the 4th floor. The corridors were quiet. It was only 6 o'clock, and the sky outside was still dark. The little wizards were still drifting off to sleep. Push open the heavy wooden door. The scene in the classroom was somewhat unexpected for Braun. Not only was the room cleaned, but the walls were obviously repainted. A wallpaper painted with vines was pasted. The fallen ceiling was also corrected and replaced with a new one. The bare floor turned into wood, with the freshness unique to wood. There is even a special duel arena. It can avoid being injured during a duel. It's a major overhaul during the summer vacation. The Daily Prophet mentioned an increase in funding for Hogwarts. But Braun thought it was just talk. I didn't expect it to really increase. Don't look at just renovating such a classroom. But the cost is not low. Whether it's the ceiling or the walls, it's definitely about choosing the materials on which the spell has been cast. Otherwise, it would not be able to resist the spells that the little wizards unleashed at will. Secondly, there must be a special wizard to repair it. Make sure that the materials fit perfectly into Hogwarts magic. At least Braun estimates. The renovation of this classroom must be at least tens of thousands of galleons. Fall apart. Cast a spell at the target in the classroom. Only a crisp sound was heard. A small black dot appeared on the target, and then the black dot disappeared and returned to its original state again. Braun tried out various practice equipment in this classroom. The window also gradually lit up. Sunlight reflected into the room from the windows, coating the entire room with a layer of golden light. Oh, it's 8 o'clock? So fast? Looking at the clock above his head, Braun suddenly noticed the passage of time. Locked the room without thinking. Came to the auditorium. Maybe it's because of the weekend. Even though it was past 8 o'clock, there weren't many people in the auditorium, sitting at the table, eating and chatting. Braun came to the table. Sabini and Theodore were probably still sleeping, so Braun didn't see it either. Daphne got up early. Good morning, Daphne. Saying hello to Daphne, Braun sat down. Braun, I heard that Knight is asking you to hold a duel club. Is this true? Daphne asked curiously. Braun took a bite of the sandwich in his hand and nodded. Yes, Daphne, right in the classroom on the left-hand side of the 4th floor. If you're free, you can. Braun answered. 3 huge barn owls, led by a black raven, flew in from outside. 3 huge owls also carry 3 large packages on their backs. It caused many little wizards to exclaim. But these barn owls are compared to those unstable owls at Hogwarts. Obviously much more polite. Instead of flying to the table, they flew against the wall. As he approached Braun, he slowly contracted his wings and landed. My book has arrived. Braun ate the sandwich in 3 strokes and 5 by 2. Some happily removed the package from the owl's back. Daphne on the side also came to help. You bought so much practical defense against the dark arts. Daphne was a little puzzled and took out a book that had been turned with raw edges and looked at Braun. There was a look of incomprehension in his expression. Didn't I tell you last time? This book is actually very good, and there are many introductions to dark creatures in it. That's a lot more useful than Lockhart's storybooks. Just use it as a guidebook for the duel club in the evening. While speaking, Braun turned a square scarf on the table into a small dish with transfiguration. Put it on the ground and pour some milk for the owls. When they finished drinking, they put a few pieces of bacon and a piece of crushed toast. This made the 3 owls rub Braun's arm gratefully. A total of 15 galleons and a total of 40 books are okay, not expensive. Braun glanced at the list. So he took 15 galleons from his pocket and put them in the small pocket hanging from the neck of the owl on the far right. The 3 owls rested for a while, shouted kindly at Braun twice, and once again waved their wings and left the auditorium. This scene was naturally seen by many little wizards. Under the explanation of some little snakes, it was naturally known that Braun was going to open a duel club in the classroom on the left side of the 4th floor when he was in the evening. These textbooks are the club's guides. It was loaned by Braun for free to the participating young wizards. This made many little wizards curious. The eaglets are okay with the snakes. They knew about this in advance. After all, this matter was originally proposed by them. They couldn't complain about Lockhart's poor level of instruction. Now with Braun's duel club, at least some of it can really learn. Instead of watching Lockhart's stage play all day, then from time to time he called up to read a passage. Compared to the excitement of eaglets and snakes, the little badger and the little lion are a little envious. The little lion is fine, although they couldn't stand Lockhart's lessons. But as Slytherin's rivals, they were still not so willing to join Braun's club. So even if there was envy in my heart, I didn't say anything. The little badgers chattered at the table and discussed, hesitant to attend or not. Ding ding. Braun stood on the bench and raised a cup and knocked it. Let everyone's eyes focus. The duel club will be officially held in the classroom in the right-hand corridor on the 4th floor after today's banquet. The club was recognized by Professor Dumbledore. Every Saturday and Sunday I would be there to hand over how to protect yourself. If you would like to participate, please meet there after dinner today. After speaking to everyone, Braun called on a few snakes to help move the textbooks to the 4th floor classroom. The auditorium was mired in discussion after Braun left. Everyone was chatting about what the club would talk about. Others talked about Braun's defeat of those Cornwall leprechauns the other day. I think I will definitely be able to learn a lot of useful things from Braun by then. After all, Slytherin doesn't care if the reputation is good or not. But at least there is no doubt about the strength. Not even Gryffindor would deny this. Not to mention that Braun has real strength as proof. This will not make these little wizards question. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. They are looking forward to the club in the evening. What are they discussing? Ron and Harry walked in and looked at the little wizards who were discussing eagerly in the Great Hall, with a bit of curiosity in their expressions. I don't know what exactly these people are discussing. What kind of club do they seem to be talking about? Harry said with some uncertainty. It's Braun's duel club. Hermione added. Maybe it's because of Braun's presence. The relationship between the trio is not as close as it was at the beginning. Hermione's relationship with the two was also limited to ordinary classmates who had a slightly better relationship. Duel club. Harry didn't seem to understand. I wanted to ask again, but found that Hermione had already run away. Braun said that after dinner, you can go to the classroom in the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor. I will definitely go then. Learn from Braun how to deal with dark creatures. The last time those leprechauns pulled my ears so much. Neville waved his arms excitedly on the sidelines. It was as if after going to Braun's club he would be able to easily deal with the goblins who tugged at his ears. And Ron and Harry probably understood from the little lions around them. Ron, what do you think of that? Harry looked hesitant. Lockhart's class was indeed of little value. This is something that everyone feels. And the last time I dealt with leprechauns. Braun's crisp and neat movements obviously made him a little moved. Compared to Braun's relaxed style, he was much more embarrassed at the time. It was even said that she was not as good as Hermione. This hit the savior mentality that he had always had in his heart a big blow. If only I could learn something from Braun. At that time, if you face this kind of thing again, even if you can't do it to the extent of the other party, you can at least protect yourself. Ron was obviously a little moved. Then let's go during dinner. The two reached a consensus, and their mood became a lot happier. The other side. Hermione also came to the 4th floor, just in time to see Braun coming out of the classroom. Braun? Professor Dumbledore agreed. Although it was questioning, the tone seemed very certain. Yes, Professor Dumbledore readily agreed. Braun said with a smile. Do you want to go to the library to do your homework? Hermione invited. Of course, I'd love to. Braun nodded. At dinner time, the little wizards in the auditorium were enthusiastically discussing the club to be held. I also seemed to be a little impatient when eating. The professors didn't say anything. This kind of thing is also a good thing, and they naturally won't stop it. At the very least, Braun, an honor student, is more trustworthy than the unreliable Lockhart. At least you can learn something from Braun. After a week, it naturally made many professors see clearly Gilderoy Lockhart's lack of learning and skill. Classes on surface stage plays? Such a ridiculous thing that even Quirrell had never done. Therefore, everyone naturally did not have a good face for him. Lockhart, who was sitting in the teacher's seat, also looked a little depressed. Braun hosting the duel club thing. Naturally, he had heard from the mouths of other little wizards. Of course, the news with the club, as well as his own teaching level, was dissatisfied by many little wizards. That's why this duel club was founded. Although he felt very annoyed in his heart, there was nothing he could do. But just giving up this opportunity for everyone's attention, he was a little reluctant. How about I take a look too? This idea is somewhat difficult to suppress as soon as it appears. After dinner, a large number of young wizards gathered in front of the classroom on the right-hand side of the 4th floor. They exchanged ears and ears with a look of excitement. What magic do you say Braun will teach us later? I don't know, but I think it must have been the magic that was able to subdue all those goblins that day. Oh my god, it would be great if it really was that. The two eaglets chirped, but was interrupted by the little snake on the side with disdain. Stop thinking, that's impossible. The magic Braun used that day was passed down by his family, how could it be handed over to everyone? But even so, I think it will be a powerful magic. For example, the petrification spell? Except for the eaglet and the snake. Naturally, there are also small wizards from the other two academies. Among them, Hufflepuff has the most small badgers. They got together in a great huddle, discussed in a low voice. Of course, there are also some small lions mixed in. Ron and Harry were among them. Harry, are you right? I see that apart from us, Neville and Hermione are the only ones here. Ron said with some discomfort. The people around are all Slytherins. He was afraid that some little snake would pump his brain and give himself a curse to make himself ugly in public. This kind of thing is not impossible. After all, the Weasleys' reputation class in Slytherin is not very good. Scarhead? Popper? You guys also come to the duel club? Don't let me cry later. Malfoy taunted as he approached from not far away. At the same time, this also attracted the attention of many little snakes. After discovering that it was Ron and Harry, there was a bit of playfulness in his expression, especially looking at Ron. Many little snakes had resentment in their eyes. During this time, many purebloods were tossed by Arthur Weasley, suddenly broken in the middle of the night, and came to a surprise inspection. No one can stand it. Moreover, after discovering black magic items, it is directly fined. Many families have been fined large galleons. They couldn't deal with Arthur Weasley. But against Ron, there is still a certainty. The other party has no strength at all except for the small henchmen of the so-called savior. Many little snakes have already made up their minds to clean him up later. Okay, let me open the door. A flat voice sounded. The little snakes that had been surrounding Ron and Harry pushed back. Get out of the way for a passage. Malfoy, who was still alive, also glared at Harry and Ron angrily, and then stepped back. No way. The situation is stronger than people. He was unhappy with Braun though. But as Braun's achievements grew, he also inevitably backed down. The Malfoys were rich though, but his father's situation has not been very good lately. The Weasleys' mad dogs were biting everywhere. The new minister, Fudge, intends to clean up the environment of the Ministry of Magic. And the Roar family has the emergence of Braun, a rising star, and has been supported by many purebloods. The Malfoy family's positioning was much more awkward. The elder Malfoy was a school trustee and a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic. But there are no rookies in the family who can make a difference. Even the elder Malfoy himself was in the shadow of his ancestors. But the skinny camel is bigger than the horse, and in this era when the pureblood family is worse than rotten, the Malfoys were still supported by many wizards who supported pureblood theories. But now the rise of the Roar family has changed that situation. These purebloods were found after having the thicker thighs of the Roar family. The choice naturally becomes wavering. In addition, one of the children in the branch of the Gower family became Brunroll's henchman, got the agency right of eternal memory. The fact that he made a lot of money spread among the pureblood family. Naturally, it also made many of the more difficult small families begin to move. Even his father, Lucius, warned him to avoid him at school. Therefore, even if he is unwilling in his heart, he can only silently give up his position. Under everyone's gaze, Braun seemed calm. There is neither complacency nor nervousness. It was just that after seeing Malfoy and Harry Potter in the crowd, he was a little surprised. He also thought these two guys wouldn't attend that. Of course, it's nothing to participate. He is still very confident in his strength. If nothing else, in terms of his current strength. In addition to the professor, Hogwarts really can't beat him. After all, he had killed several dark wizards. As Braun pushed open the door, the little wizards also followed in one flock. Inside the classroom, there is a gladiatorial arena that is not particularly large. On the left side of the classroom is a row of targets. In addition, the stack of more than 40 defense against the dark arts books also caught their attention. Oh, it seems that there are many people. Look at the little wizard full of people. Braun felt a little surprised. He originally thought that a total of 30 people would be about the same. Where did I think that there would be close to 80 people? Among them, there are not only the little wizards of the 4 academies, but also some young wizards of the 3rd and 4th years. 1 for 2 or 3 people. 4, 6, 7, my book may not be prepared enough, but that's all. Braun said with some helplessness. But everyone didn't mind. Inherently free. Naturally, you can't ask for too much. After taking the textbook, everyone turned their gaze to Braun, who was standing in front of them. Well, I think everyone knows the significance of the duel club. That's so that we can better deal with dark creatures and dark wizards who want to hurt us. I personally have some insights into defense against the dark arts. So start the class now. With that, Braun took out a huge box bound by chains from his suitcase. There seems to be some other creature in the box. The constant banging of the box seemed to want to get out. The little wizards were also attracted by this movement and looked curiously towards the box. Then he was drawn back by Braun's voice. I think you should have seen the creatures on the first page of the textbook. Boggart? A creature that loves darkness very much. They are mostly distributed under the bed or under the wardrobe. There is no specific form, but it becomes different according to the fear. Braun said lightly. At the same time, everyone's eyes were attracted by the black creature in the book. This is the simplest dark creature. It's also very simple to deal with. Laughter? Laughter can make them fearful. You can use transfiguration spells to turn them into something you find ridiculous. And of course a special spell. I think you should have seen the book as well. Funny. It's a small spell born out of transfiguration. The difficulty of casting spells is low, and it is considered to be specially used against Boggart. I'm going to show you what. I saw Braun gently waving his wand. Mantras are chanted in his mouth. Then a tiny beam of light flew out. This spell has very few movements and belongs to an extremely simple small spell. The movement is also born out of transfiguration. You can try it. Braun said to the little wizards. The little wizards have long been a little impatient. After hearing Braun's words, he began to wave his wand. This spell is not that difficult. After all, it is still born out of the action of transfiguration. So it only took a few minutes for some little wizards to try and succeed. Even the more stupid crab and the tips of Gale's staff glowed faintly. The crowd seemed to be a little whispering, as if they thought that such a simple little magic spell could really deal with those dark creatures. No doubt, sometimes the power of a spell depends mainly on how it is used. Next, I will show you how to deal with the real Boggart. Please step back a little. Even the little wizards were already prepared in their hearts to know that the box in front of them was Boggart. But when I really have to face it, I can't help but feel a little nervous. But Braun didn't give them time to continue to be nervous. With a bang, the wooden box in front of everyone was opened. A dark shadow couldn't wait to come out, looking at the constant changes in Braun in front of him. But in the end, there is still no substance. This made Braun frown. Only then did he remember that his brain occlusion technique had been used. Boggart's mind can't invade his brain, and naturally there is no way to create fear. Without hesitation, he constructed a false memory. Immediately afterwards, the little wizards saw the black shadow in front of them turn into an extremely tall werewolf. Jong teeth and claws danced fiercely and viciously. Frightened, many little wizards turned pale, and they cowered and retreated. Boggart will see through your inner fear and conjure that thing to scare you. But don't be afraid, the creatures they conjure up have no offensive power, just paper tigers with false appearances. Braun introduced flatly. Sure enough, it was Braun who said. After turning into a werewolf, Boggart has no other movement than howling. It seems that he wants to use this action to scare off Braun. But it was clear that the effect was not very good. Funny. With Braun waving his wand, the werewolf, who was still terrifying, put on a plaid skirt. The mouth is also coated with large red lipstick. It looks very funny. It provoked the little wizards around for a while. Taverg was a little at a loss. However, before it could make any more moves, Braun easily knocked back the box. Seeing no, it's very simple. You can think about how to face the fear in your heart. For example, dress them in funny clothes and draw exaggerated lipstick. Or shave them. In short, think about the things that fear you in your hearts and try to make them as interesting as possible. Braun explained. Looking at Lockhart, who sneaked in, he was a little surprised. Everyone also followed Braun's gaze. Naturally, Lockhart, who sneaked in, was also discovered. Professor Lockhart. Someone shouted. Lockhart naturally did not want to continue hiding. I had to smile and walk from the crowd to Braun's side. Ha. I didn't expect everyone to find me. As you know, I have a lot of experience dealing with dark creatures. So want to see where I can help everyone? Avoid any dangers? Lockhart's words won the approval of some little witches. However, most of the little wizards still looked suspicious. This gaze annoyed Lockhart. Can I still lie to you? You know, I'm a recipient of the Order of Merlin 3rd class. While saying that he was a little angry, open the chest with a wave of your wand. Then before he could react, a black shadow came out of the box. Startled Lockhart. Then the black shadow changed and turned into an old man in a black robe. The little wizards were a little strange, and they didn't understand what was so terrible about this old man. But when Lockhart saw this old man, his face instantly turned pale. Slippery, funny. The spell flew out of Lockhart's wand. I don't know if it's too nervous. The spell went off. As if annoying Boggart, the other party walked towards Lockhart with a calm face. Gildero. Lockhart? Read violent novels, go on Filofiction Network? The black-robed old man said grimly. Frightened, Lockhart quickly dodged and hid behind Braun. Quick, fight him off, Lockhart said as he trembled and pointed at the black-robed old man. Braun, on the other hand, observed with interest. He originally thought that the other party was most afraid of Dumbledore. I didn't expect it to be such a black-robed old man. So what's so special about this old man? He looked at the old man carefully. The wizard robe on his body is a very ordinary style. It's just that it looks more grim. There doesn't seem to be anything special. Braun raised his wand casually. Funny. The spell flew out, bringing a gust of wind to blow all of the old man's wizard robes away. The shirtless body wore only a pair of printed profane pants. It made the little wizards laugh. But Braun's expression gradually became serious. Because the wizard's robe was blown up whole. It also allowed Braun to see the half of the face hidden under the robe. It was a black tattoo. The appearance somewhat resembles the wings of a dragon. Even if there are all the changes in color. But that strange feeling like life. It still reminded Braun of a familiar name, Void Sect. Bang. Boggart was once again knocked back into the box by Braun. Lockhart, who was hiding behind Braun, turned pale. The fear in his expression did not diminish in the slightest. He didn't even have the mind to continue showing off to the little wizards. He hurriedly left the classroom. Looking at Lockhart's somewhat hurried steps, Braun's expression was skeptical. He concluded that the other party must have a connection with the Void Sect. Just by looking at his fear of the old man, he could tell it. The other party is definitely not involved with the Void Sect. Zero. Braun? Seeing Braun stunned, Shinobi, who was mixed in the crowd, hurriedly reminded. Sorry, I was thinking about things just now. Braun gave everyone a kind smile. I've shown you a few times just now. There was also Professor Lockhart as a demonstration. I think everyone should know how to deal with Boggart. Then it's up to everyone to try it themselves. Braun's gaze swept through the crowd. But the little wizards who were seen all bowed their heads. It makes the atmosphere that was still lively a little cold. But it's fine. At this time, Hermione took the initiative to stand up. Braun breathed a sigh of relief. Okay then, starting with Hermione and then Shinobi, Theodore, Daphne. Braun gave way. Open the box. Boggart drilled out again. It's just that this time Boggart doesn't have the feeling of malaise at the beginning. It feeds on human fears. Just now Lockhart provided it with plenty of food. At the moment, it naturally seems spiritual. The black shadow changed into a familiar figure in a blink of an eye. Professor McGonagall. The little wizards exclaimed. Even Braun didn't understand why Hermione was afraid of Professor McGonagall. But the next scene made Braun understand. I saw Professor McGonagall suddenly take out an exam paper in her hand. His expression also became serious. Miss Granger, you have 0 marks on the exam this time? Hermione, who was standing across from the Boggart, snorted. Hurriedly waved his wand. Funny. There was a sound in the air that looked like a whip. Then, Professor McGonagall, who was still serious looking, appeared in her hand, and several exam papers with Hermione's name written on them. Okay, next. Braun reminded. Then Shinobi walked up. Professor McGonagall, holding a pile of perfect test papers, disappeared and turned into a Shinobi in morning clothes. Haven't waited for this Shinobi to make any moves. Then I heard Shinobi chanting the mantra aloud. Funny. Then Sabanai's hair exploded, somewhat similar to the explosion that Shabanai once experimented with. It caused the little wizards around him to laugh. He didn't wait for Braun to remind him. Theodore followed. The creature in front of him turned into a fallen woman. Funny, Theodore shouted with red eyes. The fallen woman slowly sat up and waved at Theodore. Daphne. The little girl looked a little nervous and walked over to Braun's shout. The woman disappears and turns into a winged eagle-bodied banshee. Just as the eagle banshee flew towards Daphne, a spell hit it. Then the banshee's wings suddenly lost their feathers. The other party fell violently to the ground. And Daphne also took her wand and stepped back. Then Neville, Malfoy, Ron. Harry Potter, it's up to you? Braun shouted at Harry Potter, who was still in a daze. The other party didn't seem to have reacted yet. 4.8 was pushed by the classmates behind him before walking over. The black shadow changed again. It's just that the speed is much slower than at the beginning. Multiple deformations are also a big burden for it. Thanks to the fact that each time there is a certain fear to make up for it, otherwise it would have been impossible to sustain it for a long time. The black shadow disappeared. A teenager appeared in place. It's just that this teenager made everyone talk about it. Isn't this Braun? Yes? Harry Potter was actually afraid of Braun? That's interesting. What kind of savior is this? Sure enough, those rumors are as unreliable as Gilderoy Lockhart. It wasn't just the little wizards who talked about it. Even Braun felt interesting. He remembered that Harry Potter's biggest fear was probably the Dementors. But now there are no Dementors. Have you become the thing that the other person fears the most? Shouldn't the other party be afraid of Quirrell? Harry Potter naturally heard these comments as well. His face was flushed. He didn't know why he was afraid of Braun. Funny. Braun's blonde hair disappeared and turned into a bald head. Only this time, no little wizard dared to laugh. Even Harry Potter is at a loss at the moment. But fortunately, this embarrassment did not last so long. With a spell from Braun, the bald self once again returned to a black shadow and flew back into the box. Perhaps it has undergone so many deformations. Boggart is also tired a lot. Hiding in a box is very honest. Okay, let's get here today. Almost half of the classmates did not practice. But it doesn't matter. Our club will continue here tomorrow. Let's talk about defensive magic. The Iron Armor spell is a very practical and powerful spell. If we want to learn well, we must first. It was almost 10 o'clock. The duel club finally had time to disperse. The little wizards walked out of the classroom in pairs, talking excitedly about today's lesson. The most of these is about Boggart. In particular, the other party can conjure up a variety of different forms. And, of course, the spell that Braun taught them to be able to deal with Boggart. Everyone feels like they've learned a lot. I dare say it. Grandma would be very happy to know that I was able to beat Boggart, Neville said excitedly. Seamus on the side also seemed excited. I'll have to teach that Boggart a good lesson with a spell tomorrow. Although it was a bit of a pity to say that it was not his turn today. However, after thinking that he would be able to face Boggart tomorrow, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Even Ron was excited, because he defeated the giant spider that Boggart turned into. Only Harry looked a little sullen. Today's events still have a great impact on him. He never understood why the thing he feared was Brunna. He couldn't figure it out. Ron also saw his friend's puzzlement. Comforted. No one knows what those Boggarts will conjure. Maybe it's the reason why you're stunned today. After all, after you were handed over by Braun, you must have only thought about him in your heart. Maybe you can try again tomorrow. Ron's comfort was still useful. Of course, there may also be some intentional escape from Harry himself. He nodded in agreement. Decided to try again tomorrow. He felt compared to Braun. Even like Neville, the most feared person becomes Snape, he can accept it. With everyone leaving, only Hermione was left in the classroom. Why don't you leave yet? Braun asked puzzled. And Hermione still looked a little discouraged. Braun, don't you say I'm particularly useless. What others fear is a dark creature. What I was afraid of was failing the exam. Even Hermione herself blushed a little as she spoke. Isn't that a good thing? Braun asked rhetorically, sitting next to Hermione. The other party seemed a little puzzled. Braun continued. Fear, in fact, 09 is what a person cares about the most. Or the death of a loved one, or being frightened by something at a young age. Or maybe Neville was afraid because he was constantly reprimanded by Professor Snape, accumulating over time. Compared to others, all you fear is failing an exam. It's really nothing. Hermione stared wide-eyed, looking at Braun's side face and couldn't help but be curious. And you, Braun? Why are you afraid of werewolves? Braun was silent for a moment. But in the end, it was still flat. That was almost a year ago. At that time, I received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. My parents were very happy. They expected me to be like them, to be a Ravenclaw and then to go to St. Mungo's hospital and learn from them. Become a doctor. To celebrate my successful notification, they took a day off from the hospital to take me shopping in Diagon Alley. Everything is so beautiful. But on the way back, we are attacked by werewolves. My parents were average in strength, so they were killed on the spot by those 3 werewolves. And because I was relatively young, I was captured by the other party and sold to the leader of the dark wizard or werewolf. I stayed in that dark cave for a month. There were dozens of children with whom I was locked up at the time. In the end, it was just me, and 2 other Muggle kids. Braun calmly tells the story, as if all this had nothing to do with him. I thought about it from time to time, as if I was recalling the scene. My life is still good, and I killed those 2 werewolves in the end. One of them was also controlled by me, but the fear at that time will definitely still be in my heart. Maybe that's why Boggart turns into a werewolf? Braun smiled and looked at Hermione. It's just that the smile that always made her blush before. At the moment, Hermione's eyes felt so distressed. Sorry, Braun. I don't know. I shouldn't have asked. Hermione looked a little confused, not knowing what to say. She didn't expect things to be like this. He must have suffered a lot when he was locked up in the cave. Hermione thought to herself. At the same time, the gaze that looked at Braun became more and more guilty. I don't think I should ask too much. Nothing. Braun smiled. It's all gone, isn't it? But the death of my parents did make me understand a truth. Looking at Hermione's somewhat puzzled gaze, Braun said slowly, for wizards, only strength is real. Hermione was a little speechless. Looking at the serious-looking Braun, he didn't know what to say. Forget it, don't talk about that. Do you want to eat a peach fruit? As if by magic, Braun took out a peach fruit and handed it over. I also ate it myself. Hermione took it. Braun is also a little used to his behavior of always being able to take things out at will. I think it should be Braun's pocket that applied the traceless stretching charm. Goodbye, Braun. Hermione waved her hand. Braun also stood in the classroom and waved his hand. Smile and watch each other leave. Sorry, Hermione, for lying to you. Braun looked at the other figure and whispered. Turning around, the box containing the boggart was opened again. Only this time it was not a werewolf who appeared in front of Braun. Rather, he was middle-aged, and his appearance was 7 points similar to Braun's. It's just that the temperament carries a gloom that cannot be melted. It was as if the world was alienated from him. So what I'm afraid of is loneliness. Looking at the middle-aged man Braun, there was a trance in his eyes, but soon it was firm again. Accompanied by a spell, Boggart, who was about to get in front of Braun, let out a wail of pain. Even if I hid in the box, I still couldn't stop shaking. Sometimes we always have to face our fears. Dumbledore didn't know when he walked in. The face is still the same smile as before. Your lectures are very good, and the textbooks you choose are also very good. While speaking, Dumbledore picked up the textbook on the table and flipped through it. The look was full of nostalgia. Classics never go out of style, do they? Braun replied with a smile. Maybe I'll consider becoming a defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts after graduation. I think this should be a good choice as well. Dumbledore put down the book and pushed his glasses. That's not a good profession. After all, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is a well-known high-risk profession. Dumbledore teased, and then a hint of playfulness appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't remember you said you were going to punch Voldemort and kick Grindelwald in the future, then become the savior of the wizarding world and marry several wives? Braun thought about it seriously. Then I'll come back to Hogwarts as a defense against the dark arts professor after I've done those things. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, and then a smile bloomed on his face. Well, if I'm still the principal by then, I'll definitely send you a letter of appointment. Bidding farewell to Dumbledore, Braun also walked towards the lounge. When I passed the second floor, I happened to run into Filch. However, the other party seemed to have been notified, so he just glared at Braun viciously, and took his cat to other places. Hungry. Eat. Read violent novels, just go on Fila Novel Network. A hoarse sound made Braun, who was going downstairs, pause. What are you doing? Why not hurry back to the lounge? Filch couldn't help but say to Braun. The eyes looked at Braun fiercely, as if the other party would take him away with the slightest rebuttal. Sorry, I'll go back. Braun smiled politely, walking away under Filch's fierce gaze. Is it a basilisk? Braun said to himself. The sounds of snakes are not the same as those made by humans. That hoarse voice, Braun couldn't think of any other creatures other than the basilisk. Looks like I'll have to find a time to go to the secret room. The following days became calmer. The club is also held every Saturday and Sunday. Lockhart may have been stimulated by that day. In the days that followed, he hardly came back to the duel club. Classes also became reticent. However, this state of affairs is only temporary for him. It didn't take long for the other party to resume his bombastic appearance again. It makes the little wizards look unbearable. And Braun constantly uses his soul to extract secrets from Tom Riddle. He could feel the power of the diary growing. It's just that he's not afraid. Because everything is in his hands. Only Tom Riddle is still in the dark. Slytherin has a unique chamber of secrets hidden in the school. If you find him, you'll be able to get the treasure that belongs to Slytherin. Trust me, Tom, it's definitely a treasure that will make you a powerful wizard. You know, Slytherin is the only wizard among the 4 giants who has mastered both potions and alchemy, and has deep research in both disciplines. I see, Tom. I'll go. Braun said perfunctorily again. This is already Tom Riddle. I don't know how many times he wants him to go to the Chamber of Secrets. Since the other party's strength has become stronger, he has changed his style almost every day to tilt the topic in the direction of the secret room. Braun took the trouble to do it. If there's nothing I won't talk to. And your recent knowledge is really getting less and less nutritious. Looking at Braun's movements, Tom Riddle was a little anxious. Quickly began to reveal the news. Wait, don't close me yet. I still have news? In the school's room of requirement, there is a note with a vanishing cabinet. No wonder Tom Riddle is in such a hurry. Every time Braun didn't want to talk, he would lock him up and take it out every few days or even a week. If that's all. What he couldn't accept even more was that the soul power that Braun had added to himself was very strange. Although his strength has become stronger, he can't control it when he controls it. Does it just do it to enable you to write more words in your journal? He's a horcrux. Shouldn't we control others to absorb fear from time to time? Is it really going to be a question-answering machine for little wizards now? Originally, he also thought of prying open Braun's heart by constantly getting along. Then wait until Braun opens his soul and take control of him. He has used this trick many times. Perfect success every time. But this time it didn't work here in Braun. This power was of no use to Braun. The other party's heart is like stubborn ice. I can't pry a little gap with all my strength. So how else to play yourself? He didn't think the other party would keep him after squeezing himself dry. Everyone is Slytherin. Not to mention that the other party's teacher is still Nicolaim. When the time comes, just give your own packaging as a birthday gift or Christmas gift. Then he has not the slightest hope. A wizard who has lived for 600 years, can't he study this such cherished horcrux specimen well? No way. I have to find a chance to change someone sooner rather than later. In vain, I still think this little wizard is so foolish. Sure enough, Tom's heart is black. Tom Riddle secretly thought about how to get away. Braun smiled as he looked at the contents of the diary. That's good news. Saying that, he closed the notebook and put it in the drawer. Prepare to go to the House of Requirements later, and then go to the wool. But 880 has not yet glared at Braun. The door to the alchemy classroom was pushed open. What's wrong, Shinobi? How do you get covered in water? Braun frowned. It's autumn now, although the climate is still warm at this time. But you have to catch a cold. Instead of answering, Shinobi pulled out something with his backhand. Take a look at this. I got another cut. Looking at the living tentacles that were still squirming in Shinobi's hands, Braun felt a little speechless. Is this guy addicted to eating? Go and chop the tentacles of the big squid again? And this time it is even bigger than the last one? You're not afraid that the big squid will eat you one day? Shinobi waved his hand indifferently. This is what I changed? Originally, I wanted to cut it, but the big squid seemed to know me. Threw me straight into the water. It took a long time to climb out. And then I tried to give it all the shark meat. It seems to be the first time to eat something in the sea, especially happy. Then he generously gave me a large tentacle. How to go to the cafeteria to eat stir-fried shredded squid? Braun hesitated, but finally nodded without resisting the temptation of squid. Just before leaving the door, he glanced meaningfully at his desk. You'll have to wait for me to come back, Tom. Our cooperation has been very pleasant, hasn't we? After speaking, he did not expect the other party's answer. Pushed open the door and left the classroom. The classroom was quiet after Braun left. It didn't take long though. The table trembled. With a bang, a worn-out notebook was spat out of a table hole. A figure appeared on the top of the notebook. Waiting for you? I'm waiting for you, XX. Tom Riddle looked sad and indignant. Of course, there is also pride. He felt that the other party would never think that he had been able to manifest his soul. Taking advantage of the other party's carelessness, he had to quickly escape this place. And just as he was thinking so, the sound of footsteps outside made him retract his notebook again. This is Hogwarts. He naturally knew the danger here. In case one of the professors found out, it would take less than an hour to hold his own funeral in Dumbledore's office. He shrunk honestly in his notebook. I want to wait for the footsteps to leave. But the footsteps became tighter and tighter. This also made Tom Riddle nervous. I was afraid that Braun would turn back. Fortunately, the worst didn't happen. The one who came in was a middle-aged man with blonde hair and very serious grooming, wearing a flowery wizard robe. It doesn't look very serious, like a courtship flower peacock. The other muttered as if he was looking for something here. But after some searching, I couldn't find anything valuable. What a broken thing. Seeing a notebook at his feet, the middle-aged man kicked it very dissatisfied, venting his emotions. But after thinking about it, he grabbed his notebook and turned to leave. Let me see what is written in your diary. On the other side, Braun was also pulled to the lounge by Shinobi. Along with the two were Theodore and Daphne. Is this thing really going to be delicious? Daphne couldn't help but ask as she looked at the tentacles that were still squirming. She felt that this thing was so disgusting that it didn't look like something humans were eating. Trust me, Daphne, this stuff is so delicious, Shinobi encouraged from the side, and Theodore nodded constantly. Ever since the last time he ate Braun's stir-fried shredded squid, he had been a little obsessed. I tried it when I got home, but none of it was authentic to Braun. What else Shinobi wanted to say? But in the end, at the instigation of everyone, he went outside the kitchen. Braun expertly scratched the large green pear in the portrait, accompanied by laughter from eating. A doorknob appeared in front of everyone. Go, why are you stunned? Daphne, who was still standing in place, shouted. The other party followed Braun into the kitchen together. In the Hogwarts kitchen, like the Great Hall, there are 4 long tables, corresponding to 4 houses. Whenever the food is ready, the house elf door will put the food on the long table. With the help of plates on the table, it is transported to the auditorium. What smells so bad? As soon as he entered the kitchen, Shinobi was smoked by a bad smell and almost vomited. The house elves who were still busy saw little wizards. Hurriedly put down the work at hand and ran over. CK, what is this? Looking at the pile of rotten and spoiled food on the table, Braun couldn't help but frown. Oh, sorry sir. Shike quickly asked the other house elves to push the rotten food to other compartments. It's Halloween soon. This year marks Sir Nick's 500th birthday. He entertains undead friends from all over the world in the underground classroom. It is held every 10 years, and in fact, we are very distressed. The taste of these foods is simply too great. We had to leave them for the evening and put them out to cool. It can be heard that the house elves are also complaining about this matter. After all, it doesn't taste good to get such a lot of rotten food in the kitchen. Can the undead eat too? Daphne couldn't help but ask. They can eat, but they don't taste. Braun explained aloud from the side. Rotten food tastes bigger, so it makes them feel something. Generally speaking, the older the undead, the less affection they show. Over time, they become more and more numb and eventually lose their emotions. Some wizards believe that the undead are those wizards who are still attached to the world and refuse to face death, forming an existence between life and death. When they are truly willing to face death, they may embark on a new journey. Several people seemed to understand and listened to Braun's explanation. But soon he turned his attention to the huge tentacle. Hurry up, Braun. Show Daphne your craft, Shinobi said excitedly. Braun was speechless. Having said so much by yourself, you still want to eat tentacles. Sir, in fact, we can do it too. Shike looked at the large tentacle with some excitement. The same goes for the house elves who last tasted fried shredded squid together. Industriousness is their calling. It is in their nature to serve wizards. The will that had been infused in their minds since childhood made them very eager to serve Braun and them at this moment. Shinobi hesitated. In the end, I readily agreed. Okay, but you have to deal with it. During this time, there will also be big summer dishes from time to time in the evening banquet at Hogwarts. The taste is all good. This is what Shinobi is willing to hand over to these house elves. Take over the huge tentacles. The house elves were happily surrounding each other and discussing how to deal with it. The Braun four sat at the table and waited. The enthusiastic elves brought them baked cakes and heated up the leftover roast meat from the dinner, served with a large jug of milk. Although it wasn't long after just finished the dinner, but at the moment, looking at these eaters, I still subconsciously ate some. It didn't take long. Siko and another house elf came over with a huge plate. On the plate are fried yellowish squid tentacles. The spicy taste mixed with umami made several little wizards swallow their saliva. Whew, delicious? Better than you make, Braun? Shinobi couldn't wait to fork a piece of squid meat with a fork and stuff it into his mouth. While eating, I don't forget to evaluate it. Can't even gag your mouth. Braun rolled his eyes. I ate it myself. I have to say that the other party's craftsmanship is indeed better than his own. But this is also normal, and in his previous life, he was at best a home-cooked meal. These house elves who know the magic of the Hufflepuff kitchen are also Michelin hotel chefs. There is definitely no comparison between yourself and the other party. While thinking, the fork mercilessly stuffed piece after piece into his mouth. Looking at the three men who did not eat, Daphne looked a little puzzled. Is it really that delicious? She tried forking a piece and putting it in her mouth. Immediately after the eyes lit up, he couldn't care about the lady's temperament, and joined the ranks of the battle with the three of them. Half an hour later, 4 people were leaning back in their chairs and burping, and in front of them were messy plates. Compared to what Braun once did, the elves improved significantly more in line with the taste of the English. The taste is slightly spicy, but not so exaggerated. The elves diligently cleaned up the table and brought juice to everyone. Finally, he waved goodbye to everyone. These house elves are really welcoming. Shinobi sighed while drinking juice. They are always like this, and their mission is to serve wizards. Theodore said indifferently. It seems that this behavior of house elves is taken for granted. If only I had one at home. I told my mom, but she said it wasn't easy. House elves are all monopolized by the pure-blood 28 families? Shinobi said dissatisfied. Although his family has money, sometimes there are things that cannot be obtained with money. You should say this to Braun. His uncle was the director of the Department of Fantastic Creatures. Maybe I can help you get it. Theodore pouted at Brunno. Shinobi also looked towards Braun. I'll help you ask, but not necessarily. After all, you also know that very few people buy and sell house elves these days. That'll do. If there is news, be sure to let me know. Shinobi seemed happy. He also knew that house elves were a scarce resource. It's nice that Braun can help and ask. He didn't ask for much. Which isn't Harry Potter. Shinobi pointed to the figure coming from the foyer. Maybe I just came back from training. Looking at Harry Potter Braun, who was wearing an orange wizard robe and carrying a broom, Braun frowned and said, "The Gryffindors must be scared. The Malfoy guy sponsored 7 of the latest Light Wheels 2001 this time. These poor Gryffindor ghosts can only rely on increased training." Theodore was amazed. "It's none of our business, let's go quickly, but Filch will be in trouble," Daphne said a little nervously. Shinobi and Theodore, who originally wanted to say something more, did not say more. If they were asked to pick the one person they hated the most in the school, it would definitely not be Gryffindor but Filch. This old guy always likes to catch little wizards everywhere. If it is really discovered by the other party, that's no joke. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Braun, let's go first. Yes, Filch will come over later. The 3 of them said goodbye to Braun in a hurry and walked downstairs. Braun didn't stay here any longer either. Instead, I walked towards the 4th floor. "Sir, have you seen anyone else?" Harry looked around with a frown. But no one was found. "Anyone else?" "Nope, I haven't told you about my participation in the Headless Horseman. Once again, the guys rejected my application. I really don't understand, am I not headless? As he spoke, Nick also lifted his head. That look was terrifying. You're right, sir. They shouldn't reject you? I think I'll have to. Harry Potter had planned to perfunctory the past, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Nick again. No one wants to be chopped off more than a dozen times in a row by a big axe of more than 40 pounds. Don't I want to make my executioner a little more painful, so as not to increase my pain? Nico chattered and complained again. Harry, on the other hand, stood in place helplessly. He was shivering with cold now, desperately want to hurry back to the common room and rest by the warm fire. Because Malfoy had sponsored 7 new broomsticks to the Slytherin team, those broomsticks were incredibly fast. Gryffindor's sweeping series simply can't catch up with each other. In order to be able to guarantee victory over Slytherin, Wood asked them to step up their training. Train for challenges in a variety of extreme environments. In his opinion, Slytherins were nothing more than flowers in a greenhouse, and it was better to have a broom. And this season is rainy again. At that time, the Gryffindors, who are familiar with training, will definitely be able to easily defeat those Slytherins. Of course, the price of this is that they trained in heavy rain for an afternoon today. The rain literally soaked him from the inside out. Even if the wizard robe can be waterproof, it cannot withstand such high-intensity training. After all, the rain poured down the collar into the skin, and the wizard robe could not be prevented. Nico also seemed to notice Harry's trembling body. Looks a little guilty. I'm sorry, Harry, but as a ghost, I do talk a little bit sometimes. You hurry up and go. Don't get caught by Filch. He wasn't in a good mood today. Because of the heavy rain, many little wizards were playing in the castle, and the muddy water made the floor all over the place. He had already punished several minor wizards. After listening to Nick's words, Harry was suddenly startled before he could thank him. Because he saw the skinny black cat on the stairs licking his paws. He was staring at himself with those orange eyes without blinking. Harry Potter. The moment he saw Harry Potter, Filch walked over angrily. I just cleaned the floor in the afternoon. Why can't you be honest? Filch didn't give Harry any chance to explain. Carrying his clothes, he walked towards his office. No matter how Harry explained it, he couldn't get the other person to let go of his hand. Can't a little wizard like you stay quietly in your dormitory? Why do you always have to get in trouble with other people? As he spoke, he took out a punishment form. Penalties were written on it. Harry Potter, stain the corridor? Punishment, clean the hallways for a week? Filch said angrily, shoved the form with punishment written on it into Harry's hand. Then he threw the other party out in a huff. Not long after, he roared out again and rushed to the second floor with a broom. Filch, big fool? From upstairs came Peeves' shrill voice. Peeves, push the armor of the corridor again? Wait for it. Look, sooner or later, I'll let the headmaster kick you out. Listen to the other person's roar. Harry snorted. He didn't dare to continue provoking Filch. Now the other party is very angry. If he continues to provoke, he may increase the punishment. Thinking about it, Harry hurried upstairs. Harry, how is it working? I had Peeves knock down the armor to get Filch's attention. Nick suddenly appeared in front of Harry, startling him. Yes, thank you, sir. An ugly smile appeared on Harry's face. He didn't tell the other person that his actions didn't help him. Nick seemed happy to be able to help Harry. That's fine. By the way, do you have time for Halloween? I would like to invite you to my 500th birthday celebration. As Harry walked upstairs, Nick asked, floating aside. 500 years old. Harry looked at Nick in front of him and looked a little surprised. Yes, I've been dead for 500 years. Nick's tone was tinged with emotion. Then he looked at Harry expectantly. How? It will be in an empty classroom in the basement classroom. Then there will be ghosts from all over England to attend. Very interesting. You will be able to meet a lot of people, maybe your Potter ancestors. Okay. Harry, who was still thinking about refusing. After hearing the other party mention the ancestors of his family, he changed his mind. He has always been very curious about his own life. The same is true for one's own family. It's just that neither Ron nor anyone else knows that he is the so-called savior. I don't know anything else about my family. If you can meet the ancestors of the Potter family then. Okay then, I promised. I'll go then. That's awesome. Nick rolled his head happily. He even lifted his head again, showing how he lost his head at that time. No problem if your friend wants to come. Don't worry, Harry. I'll send you an invitation then. While speaking, the other party's body disappeared into the stairs, and Harry hurried to the lounge. Why is it so late? The fat lady looked a little dissatisfied. But at the moment, Harry, who was frozen, did not have the heart to chat with the other party. After saying the order, he hurried back to the lounge. Ha, Harry, you're back. It's a bit of a night. Ron asked sleepily. Harry took off his soaked cloak and dropped his broom. I changed into warm and comfortable pajamas. It wasn't until I got under the covers that I felt warm up at last. I was caught by Filch, and I was punished for cleaning the hallway for a week. You're really unlucky, Ron said sympathetically. But Harry didn't want to talk to Ron about it at the moment. Instead, he talked about Nick's invitation to participate in the Death of the Dead. Nick said that many ghosts would come. Maybe my ancestors too. Then I will be able to know my parents, my grandfather, and even more distant ancestors. That's nice. Ron looked a little depressed. Because he was not invited by Nick to fake. You can come with me then? Nick said I could bring my own friends. Harry added. Ron was happy again. I began to look forward to what I could encounter in the Death of the Dead. He thought it must be a cool thing to attend the Feast of the Dead on Halloween. Stolen? Lockhart? Look at the picture on the photo stone. A smile appeared at the corner of Braun's mouth. Closing his eyes and feeling it carefully with the soul fruit, he found that the location of the notebook was in Professor Lockhart. With the help of that soul power that has merged with Tom Riddle, Braun clearly saw from Tom Riddle's perspective that Lockhart was scrambling in front of his notebook. There was obsession in his expression. White mist continued to pour into Tom Riddle's body. Some of them were absorbed by Tom Riddle, but most of them were still intercepted by the soul power controlled by the soul fruit. You think you escaped from my palm, Tom? You are too arrogant. Opening his eyes, Braun looked at the somewhat messy alchemy classroom and said to himself. The notebook was taken by Lockhart, which he had long expected. In order to attract Lockhart, he specially released his alchemy notes and placed them in the alchemy classroom. With Lockhart's character, it is impossible not to be unmoved. And Tom Riddle doesn't want to be Braun's learning tool all the time. Then you will certainly not miss this opportunity to escape from yourself. And when the time comes, Gilderoy Lockhart, who came to the gold training classroom, is his best choice. Except for a small accident in which Sabinai told him to go to the kitchen, there was not a single difference. And why he did it? One is for the soul of Tom Riddle in the notebook. The other party's soul is still too weak. But if the other party absorbed Lockhart's soul, it would be different. At that time, he can directly use the other party's soul to refine the new homies. And the other point is for Lockhart. Since the last time Boggart reflected the fear in his heart, he had been watching Lockhart trying to find out the other party's secrets. But I was afraid of scaring the snake, so I never dared to make a big move. But the diary is different. As a horcrux, it is able to expand people's desires and manipulate each other by seeing the secrets of the other party. And the diary was found by Lockhart himself. The other party will definitely let their guard down. And when the time comes, through Tom Riddle's soul, he will naturally know what the relationship between Lockhart and the Void Order is. And even if it is discovered by the people of the Void Order, it will only be traced back to Voldemort's horcruxes in the end. And it has nothing to do with yourself. Expose all the secrets, Lockhart. I also want to know what exactly you are hiding. Braun thought to himself. Then his eyes looked at the 437 alchemy equipment on the ground. All back to their places. Braun's voice was heard. These alchemy equipment, which were still scattered on the ground, had eyes and mouths on their faces, and they smiled very happily. Bounce back to your position. Once again, it returned to its motionless appearance. These are the homies made by Braun during this time. It's just that they are the lowest. It doesn't even use alchemy. Directly use the characteristics of the soul fruit to extract the soul of the undead world, and then give the soul to complete. Of course, the homies produced in this way basically has no strength. Turn off the lights and lock the door. Just as Braun was about to leave, a silver-gray ghost appeared in the hallway. Sir Nick. Braun looked a little puzzled. He couldn't understand why this Gryffindor ghost had stopped him. Is there something going on, sir? It's like this, Braun. Nick looked a little cramped. I want to invite you to my 500th birthday. Invite me. Braun pointed to himself curiously. Can you ask why? He didn't have any friendship with the other party. It stands to reason that I shouldn't have invited myself. That's right, you're famous, and alchemy is strong. Many of my friends want to meet you. As soon as he saw this expression of the other party, Braun understood what Nick meant. It should be that the ghosts in the other party's banquet will have alchemists, and the other party wants to let himself participate to save face for the other party. Of course, I didn't ask you to help for nothing. This is my reward. It seemed that he was afraid that Braun would not agree. A quaint ring appeared on Nick's silver-white hand. On the ring is a dusty stone. This is the toadstone ring. It repels mosquitoes and can detect poisons. The process of refining it has long been lost. What do you think? Look at this ring in the other person's hand. Braun's eyes lit up. Toadstone is a relatively rare biological gemstone. They're toads' brains, to be exact, and they've lived for a long time. And only toads with a body full of magic can produce unique gems. Plus there are fewer and fewer wizards who now use toads as pets. Toadstones naturally follow less and less. He also did not expect that the other party still had such a good thing. You know, Nick is just a crappy wizard. He didn't even learn to cast spells without a staff, and he wasn't even very proficient in ordinary spells. Otherwise, he would not have been decapitated without any backhand after taking away his wand. But even so, he still has good things in his hands. Not to mention the other wizards who attended the banquet. Do they also have good things in their hands? This brightened Braun's eyes. To know what ghosts fear the most? They are most afraid of death. If it were not for the fear of death, we would not have chosen to step into the door of death when faced with a choice. Instead, he continued to choose to become a ghost, a non-living and non-dead existence. They are like this because they fear death in their hearts. Of course, even if they choose to become ghosts, death is equally inevitable. The death of a ghost is not physical aging, but a slow loss of one's emotions and one's own sanity. Finally, it becomes an empty shell without thought. That's what they fear the most. But even with fear, there is nothing they can do. I've never heard of a ghost escaping this fate. But now, if there's a chance to get them out of this loss of mind, Braun felt that these guys who had lost everything long ago would definitely not be reluctant to exchange those things outside of their bodies. And this is Braun's opportunity. Sir, I promised. Braun took the ring and said with a smile. That's great. Nick seemed pleased. Didn't wait for him to leave yet. He was stopped by Braun again. Is there anything else? Nick looked a little puzzled. It's such a sir, just finished talking about your business. Are you interested in hearing about my business now? Your business? Nick became even more puzzled. A ghost yourself. What business do you have to talk about with yourself? I can help you slow down the loss of your soul, Braun said with a smile on his lips. But this sounded like thunder in Nick's ears. Slow down the passage of the soul. What does this mean? If what the other party says is true, it means that the other party can give himself eternal life. What you said is true. His tone trembled, and his excited silver-white soul body became much brighter. Naturally, I have no reason to lie to you, do I? If you don't believe me, you can try it for yourself. Nick agreed without hesitation. Himself is just an undead. Most magic has no effect on you. He didn't think Braun could hurt himself. Come on, let me feel it. Braun didn't say much either. A ball of soul light appeared in his hand and pressed on Nick's body. The photophore is slowly absorbed. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network? And Nick, who had not taken it seriously, could feel that his soul that had passed a lot had been replenished. And the speed of this replenishment is much faster than the rate at which it passes. It's almost like returning to the state I was in 2 months ago. It's just that this refreshing feeling doesn't take long to disappear. This made him look a little regretful. How's it going, sir? Braun looked at him with a smile. Makes Nick look a little embarrassed. But soon he became excited again. How the hell did you do it? Why was it possible for my soul to be replenished? Odd. This is really weird. Nick's mouth suddenly stopped. It was as excited as he was at the moment. 500 years. 500 years after his death, he had never been so excited as he is today. Today's events were too unexpected for him. The sudden appearance of a small wizard, Ajf, master was able to restore his ever-passing soul power. This was simply beyond his imagination and incomprehensible to him. My family has soul magic. This is also a feature that I only discovered recently, Braun said with a smile. The soul magic of the Luo family naturally did not have such a powerful effect. However, Braun felt that it was still no problem to fool Nick. Sure enough, just as Braun thought, the other party did not think about it. But his expression became more and more excited. But he hadn't forgotten what Braun had just said. The purpose of the other party is to do business. What do you want this for? Or that kind of ring? That's my last toadstone left. You know, this thing is very precious. Nick looked a little nervous. Braun waved his hand. All, sir? Knowledge, alchemical items, cherished materials. I want anything of value. And the price? For a more cherished alchemy item like the toadstone ring, I can give 5 soul injections. As for ordinary alchemy items, they range from 1 to 5 times. It depends on the actual value. Everything else is determined based on value. What do you think? No problem. Nick certainly wouldn't refuse. Even if the price is a little higher, he can accept it. You wait for me here? I'll go get you something? Nick said and then eagerly burrowed into the floor and disappeared. Braun, on the other hand, turned on the classroom lights again and waited quietly. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the bronze book and test the attributes of this ring. Toadstone ring, first order alchemy item, excellent. Composition, 80 years toad brainstone, silver, star iron. Effect, no mosquitoes appear within 1 meter of the perimeter after wearing. When touched with poison, the toadstone turns red. Durability, permanent? It's really a good thing. Braun looked a little happy. This was the first time he encountered a permanent alchemical item besides his own pistol Kungunir. No wonder the Bronze Book Club did not hesitate to give a fine evaluation. Wear this ring on the little finger of your left hand. The ring, which was originally somewhat wide, naturally shrank to the right size. The stone like the back of a toad also brings a little bit of starlight. It didn't take long. Nick hurried back. And also brought a whole bunch of things. Among them are the historical knight's swords studded with precious stones. There are also various books written on parchment. There are almost dozens of pieces. There's only so much I left in the castle. How many times do you see these things being exchanged? Nick asked a little impatiently. Braun took a look. Appeared a little disappointed. He didn't find a small piece like toadstone. These are some of the more ordinary alchemy items. Or maybe some antiques. Valuable but not great. Instead, it was the books that delighted Braun. A travelogue, a book of charms, and a book of alchemy. Among them, Braun saw some black magic in spells, and Braun found the refining method of several lost small objects in the alchemy book. These are very valuable. These are ordinary alchemical items or antiques. I can only count 50 soul infusions for you. Nick looked a little disappointed. However, he also understood that these things really did not have much value to wizards. 100 or 200 years of antiques may be a sight for ordinary muggles. But for wizards, they may have just halfway through their lives. But no wizard family lacks something that is hundreds of years old. But Braun's next words made him ecstatic. As for those 3 books, Braun pointed to the 3 hand-copied versions of the book on the table. I can give you 500 soul injections. In those books, I found the refining method of a lost alchemy item. There is also a lost spell. What do you think? Nick did the math. The 3 books plus the dozens of broken alchemy items and antiques added up to a total of 550 times. According to the equivalent of 2 months of one soul injection, that is 95 years. Rounding this is not 100 years, and that's just part of my collection. You know, he's a knight, no matter what. Although beheaded. But there are quite a few good things in the cemetery. It was not necessary before. Now that you can change your life, what else is there to be reluctant? He has already begun to think about waiting for his death this time to end, and he will look for it, and pack all the things in his cemetery? Are you going to do the soul injection now or? Now? Fast? Nick said impatiently. He couldn't wait. Okay then. Braun said helplessly. A mass of soul light appeared in his hand that was as large as just now, only this time the photophore is more solid. It's really like a real ball, and not with a sense of illusory. Look at that solid ball of light. A longing welled up in Nick's heart. Didn't wait for him to urge. The comfort that made the soul tremble appeared again. He could feel that his gradually lost emotions were slowly recovering. The body is also regaining its youthfulness. 1, 2, 3. The body, which had already begun to feel stiff, began to feel it. Even the soul body has become a lot solidified. When he opened his eyes again, he found that his body had changed very differently. I am at least 100 years younger. You gave me 5 more years of life. There is absolutely nothing wrong with his feelings. I couldn't figure out what the reason for the other party was doing this. The infusion of such a solid soul is also a big burden for Braun. There was also some exhaustion in his expression. He took out an energy potion and drank it, only then did he feel a lot more comfortable. I love that you can help me spread the word. I love more than just the Scottish Highlands. But the undead of all England can come to your death this time? Braun said with a glare in his eyes. Of course it's fine. Don't worry, I'll tell them about it. Nick thought it was a big deal. After hearing that it was just such a small favor, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. Again, it's not a big deal. Looking at the disappeared Nick, Braun put these things away. Without staying any longer, he returned to the lounge. Stop tinkering with those bottles of yours. It's Halloween today. Shubinai looked at Braun, who was still swinging bottles in the gold training classroom, and couldn't help but say, it's because of Halloween that I have to get it, and I have a big deal to do later. Braun put down the bottle in his hand with some helplessness. This is the spirit storage bottle that he specially developed in order to trade with those undead. It's also very simple to make. Braun was in charge of crafting the alchemy circuit, while those homies were in charge of the other steps. Greatly relieved Braun's pressure. And the only effect of this spirit storage bottle is to store the soul light mass extracted by Braun with the soul fruit. For the convenience of those undead, Braun also thoughtfully prepared 3 specifications for them: large, medium, and small. The large one is capable of storing 1,000 units. Medium is 100. The small ones are 10. As for how low it is, he felt that there should not be such a poor ghost. Don't have a little capital this year and want to be a ghost? Don't forget to bring me later. I've never been to the Night of the Dead. It's still on Halloween. It's so ambitious, Sabinai said with some expectation. Have you forgotten the disgusting food we saw in the kitchen? I really don't understand you sometimes. Braun shook his head. I always feel helpless about Sabinai's somewhat strange aesthetic. Isn't the auditorium much more comfortable than a gloomy basement? Professor Flitwick began decorating a long time ago. I heard that there will be eccentric sisters coming to the show this year. How interesting this is. Once you've made the last bottle on hand, put it in your suitcase. Braun was dragged away from the alchemy professor by Sabinai. Well, Sabinai, where are you taking me? Of course it's the auditorium. We're going to the basement later. Why don't we enjoy yourself in the auditorium now? That's double the joy, Sabinai said proudly. When you go to the basement, you'll know if you're happy or unhappy, Braun thought to himself as he looked at the excited Sabinai. Inside the auditorium, jack-o'-lanterns flew in midair. Bats flicker their wings and hover around the classroom. There are also quite a few skeleton lamps in the corner. Just pat their brains and the skeleton's head will light up. Then the skeleton's mouth opened and closed and let out a terrifying cry. Why are you here so slow? Daphne and Theodore were already in their seats. He waved his hand after seeing Braun coming over. It's not because of Braun. Always go get his bottle, Shubinai said as he gulped down the food on the table, his voice a little slurred. You eat, Braun. Otherwise, you will be hungry. Braun waved his hand. I'd better wait until I get back and eat that. He didn't think eating now was a good thing. To know, the food of those undead tastes very pungent. Now you may have to spit it out when the time comes. On the contrary, it is better not to eat. Are you really not going? It was a banquet of the undead. Sabinai couldn't help but invite Theodore and Daphne again. Both shook their heads repeatedly. We can't stand the smell. Braun can't help it. I think it's better for you to watch the show with us here. Headmaster Dumbledore invited the eccentric sisters to put on a show this time, Daphne said excitedly. It seems that I am very much looking forward to the upcoming show. Shubinai hesitated, but finally shook his head. Nope. I must see what the Banquet of the Dead looks like. I bought a camera for the Daily Prophet. I'm going to film this big scene later. Then show it to everyone, Shubinai said excitedly. All 3 were very confused by Shubinai's somewhat eccentric aesthetic. But nothing was said. After all, Sabinai is happy himself. 7 o'clock. Braun called Shubinai and headed for the underground classroom. Sabinai seemed happy along the way. This is true even when coming to the underground corridor. The magic lights of the past have been extinguished. Instead, small black thumbstick candles lit up on both sides of the corridor. The candle fire is also a faint blue. It makes the atmosphere look particularly gloomy. This candle is really interesting, and this fire too. Not hot at all. Shubinai couldn't help but pick one up and put it in his pocket. Interesting, the material is even more interesting. Braun said with a smile, only this smile looked a little eerie in the blue firelight. What material? Shubinai couldn't help but be curious. First you need a decomposing corpse, then add all sorts of rotten grave soil and mash it together. Shubinai's face became a little unpleasant. After all, what Braun said was indeed disgusting. That's right. One last important step is to make sure that maggots are still able to creep on it. This allows the candle to burn longer. Don't believe it, see if there are small white bugs on it? Sabinai subconsciously lowered his head. Braun thoughtfully uses fluorescent spells to illuminate him. Sure enough, under some harsh light, a small white bug slipped into the candle. This is the case. Even Shubinai's nerves were finally completely unbearable. The hand that had been holding the candle jerked down. I only felt a surge in my stomach. I vomited everything I had just eaten. You're disgusting, Sabinai. Braun couldn't help but complain. Clean up. A piece of food dregs whose color could not be seen was cleaned out. It took another breeze spell to clean up all the smells. Still not to blame you? It's disgusting to say. Shubinai grumbled dissatisfiedly. He took the square towel handed by Braun and wiped his mouth, and then wiped his hands fiercely in disgust. I don't want it, you keep it for yourself. Shubinai snorted coldly and shoved the square into his pocket. That's far from that. Are you sure you want to go when it will be more disgusting? Braun reminded again. But even after what happened just now, Shubinai still hasn't given up. The great Shubinai never gives up. Looking at the scrappy Sabinai Braun, he didn't even know what to say. He could only lead the other party with a complicated look and walk towards the place where Nick was holding the banquet. As the distance from the banquet place gets tighter, the air is also getting colder. However, both men's robes cast thermostatic charms. It's still bearable. You're here for the banquet too. A voice behind him shouted. Turning his head to see it was Harry and Ron. There was a Hermione in the distance. Braun. Hermione ran over with great joy. I said why she had to come. It turned out to be looking for someone. Ron muttered softly. At the same time, do not forget to tighten your clothes. After all, it's really cold here. I knew he wouldn't come. Yes, I have a small business with Nick. Hermione helped me. Braun nodded and replied to Harry. Then he turned around and continued walking towards the place where Nick was holding the banquet. The two sides did not speak, appearing not to interfere with each other. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. On the way, I also encountered many ghosts who participated in the banquet. They were a little surprised by Braun, but they didn't say anything. Crunch, crunch. Like the sound of nails scratching on the blackboard, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. This is also called music. Ron couldn't help but complain. Shubinai did not refute this time, and also seemed to agree with Ron's words. He felt that this was simply a stimulation of the ears. It's a betrayal of music. I remember the aesthetic of the undead is the same as wizards. Why is this music? Hermione also felt a tingling in her scalp. It's so mad and uncomfortable. Because their feelings and emotions are constantly passing. Only this stimulating sound can respond to their ears. Whisper? Braun cast a sound reduction spell on the crowd. Then the piercing scratching sound in everyone's ears became Mozart's serenade. The elegant rhythm made everyone can't help but be intoxicated. But soon, the elegant rhythm once again turned into a harsh scratching sound. It made several people very unaccustomed. Braun, what are you doing? Shubinai couldn't help but complain. After listening to the music of the sinner just now, and then listening to the current harsh sound, it must be a little unbearable. Okay, it's about to arrive. It would be rude to continue using the sound reduction spell. Saying that, he carried the box and walked towards the front. Hermione quickly followed. Sabinai looked a little helpless. While muttering, he did not stay in place. Welcome, welcome, I'm glad you're here. Nick, who was receiving the ghost, saw Braun and Harry and quickly floated over. I've finished sending out invitations. It's all here? Nick whispered. Braun nodded. I also followed and walked in. The classroom has now been set up as a banquet hall. Countless silver white souls are shuttling here. In the middle of the classroom, these ghosts are waltzing to music. The steps are particularly flowing. You can see that they should jump less. The playing band is a group of ghosts with skeletons. They are playing the violin, others are playing the piano. It's just that the sound is very harsh. The inside of the classroom is noticeably colder than the outside. Everyone seemed to have walked into the cold room. Harry and Ron, who had not prepared beforehand, were even more frozen and shivered. Oh my god, and the food? Ron exclaimed. Run in the direction of the black curtain. Shubinai raised the camera in his hand expectantly. He couldn't wait to see Weasley's horrified expression. Oh my god. Click. Accompanied by Ron's exclamation, Sabinai also pressed the shutter. A picture full of horror appeared in his hand. Even because he was not addicted, he took several pictures in a row. The food is rotten. Gauging. Ron vomited and backed away in horror. The table is filled with a variety of foods, but the only thing in common is, the food is rotten. Large pieces of carrion were placed on silver plates. There are also tripe buns overgrown with maggots, green cheese, burnt baked cake, Of course, the most striking thing is the huge tombstone cake that sits on the entire long table. It reads, "Happy 400th birthday to Sir Nicholas Demon-Sapopin." I remember Nick wasn't 500 years old. Harry looked puzzled. But soon his attention was drawn to a somewhat fat ghost, who was walking across the table with his mouth wide open. "It seems that I want to feel the taste of these foods. How's it going?" Nick, who had greeted the guests, came over. His expression was very happy, very different from the gloomy ghosts around him. "Not bad," Ron said perfunctorily. He was taken aback by the disgusting food. "That's good." Nick seemed very happy. "Everyone is here. A lot of people came. It can be said that I have not been as lively as I am now in so many years of death." As he spoke, a trumpet suddenly sounded. This made Nick, who was still happy, a little distressed. "I told those guys that there will be a lot of big people today, so let them not be too noisy." As he spoke, 12 ghost horses rushed out from the walls of the underground classroom. On the back of every horse is a headless horseman. Their heads are all tied to the side of the saddle. "Nick, you okay? Why is the cake all written wrong? It seems that 500 years of life has made you a little confused?" One of the beards at the head shouted and laughed. But the surrounding guests did not laugh with him. "Patrick, I said there are a lot of big shots today?" Nick couldn't help but remind again. "It's just that the other party still doesn't take it for granted." He also played a game of head catches with his own players. "Nick," I said, "we like to be quiet." An old voice came from the corner. "There sits a spooky ghost." With his eyes closed, he was wearing a black wizard robe, and a black toad stood on his shoulder. There was a strange black mist floating on his body, faintly, and even a painful wail could be heard from it. At the moment they saw him, many ghosts took a few steps back with some fear. Yes, my lord. Just a little trouble," Nick said quickly. "Trouble? What I hate the most is trouble?" The old wizard spoke indifferently. The eyes that had been closed also slowly opened to look at the headless knights who were noisily playing games. "What kind of eyes are that? Cold? No emotion? That's a pair of snake eyes?" Braun's chakra eyes opened naturally. That weird sense of oppression finally disappeared. Turned to look at the headless horseman. All from silver white. Turned gray. It floats in the air like a petrified stone statue. Those ghost horses, like their owners, floated motionless in midair. The undead present were all trembling and motionless. It seems that he is afraid of being turned into a stone statue by the other party. "All right, get into the topic as soon as possible. For wizards, time is our life." I see." Nick swallowed. Hurriedly ran onto the stage. "Hello everyone, welcome to my birthday. Of course, I think it's more important to get a way to slow down the passage of souls." The ghosts present all nodded. They were all attracted by Nick's ability to slow down the passage of souls. If it weren't for this temptation, the moment they saw that old wizard, they were all gone. "Who wants to stay with that person? A lot of people have noticed that my soul has indeed changed. It's almost back to my 400-year-old appearance. And the reason for this, I have to mention one person." While numerous ghosts whispered, Nick didn't continue to sell. Instead, it pointed to Braun in the crowd. "Braun Roll, the genius of the Roar family, the youngest alchemist today." The ghost's gaze turned again. Some ghosts even turned their heads directly. His eyes were staring at the few little wizards in the crowd. It seems impossible to believe that Nick's changes are related to one of these people. Faced with this ghostly gaze, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva in fear. Even the nervous Sabinai looked a little scared. Anyone who is watched by a group of terrifying-looking ghosts will definitely be nervous. Not every ghost is like the ghost of the 4 houses of Hogwarts. A large number of them still have broken arms and legs, or they are badly decomposed. "How scary and scary it looks." "I'm Braun Roll," Braun said flatly without fear. "How old is this little wizard? 11 or 12? How I feel unreliable. Your news is so backward. This child has been in the Daily Prophet. It is said to be an alchemy genius." The ghosts whispered, and Braun acted as if he hadn't seen it. Through the ghost, I came to the podium. Nick also quickly got out of the way. "I know a lot of people don't believe in me very much, so I think it's the most powerful thing to speak for myself." As he spoke, Boone pulled out a thumb-sized bottle from his suitcase. A faint halo is faintly visible in the bottle. "This is the alchemy item spirit storage bottle that I recently refined. The function is also very simple, that is, to store soul power. When using it, you only need to suck it. Has anyone tried it?" The ghosts in the audience, you look at me, I look at you. They all seemed a little hesitant. But there are still people who are willing to try. "I'll do it." It was a fat friar wearing a monk's uniform and a Mediterranean haircut. Braun knew him, a very friendly guy from the Hufflepuff Ghost. No matter who it is, he looks kind. The fat friar happily came to the stage and took the bottle in the hand of Bulletin 677 Lon. Fiddling left and right seemed very curious. "Just suck it in your mouth." "Yes, monk." The fat friar was not vague. I took the bottle and put it in my mouth. The ghosts were watching curiously. I saw the fat friar inhale hard, and a faint mist entered his mouth along the bottle. And the fat friar, who was originally still plain-looking, couldn't help but lift his spirits. Then bite after bite. It didn't stop until the white mist stopped coming out of the bottle. Looking at the bottle looks a little regretful. Only then did I find that the ghosts were staring at themselves without blinking. "It works. I can feel my soul body being replenished. I lost 2 years." As soon as these words came out, many ghosts instantly boiled. They didn't suspect that the fat friar was deceiving them, which is really good to verify. Their expressions couldn't help but become fiery when they looked at Braun. Others show greed. It seems to be planning how to take Braun away. Let the other party make this small bottle specifically for themselves. Give me a try. The old voice made the ghosts who were still restless become quiet. One by one, they took a few steps back in fear. Make way for that terrifying old man. The old man looked a little faltering, and although his eyes were closed, the sense of oppression made Braun faintly afraid in his heart. Only up close can you know the horror of this ghost. Braun had a feeling that the other party could easily kill himself. And look at this old ghost. He always felt that the other party seemed to be not dead yet. A bottle was handed over by Braun. The old man pinched it with somewhat dry fingers and handed it to the toad on his shoulder. With the toad swallowing, the old man's face also had a touch of comfort. Your stuff is nice. Nick, I'll bring him to me later. As the hoarse voice disappeared, the figure of the old wizard became fainter and fainter, finally disappeared without a trace. And the other ghosts who were originally watching rushed over. How to buy? I want 20. I am a wizard of the Black Snake sect. I am able to teach you the witchcraft of the Black Snake sect. The Black Snake has long been eliminated. Or is the witchcraft of our Tower of Radiance genre the strongest? Looking at the chaotic ghost, Braun's hands pressed down. A faint sense of oppression made the ghost stunned. There was confusion in his gaze towards Braun. Originally, they thought that this was just an ordinary little wizard, but now it seems that it is not so simple. Some of the ghosts who were still shouting also became honest. The gaze that looked at Braun was uncertain. See this group of ghosts honestly down. Braun's face also had a smile on his face. The soul fruit is still a great deterrent to these ghosts. If this group of ghosts is not honest, trading is not so easy to do. The trading rules are very simple. I do not accept galleons here. What I need is all kinds of knowledge and all kinds of alchemical items. I will give you an estimate based on the value of your given items, and then give you bottles of varying quantities. The spirit storage bottle I have here is divided into 3 levels, large, medium, and small. Specifically, it was calculated by Ling who stored soul. After a brief explanation, Braun began to collect the ghost stuff, although with Nick's notice. But most ghosts still don't have much to bring, and there is not much value in it. Braun has exchanged them all, but he has no knowledge to exchange the small spirit bottle. The medium one was exchanged for half, and the remaining large ones are not missing from his hands. The moment they got those bottles, the ghosts couldn't wait to suck them. That look of hunger and thirst, and the intoxication after smoking. If it weren't for knowing that this was a ghost gathering at Hogwarts, I thought it was a large flower-absorbing site. Some of the ghosts of the foot with the goods looked satisfied. At his feet lay a spiritual bottle. They could feel that in a short period of time, their originally stiff soul bodies had become a lot more alive. Those parts that have been lost over time feel that since some of them have returned. A fat ghost excitedly crossed the table with rotten food and became crying and laughing. I can feel the taste. I can feel the taste. And the sound? Oh, my god. This music is really bad enough. Looking at the ghosts dancing in the classroom, Braun smiled slightly. Let Hermione and Sabinai put away the things given by the ghosts. Braun, on the other hand, followed Nick toward a cubicle in the classroom. It was originally a storage room. It's just that now it's been cleaned. There is a small sofa, which is a bit like a small living room. And the old wizard Braun had just seen was here. In addition to him, there was an old man with long hair in a robe and long hair. Braun felt that he was a bit more of a scholar than a wizard. This is Sir Isaac Newton. The scholar-like old man smiled at Braun. Newton. Braun looked a little incredulous. Wasn't Newton a mathematician? How did you become a wizard again? However, thinking about the other party's addiction to alchemy for years, Braun's serious doubts dissipated a lot. Looks like you know me. The old man seemed very happy and a little helpless at the same time. Although I have achieved a lot in mathematics, I am also an alchemist. I invented the alchemical item of star antimony. It seems that your teacher did not talk about me. Braun smiled awkwardly. It's not good to say anything. As a student, he can't say bad things about his teacher. Finished introducing Newton. Nick introduced the black-robed old man to Braun again. The smile on Braun's face also narrowed. This is your excellency Helbo. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Nick's expression was respectful. Braun, on the other hand, was shocked. If Newton's appearance only surprised him, then Helbo is simply out of his cognition. You must know that the other party is a wizard who has lived for more than 1,800 years. Even if a ghost can have a long life, living for such a long time may have long been just an empty shell. But the other party actually acted as usual. My soul is still full. A smile appeared at the corner of Helbo's mouth. This made Braun even more horrified. My own brain occlusion did not stop. Oh yes, I also invented the Dementor, and of course there is also a brain occlusion. The other party's words were ridiculed. So Braun didn't know what to say. I am the inventor of the horcruxes, and as long as the horcruxes are not destroyed, I can always survive. Looking at Braun with a somewhat puzzled look, Helbo smiled again. I know the doubts in your mind, but you need to know. Survival does not mean that strength will not fade. The gadgets you make are very interesting. I could feel it greatly replenishing my dissipated soul. Can you venture to ask how you did it? After hesitating, Braun still decided not to hide it. He slowly raised his right hand. A magic array suddenly appeared. With the light appeared a mutilated soul. Helbo ticked his finger. This mutilated soul lingered in his hands. Finally, the toad on the shoulder was rolled into his mouth like sucking noodles. I learned the soul magic of the family. After that, I inadvertently linked to this small world, able to summon some mutilated souls from it. Braun's heart seemed a little apprehensive. However, the other party did not seem to delve into it. It seems that this kind of thing is taken for granted. Your luck is still really good. Helbo looked a little emotional. A small world attached to the wizarding world, dead. When your strength is stronger, you may be able to find the coordinates of this world in reverse. By the way, do you still have those spirit bottles there? Without the slightest hesitation, Braun took out all the remaining 100 large spirit bottles. The same goes for those medium-sized. Helbo did not speak. He casually picked up a large bottle of the spirit storage bottle and took a big breath. In comparison, Newton's posture is much more elegant. However, the other party's elegance did not last long. Hey, you leave me some. See Helbo's speed getting faster and faster. Newton didn't care what to say. He also picked up those spirit bottles and sucked them. 10 minutes later, a piece of spirit storage bottles rolled down from the feet of the two ghosts. They all let out a sigh of hesitation. The effect is indeed much better than directly devouring the ghost. Helbo sighed. But this sentence made Braun's scalp tingle. He kind of knew why there was so much black fog around the other party, and the fear of other ghosts. This dark wizard is not a good stubble even if he turns into a ghost? Just as Braun was thinking, 3 black books suddenly appeared in front of him. That black is not the usual bottomless black. It's a bit like the color of dried blood. The strong smell of blood seemed to have just been salvaged from the bloody water. Horcrux crafting, from wizard to lich. Research on physical modification and magical creature modification, Basilisk, 8-eyed giant spider and eagle banshee. Spells, necromancy in detail. Compare with the evil book itself. The name of the book made Braun a little unsure of what to say. Some reminded him of the May 3 in his previous life, and there was a large series from entry to entering the soil. But think about the various titles of the wizarding world, what basic potions, thousands of herbs and ferns. It seems that the titles of these 3 books are such a thing has become not so strange. Pick one, I think it's enough for you. The first book represents the pinnacle of my alchemical attainment and the reason why I have been able to live until now. Of course, unlike the most primitive horcruxes, they will not become idiots like Voldemort after use. Instead, it allows you to survive in another form. I call that form a lich. Helbo pointed to the book with a skeleton on the far left on the table and said. Then he pointed his finger to the second book. Above is an animal with a black shadow. It looks a little strange. I'm at the pinnacle of life transformation. I think you should have seen his alchemy hand at Nico's. That's what I taught him after he did me a small favor. This book is about how to perform physical transformation. And how to get power from those amazing creatures? It's like, my eyes. Braun saw those yellow-orange vertical pupils again. I only felt as if my soul was frozen. But soon the other party closed his eyes again, and Braun also recovered. A very powerful kind of witchcraft, but there are also shortcomings. It is a very complex discipline. Even I have only studied the properties of a few organisms. If you want to continue the research, it will take more time. Of course, the combat effectiveness formed after that should not be underestimated. Without waiting for Braun to say anything, the other party pointed to the last book. It was the thinnest book. Necromancy is the study after transformation into a lich. Powerful. 2.8. But the side effects are also obvious, if you don't mind physical decay. Braun looked at the 3 books in front of him and looked a little hesitant. These 3 books represent each other's 3 legacies. This made Braun hesitate. The power of the horcruxes is beyond doubt. Don't see Voldemort becoming a fool, but the other party's ability to respond also shows the difficulty of horcruxes. What's more, according to the other party, this is not the same as Voldemort's soul-splitting horcrux. It doesn't make people idiots. But after some hesitation, Braun gave up. The second flesh transformation witchcraft is certainly powerful and goes without saying. But the shortcomings are also very obvious. That is, it takes a lot of time to study and there are side effects. And the third, Braun directly did not consider. That magic is not for humans to learn. Unless Braun is willing to turn into a necromancer. I choose your excellency. Braun said respectfully. There was no surprise on the other side. I put away the other 2 books at random. If there is another spirit storage bottle, use the magic array to transmit it to me. By the way, if you have finished learning at this stage and want the next stage, I have 10,000 bottles like that. While saying, the figure of the other party also slowly dissipated. Only a parchment roll was left in situ. Above is a complex magic array. Pick up that black book. Look at the content above that only has basilisks. Braun wasn't surprised. Wizards have always been equivalent exchanges. He didn't expect that he could exchange such a little thing for the other party's complete inheritance. He didn't think an old wizard who had lived for 1800 years would be a fool. I have a lot less stuff here than Helbo, Newton said with a smile. There were only 2 books on the table. One was about mathematics, and Braun looked at it and lost interest. The other is about alchemy. I want this jazz book. Braun chose the book on alchemy without hesitation. This made Newton seem a little regretful. He still hopes that his mathematical knowledge can continue to be passed on. Okay then, kid. Looking forward to meeting next time. If you still have a new spirit bottle, can be delivered to Nicole. With that, a carriage passed through the wall. The other party got into the carriage like this. With the neighing of the ghost horse, it disappeared here. Thank you really for today's thing, sir. Braun said to Nick. Nick waved his hand, looking obviously much more relaxed than when Helbo was still here. Nothing, by the way, Braun, I still have some things. Of course it's fine. However, it will take a while, and those spirit storage bottles have been consumed. Braun said that the soulless spirit bottles were collected, while explaining. Of course, I'm very patient. Nick agreed with a smile. Leaving the cubicle, Lon appeared in the hall again. Hermione was sitting in the corner with her suitcase, and Sabinai helped clean up the spirit bottles that the ghosts had lost. Instead, Ron and Harry were nowhere to be seen. Braun, you're finally back. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly handed the box over. At the same time, he leaned closer to Braun's side. 09. Staying among so many ghosts, she was still scared. Harry and Ron. Nick couldn't help but ask. He looked around several times but found no trace of them. They just left. It's too cold here, they can't bear it. Hermione replied from the sidelines. At the same time, he also subconsciously rubbed his hands. This way? Nick nodded. We're gone too, Nick. I wish you a happy death. Calling Sabinai, Braun did not continue to stay here. It's really cold here. And those rotten smell foods. Now that the business is done, he certainly has no reason to stay here. The three left the classroom. Sabinai's expression was still full of excitement. Braun, this is so much fun. I've never had such a fun Halloween. And those headless horsemen. It turns out that ghosts are also afraid of magic. It was as if it had been petrified and floated in midair. Sabinai chattered from the sidelines. The noisy Braun was a little helpless. Tear you apart. Eat. Kill. The familiar snake voice made Braun's face change. His attention has been on trading lately. At this time, I remembered that I had forgotten about the basilisk. What's wrong, Braun? See Braun standing still. Hermione couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Go up. Braun forced a smile. Now even if you rush over yourself, it will no longer help. The basilisk's voice clearly followed the direction of the pipe. Feeling Lockhart's position, Braun's expression couldn't help but be much colder. The other party had just run down from the 3rd floor. I went back to my office and now went to the auditorium on the 2nd floor. Let's go up, maybe the banquet is not finished at this time, we can just eat a little more. Braun's words seemed to remind Sabinai. The other party's eyes lit up and Braun was not good, so he hurriedly ran upstairs. By the time Braun went up to the 2nd floor, the banquet had already dispersed. Braun gives? I brought you something to eat? Sabinai waved the cake in his hand. No, it's better for you to eat it yourself. Braun shook his head. Just Braun? You're back too, let's go to the 4th floor and continue practicing magic. Theodore said. The little snakes around also agreed. Today is Saturday, and they are fine anyway. It's still nice to practice magic. Not to mention that there are a lot of interesting creatures out there. For example, Boggart and those Cornwall County leprechauns even say that there are more red hats now. Shooting spells at these creatures with a wand is no more fun than staying in the common room and playing with fireworks. The other badgers and eaglets who originally wanted to go back to the dormitory agreed. So everyone was bustling and walking upstairs again. I finally really beat Boggart yesterday. A little badger said excitedly to his partner. It's just that there is no response from partners. Turn your head and look. But he found a scene that scared him. There was a large puddle of water on the ground, while a grey ghost floated in midair. It's the Fat Friars of Hufflepuff. Above the Fat Friar is a black cat hanging from a torch stand. The other party's body was stiff at the moment, his eyes were staring, but he didn't move. Underneath the black cat, a blood-red handwriting chamber has been opened. Be wary of enemies with heirs. In front of the handwriting, Harry and Ron stood at a loss. They seem to have done something bad and have been discovered. Without waiting for Harry to explain, Malfoy jumped out. Enemies of the heirs, be vigilant. Thank you for your pedigree, Weasley. Otherwise, you'll have to turn into a stone statue too. Malfoy's face showed sarcasm, and there was a flush on his bloodless face. The small sound was clearly audible in the otherwise quiet corridor. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Weasley's face flushed with anger, and some of the little badgers are also afraid. Malfoy's meaning was clear, that monster who didn't know what it was, seemed to only deal with wizards who were not pure-blooded. And among the 4 academies, badgers are the most pure-blooded. Oh my god, this is terrible. Neville looked like he was about to cry. You're a pure blood, Neville. Dean Thomas couldn't help but remind. Neville was stunned for a moment before reacting. However, the fear in his expression did not decrease. My cat. Filch ran out of nowhere. Seeing his cat hanging on a torch rack, his expression suddenly became ugly. There was even more unconcealable panic in his tone. Who did it? Filch gritted his teeth and growled. There was hatred in his eyes. I think you should ask Harry, Mr. Filch. They have already been here. Maybe he did all this, Malfoy said with a wicked smile. As if he had been prompted, Filch grabbed Harry's clothes sharply. Tell me what happened? Did you hurt my cat? Harry was terrified. He had never seen such a fierce Filch. Even the mischievous little wizards messed up the hallways. The other party is just gloomy face and pulls the other party to the office, and then opens a penalty ticket. But the other party's current appearance seems to be eating himself. What's wrong? Dumbledore couldn't help but walk over when he saw a group of people gathered around the third floor. He was followed by a group of teachers. Headmaster? My cat? It must be Harry. I punished him last time, and then he was dissatisfied. Filch looked at Harry viciously and said. Dumbledore pushed his glasses. The black cat hanging on the torch rack was removed. Things haven't been that bad yet, Argus. Dumbledore looked at the black cat and said. Come with me to the office. And the prefects? Take everyone back to the lounge. Several teachers were not idle either. Help control the fat friar who floated motionless in midair and walked upstairs together. Go to my office, Professor. Filch hugged the stiff Lady Lors and said gloomily. His eyes looked at Harry without blinking. It seems that the other party has been identified as the murderer. Okay then. Dumbledore did not refuse. Come with you, Ron, Harry. Braun waved at Hermione. He followed Prefect Marcus towards the lounge. Hermione, on the other hand, walked upstairs with the other lion cubs. Braun, did you see the fat friar? How do I feel like those headless horsemen in the basement? Shubinai couldn't help but whisper. As for the other snakes, they gathered around Malfoy and asked each other about the secret room. You guessed right. 197, Braun said lightly. But I'm sure the headmaster will handle it. Of course, when the dean of the meeting comes, you can also tell him. Braun knew that this kind of thing could not be hidden. Snape will definitely come to the lounge to explain later. It is better to tell the other party directly. Get others to pay attention. It's just that Braun himself has already decided. I'm going to go to the Chamber of Secrets early tomorrow. Harry and Ron followed behind Dumbledore. His expression was apprehensive. Not to mention that there was a malicious Snape staring at them. Filch's office arrived soon. The office looks a bit cluttered. All kinds of things are laid out everywhere. In particular, there are various torture instruments hanging on the walls. Many of them also had dried blood stains on them. It looks like it's been some years old. None of the people had the heart to observe these things. Instead, he looked at the black cat lying on the table and the grey ghost. This must be a torture spell? Trust me, I have experience. Unfortunately, I was in the auditorium, otherwise I would have been able to handle it. Lockhart started playing tricks again. It's just that none of the professors bothered him. The other party talked to himself for a while and then stopped bored. Dumbledore pushed his eyes, carefully leaned over to Lady Loris's side and observed. From hair to staring eyes, there is nothing missing. The wand in his hand also tried to talk, but nothing worked. How, Professor? Filch asked nervously. It seems that I am afraid to hear some bad news. Dumbledore straightened up. Your cat is alive, Argus. Filch looked a little pleased, but soon looked hesitant again. But Professor, why? It's petrified? Dumbledore said lightly. Someone cast a petrification spell on it. And it's not an ordinary petrification spell. It must be Harry Potter. Filch shouted. The look was full of anger. He hates me? Because I punished him for cleaning the hallway? So he's going to take revenge on my cat? He knew I couldn't help him? I'm just a squib. Like a lion that chooses to eat people, Filch roared angrily. Calm down, Argus. That's definitely not what they did. Dumbledore denied it. As I just said, this is not an ordinary spell. A second-year student can't do this kind of profound black magic at all. Harry quickly explained. We really didn't touch that cat. And the fat friars too. We just passed through there. Just happened to meet. I didn't want revenge either. He was indeed a little scared. Filch's gaze seemed to kill him. How could this not make him nervous? Snape, who was originally standing behind Dumbledore, walked out with a somewhat mocking expression. So why are you exactly there? Shouldn't you go to the auditorium for a feast? I remember neither you nor Weasley attended the dinner. Where did you go? What is our Mr. Savior busy with again? Tell us about Harry. Snape's eyes made him uncomfortable. At the same time, it also made him feel a little cramped. We went to the Undead Feast, Professor. Not only us, Braun, but also many ghosts can bear witness to us. Ron hurriedly interrupted Harry and replied. So, Snape looked Ron up and down. The food of the undead probably won't suit human tastes. Also, why not tell the dean in advance? Braun told me in advance. And the other party has not been able to come back much longer than you. But the other party went to the auditorium. Why did you go to the third floor? Snape's eyes were sharp, as if he could see through his heart. We're not hungry. We want to go back to the lounge early. Harry dodged with Ron. Looking at the two people's weak hearts, Snape couldn't help but shake his head. He really couldn't figure out what was going on in the heads of these two guys. At this time, he was still hiding. Don't you think that professors can't see that they eat dry food? Snape, who originally wanted to help Harry clear his suspicions. Looking at the curly hair on the other party's head, he couldn't help but become angry again. As arrogant as your father? Snape turned to look at Dumbledore. Professor, I think Mr. Harry Potter is very suspicious in this matter. For this matter, I think the status of the opponent's Quidditch player should be temporarily cancelled. Wait until the suspicions on the other party are washed away before restoring his identity. This just came out. Professor McGonagall, who had been pursing her mouth, was instantly dissatisfied. I disagree. What does this have to do with Quidditch? Could it be that the cat was hit in the head by a flying broomstick? Or did the bludger hit the ghost? Although Professor McGonagall also saw that Harry seemed to be hiding something, but as the head of Gryffindor, she could tell that it was definitely not Harry and Ron who did it. Although the reality was cruel, she felt that Ron and Harry's level of learning might not even have mastered the petrification charm. It was impossible for Snape not to know this. The reason why the other party proposed this is completely to weaken the strength of the Goron Finder team. Dumbledore looked Harry seriously into the eye, gazing into those blue eyes hidden behind half-moon-shaped glasses. Harry seemed to feel that all the secrets in his heart had been seen through by the other party. Subconsciously, he lowered his head, and Dumbledore, who used the regent thought, had a more contemplative look in his expression. Slowly said, "Severus, we can no longer judge anyone guilty without any evidence. This is not right, and I cannot agree to your request." Snape snorted coldly. He was not stupid, and naturally felt the fluctuations of the soul just now. Knowing this old bee, he must have seen something in Harry Potter's heart. He knew that his proposal could not succeed. "The reason why I say this is just to scare Harry Potter, the megalomaniac." "Then my cat that? My cat was petrified for nothing?" Filch said angrily. Obviously Harry Potter has something to hide. But Dumbledore still did not punish him, which made him very dissatisfied. "Don't worry about ours." Dumbledore soothed Filch. "Your cat is fine, I said it's just petrified. The mandrake that Professor Sprout is cultivating is almost ripe. Believe me, when those herbs are ripe, I'll ask Professor Snape to help you dispense the antidote to this petrifying spell. That's when your cat recovers." Filch was angry and wanted to say something. Dumbledore looked at each other seriously. "Give me some confidence, ours." Filch looked at Dumbledore's serious look. He remembered that the other party was willing to take him into Hogwarts at the most difficult time of his life. "For a while, I also felt a little touched in my heart." He didn't say anything more, but the gloom in his expression did not diminish in the slightest. "Trust me, I'm especially familiar with that mandrake recipe. I've made it at least 100 times. Lockhart couldn't resist showing off lonely. He also patted Filch on the shoulder comfortingly. "I was startled by the angry gaze of the other party. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network." Quickly withdrew his hand. "But boasting is not over. I encountered this situation in Vagado in the Black Continent at that time. I'm very experienced. Mandrakes live only on the European continent. And I think I should be the potions professor at school, you say?" Snape asked sadly. Lockhart smiled awkwardly. "I've been to so many places that it's normal to remember incorrectly." "Quite normal." But the crowd ignored him. "Okay." Dumbledore's voice quieted everyone. Lockhart also quickly ran behind Dumbledore, not looking at Snape's gloomy gaze. "Harry, let's go back to the lounge first." Dumbledore looked at Harry and said. The two people breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. "Can't wait to escape here." Run towards the lounge. "Harry, why didn't you tell Dumbledore that you heard strange noises?" Ron couldn't help but ask. He felt that if he had been telling the truth at the time, maybe there aren't so many things. I don't know what to say, Ron." Harry looked a little deflated. He also didn't know what he thought and why he hadn't told Dumbledore about it. "Well, I understand you. It's not a good thing to be able to hear voices that others can't." Ron comforted softly. The two also returned to the lounge. "It's just that everyone looks at them with fear. It seems to really think that this thing is the same as they did." This made the two of them return to the bedroom in discouragement. Originally, the two of them lived with Neville. It's just that Neville ran to Dean's bedroom because he was afraid. So there were only two of them left in the lounge. "Harry, what the hell did you hear?" Ron couldn't help but be curious. Harry also looked distressed. "I don't know. I just heard something about to kill, and I was terrified. I wanted to stop the other party, so I ran to the third floor with the sound." "Do you know what's in the Chamber of Secrets, Ron?" Harry asked rhetorically. Ron shook his head in confusion. This made both of them distressed. "I think you should go to the library and look it up, instead of staying here and thinking." Hermione was standing in the doorway of her bedroom watching them. "Hermione." Harry looked incredulous. "You know, no one wants to talk to them now. Everyone hid in the common room. Also, this is the boys' dormitory." Before Harry could finish, he was interrupted by Hermione. "Have you forgotten the old ghost you saw in the basement? He petrified all those headless horsemen. Same as the fat friar." Hermione's words made the two of them stunned. Just now, they only cared about explaining their innocence. "I forgot about that old ghost." "Are you saying that old ghost did this?" "That's right, it's definitely him." "Harry, let's go and tell the professor, so that we can clear our suspicions." "And Braun? Did he disappear, the old wizard? He knows something for sure?" Ron stood up from the table excitedly ready to walk outside. "I just said it was possible." Hermione stopped the two men. The look was filled with displeasure and contempt. "Can you use your brains? Maybe the things in the secret room are not the old wizard's. The old wizard was a ghost. Why do you say it's impossible? Maybe Braun is the heir to a chamber of secrets." "Well, whatever you want, I just thought that you were classmates and wanted to help you. Since you like to slander people, go for it." With that, Hermione headed outside. "Sorry, Hermione. We didn't mean to, we just guessed." Harry quickly apologized and stopped the other party. Hermione's cleverness was recognized. With the help of the other party, perhaps they may also be able to find the real culprit of this matter. It wasn't like he offended the other party just like that. Ron pouted and apologized. He just habitually refuted. "At the same time, I know it in my heart. Just the two of them will never really find the real culprit." Hermione snorted coldly in displeasure. Then go ask Braun tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around and left, not saying anything to the two people. Really, it's not us begging him. Ron grumbled dissatisfiedly. Harry didn't say anything, just lying on the bed and thinking silently. Slytherin common room. The little snakes were still eagerly discussing today's events in the common room. Have you heard of the Chamber of Secrets? What the hell is that? It is said that Slytherin once built a Chamber of Secrets in the house. A monster remained. When a true heir appears, the monsters inside will be released, and the school will be cleaned of the unqualified wizards. The little snakes gathered together and discussed loudly. Some of the little snakes who knew the secret room explained to the surrounding students. This caused the other little snakes to exclaim, Braun, do you really have that heir? What is his purpose? Daphne asked with some concern. It seems to be worried that the heir, who does not know whose it is, will hurt them. We're Slytherins? The heirs of the Chamber of Secrets will definitely not harm us, Shinobi said from the sidelines. There is no sense of worry. There are many little wizards who think the same way as him. Most of the little snakes thought that this matter would not have anything to do with them. After all, as the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, you can't even hurt the people of Slytherin School. Not necessarily. Slytherin isn't just pure blood. Theodore glanced at the little wizards who had gathered in a group with worried expressions, and said, there are still a lot of half-breeds in the academy. Letting several people argue, Braun's expression was always calm. The dean will handle this matter. Let's just wait. He didn't think Tom Riddle would attack the snakes just because he was a Slytherin. If nothing else, just clean up Tom Riddle's means for yourself. If the other party has the opportunity, he will definitely be the first to clean himself up. It's just that he can't figure it out. Since Tom Riddle is already free, why does he have to be so obsessed with releasing the Basilisk? What is his purpose for? This is not good for him at all. The other party's behavior made him very puzzled. In the end, it can only be attributed to the lack of light because of the distraction. Tread. The sound of footsteps attracted everyone's attention. Turn your head and look. Just in time to see Snape come out from outside. The black-robed look was still serious. All be quiet, Snape said solemnly. The little wizards also honestly closed their mouths. Everyone also knows that there is a bit of an accident in the school right now, so if you want to be safe, you have to be honest. Don't run around, even during class, be careful to be with your classmates. Avoid surprises. Do you understand? Snape admonished solemnly. Although he always targets Harriet Poe, 383, but as head of Slytherin, he was still competent. It is still very protective of the students of this college. The little snakes agreed in unison. After Snape explained some other things, he prepared to walk outside. Professor, wait a minute, we have something to find you. Braun got up and said. For Braun, the little wizard who fought for the honor of the academy, Snape was still very impressed. His expression also softened a lot. Say, what's going on? Here's the thing, let's go to the banquet of the undead. Braun told the story from beginning to end. Shinobi added. And Snape, who was originally careless, gradually became serious after hearing this. So you suspect that this matter has something to do with that ghost Hellbow? Braun shook his head. I don't know, but I don't think it was done by the other party. But there is definitely a connection. Snape pondered solemnly. Shen said. I'll tell Dumbledore about that. Well, it's not too early. Everyone, take you back to the dormitory to rest. The little snakes around were originally curious. When Snape said this, he could only honestly return to their respective common rooms. Braun, you said this. Theodore did not expect that an undead banquet would have such a tortuous experience. So you regret it? Sabini said triumphantly. In his hand, he took out a wad of photos, which he took at the banquet. It was originally intended to be used to show off with other little snakes. It's just that because of the matter of the secret room, the other little snakes seem a little absent-minded. By the way, Theodore, I also brought you a gift. Sabini said mysteriously. Theodore couldn't help but be curious. What gift? So mysterious, it is wrapped in cloth. Looking at the red cloth-wrapped thing in Sabini's hand, he became even more curious. Only Braun had a bad premonition. He felt that Sabini's bad character would definitely not bring anything good. So he presciently lowered the drapery of his four-poster bed. Then he cautiously unleashed an iron armor spell on himself. Look. Surprise? This is the vomit of the undead. This is the first time I know that undead can still vomit. Inside the red cloth is a pale green stone-like thing. It looks beautiful. But the taste. Gag. Are you taking? Wrong? This thing stinks more than. Jeff, are going to kill you Shinobi. How dare you put this thing in my hand? Looking at the two people chasing and fighting in the dormitory, Braun was a little speechless. But soon he pinched his nose by the smell of rotten and fishy. Look closely. That green thing happened to be still under his own bed. Green marsh stone. Braun looked a little puzzled. The smell is fishy and has a bright green light. Plus Shinobi said it was still spit out of the ghost's mouth. That made him even more certain. Carefully pick up the stones on the ground. Place it in the palm of your hand and look at it carefully. The more he looked at him, the more excited he became. This is something more precious than toadstone. It is also an important ingredient for making the Philosopher's Stone. At this moment, even if he smelled this fishy smell, he felt happy. Braun, you're disgusting. The two people who were playing looked at Braun, who was holding the stone and looked intoxicated, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. After getting along for so long, I really didn't find that Braun still had this hobby. For their perverted-looking expressions, Braun couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm not a pervert. Don't think I don't know what's going on in your hearts? Do you know what this is? The two shook their heads. The desire to make Braun a good teacher couldn't help but arise. This stone is green marsh stone, mostly produced in swamps. It is a crystalline of biogas condensation after a ghost has survived in a swampy environment for a long time. At the same time, it is also a very precious alchemical material. Saying that, Braun's expression became serious again. Shubinai, if I can, I would like to be able to buy this stone from you. Never mind how Shubinai got this thing. He didn't even think about pitting the other party. Although the green marsh stone is precious, he values this friendship more. Is this broken thing or a precious alchemical material? Sabinai covered his nose and took a closer look. It seems a little hard to believe. Then he waved his hand indifferently. Send you, it's useless for me to keep it anyway. He originally took this thing to disgust Theodore and use it for mischief. Since Braun needs it now, give it to the other party. Braun hesitated and did not refuse. After thinking about it, I found something out of my box. Here you go. This is a crossbow. Shubinai took it and fiddled with it. Yes, this is a special crossbow arrow that I refined myself. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Let's just say that it can easily pierce the defenses of the iron armor curse. I used it to kill a dark wizard during the summer vacation. Braun explained as he handed over his crossbow and finger-thick crossbow arrow. So powerful. Sabinai's eyes widened. This crossbow is very dangerous. So I hope you don't use him if it's not necessary. Especially in schools. Braun said seriously. Of course, there is no need for you to refuse. This is my reward for you. Although saying that this green marsh stone is nothing to you, but it's still important to me. Sabinai shrugged and had to put away his crossbow. I have to say that he is still very happy. After the three of them quarreled again, they finally went to bed separately. And the other side. Snape also came to Dumbledore's office. Severus, is there something going on with such a twilight? Dumbledore was reading a book in a dressing gown. Seeing Snape come in looked a little surprised. I have something to report to you, Snape said with an indifferent expression. Then he repeated what Braun had just told him. After hearing this, Dumbledore was not surprised. Just smiled. Okay, I see. Snape nodded and left without staying any longer. He naturally knew what was in the secret room. As for who the ghost Snape was talking about, of course he understands. Vile Helbo, a stunning dark wizard. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, there was basically nothing to hide from him. These ghosts who want to enter Hogwarts must first obtain the consent of the headmaster of Hogwarts. Albus, aren't you going to deal with the contents of the Chamber of Secrets? You know how dangerous that thing really is to the students of the school? A portrait on the wall couldn't help but say. The surrounding portraits also agreed. Don't worry, I've been prepared. Although I don't know who that so-called heir really is. Trust me though, he'll be caught by me soon. I definitely won't let him run away a second time under my nose, Dumbledore said lightly. A cold gleam flashed under his eyes. Although it is said that he is the headmaster of Hogwarts. But sometimes there are things he can't do. It's like finding a secret room, even he couldn't do that. So, all he can do now is wait patiently. Over the next few days, the life of the little wizards was once again calm. The talk and panic about the Chamber of Secrets almost disappeared after a short time. The only exception is that the duel club is becoming more and more participant. Perhaps afraid that they would not be able to fight back when they encountered danger, the little wizards wanted to practice a powerful spell here. It is even said that some little wizards do not have to pass textbooks with other people. He also specially counted the number of people and ordered a batch of books from Hogsmeade at his own expense. It can be said that every little wizard burst out with great enthusiasm for learning. Oh my god, I can't stand it. This is simply jail time? No, it's not so bad to go to jail. Watching the gloomy-faced Filch pass by them again, Sabinai couldn't help but complain. This time was petrified because of Filch's cat, Lady Loris. Filch became increasingly cranky. He began to sprinkle all the fire in his heart on these little wizards. It was as if their cat was killed and they couldn't get rid of it. Always liked to hide in a corner. When the other little wizards passed by, they swooped out. Then pull those little wizards to confinement. In the corridors, you can often see terrified little wizards being taken away. Then show up in the bathroom to wash the toilet, mop the floor in the hallway, or go do something else. Of course, most of them were Gryffindor students. Who made Ron and Harry, who was discovered at the time a Gryffindor. Okay, hurry up and go. It's time for Professor Bin's class. We'll have to sit in front. Braun couldn't help but remind. During this time, he lived very calmly, going to and from class, and then going to the alchemy classroom or the library. Originally, he planned to go to the bathroom on the first floor to deal with the basilisk. It's just that during this time, he can always feel a sense of soul enveloping the entire academy. Although that degree is very light. But the range is frightening. In the whole school, he couldn't think of a second person except Dumbledore. He didn't dare to go to the bathroom at such a time to open the secret room. Otherwise, it will really be yellow mud and drop the crotch. It's not, it's. Moreover, he is not alone in his vigilance. Tom Riddle also lay dormant. It can be seen that he is also very cautious for fear of being discovered by Dumbledore. History of Magic classroom. It wasn't too late for 3 people to come. It was a good location. right in the penultimate row. There are also 2 rows of small wizards in front. As for the front, there are no little wizards willing to sit there. It seemed that no one wanted to face Professor Bin's expressionless face. Last time we talked about the Elves' Rebellion. This time we continue from the previous one. After the wizards defeated the elves, they enslaved them as slaves. Professor Binns. A voice stunned Professor Binns. It didn't seem to be thought that someone would shout himself. The little wizards who had been sleeping groggy also woke up violently. The eyes were confused, and he didn't know what was happening. Well, you are. Professor Binns looked at the girl who raised her hand with some surprise. I'm Hermione Granger, Professor. Okay then, Hermione. What do you want to say? Professor Binns asked with some surprise. Can you tell us about the Chamber of Secrets? Chamber of Secrets? That's just a legend. Okay, let's continue today's lesson. Professor Binns' words were interrupted again before he could finish speaking. Tell us about it, Professor. We are all very curious. The little wizards around nodded repeatedly. Also pleaded with Hermione. Professor Binns did not refuse after some silence, sighing and faintly saying, the matter of the Chamber of Secrets is just a legend. It is not even said that no one really confirms it. It is said that after the Big Four co-founded Hogwarts, the four had some differences. Among them, Slytherin believes that except for pure-blood wizards, other small wizards who are completely muggle-born cannot be trusted. This was because there was a horrific incident of injury at the time. A muggle-born wizard brought the muggles to a small wizarding academy. The underage wizards there were brutally murdered by muggles. This also led Slytherin to think that muggle wizards were traitors. It's just that the other 3 giants don't think so. This also led to the exodus of Slytherin. Before leaving, he was said to have built a secret room in the school. Only the heirs he deems will be able to open. Then unleash the horror inside and purify the entire school. After speaking, Professor Binns stopped. Looking at the little wizards who had been sleepy when they heard their lectures before, they were looking at themselves expectantly at this moment. I couldn't help but be a little annoyed. These are the processes of the Chamber of Secrets? But these are rumors and legends? There are no secret rooms at all. The other 3 giants searched for a long time in the school and did not find it. Later, when the school set up the sewer system, he specially invited people from the Gaunt family. But it turned out that nothing was found. So stop being superstitious, believe those rumors? As he spoke, he continued to talk about the elves, but was interrupted again by the wizards. So Professor, in the Chamber of Secrets, what the hell is it? A little wizard couldn't help but ask. Watching as there are still people constantly asking about the secret room, Professor Binns was a little angry. Magic items or some other monster. But what I'm telling you is that even if there is, with the passage of thousands of years, there is nothing to resist. So, stop thinking about weird things. Fill your brains with something really about history. For example, we will talk about the slave age of house elves next. After being enslaved by wizards, accompany Professor Binns to continue lecturing. Once again, the little wizards returned to their lethargic appearance. Even when someone asked again, Professor Binns did not answer, but took care of his own lecture. Pretend not to hear. Alas, if only the Chamber of Secrets really existed. Maybe the warm-hearted Slytherin will leave us a treasure? Sabinai said longingly. The school has a secret room, and they know about it in the lounge. Perhaps this is the benefit of pure blood. Always learn something that other little wizards don't. In fact, it has been opened before. Braun said casually. And what happened? Sabinai asked expectantly. One student died. It was Myrtle in the bathroom on the 1st floor. If you are interested, you can go and be with her. I think she would be happy to share the bathroom on the 1st floor with you. Braun replied with a smirk. Sabinai, who was still expecting it, froze with a smile, touched his nose and coughed awkwardly twice. I don't want to be curious about the secret room anymore. The end of class bell rang. The little wizards couldn't wait to run outside. Just as Braun was about to leave, he was stopped by Professor Binns. Is there something going on, Professor? Braun's expression was filled with some puzzlement. After all, Professor Binns usually leaves directly after class. Why did he stop himself this time? Child, I'm here to store the spirit bottle. I missed Nick's banquet last time. Professor Binns remained expressionless. Braun was stunned. Of course, Professor, I still have. What exchange do you need? I don't know if those things are valuable to you, but you can come and see with me. Following behind the Binns teacher, Braun kept walking downstairs. It wasn't until I walked to the lounge that I finally stopped. It made Braun look puzzled. 3rd torch right pull. Follow Professor Binns' instructions to remove the torches. A not too large lounge appeared in front of Braun. This is my room, come in. Professor Binns greeted and flew in first. The room was small but warm. The flames in the fireplace burned, and from time to time there was a crisp sound of wood. The walls are made up of books. It is full of all kinds of books. On the small table were various parchment rolls and manuscripts. Sit down, I still have very few wizards here except for house elves. Professor Binns said lightly. While saying that, he took out a bunch of quaint things from his drawer. Among them were pocket watches, silver knives, and a quill made of unknown materials. Let's see how much these things can be exchanged for that spirit bottle. Braun took what the other party handed over and observed it carefully. Time turner. Looking at that pocket watch-like prop, Braun was amazed. You know, the time turner doesn't even have Hogwarts. Hermione's 3rd-year application to the time turner was all taken from the Ministry of Magic. Unexpectedly, Bin's teachers still have one hidden in good condition. And just look at the glittering sand inside. This time turner has not been used a few times. This is what Ravenclaw paid me, and they always like to default on wages. I have 3 of them on hand for similar ones alone. But for the already ghost, I'm useless. With this time turner alone, I can give you a large spirit bottle. Braun said seriously. The usefulness of the time changer is very large. Not to mention this kind of intact. At least 10 times can help you reverse time. Professor Binns was also happy with the price, knowing that there are 1,000 living spirits in the large spirit storage bottle, equivalent to 167 years. Then Braun looked at 2 other things. The knife, Braun could recognize it. It was a knife made entirely of mithril silver. It is doped with a certain amount of dark gold. As for the quill pen, Braun couldn't recognize what material it was. The quill doesn't need ink, and the material is strong and not easily damaged. As for the other features, I don't know. This was bought at the risk of buying it from the local natives in Samba country when I was young, Professor Binns said without concealment. Braun hesitated, a little unable to grasp the value. Now there is no way to take out the bronze book for identification. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. So he asked tentatively, look, is it okay for the quill plus this mithril knife to make up a large spirit bottle? No problem. Professor Binns readily agreed. Since the other party agrees, Braun also had nothing to say. Pretending to dig into his pockets, he took out 2 huge spirit bottles from his storage backpack, then put away the 3 things in front of him. Professor Binns was also not polite. After picking it up, I started to suck it. It didn't take long for both bottles to finish sucking. The Binns teacher's expressionless face also began to change. The entire soul body seemed to be a lot more alive, and not so lifeless all the time. I dare say it. Nothing could be better. If it weren't for the fact that I wouldn't be useful underneath right now, I'd even want to go to the witch's house to see a striptease. Braun looked at the somewhat unruly professor of the history of magic in front of him in amazement. I can't believe that this old-fashioned old guy can become so unrestrained. Don't look at me with this surprised look. You know, when I was younger, I also traveled all over the world. See my handsome photos? I was much more dashing back then than I am now. Being a ghost is simply torture. Looking at the chattering Professor Binns, Braun only felt a tingling in his scalp, hurriedly said goodbye to the other party and fled here in a hurry. Today's young people have no patience at all. Professor Binns hummed. Then I was happy about my change. He has lived for more than 1,000 years. If the soul continues to flow, it may not be more than 100 or 200 years before it really decays completely. Now, let him see hope that he can continue to exist. A time turner is a large spirit bottle. It's worth the deal. Pull open the drawer and it's filled with a time turner. But you can't put it out all at once, otherwise it's not worth anything. I didn't expect to be stained with Ravenclaw light when I died, Professor Binns muttered to himself. Braun, on the other hand, had already reached the first floor. This time he didn't go to the auditorium. Instead, he cast a phantom spell on himself and went to the girls' bathroom on the first floor. The bathroom is a little dirty. Perhaps it is the reason why no one cleans all year round. The ground was covered with heavy dust. Moss also gradually grew on the floor because no one cleaned it for a long time. The broken mirror is covered with mold. Below is a row of stone wash basins with some peeling skin. The faucet at the sink is still leaking drop after drop. You can see it. It's true that no one has been here for a long time. He carefully pushed open the door and tried not to touch anything. It seems that he is afraid that he will use too much force and let these buildings collapse. He had just closed the door and didn't wait for Braun to breathe a sigh of relief. I heard a shrill voice. What are you doing? A male wizard actually came to the girls' bathroom? Myrtle looked furious. However, after seeing Braun's handsome face, his expression became shy again. I mean, I can share this bathroom with you if you want. Braun wasn't in the mood to chat with Myrtle. He was pressed for time. You can't waste on such meaningless things. Hello, Myrtle. I want to ask if you see any strange people here? It was at Halloween night that day. Halloween party. No, I stayed at Nick's banquet hall that day. I know who you are. As she spoke, Myrtle looked a little surprised. You're the wizard who sells spirit bottles. That's right, it's me. After that, I remember leaving early. Yes, because I'm too poor to buy your spirit bottle. Myrtle was a little sad. But Braun didn't have the heart to listen to the other side's nagging. Directly took out a small spirit storage bottle and handed it over. Here you go. I want to know some clues about the day you went back to the bathroom. Filch's cat and the fat friar were petrified. I think you probably know something. Really for me? Myrtle couldn't believe it. But the hand was slow to take the spirit bottle. Constantly flipping in her hands, I could see that she liked it very much. I came back that day and saw a guy sneaking here. Then something seemed to come out of his mouth. Then I was scared and hid in the bathroom pipe. Braun nodded, then waved his wand. Okay, thank you very much for your help. A spell hit Myrtle. Then the other party's expression became stunned. You didn't come across anything, you just played all day in the sewers. Braun's eyes turned red. The soul fruit is paired with soul magic to transform Myrtle's memory. Then he jumped into the toilet in a trance and disappeared. Modifying memories for ghosts is really much more troublesome than modifying wizards. Braun couldn't help but spit out. Then he focused on the faucet in front of him. These faucets don't look much different. He had to take a closer look one by one. However, no matter how much he searched, he could not find any markings. Every faucet is exactly the same. Try snake language. Braun thought to himself. On the door, accompanied by a hissing sound, the wash basin in front of you becomes illusory. A staircase leading to a bottomless underground appeared in front of Braun. Braun walked down without hesitation. From Tom Riddle's soul, he knew that the other party did not lay any traps here, perhaps thinking that no one else would find out about it. Accompanied Braun into the stairs. Torches were also lit on both sides of the dark passage. Illuminate the underneath. It was almost a few minutes away. A huge stone gate appeared in front of him. It is covered with fine carvings. Open. Parseltongue. With the neighing coming out of Braun's mouth, Shimon really moved. Slowly lift from the bottom. The huge room behind 09 is revealed. Braun walked in. The rooms are large, almost equivalent to 3 auditoriums. It is covered with snake molds and the bones of various small animals. Braun even saw the skull of a horseman here. Some bones are covered with tooth marks, and it can be seen that most of them were fatal by one blow. Some bones seem to have been here for a long time, covered with moss. Braun's foot stepped on it and made a crisp sound. In addition to these skeletons, a tall stone statue stands in the room. The statue is 3 meters tall, carved with a wizened old man in wizard robes. In his hand is a staff that is higher than a stone statue on the ground. The white beard dragged to the ground. Before Braun could continue his observation, he heard a hiss. The Basilisk is coming. Surrender me. Braun fearlessly looked at the giant snake coiled down from under the stone statue. The light in the other party's orange eyes did not turn Braun into a stone statue. If you look closely, you can see that Braun's eyes seem to have a transparent membrane. It is precisely because of it that Braun is not afraid of the gaze of the Basilisk. Hear Braun's snake language. The giant Basilisk is clearly to fear. Hiss. Why can you look me in the eye? I have my own way. Watch the Basilisk snake down from the statue. Braun walked over. His gaze roamed over its body. Then take out your suitcase. Hiss. Get in. The Basilisk looked a little scared and wanted to resist, but he still honestly climbed in under Braun's Parseltongue. Don't dare to make any other moves. They were originally magical creatures made by wizards, born to be controlled by Parseltongue, naturally unable to resist Braun's orders. Seeing the Basilisk enter the suitcase, Braun was very satisfied. Doesn't Tom Riddle like to play? Don't you like to scare little wizards with basilisks? Now he directly took the Basilisk away to see what else he scared. Return the suitcase to your system backpack. Preparing to leave, but a voice came from behind. There is a new heir. It was an old man's voice. Braun turned around warily. I saw that the tall stone statue was looking at him faintly. Braun turned warily. I was relieved to find out that it was the tall stone statue. You don't seem to be afraid. The stone statue's mouth opened and closed, looking very surprised. I don't need to be afraid of an alchemy puppet, Braun said indifferently. When he entered the door, he noticed a faint magic fluctuation on the stone statue. Know that the other party is an alchemy puppet. Aren't you curious? I'm an alchemical puppet of Charles Slytherin, and I know some of his memories. Seeing Braun's reaction so calm, the stone statue looked a little dissatisfied. Well, tell me what you can give me. Braun didn't care. From Tom Riddle, he already knew each other's heritage. Naturally, there is no curiosity. The stone statue was very unhappy with Braun's attitude. But there is nothing that can be done. His mission is to guide his heirs. I had to reluctantly control a stone platform to rise. Dripping into your blood, this legacy is left to the descendants of Slytherin. Do I have to drip blood? Braun's brow furrowed. He didn't expect the inheritance ceremony to be so complicated. I need blood to determine your DNA. HO2E. Braun spat in. The stone statue felt speechless. Saliva can also determine DNA. Braun said calmly. He wouldn't give his blood to other wizards casually. Not even Slytherin statues. You better use magic. The stone statue waved his hand. There was another white crystal on the table. Why did you go early? Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Braun complained. Put my hand on the crystal. Control the magic power pouring into the crystal. Magic, as a strange power born in the bloodline of wizards. Naturally, he can also judge the bloodline of a wizard. Braun didn't have long to enter his magic. Then I saw the crystal on the table glow faintly, followed by, the crystal slowly disappeared. What appeared in front of Braun was a parchment roll. Braun opened the parchment roll. The contents inside made Braun's eyes widen. What's that? The stone statue poked its head curiously to take a look, but it was covered by Braun. Stingy. The stone statue muttered. Although he is in charge of inheritance, he does not understand anything about the inheritance. Naturally, I don't know what the parchment roll in Braun's hand actually wrote. Okay, is there anything else you can give me? Braun rolled up the parchment roll and put it away in his pocket of his clothes. Turning to look at the stone statue, he asked. No more? You greedy little wizard. The stone statue said very dissatisfied. Then he ignored Braun and once again changed back to his original motionless appearance. He shook his head helplessly. Braun returned to the girls' bathroom. It's just that the excitement in my heart is difficult to calm down for a long time. He knew that Slytherin was good at spells and alchemy, but there is no particular hope for inheritance. But who knows? The gift given to him by the other party turned out to be the refining method of the time turner, and not that castrated version of the time converter. It's a time turner with full functionality that can really reverse time. Although the time turner has some limitations, it is undeniable. The power of the time turner is definitely the most buggy power in the entire wizarding world. What could be more powerful than changing the timeline? Even the 3 Hallows of Death may not be comparable. After running out of the girls' bathroom, Braun did not stop and went to the auditorium on the 2nd floor. Braun, you're too slow, Shinobi complained from the sidelines. I'm sorry, but Professor Binns talked to me about something. You know, he is also a ghost, and naturally there is also a demand for spirit storage bottles. Braun replied with a smile. I took the chicken legs handed over by the other party and ate them. He had been hungry for so long. Naturally, you will not be polite at the moment. Finish lunch. Everyone went out happily. There are no classes in the afternoon in Slytherin. This opportunity to relax in Shinobi they naturally will not let go. Politely drastically Shinobi's invitation. Braun went to the library with the book. He has a lot of things. There is not so much time to play. Braun. I have some things. Braun was reading a book and looked up to find Hermione looking at him a little anxiously. Go out and say it. 240. Glancing at Mrs. Pants, who was watching here, Braun said lightly. Hermione was stunned for a moment and nodded. Help Braun pick up the book and walk out. What's wrong? It wasn't just Hermione who looked. Ron and Harry were here. This made Braun a little puzzled. Braun, we need your help. Before Hermione could speak, Harry came over and said, that old ghost you saw at the undead banquet the other day, he turned those headless horsemen grey and looked exactly like the fat friar? He must be that monster from the Chamber of Secrets. We want. Harry couldn't help but tell the story. He and Ron hadn't had a good time these days. Because of the Chamber of Secrets thing. They are considered by many young lions to be the heirs of the Chamber of Secrets. All the little lions were afraid to stay away from them. It seemed that if Harry saw it, his life could be in danger. That ghost is not. Braun interrupted the others' chatter. Why do you think so? Ron blushed. He felt that Braun didn't want to help. Because I've already told Professor Snape about it. The other party also took Professor Dumbledore at the same time. And you don't think that ghosts will enter the school without prior permission from Professor Dumbledore? This is Hogwarts? The 2 men were silent, not knowing what to say. But Malfoy? He. Definitely not him. Braun shook his head. The principal will definitely pay attention to this matter. I left first if there was nothing to do. Shaking his head and not waiting for Hermione, Braun went to his alchemy classroom with the book. What an attitude he has. Really? Ron was a little dissatisfied. Harry didn't say it, but he obviously thought the same in his heart. Didn't we say okay and let me ask? Hermione stared at the 2 men like an angry little lion. Forget it? You guys whatever. After saying that, he chased in the direction of Braun without looking back. Braun. Hermione ran over. His expression was full of guilt. Sorry, Braun. I just wanted to help Harry and them. Nothing Hermione. Braun shook his head. He didn't care. Those 2 people did not have a good time during this time, and he knew it. There will definitely be some sense of rushing to the doctor. Of course, although I know it in my heart. But that doesn't mean he will help them for no reason. Seeing Braun's appearance, he really didn't get angry. Hermione relaxed a lot. But soon he was filled with indignation. I'm not going to help them anymore. They are just too arrogant. Braun, do you say that the Chamber of Secrets really won't be in any danger anymore? Hermione had worry in her eyes. It can be seen that she is not as calm as she appears. Trust me, Hermione. The headmaster will take care of it all. Do you think a white wizard who defeated Grindelwald and Voldemort can't cope with such a small accident? At that time, the First Wizarding War destroyed half of Paris. It was much more dangerous then than it is now. Braun comforted again. It must be Malfoy. Their whole family is in Slytherin, and their family must have held the keys to the Chamber of Secrets for generations, and then passed them down from generation to generation. Ron chattered from the sidelines. From time to time, I lowered my head, picked up a quill and wrote something on parchment. Harry, on the other hand, lay on the bed without saying a word. Because of the secret room, they were isolated by the other little lions. You can only stay in the dormitory to do your homework. But we have no way to verify, Ron. Harry sighed. He thought for a long time. But none of them have found a solution. They had no way of knowing if Malfoy was the heir to the Chamber of Secrets. In his heart, he was unwilling to sit still as Braun said. Ron opened his mouth. In the end, I could only sigh. Without Hermione's intellectual help, it's hard for 2 people to think of a good solution. Or, let's catch Malfoy, and then press him? Ron thought for a long time and came up with such an idea. Harry was also entangled. Not sure if to do this. But in the end, I made up my mind. However, the timing of this time is a noteworthy thing. We have to find a time when Malfoy is alone. You must know that he is usually with Crabbe and Goyle, Harry said seriously. Then he whispered to Ron. This season is always rainy. The air is also always filled with water vapor, which looks a little wet. It was a muggy morning on Saturday. The Quidditch match at Hogwarts is also quietly here. As an old rival of Gryffindor, in the Slytherin common room, the Quidditch players preparing for the game were waiting to teach the Lions of Gryffindor a lesson. They got a new broom this year under Malfoy's patronage, much faster than the Gryffindor broom. In their opinion, today's game has already been won. Braun, stop reading, we have to find a good position. Shinobi took Braun's textbook away. pulling Braun and walking towards the arena outside. Can't we spend the day comfortably by the fire in the lounge? Braun couldn't help but say as he looked at the cloudy sky outside. The devil knows why these wizards like Quidditch so much. Even on rainy days, you have to form a group to see it. Also, Hogwarts is so big, can't you build an indoor Quidditch arena? Have to stay outside? This is Faith Braun. Watch the game even if it rains? This is authentic? Shinobi speaks in an authentic old London accent and explains to Braun the history of watching the game when it rains. Braun, on the other hand, listened absent-mindedly. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. His gaze schemed over a big-eared elf not far from the pitch. Dobby? Braun thought to himself. He felt that besides this guy, maybe there were no other house elves who would come here to watch the game. The location where Shinobi found was in front of the stands. You can see the whole venue. The view is very good. Wait until it's almost 10 o'clock. The stands were already full of people. Bunting of various colors also fluttered in midair over the 4 college stands. There was a faint thunder in the sky, and the air was still so humid and hot. It seems that it won't be long before a heavy rain pours down. The teams on both sides of the game seem to be almost ready. The dark green Slytherin and the orange-red Gryffindor also walked into the arena through the aisle. Beat those sick cats fiercely. Shinobi waved a small flag in his hand and shouted at the venue. It was accompanied by the cheering encouragement of other small snakes. The little lion's side is naturally not to be outdone. The atmosphere of the whole arena became warm. The center of the arena. Mrs. Hookie asked Marcus, the captain of Slytherin, to shake hands with Wood, the captain of Gryffindor. I'm going to blast you guys. Opportunistic with the help of a broomstick. The eyes of the two people collided, and they both saw a strong fighting intent from it. The atmosphere is also full of gunpowder. Listen to my whistle. Madam Hooch pretended not to see it and shouted at the two teams. Even if the two people were disgruntled, they both clenched their respective brooms and said no more. 3, 2, 1, accompanied by a whistle. Two teams soared into the air. The cheers in the crowd also became more and more enthusiastic. 14 team members rose into the air together. The two seekers searched sharply for the location of the golden snitch. Don't see that Malfoy is always stunned when facing Harry, but its own strength is not weak. Otherwise, even if he was willing to donate a broomstick, he would not have been accepted into the Slytherin team so easily. The reason why I can't win Harry Potter every time. Entirely because of the protagonist's aura. A huge cheer erupted in the crowd. A fight also began in midair. Click. With a huge thunder. The rain also began to fall. I said a long time ago, why can't we stay in the lounge? Braun sighed. Also wave your wand. The flag that was originally still floating in midair. Under Braun's transfiguration, it was transformed into a huge canopy. Block the class in the Slytherin stands. Many little wizards who were about to take out umbrellas breathed a sigh of relief. Fantastic, Braun? Sure enough, it was right to bring you over. Shinobi patted Braun's arm on the side. The other little snakes also praised, Leachy ends. And the little wizards of the other stands looked a little envious. I had to take out my umbrella and fight. Oh my god, look at the sky. Daphne exclaimed. I saw that the originally normal bludger seemed to be pumping wind. Constantly running after Harry Potter. Several times he almost knocked him off his broom. For this reason, the Weasley brothers, who were originally fighting, had to come to Harry's side to help knock the bludger. However, this gave Slytherin great convenience. Slytherin leads, 60-0. Lee Jordan's somewhat unhappy voice made the little snakes clap their hands happily. Sure enough, even bludgers are unhappy with Harriet Poe. Theodore looked at the bludger that no one chased except Harry Potter and couldn't help but mock. Braun's gaze was on the house elf who was hiding behind and looking focused in midair. Leave him alone? It would be good if Slytherin won. Celery. Braun thought to himself. And Ron, who was sitting in the Gryffindor stands, didn't mention how anxious he was. That ball must have been touched. He shouted excitedly, as if he wanted to get the attention of others. It's just that the other little lions are just recklessly venting their dissatisfaction. Blame the Weasley brothers for not helping Angelina, but instead revolve around Harry Potter. This made Ron look at Hermione, who was sitting unwilling to take his place. Only this time, Hermione just glanced at the other party coldly. Snorted coldly. Keep doing your own thing. It looks like he won't be going to help them anymore. Just when he was in a hurry, but suddenly saw a house elf standing in the corner of the stand. His mind instantly remembered what Harry had said to him. There is a house elf who is constantly making trouble. It must be Braun. He gritted his teeth. With his wand in hand, he hurriedly left the stands and ran in the direction of the elf. Oh, this time Dobby will definitely be able to bring Harry Potter home? Dobby saved Harry Potter again. Dobby controls the bludger in the air. Happily kept touching his big ears. Suddenly, he felt a sense of crisis. Quickly dodged the spell. Turning his head, Ron was gritting his teeth and looking at him. Did Braun send you? Ron asked angrily, seeing someone discover themselves. Dobby panicked with fright. Without speaking, he disappeared with a bang. And with Dobby's disappearance, the bludger in midair has finally returned to normal. No more chasing Harry around. Found by Ron. Looking at Ron walking back to the Gryffindor stands from behind the stands, Braun raised an eyebrow in surprise. But he didn't say anything, and his attention was on the game again. Slytherin wins. The little snakes shouted in unison. And Gryffindor sighed like frosted eggplants. It's all to blame Harry Potter? He is definitely the heir to the Chamber of Secrets? He must have lost on purpose. The little lions kept complaining, left the arena dissatisfied. Just now, perhaps the reason why the bludger returned to normal. The snakes of the Slytherin team also became serious. It's no longer the casual look at the beginning. And the consequence of this is that Malfoy discovered the golden snitch in his ear in advance. Without giving Harry any chance to react, he grabbed it in his hands. Plus the 60 points ahead of Slytherin at the beginning. Overtake Gryffindor in one fell swoop and complete the victory. This game is really short enough, Sabanai said with some dissatisfaction. However, he looked very excited. No matter how they say, they still won. Not to mention winning over his old rival, Gryffindor. Okay, let's go. The rain is getting heavier. Braun turned to glance at Harry Deo, who was slowly falling. Because there was no bludger pursuit, Harry was not injured this time. Of course, his heart may not be so good, because he lost the game just now. But where has Lockhart gone? I didn't see him in this game. Lockhart, controlled by Tom Riddle at the moment. He was looking at the empty secret room with a pensive face. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network? My Basilisk. Am I hot and a big Basilisk is gone? Hiss, speak to me, Slytherin. The tall stone statue was awakened again. It's just that the other party is not a good-natured guy. What are you looking for me for? Your reward is long gone. The stone statue said lazily. Where did the Basilisk go? Tom Riddle asked with a gloomy face. Originally, he planned to control the Basilisk while the young wizards were now returning to the school, AGI, to kill. Why is there no that now? The stone statue looked at him in surprise. It seems that I don't understand why the other party asked this. Of course, it was taken away by another heir. Where else do you think you can go? Another heir? Tom Riddle was shocked. You must know that the people of the Gaunt family have been killed by him. Logically, there should be no other heirs. However, after pondering, his face became gloomy again. As a former Slytherin, he knew all too well the urine nature of those purebloods. To prove to others the purity of the family lineage, they periodically removed some members of their family who had intermarried with muggles. For this reason, it flaunts the purity of the family. It must be some family member who was once removed from the list who inadvertently received a word from the inheritance. Then the location of the Chamber of Secrets was found. Then he came here while he didn't notice it and took the Basilisk away. Tell me, the name of that person? Tom Riddle commanded. Only this time the stone statue did not pay attention to him. I wouldn't say that you only have the same identity here. That was the heir to Slytherin. Also, if the task you choose is not completed, then you don't have to think about the inheritance after that. The stone statue turned its face and did not recognize people. Once again, he returned to his motionless appearance, leaving Tom Riddle alone in a frenzy of incompetence. You know, the reason why he controlled the Basilisk to kill those little wizards everywhere in the school was not for fun. He's not that bored yet. Everything is nothing more than a task. Only by successfully passing the tasks requested by the stone statue can it be possible to obtain the inheritance of the other party. There are two tasks, one of which is extremely difficult, while the other is much simpler. Control the Basilisk to kill at least one student from the other academy. And he had already killed a Ravenclaw, the Weeping Myrtle, 50 years ago. Now he only needs to kill the students of the other two academies. Then he would be able to obtain the true Slytherin heritage. But now, the Basilisk is gone. Kill a fart yourself? Of course, that doesn't mean he's going to give up. It's not over yet. Although the other party took away the Basilisk. But now I can't leave school. You just need to grab each other as much as you can during this time. Get the Basilisk back. Then your own task has not yet failed. Wait, whoever you are, you can't escape. Tom Riddle's angry voice drifted through the Chamber of Secrets. I caught the golden snitch all at once. Harry Potter can only eat ashes after my ass. Malfoy shouted in the lounge holding up a butterbeer. Although it is said that the game is very open, but the banquet is definitely indispensable. To celebrate this Slytherin's victory, all kinds of butterbeers and delicacies were brought to the table. Even said, the little wizards also packed all the lunches in the auditorium. For this atmosphere, every little snake was very happy. Even Braun drank a few more butterbeers. Although it is beer, it tastes more like soda. I went crazy with everyone for a while. Braun went back to the dormitory. After locking the door, the Basilisk was released. Hiss. It doesn't feel very good inside. Let's do with it. Braun rolled his eyes. He took out a bunch of tree fruits from his backpack. Taste. Hissing, I'm a snake. Meat eaters. But Braun didn't seem to hear it. Forced to helpless, the Basilisk had to eat this pile of flowery green fruits. The original bitter taste did not appear. On the contrary, it is as sweet as meat. It makes it seem a little surprising. Ignoring Braun, he gulped down the tree fruit in front of him. Hissing, what are these fruits? Tree fruit, it is a magic plant. Braun smiled and took out another pile. The tree fruit was originally for Mon. The Basilisk is not a Mon though, but that's pretty much the same. There is no reason why you can't eat it. So, I don't worry about the other party's food during this time. After all, the fruits of his backpack are $9.99 plus. Not worrying at all that the other party will finish eating. And the other party only eats a dozen at a meal. Completely trivial. Okay, let's go inside. I will bring you food regularly every day. Open the suitcase again. The Basilisk is not as resistant as before. The fart got into it. I originally thought that following this little wizard would have to live an extremely miserable life. Unexpectedly, it's still good, especially those delicious fruits. The thought of being able to eat it in the future made his heart become expectant. Isn't this tastier than those horse people who smell and don't bathe yet? Return the suitcase to the system backpack. Braun heard shouts outside the door. Why are you still locking the door? Shinobi complained. Put down what is in your arms. What is it? Potions? Look at the potion bottle that the other person placed on the table. Braun picked up one and looked at it carefully. My mother specially took care of the potion that someone had prepared for me. It is said that drinking more can grow taller. Would you like one? Lemon flavored? Saying that, he spun a bottle first. No, you better keep it for yourself. Braun waved his hand. Put the bottle down. It is a 3-point poison. If not necessary. He basically doesn't drink potions. Okay, I won't tell you, I'll go to the library first. Braun packed up a few books and headed outside. I really don't understand you, Sabin muttered. Also took out his homework. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? But he didn't plan to go out. Eating snacks in the dormitory and writing homework doesn't smell good? Why run to the library to be angry with Mrs. Pants? Holding the book, Braun left the lounge. It just so happened that he also ran into a Malfoy who was alone. The other party doesn't know what to do. It seems mysterious. This made Braun curious. He cast a spell on himself and followed. Malfoy wasn't fast. It's just that his expression is happy. From time to time, I also look left and right vigilantly. It seems that he is afraid that others will follow. I didn't expect that. Ravenclaw even likes me? Sure enough, Draco. You are still so popular? Malfoy looked at the love letter in his hand with excitement in his expression. Just now, when he left the lounge, an owl rushed in front of him. He also brought a letter to express his liking. It excites him. Of course, he also longs for love. It's just when I'm in Slytherin. The little witches were far more interested in Braun than they were herself. Good friend Pansy is interesting to herself. It's just that the other party looks a little like a pug. He didn't like it that much. Unexpectedly, there was another Ravenclaw witch. With the idea that nothing is seen in vain. He's coming. From a distance, he saw a little witch with long hair standing in front of the empty classroom. Although he has not yet seen the appearance of the other party. But the other party seems to have a temperament that attracts him. Are you looking for me? Malfoy looked proud. At the same time, his eyes kept looking at the little witch. But before the smile on his face appeared, he instantly fainted to the ground. Braun, who followed behind, couldn't believe what appeared in front of him. He had thought it was just Malfoy going to sneak up on the other little witches. He's going to flash people. Only to find out that the little witch was Harry? Then he saw Ron hit Malfoy in the back of the head with a spell. Then he dragged Malfoy into the classroom with Harry Potter in a wig. Hiss. Are you playing so exciting now? Braun couldn't help but follow. Although it is said to be a corrupt tradition, it is not so flowery to play. Or did these two want to get out of Malfoy's mouth whether the other party was the heir to the Chamber of Secrets? He felt that this was more likely. After all, there was no Hermione's help now. The two of them simply did not have the ability to refine compound potions. It is even said that he does not even know the book Power Elixir for refining compound potions. So the soft one doesn't work, just play the hard one now? Taking advantage of the moment the other party opened the door, Braun got in. Want to see what these two people are going to do? Ron help. Harry took off his wig and tied Malfoy up. Then put on the mask with Ron. That's when Malfoy woke up. Malfoy woke up a little confused. But I quickly understood my current environment. What are you doing? Malfoy looked angrily at the two little wizards in front of him with hoods. At this moment, no matter how stupid he is, he knows that he has been deceived. There is no Ravenclaw little witch. Some are just two Gryffindor liars. As for how he knew, the badge on the robe represents everything? What do you want to do? Malfoy shouted angrily. He thought in his heart that these two guys must be because he caught the golden snitch. This is the case with dissatisfaction. But he wasn't afraid. This is Hogwarts, and the other party is at most scaring him. Ron and Harry were taken aback. It would be miserable if it were discovered. Without saying a word, he picked up a rag and stuffed it into Malfoy's mouth. Now we ask you to say, Malfoy, Harry said with a choked throat. Tell us, the secret room thing. Otherwise, we'll put socks in your mouth. Ron added from the sidelines. That's right, stuff socks in your mouth? As he said it, he took off his smelly socks like a threat, held them in his hands, and dangled them. Malfoy was taken aback. There was also panic under his eyes. I didn't expect these two guys in front of me to be so vicious. Just smelling the smell of smelly socks, he couldn't help but want to vomit. If only this were to be stuffed into your own mouth. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Malfoy kept speaking out. Seeing Malfoy was finally afraid. Only then did Harry pull out the rag in his mouth with satisfaction. Speak quickly. Are you the heir of the Chamber of Secrets? Malfoy spat a few times. The sour smell on the rag made him a little sick. Looking at the two people in front of him, even if he was resentful in his heart. But people also have to bow their heads under the eaves. 667 I'm not. It seems that I am afraid that the two people will not believe it. He also went out of his way to explain. Although I am pure blood, the Malfoys do not have the blood of the Gaunt family. I don't know Parseltongue yet, so I can't open the Chamber of Secrets. The two muttered a few words. So, what's in the Chamber of Secrets? Ron asked again. Maybe a monster. Malfoy hesitated. Just seeing that the two people on the opposite side were about to race their socks over, they hurriedly said, I really don't know, my dad just said that the creatures in the Chamber of Secrets would clean up all those muggle wizards. Of course, I think Weasley will also be cleaned up. After all, they are pure-blood traitors. Whew. Before he finished speaking, Malfoy's mouth was gagged with an angry Ron with a sock. The two of them didn't care about Malfoy, who was constantly struggling, hiding in a corner and muttering. Harry, I think Malfoy might really not know, Ron whispered. Harry nodded as well. He also felt that the other party might really not know, but besides Malfoy, there was someone else who would be the heir of the Chamber of Secrets. At this time, a figure appeared in his mind. Do you say Braun will be the heir? Harry asked cautiously. But didn't he also attend the banquet of the undead? And even after we left? Ron looked puzzled. But you know, Braun came out of the broom room for a long time. Maybe he did something there. It's possible, that's the Chamber of Secrets. Two people, you glanced at me and outlined the matter with one word. At the same time, I couldn't help but become excited. Because they feel like they have finally discovered the truth? Braun, who was hiding in a corner to eavesdrop, was speechless. I didn't expect these two guys' imaginations to be so rich. But it's also a crooked hit. He is indeed the heir. It's just that he didn't have the leisure to control the Basilisk to attack the little wizard. What about Malfoy? Harry asked in a low voice. Is there a way for them to release each other directly? Just let him stay here. If no one could be found, the professor would definitely mobilize the students to look for it. Ron suggested from the sidelines. Harry thought about it. This method was indeed good. At the very least, they won't be exposed. So he nodded in agreement with Ron's words. Once again, the two men looked at Malfoy behind them. There was some fear in Malfoy's eyes. I don't know what these two somewhat perverted little wizards are going to do again. Faint. The two spells hit Malfoy in no particular order. Let Malfoy's head tilt and pass out again. Ron and Harry took the opportunity to escape. How miserable. Looking at the hapless Malfoy, Braun was amazed. But in the end, it just shook his head. Turn around and leave. This guy Malfoy is such a stinky fart. Teach him a lesson. Library. Braun came to Hermione with the book in his hand. How did it come so badly? Hermione said with some dissatisfaction. There was a delay on the way, and the lounge was holding a banquet. Braun put down the book. Hermione didn't say anything more. The two of them began to write their homework separately. This is nothing for either person. On the other hand, Malfoy's disappearance was finally reported to Snape by his two attendants. The other party thought that another little wizard had been attacked by the Basilisk. Quickly informed Dumbledore. Then numerous professors searched around the castle. Finally, in the empty classroom, he found Malfoy strapped to a chair with socks stuffed in his mouth. What the hell is going on? Snape looked at Malfoy, who had just woken up with a gloomy face. Malfoy was still a little dazed, but as he recalled what had just happened, the anger in his heart made him sober again. Professor, the Gryffindor students kidnapped me. They impersonated Ravenclaw and attacked me with a spell. He also stuffed socks in my mouth and forced me to ask me about the Chamber of Secrets. Malfoy complained angrily. Professor McGonagall on the side sank his face. As a vice principal, she naturally could not let such a bad thing happen. Professor McGonagall, what do you think about this? Snape's face was gloomy. The anger under his eyes was simply undisguised. What happened to Malfoy reminded him of who he used to be. I will strictly investigate this matter. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and said quietly, Look, this sock? There seems to be a name on it. Professor Flitwick picked up the smelly sock. Pinch your nose and carefully look at the handwriting on the socks. Lo. Kindness? Professor Flitwick uttered the name intermittently. This made Malfoy stunned and angry at the same time. He knows who the other party is. I also know why the other party stuffed smelly socks into his mouth when he mentioned Weasley. Ron Weasley? It must be him? Harry Potter with him? This is revenge? Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Because I caught the golden snitch and Harry failed? Malfoy shouted loudly. Not only did he guess the answer, but Snape and Professor McGonagall guessed it too. Originally, there were not many students at Hogwarts. The only one called Ron was Ron Weasley from Gryffindor. Now it becomes obvious to take it. We cannot speculate unfoundedly. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. What else to say? Was interrupted by Snape. Professor McGonagall, I think that's the evidence. This sock has the other person's name on it. And my tracking spell is pretty good. Not waiting for Professor McGonagall to say anything, Snape's wand cast a spell on the sock. Followed by, the socks fluttered. Fly outside. Snape, Professor McGonagall, and the others followed behind and ran in the direction of the socks. Gotta teach that Weasley a good lesson? Professor? Malfoy shouted loudly. I don't know if Snape heard it or not, but I didn't remember until I finished shouting. Wait, Professor, let me go first. Inside the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Harry were in the dormitory thinking about Malfoy's words. Ron, you said if Braun is really the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, what exactly is his purpose? Ron fiddled with the wig. From time to time, I also wore it curiously on my head. I don't know, but I think he must have some hidden secrets. Maybe the reason why his strength is so strong is because of the inheritance of Slytherin? While putting the wig on Harry's head again. Harry, I think you look so much more beautiful with a wig. Don't mess with Ron. We have to figure out how we can let others see Braun for what he really is. But I think telling the principal is the best way to do it. The two got into a fight. Only at this time the door was opened. Professor Snape McGonagall also has a group of curious little wizards. They all looked at the playful Ron and Harry Zero, especially on Harry, who wore a wig and looked shy. Weasley? Porter? What are you doing? Professor McGonagall asked sternly. At this moment, Snape, who had been looking at Harry stunned, also reacted. However, his expression also began to become extremely angry. Say, why did you attack Malfoy? At this moment, Ron wanted to argue. But when you see the sock that the other party is holding, you know that you are exposed. Professor, we're just trying to find the heir to that Chamber of Secrets, and Filch's cat really has nothing to do with us. Malfoy said that the Chamber of Secrets would clean up all the non-pure blood wizards. Harry took off his wig and was interrupted by an angry Snape before he could finish speaking. Shut up! What are you talking nonsense? Snape shouted angrily. But even so, the little lions behind him also showed fear. Harry's words made them forget about the Chamber of Secrets. Once again, it became terrified. All back. Professor McGonagall also pursed her lips and said in a deep voice, "Let the lively little wizards go back to the lounge separately." Ron and Harry were taken away by the professors. Go without saying. They must be greeted with no small punishment. The homework is done. What are we going to do in the afternoon, Braun? Hermione asked, stretching and looking at Braun. How about going to the alchemy lab? I recently made a new alchemy item. Braun thought for a moment and proposed. No problem. Hermione nodded happily in agreement. At the same time, he was also very curious about the alchemy items that Braun said. The two men were talking and laughing as they walked towards the auditorium, only to find Ron and Harry dejectedly following a few professors to the faculty office. This is discovered, Braun thought to himself. However, the matter was quickly forgotten. Went to the auditorium. It didn't take long for the story of Harry and Ron to be taken to spread throughout the school. There's something about the Chamber of Secrets. This made the little wizards a little apprehensive. But it's more about Ron and Harry's gossip. Have you heard? Ron and Harry are actually a couple? Harry was still wearing a wig in the bedroom? Oh my god, are you sure? That's exciting. Walking down the corridor, Braun could hear the whispers of the little wizards everywhere he went. I'm coming, Braun. At the top of the stairs on the 4th floor, Braun bumped into Hermione, who was going downstairs. Have you heard, Braun? Harry and Ron turned out. Stop. Looking at the excitement on the little girl's face, he knew that the story behind would definitely be very bloody. So he decided not to listen. Messing up Hermione's fluffy brown hair, she opened the door to the alchemy classroom under the little girl's disgruntled gaze. That's what you're talking about. 0.3. Look at the glass jar on the table. Hermione took 2 steps back in fear. It's really something scary in the glass jar. It was a very large mandrake. It's just different from the usual green color of mandrakes. This mandrake is black all over, the same color as the mud around it. Staring at a pair of small eyes, opening his mouth wide, but unable to make a sound. That's right. This is an alchemy item, banshee wailing. Juvenile mandrakes are soaked in desperate rotting mud and nurtured and fed the angel of death mushrooms daily. Rapid catalytic adulthood, wrapped in a shroud and cultivated in sea salt. Now it's almost done. Just pull it out, wrap it in a shroud and put in sea salt. Braun explained to Hermione. At the same time, he did not forget to pass over a pair of earmuffs and dragon skin gloves. Although these mandrakes are still semi-finished products, their power is still not small. So when I wrap the shroud for it, remember to wear the earmuffs. Hermione nodded in understanding. Then put on the dragon skin gloves and earmuffs. See, nothing wrong. Braun also pulled black mandrakes out of the desperate rotting mud. One leaves a particular container. The mandrake cried out loudly. The surrounding walls also lit up with a faint glow. Ensure that the sound will not be transmitted. Grabbing the mandrake in his left hand, he gently shook it to make the other party honest. In his right hand, he pulled off a shroud cut into thin strips and carefully wrapped the mandrake in his hand. It looks a bit like a mummy placed in a pyramid. It's just that these mandrakes can still move. Gestured to Hermione. The other party came over holding a glass jar from another table. This jar is different in that it is filled with blue crystals that exude the salty smell of the sea. These are sea salts that Braun specially bought at a large price. The effect is much better than ordinary sea salt. Grab the stem of the mandrake. Braun ignored the other person's fears and struggles. He dug a pit in the sea salt and buried the other party. Then I saw the mandrake constantly stirring in the sea salt. But he couldn't get out, and he could only keep wailing bitterly. Braun bent his hand at Hermione and indicated that he could remove the ear cups. Braun, why stuff them into sea salt? I see they're miserable. Looking at the dead mandrake, Hermione couldn't help but ask. Banshees howl for their pain. You look at Hermione. Whether it is the carrion or the poisonous mushrooms that are fed, the mandrake's cry becomes more terrifying, and it also gives it dark properties. Sea salt has the ability to purify. This makes the mandrake more painful, and at the same time more desperate and hurtful in crying. At this time, the shroud allowed this painful cry to be suppressed in the other party's body. Burst out all at once when needed. This is the general idea of the alchemy item banshee wailing. Braun explained from Hermione. At the same time, his eyes were also carefully observed outside the sea salt jar. But I feel so cruel. 09 But they're plants. See, Hermione doesn't believe it. Braun took out another mandrake from the cupboard that had been made into a specimen. Its ribcage was broken open, revealing the inside. You look inside, it's just the structure of the plant. After all, they are just more special magical plants. Hermione looked at the specimen and looked closely. Indeed, as Braun said, these mandrakes look like a child. But inside is actually the root whiskers of plants, and there is no organ structure of flesh and blood creatures. This made Hermione breathe a sigh of relief. Sometimes in the face of humanoids, people always have some compassion in their hearts. Okay, this time you can try to change the pot. I'll be your deputy. Braun helped Hermione put on the earmuffs. The two of them became busy again in the lab. It wasn't until it was almost time for dinner that the black mandrakes were finally potted. This is for you, Hermione. Braun pulled out a smaller glass jar of sea salt. It also contained a dead mandrake. I don't need Braun. Hermione quickly waved refusal. However, it was still stuffed into Braun's hands. Then his finger hurt, and a drop of crystal blood was controlled by Braun and dripped onto the blades of grass of the mandrake. Then, the color of the whole plant slowly began to turn red from black. Now it's dripping blood. I can't use it, only you. Braun spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. Hermione glared at Braun in disgust. But my heart is happy. Just now when I was helping Braun. Naturally, I also knew some characteristics about this alchemy item. One of them is the blood of the person who needs to use it. After dripping into the bloodstream, the mandrake will gradually turn red. Wait until the whole plant turns red. The banshee whale will not cause any more harm to the user, and can also be controlled by the user. Easy to carry directly. When you want to use it, you only need to give instructions through your will. You can put it in the sea salt for a while longer, so that the power can become stronger. Wait until a will appears in your mind. That means you really own this alchemy item. Never pull it out early. It's still very powerful. After Braun instructed some more important places, the two said goodbye at the corner of the stairs. Hermione went to the lounge. Braun casually looked for something to eat in the kitchen. So I came to the duel club. Today is Saturday and the day when the duel club begins. As the person in charge, he had to come early. Lockhart? What is he doing here? Braun couldn't figure it out. During this time, he didn't pay much attention to Lockhart. Just look at Tom Riddle's memory every once in a while. In general, the whereabouts of the other party are basically in Braun's hands. Tom Riddle is eager to regain strength. And Lockhart is now almost a puppet of the other side. I basically spend every day in the office except for the necessary school hours. However, the strength of the other party may have improved a lot. It's just that Lockhart's relationship with the Void Order is still not determined. Even Tom Riddle didn't really discover the other party's secrets. Professor Lockhart? I wonder if you came here for something? Braun walked over with a smile. Lockhart, who had originally probed his brain, was taken aback. But soon a smile appeared on his face again. So it's Braun? You also know that I am a defense against the dark arts professor. I think it's time to really show everyone my strength in a short time. Is it? I also really want to see your strength. Snape was coming from not far away. His expression was still gloomy. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. The figure of Harry Potter wearing a wig lingered in his heart. At the same time, it also annoyed him even more. And this annoyance is now worrying that there is no place to release it. And teach Lockhart a lesson. It might be a good choice for Snape. Lockhart, who was still smiling, froze with a smile. Subconsciously want to refuse. But under Snape's threatening gaze, he was defeated. Oh my god, the dean is going to duel Professor Lockhart? After eating their meal, the little snakes who were about to come to the duel club to practice their magic shouted. Instantly attracted the other little wizards who had nothing to do. Together they poured into the classroom. Curiously looked at the two people on the duel stage. At the same time, his expression revealed curiosity. Lockhart is actually going to duel Snape? Is he reading textbooks all day and reading stupidly? Who knows that? I dare say that he will definitely be taught a hard lesson later. The little wizards in the audience whispered. Lockhart's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was not idle during this time. He got a magical diary, and every day he studied magic. That's why he dares to come here again. As a liar, he naturally knew that these little wizards had begun to distrust him. If he didn't want to be reported one day and be investigated by the Ministry of Magic, then these little wizards must be made to fear themselves. And having a duel is the fastest way to gain prestige. Originally, according to his plan, what he has to face should be an ordinary student. But who knew that at this time Snape actually showed up that? As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't help but get angry. He felt that Snape was genuinely working against him, but that's the end of it. He certainly can't back down. Otherwise, your reputation will only decline even more. Are you ready, Professor Lockhart? Snape stood across from him, with a gloomy voice. At this moment, he couldn't wait to vent the anger in his heart. Dang, of course. Lockhart forced a smile. The hand holding the wand also became tighter, and it could be seen that he was indeed very nervous. Then let's get started. Braun stood between the two men as a referee. When making sure both people are ready, the start was announced. Except for your weapons. Snape's spell instantly flew towards Lockhart. Was narrowly avoided by the other party. I thought Lockhart would be solved by 177 in one move. I feel the same way. Keep watching. The little wizards talked a few times, and then looked at the duel stage again. I have to say that even Braun underestimated Lockhart. He didn't think that this guy's training during this time was not a waste of time. At the very least, he could fight Snape. Although he only lasted 5 minutes. But it's also something to marvel at. Look, see, guys. I'm here to show you exactly how to face the spell correctly. Lockhart, who had been beaten down, stood up and pretended to be dashing. His face once again smiled at everyone. Everyone was very surprised that Lockhart was able to hold out a few moves under Snape. No one thought about it, and the strength of the weak chicken Lockhart did not seem to be really that bad. I'm always low-key. I don't like to announce my strength to other people. Lockhart pretended to be very low-key. It's just that the behavior is not low-key at all. The whole process is constantly bragging about how strong his strength is. This also made Snape, who had been in a good mood for winning Lockhart, angry. But before he could say anything, a figure broke in. It's Filch. At this moment, his expression was panicked. Professor? Raid? A little wizard has now been sent to the infirmary, and Professor McGonagall asked me to call you. The little wizards looked a little flustered. They didn't think that something like this would happen again. Snape's face instantly became gloomy. Stay here quietly. Glancing at Lockhart, Snape looked a little hesitant, but still instructed. Professor Lockhart, the students are protected by you. After that, he followed Filch and walked outside. At the same time, do not forget to close the door again. Another attack. Braun, are we all right to stay here? Daphne looked a little alarmed. Not only her, but the other little wizards were not much better. To know, this time is different from the last one. This time it was the students who were attacked. Who knows if the next attacker will have their sights on them. But before the little wizards could continue to talk, Malfoy ran out again. The gaze that looked at Harry Potter was gloomy. Harry Potter, I'm going to duel you? The events of the morning will certainly not be forgotten so easily. Snape was here just now, and he couldn't say anything. Now Snape is gone. He naturally would not miss this opportunity to teach Harry Potter a lesson. Alas, you can't. Lockhart tried to stop it, but no one listened to him. His performance just now made many little wizards have a much better impression of him. However, most of the little wizards still didn't buy much of his account. How? Harry? Don't you dare? Or do you mean to ask your little boyfriend Ron to help you? Malfoy scoffed. He naturally heard the rumors in the morning. At this moment, he took it over and mocked Harry mercilessly. Harry Potter's face flushed. The mentality that I didn't want to cause trouble disappeared in an instant. At this moment, he wanted to teach Malfoy a good lesson? Then come on, Malfoy. I hope you don't eat my smelly socks like you did in the morning. The two men walked onto the duel stage. The angry eyes all wanted to eat each other. Braun had to take the stage again to announce the start of the game. But his expression was a little absent-minded. He was thinking about what had attacked the students. To know, the Basilisk had already been received by him in the box. Now it's putting it in my storage backpack. And Lockhart is also under his control. Tom Riddle could never have had any other means. So who else could there be but them? He now felt that the situation was becoming more and more confusing to him. Could it be that there are other horcruxes besides Tom's notebook? But Ravenclaw's golden crown hasn't woken up yet. He felt it was necessary for him to take a trip to Demand 5. The snake comes out of the hole. Not to be outdone, Malfoy waved his wand. This is the magic he has recently learned. The purpose is to deal with Harry Potter. It's the right time to use it. I saw a black viper. Black smoke accompanied by Malfoy's wand appeared in front of everyone. This viper is not too big, but the pitch-black body and sharp fangs still made everyone feel terrified in their hearts. Watch as the black viper snakes towards Harry Potter. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but start to feel a little afraid. Get out of the way, Harry. Off stage, Ron looked a little anxious. However, at this moment, Harry seemed to be dumbfounded. Standing motionless, he looked at the viper. It's like being scared silly. But suddenly, another language appeared in his mouth. This language is very similar to the neighing of snakes. Even Braun couldn't help but look frozen. This is snake language, or Parseltongue. The black viper seemed to understand Harry's words. Unexpectedly, he slowly turned around and flew out in Malfoy's direction. And the target was Malfoy's neck. Fall apart. Braun waved his wand to scatter the black snake. But it also sobered Harry up. He seemed very unhappy with Braun's behavior. But before he could say anything, I saw that everyone was looking at him in horror. There was disbelief in his expression. What's wrong with you guys? Harry couldn't help but ask. But everyone just retreated in fear. This time the game, Harry Potter wins. Braun casually announced the results. Then he jumped off the duel ring. But the cheers did not sound. Instead, Malfoy shouted. Harry is a Parseltongue? He is the heir to the Chamber of Secrets. Read violent novels, go on Filofiction Network. Wow. Many little wizards who still looked puzzled. Frightened far away. Although they do not understand what Parseltongue is. But the scene of Harry Potter controlling the snake just now was deeply imprinted in their minds. Shut up, Malfoy. You are the heir. Harry Potter shouted angrily, and then jumped off the platform. He walked towards Ron with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why these people were so afraid of him. Ron. Ron snorted and took 2 steps back. But it soon came back again, with an apologetic look. Sorry, Harry, I didn't mean to. Harry waved his hand casually. Seeing that everyone was looking at him in fear, he had to pull Ron to the corner of the classroom. Ask the doubts in my heart. What exactly is Ron? Parseltongue. You don't know. Ron looked surprised. But seeing Harry's appearance really didn't look like a fake. So he explained carefully. Parseltongue is a language that can communicate with snakes. Charles Slytherin is said to be a Slytherin. We'll use this language. It is said that only the descendants of Slytherin will be able to open the Chamber of Secrets. While Ron explained to Harry Potter, Daphne also looked fearful and leaned close to Braun's side. Braun, Harry Potter won't really be the heir to the Chamber of Secrets. Although Sabinai has nothing, the meaning is the same as Daphne. He also felt that Harry Potter was the heir. Otherwise, why would he say Parseltongue? Stop thinking about it. Braun waved his hand. Parseltongue doesn't mean heir to Slytherin. It can only be said that the other party's bloodline has returned to the ancestors. He was able to be sure that Harry Potter was not the heir. The reason why the other party can use Parseltongue is only because the other party is a special horcrux of Voldemort. The reason for having part of Voldemort's soul. What he was worried about now was what was going on. Not long after, Professor McGonagall walked in. Her expression looked very ugly. Professor, what's going on? Braun walked over and asked. It was Braun who saw the arrival. Professor McGonagall's expression softened a little. The tone was heavy. A Hufflepuff girl was attacked. The loss of vitality is serious. This made Braun's look even more ugly. You must know that Professor McGonagall's description is completely the manifestation of being possessed by a horcrux. But Tom Riddle is in his own hands, and who did it? Professor, I think what Lees should do now is to immediately search for the little wizards who are not here. It is very likely that the attackers were among them. Braun offered Professor McGonagall his advice. Be aware that with the attack of the Basilisk, the participation of the duel club is also becoming more and more numerous. There are very few little wizards who do not attend. And today happens to be the day of the duel club. There was another duel between Harry Potter and Snape as a gimmick. Almost the entire school of little wizards came. Then the murderer must be at the little wizards who did not come. Braun's words brightened Professor McGonagall's eyes. The other party is right. Now the little wizards are almost all here. The little wizards who were left who did not participate. Naturally, there will be great suspicion. You're right, Mr. Roll. Everyone stay here, don't go out and rape casually, spoke to the little wizards. Professor McGonagall left in a hurry. It seems that he is planning to investigate the little wizards who did not come to the duel club. The other little wizards had no choice but to wait here. Some continue to practice magic here, talking about what happened. There were also many admirers who were originally disappointed in Lockhart who were now around him, adoring as he told stories of his own adventures. The other side. Infirmary. Madame Pomfrey was glaring as she poured a potion into the girl's mouth, wiping the corners of the other's mouth and sighing. How? Dumbledore couldn't help but ask. Very different from petrification, she seems to have been sucked into life by something. Life overdraft is severe. Now the coma is also because of the protection of the body's instincts. However, even if he wakes up, the other party's life will be greatly affected. At least 10 years of life will be lost. Madame Pomfrey put down the towel in her hand, looking worried. It seems to be a powerful black magic. Dumbledore stepped forward with a serious look and carefully felt the girl's physical condition with his magic. It seems that there are other things at Hogwarts mixed in. The voice just fell. A figure walked in. It's just that the footsteps seem a little hurried. Headmaster. What's wrong, Minerva? Dumbledore's expression was puzzled. Professor Flitwick and I have gone to scout, and there are only a few students in the school who do not participate in the duel club. Everyone we have already checked. How's it going? Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. Not optimistic, there is also a child missing. Missing? Dumbledore was a little hard to believe. You know, this is Hogwarts, how could the students disappear for no reason? Headmaster. Snape walked in, still holding a comatose girl in his arms. This was discovered when I checked the castle with Professor Sprout. The child was found in a broom room on the 3rd floor. The lack of vitality is serious. Snape's expression was serious. The girl's eyelids rolled over, and her face was not so good looking. This vicious event has not happened for many years. It reminded him of 50 years ago. Bring the other schools to the auditorium, and I'll do it again with everyone. Severus, go and keep the students safe. Night sleep. The little wizards, led by the prefect, came to the auditorium in an orderly manner. It's just that everyone's expressions reveal worry. No one knows what happened. Inside the auditorium, the long table has disappeared. Instead, sleeping bags were placed on the floor. Everyone rest early, please rest assured that the school will protect everyone's safety. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the lights in the Great Hall were all extinguished. Only the faint fluorescence of the ghost remains. Braun, what the hell are you talking about? Why was everyone gathered in the auditorium? Sorting out the sleeping bag over and over again, Sabinai couldn't help but say, I don't know, maybe something happened again. Braun's heart is heavy now, too, because what is happening now has begun to break out of his control. He seemed to have a vague impression in his mind, but it was not so clear. I'm going to write to my dad tomorrow morning, Daphne said in fear. He was followed by a thin little girl. It was her sister Astoria. Weasley? Harry Potter? This is the time to rest, not to talk about anything? Do you understand? Snape's roar made the little wizard who was still chatting shrink his head in fear. The Shibinai people did not dare to say anything. Okay, let's go to sleep. The professors will solve it, and you don't want to be caught chatting by the dean. Braun took the opportunity to say to several people. Under Snape's coercion, everyone was really honest. Even the lion cubs got into their sleeping bags. Stop talking about today's events. Passed in a flash. Everyone sat at the table and ate breakfast, as if yesterday's events hadn't happened. Only Braun's heart was still a little uneasy. He felt that he could not delay any longer. Originally, he planned to wait until Tom Riddle revealed Lockhart's secret before preparing to extract the other party's soul. But now, he decided to clean up this hidden danger as soon as possible. Have you heard? Yesterday, the principal and the professor searched the school all night but did not find the monster. And unlike the Chamber of Secrets, this time it's a new monster. New monsters? Merlin's beard. What the hell happened to Hogwarts? Now it's really becoming more and more insecure. I'm going to transfer schools? Just now I still went to the Owl Shack to send letters home. I'd rather go to Durmstrang to learn black magic. At least there aren't any messy monsters there. But there is salted meat all day long, and the kind of canned shark that Shib and I brought last time. I am afraid that you will not be used to it. That's better than staying here and being killed by monsters. The little snakes whispered. Many of the little snakes who perceive danger have decided to change schools. It's not hard for them. After all, Slytherins were originally a bunch of guys whose interests were paramount. Ajgtlon felt that if the attack happened again, maybe the Slytherin purebloods will actually pack up and transfer schools. Of course, it is also possible that the Ministry of Magic will order the closure of the academy and change to a new location. After all, if the little wizards are all gone, there will be no one in the next generation of English magic. Braun, what do you think? Daphne asked in a low voice as she sat next to Braun. My father said that if Headmaster Dumbledore hadn't solved this problem, I might have gone to Beauxbatons. I heard that the teaching of women's colleges over there is quite good. But this semester I'm going to make up for French. Although Sabinai and Theodore did not speak, they had similar meanings. That is, if the school is in this danger, they will also transfer. I'm not sure yet. But I'm sure Professor Dumbledore will figure it out. Of course, if I did transfer, I might go to France. The alchemy atmosphere over there is very strong, Braun said as he ate his breakfast. Amulet? 1 West can protect your peace. Come and buy it. Several senior wizards were peddling amulet. Just by looking at the shoddy appearance, Braun knew that these amulets were useless. But even so, it made many little wizards snap up. Without him, for peace of mind. What are you doing? Seeing Daphne get up, Braun took the other's hand and couldn't help but ask. Buy an amulet. Daphne looked a little anxious. It seems that I am afraid that I will not be able to buy it if I go to the night. Sit down. Braun rolled his eyes. Can you not be so stupid? Those talismans don't even have magic circuits, just some ordinary materials. Do you expect those things to protect your safety? Seeing that Daphne still didn't look angry, she didn't say anything. After thinking about it, he took out 2 rings from his pocket. Sent to you, and 1 for Astoria. This ring can passively release a protective magic. The effect is much more useful than those ridiculous amulets. Involuntarily, he shoved the ring into Daphne's hand. It's just that the other party's reaction was somewhat unexpected to him. Why are you blushing? Under the weather? Braun asked suspiciously. I tested the temperature of the other party's forehead with my hand, and did not wait for him to make any more movements. The other party ran out like a frightened deer. Inexplicable, muttered. Braun wiped his mouth and saw that Lockhart did not stay in the auditorium after leaving. He wants to get Tom Riddle back as soon as possible. There is no trace. Silent? Cast a phantom spell and a silent spell on himself. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Braun followed Lockhart cautiously. Prepare to take each other away in the other person's office and ask Lockhart's secret by the way. It's just that the other party's direction is not towards the office. Got a room for requests. Watching each other cautiously look around, he only began to walk back and forth in front of the portrait of the troll beating the silly Bonaparte after noticing that there was no one around. His mouth kept muttering something. Instead, it caught Braun's attention. Lockhart definitely had a problem? This time the attack is inseparable from the other party. Braun stared at the other's back. You know, in his probing of Tom Riddle, the other party has never been to the room of requirement. But looking at Lockhart's proficiency in coming here now, you can know. The other party will definitely not be unfamiliar with the House of Demand. The reason why he did not detect the relevant content from Tom Riddle's memory. There is only one possibility, that is, the other party already knows that he has done his hands and feet, and specially conceals this memory. The purpose is to mislead oneself. Seeing that Lockhart had opened the door, Braun followed without hesitation. Know that only one person can enter the room at a time. If there are people inside, then people outside are absolutely not allowed to enter. Walked in after Lockhart. Before Braun could adjust to the light, a spell shot over. Blocked by the home eyes that emerged from Braun's body, he disappeared. It seems that you have already discovered me. Braun looked coldly at Lockhart in front of him. The cynicism of the past has long been absent on the other party's face. On the contrary, it reveals a seriousness. It made Braun's heart feel extremely strange. But Lockhart doesn't seem to want to talk to Braun. The wand in his hand kept waving. The spells were then released one after another. Avidiso. A green light shot out from the tip of Braun's staff. He had no intention of showing mercy. Braun, you really are a pure-blood Slytherin? Lockhart dodged the spell and smiled weirdly. I guess it's time to talk about being a pure-blood Slytherin. The most important thing you should do now should be worry about yourself. Didn't wait for Lockhart to make any moves. A black shadow suddenly appeared and snatched away his wand. And he himself was bound in place by the rope conjured by Braun with transfiguration. I underestimate you, Lockhart. I always thought you were an idiot. Now it seems that you are more hidden than I thought. Looking at the notebook that had no trace of Tom Riddle except for his own soul power, Braun's face showed gloom. He's still small, Lockhart. Or underestimate Tom Riddle. The other party was actually able to break free from the shackles of the horcruxes. You're so arrogant, Braun Roll. Who do you think you are? Is everyone in your grasp? Lockhart sneered. A black mist emerged from his body. The black mist condensed into a handsome blonde boy. So, you volunteered to become Voldemort's horcruxes. Looking at the teenager Braun with an evil smile on his lips, it felt a little incredible. You know, the end of a living person becoming a horcrux is not very good. Eventually, the body will gradually decay. Even the soul will be devoured. He couldn't imagine what the other party was doing this for. But you think you'll be able to deal with me? Braun said gloomily. Although he said that his plans were unexpected. But with his own strength, he doesn't think the other party can turn over any storms. The power of the soul fruit once again emerged. Countless black shadows appeared. Lockhart's spell seemed so weak when facing the black shadow. Even having Tom Riddle under control won't help. It didn't take long for him to get frustrated. The whole person was submerged in black homize. Soul extraction. Braun raised his palm, tearing Tom Riddle's soul. Let the other person howl in pain. It's all about the Great Void. Lockhart shouted feverishly, accompanied by a familiar dagger pierced into the heart. A powerful force instantly made the homize melt like snowflakes. A silver-gray mist began to swirl around Lockhart's body. The other party's body gradually began to change. Braun's face instantly changed color. Void Order? He just thought that Lockhart had something to do with the Void Order. Now it seems. The other party is a believer in the Void? And it was a more powerful presence than the fanatics Braun had ever met in the Paris Tower. Without the slightest hesitation, a mummy-like plant wrapped in blood red was held by Braun in his hand. The piercing screams echoed throughout the room of requirement. Even Lockhart, whose body was changing, was affected. The silver-gray mist with a pained look also became less stable. Braun won't miss such a great opportunity. Avitiso. Once again, the death spell was released from the tip of Braun's staff. This time the spell hit Lockhart's body without the slightest accident. But he didn't wait for Braun to breathe a sigh of relief. Except for his somewhat pale face, the other party did not die immediately. The gift of the Great Void, even the death-seeking curse cannot hurt me. You're really good at middle two, Braun scolded. But his expression became a lot more solemn. This kind of spell is not afraid of the other party, which is really a little unexpected. At this moment, Lockhart has already successfully deformed. The body no longer belongs to humans, but becomes a large lizard with huge wings. The head still belongs to Lockhart. I want to add this, you should be more desperate. Tom Riddle, who floated above Lockhart's head, smiled weirdly. A golden crown was worn by him on his head. Braun's face darkened. Stack buff with him like that? Again a horcrux and a void sect. Is this planning to destroy himself in one fell swoop? The wail of the mandrake appeared again. Lockhart, who originally wanted to make a move, covered his head in pain again. Tom Riddle wasn't much better either. This piercing scream hurts the soul even more than ordinary people. With the sound, his body began to become faintly unstable. I don't believe it. You still have? Tom Riddle stared at Braun resentfully. He felt that it was absolutely impossible for such a powerful alchemy item to be used without restrictions. Even the other party can't have much. But Braun smiled weirdly at him. One after another banshee wailing was taken out of the wizard's robe by Braun. In the scream, Lockhart's body began to split and disintegrate. Even no matter how strong the power of the void is, it cannot withstand this continuous bombardment of sound waves. And Tom Riddle's appearance is even worse. In the face of this voice that specifically restrains the soul, he didn't even have the strength to backhand. Even with the help of the power of the crown to protect yourself. His originally tall black mist body also began to slowly dissipate. It's only half the size it used to be. And the crown, which originally still emitted a faint fluorescence, now began to rust on the golden surface. It can be seen that the damage of banshee wailing to it is also not small. Soul ingestion. The twisted soul was pulled out of Lockhart's body, staring fiercely at Braun. Before he could make any moves, he was crumpled up by Braun and received into his pocket. Without the control of the soul, Lockhart's body returned to normal again times. Your turn, Tom. Braun smiled cruelly. The power of the soul fruit rushed towards Tom Riddle, trying to control the other person's soul. You don't think about it. Tom Riddle roared angrily, but Braun didn't seem to hear it. Constantly deepen your control. But before a smile appeared on his face. Originally, Lockhart's body was strangely expanded. Then, bang. One after another, homize appeared in front of Braun. Resist the shockwave for him. Wait until the soot clears. Tom Riddle has long been gone. Come out, Tom. I say you haven't left yet. The explosion just now caused him huge losses. But even so, there are countless souls homize who are driven to wander in response to requests. Fall apart. Two spells collide. An evil middle-aged man appears in front of Braun. On closer inspection, he bears an 8-point resemblance to Tom Riddle. It's just even more evil. You are strong? I dare say you're the strongest second-year student I've ever met. The middle-aged man said softly. So you're going to beg for mercy? But I don't accept it here? Braun teased. Gungnir also appeared in his hands. No nonsense, constantly shooting at the Ravenclaw crown. The killing curse is powerful though. But if you can't hit the other party, you can waste Braun's magic power in vain. But Gungnir is different. This revolver must be in the middle of the feature to allow Braun to shoot boldly, accompanied by the roar of firearms. One bullet after another, as if he didn't want money, flew towards the middle-aged Tom Riddle. The other party tried to dodge, but found that the bullet seemed to have its own consciousness, constantly dodging his attacks. Flying on the crown. Bring up a string of sparks. I'm going to kill you. Tom Riddle roared angrily, and his body turned into a black mist and rushed towards Braun. Braun, on the other hand, kept shooting while moving to avoid Tom Riddle's attacks. Don't work in vain. Your alchemical guns can't hurt me. Although Braun's bullet caused him pain, it was not enough to hurt him. Yes? Braun asked rhetorically. He didn't seem to care about being able to hurt Tom Riddle. Looking at the black fog that is close at hand, Braun remained motionless. Just when Tom Riddle had a smile on his face and thought Braun was already tied up, his smile froze. He saw a pair of blood-red eyes. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to see the most feared thing in the world. Illusion. As a horcrux made by Voldemort in his prime, his insight is far from what a diary can match. After realizing that he was in a fantasy, without the slightest hesitation, he decided to return the crown. However, at this time he found out. The crown that served as his hiding place could not go back. Found it. In the fantasy world, Braun's body is huge, like a god. His voice was like thunder, exploding in Tom Riddle's ears. What did you do? Tom Riddle shouted angrily. I said long ago that I never wanted to destroy you. And also, finally, a word of warning, don't underestimate an alchemist. The slightest bullet marks on the surface of the crown outline a winding alchemical circuit. It is also these alchemical circuits that allow the crown to be sealed. Okay, the small class is over. Meet your destiny now. Soul extraction? Braun's indifferent voice made Tom Riddle a little desperate. He wanted to blow himself up, but found that he had already lost control of his body. Nope. In a mournful scream, Tom Riddle's body kept shrinking. Finally, it turned into a pure soul and was taken into Braun's arms. Snap. The golden crown fell to the ground. Make a crisp sound. In addition to the crown, there is also one that exudes a strong breath of life. A heart like crystal. It seems to be a living force. Even without Tom Riddle, he was still gently agitated at the moment. It's like a real heart. The moment he picked up this heart, Braun had a strong desire to devour in his heart. Not only him, but the Gungnir in his hand was also eager to try. It can be seen that this crystal heart is also not small in attracting him. It seems that this should be the life force devoured by those horcruxes. Braun swallowed, but ultimately had no intention of pocketing it. He doesn't consider himself a good guy though. But again, there is no idea of doing all the bad things. So he squeezed the palm of his hand firmly. The fragile heart shattered instantly. It turned into several rays of light and flew out. Only one still hovered in place, and seemed a little overwhelmed. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. And one. Instantly, he thought about Lockhart. Needless to say, this vitality is the other party's. But now that Lockhart has been shattered into slag, naturally there is no body that can be received. I felt that this power was gradually dissipating. Braun devoured it without hesitation. In an instant, all the cells of the body began to tremble. It was as if the whole soul had been sublimated for it. Braun could feel his magic become more filling. Even the body has become stronger. Just haven't waited for Braun to leave. The scene in front of me changed. Appeared in a familiar place. Wonderful? I dare say I've been here for thousands of years, and I've never had a wizard who can do it to your degree. Even Slytherin himself can't match you at your age. The tall stone statue praised sincerely. Braun did not react to this. Say, what's the matter with coming to me? Braun didn't have the heart to deal with the statue. Anyway, the benefits are all taken. You gained the Slytherin heritage. I know, haven't I already received it? Braun interrupted unceremoniously. This made the stone statue look a little dissatisfied. He glared viciously at Braun. Because you completed the hidden mission of Slytherin and promised the other heirs. So you can get part of his legacy. See what else Braun wants to say. The stone statue also impatiently took out a moldy book and threw it over. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Tell others that my next turn on is 50 years from now. Without waiting for Braun to react, he appeared in the room of requirement again. Be careful? Didn't I just say 2 more words? Braun muttered and opened the book in his hand. I have to say that the difference between this book and the Slytherin heritage is quite large. Not to mention the musty smell, the content inside is also a little strange. Monday, sunny. Today my experiment failed again, fuck. When will Lao Tzu be able to become a great wizard? No, I have to go to the tavern and play with some gobu stones. Tuesday, overcast. Today's weather is average, and my experiment still has not made any progress. But I met a witch in a tavern. She is so beautiful that she keeps looking at me. She must like me. Wednesday, yin. Gobu stone. Thursday, gobushi. Sunday, Salazar. Do you still want to be a great wizard? How can you indulge in cobs all day? You have to cheer up from tomorrow. Monday, Gobashi. Look at this bloody diary. It made Braun a little unbearable to look at it directly. Is this still the greatest wizard Salazar Slytherin? It looks like a gambling dog. Keep flipping the contents of the diary backwards. Braun finally found something useful. The witch eventually rejected me because I didn't have money, but it doesn't matter, my experiment worked. Stitching beasts are the future of wizards. I will be the greatest wizard, enter the wizarding union and marry the most beautiful witch. Accompanying this passage follows. It's a dozen weird drawings. Although the picture seems abstract, under the rune of an annotation on the side, Braun can still understand almost the same feeling, somewhat similar to human body alchemy. Braun thought with a frown. However, the methods of manufacturing the two are still different. Human body alchemy is somewhat similar to physics, and stitching beasts are more like biology. After a cursory glance, Braun put the diary away. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel some emotion in my heart. Sure enough, falling out of love is the greatest productivity. This side has just been rejected, and the other side has successfully experimented and created a stitching beast. It is a pity that this technology has not been handed down. Otherwise, the wizarding world would not have withered like this. Putting things away, Braun took the golden crown and tentatively put it on his head, only to find no response. The other party did not improve his intelligence. Sure enough, the destroyed ones are almost destroyed. Braun sighed. However, he had already made some preparations in his heart, so he was not too surprised. Anyway, Voldemort's soul is in hand. The empty shell horcruxes were also of little use. Grabbing his things, Braun walked out of the room of requirement. Just came out and saw a group of professors looking at him intently. It was even said that Dumbledore was standing outside. This made Braun, who was still happy, smile froze. Actually, I didn't do anything, just passed by and you believe me. Principal's room. Braun sat down on the bench with a dare-devised expression. Standing around were professors from the school. There is quite a feeling of a 3-session trial. So that heir is Gilderoy Lockhart. Well, to be precise, the other party is controlled by a horcrux. I just noticed something was wrong with him by chance, so I followed. Braun answered Professor McGonagall's words carefully, and Dumbledore held the crown without the slightest magic in his hand and played with it. His expression looked a little heavy. He has been searching for the secret of Voldemort's ability to be reborn. Now he knows. This is because of horcruxes. You surprised me greatly, Mr. Roll. I never thought you would be able to defeat Voldemort's horcruxes in just your second year. It seems that I still underestimated you before. Dumbledore said seriously. By the way, Lockhartna. Professor Flitwick on the side couldn't help but ask. Professor Lockhart was blown to the ground, but I found out that he is from the Void Order. Braun said again, not forgetting to observe the reactions of several professors. Except for Professor Flitwick, who looked horrified, the other professors looked dazed. It seems that he doesn't know what the Void Order is. Okay, everyone, I want to talk to Roar alone. Several professors opened their mouths and finally left the rector's room. Classmate Roar, did Nico tell you about the Void Order? After waiting for a few professors to leave, Dumbledore couldn't help but ask. Braun shook his head. Part of it, I went to France during the summer vacation. Braun told the story of the Paris Tower. After listening, Dumbledore couldn't help but look pensive. You're doing well, Mr. Roll. Dumbledore praised. But this matter can't be leaked to others, the wizarding world is messy enough now, there can be no new crises. 793, Braun nodded in agreement. This made Dumbledore smile with satisfaction. Then let's talk about the crown. As a legacy item for the 4 founders, Ravenclaw, Dumbledore obviously couldn't let it go, although it has lost its magic. But it still has important value for schools. Of course, Professor. Braun smiled too. He also knew that since the other party had found the crown, then it will definitely not be taken away by itself. However, he did not have too much nostalgia for this Ravenclaw alchemy prop. After all, this alchemy prop has long lost its magic power, and at best it is just an antique with a long history. For him, this kind of thing is the least meaningful. Since Dumbledore wanted it, then give it to him. Of course, the benefits are still indispensable. Half an hour later, Braun left the principal's office in a happy mood. He was very satisfied with the deal with Dumbledore. Exchanged 1 unusable alchemy item for 2 decent magical defense items. Overall, Braun still feels that he has no loss. Braun, where have you been? Theodore and I didn't find you anywhere. As soon as he returned to the common room, Shubinai couldn't wait to come over. Looking for me? Braun was a little stunned. What are you looking for me for? Of course it's homework? What a nuisance. The secret room is open, and there is still homework to write. Especially Lockhart? That dog thing actually made us write a 10-inch hymn? That guy really should have gone to see Merlin? Listen to Shubinai's whining. Braun showed a weird smile. I think he might be confessing to Merlin right now. In the days that followed, Braun lived relatively calmly. Every day is to talk to Hermione about her studies, or play wizard chess with Shubinai and them, of course, mainly Braun watching the others play, because they were reluctant to play chess with Braun. The only thing that is different is that it is the past. A large number of letters are delivered to the school by owls every day. These are all for complaints. Parents thought Hogwarts was too dangerous. If Dumbledore hasn't been able to solve the problem of the Chamber of Secrets, they're going to bring the kids home. What's wrong, Hermione? See if you're not in a good mood? Braun walked towards the auditorium with his book in his hand. Before he went inside, he saw Hermione, who looked a little sullen at the door. After saying a few words to Shinobi, let them go first. He walked towards Hermione. Ron told Harry that you are the heir. They wanted me to help spy on intelligence. Hermione seemed very unhappy. There was even some indignation. Me. Braun laughed dumbly. The last time they doubted themselves. Unexpectedly, it had only been a few days, and I planned to come over to spy on intelligence. Braun, do you really have anything to do with the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione couldn't help but muster up her courage and look seriously into Braun's eyes. To be precise, I do have some relationships. Didn't wait for Hermione to say anything. Braun continued. However, this matter will be announced later by Dumbledore at the banquet. Looking at Hermione with a curious look, Braun couldn't help but reach out and rub her head. Mess up brown hair. Under the disgusted gaze of the other party, he walked in the direction of his dining table. From far away, I heard the whining of other small snakes. What the hell did Lockhart do during this time? Classes are gone. Isn't that bad? At least his disgusting him finally didn't have to be written. Otherwise, sooner or later I'm going crazy. That's it. I'd rather face the dean's taunts than hear that Lockhart guy tell stories. Several senior snakes discussed loudly without the slightest concern. But no one felt they were wrong. Many small snakes are also talking. Of course, there is also a lot of talk about when to transfer schools. My dad said that Dumbledore has guaranteed that there will be no more attacks on the school. Really? But I was still a little scared. If anything, I'll have to transfer schools. For these Braun fell on deaf ears. I put down the book and sat in the seat where I usually sit. It wasn't long before the food appeared again. The little wizards ate happily. Wait until everyone is full of wine and food. Dumbledore didn't let everyone go as usual. Instead, he knocked on the cup and stood up. This serious look made the little wizards who were already a little scared because of the secret room even more afraid. I'm afraid something bad will happen again. During this time, everyone may be immersed in the fear of the secret room. But what I'm telling you is that it's over? It's all a conspiracy by Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor Lockhart? While speaking, Dumbledore clapped his hands. From the back of the auditorium, two pale-faced little girls walked in. It was the two little witches who suffered serious loss of vitality after being possessed by the horcruxes. Because after Braun crushed the crystal heart, their life force returned to their bodies. So after a few days of recuperation in the infirmary, I almost recovered. The badgers and eaglets exclaimed, because this was their classmates. The other little wizards were also eagerly discussing. However, after Dumbledore pressed his hand, these voices quieted down. As you can see, both Annie and Irene have recovered. And they will tell you what happened. The two little witches looked a little nervous. However, under Dumbledore's encouraging gaze, he still walked in front of everyone and took a deep breath. Stutter the story. At that time, Professor Lockhart gave me a beautiful crown. It wasn't long before I didn't remember much about it, and when I woke up again, I was already in the infirmary. So am I. Two little witches, you tell me every word. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. But the approximate process still surprised everyone. Who would have thought that Lockhart's straw bale was actually the real culprit behind this time? This made the little snakes feel a little incredible. Lockhart is dead, but it's still not over. The school has informed the Ministry of Magic, and the Aurors will next check Lockhart's office to ensure everyone's safety. Several Ministry Aurors who had just arrived nodded at everyone. So you don't have to worry about your misfortune in the coming days. Back to the lounge. The discussion of the little snakes still hasn't stopped. They were all talking about what had just happened in the auditorium. So my hymn was written for nothing. Sabinai sat in front of the fireplace looking very unhappy. He spent several days meditating on the hymn. Who would have thought that it was not needed now? It's not the right time for Lockhart to die? Okay, stop complaining. At least Dumbledore didn't say whether he needed to go to class next. Maybe we won't have to take Defense Against the Dark Arts class for the next month. Theodore said happily. It turns out, Theodore is still young. Before going to bed in the evening, Snape read out the rest of the lesson. Despite Lockhart's death, classes and exams were still available. Several professors found out that the textbooks for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class purchased by Braun were good. It was decided that the content of the next month's exam would be completely based on practical defense against the dark arts, and proctored by Snape. The little wizard's dreams of not having to attend classes were eventually shattered. Because there is still a month to go until the day of the exam. The little wizard's days have obviously become busy, although he experienced several Quidditch matches. But the results are not bad. I don't know if I defeated Gryffindor's luck blessing. In the face of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, it was almost effortless to solve them. Won this year's Quidditch Cup. And the Mandrake is finally ripe. After the potion refined by Snape, 0. Filch's cat and Fat Friar also recovered. After the dictation of the Fat Friar, Lockhart's guilt was finally more certain. It also lets the little wizards know that there is a basilisk in the secret room. It's a pity that Dumbledore searched the school for a long time and couldn't find it. Finally, the exam is over. After completing the final Defense Against the Dark Arts exam, the little wizards all started to rejoice. This time can hold them back. Snape wasn't like Lockhart. Defense Against the Dark Arts was changed to Duel Club, though, but the curriculum has become more rigorous. Every little wizard will be reprimanded by the other if he does not finish well. especially Harry and Ron. I don't know if it's because of the last incident. As a result, they would be called to the duel ring by Snape for every class. The name is to show everyone. In fact, he was taught a lesson by Snape. After the exam, the little wizards lived quieter. However, these quiet days continued until the night when the House Cup was awarded. Once again, the auditorium was dressed up in silver and green. Directly above the teacher's chair hangs a huge Slytherin house logo. Go without saying. This represents another House Cup for Slytherin. It seems that everyone has had a good time during this time. At the very least, I noticed that there were more young wizards who roamed at night. Dumbledore said teasingly. Not the little wizards also showed a kind smile. Only a few of the little lions caught by Dumbledore in the night tour looked a little embarrassed. Of course, I think everyone knows the results of this House Cup. Slytherin? The little snakes stomped happily on the table. After all, this is already their 8th consecutive Academy Cup. Never before in history has any college had such an honor. And maybe it will continue in the future. Until Braun graduated. Wait until the enthusiasm of the little snakes is a little flat. Only then did Dumbledore continue. There are also some points that we also have to add. The little snake's smiles froze slightly, afraid of some accidents. The little lion looked at Dumbledore with an expectant gaze. They felt that this semester might be the same as last semester, and Dumbledore added a lot of points to them. Even Harry and Ron thought so. They felt that their search for an heir must have caught Dumbledore's attention. So give them extra points? Looking at everyone's different gazes, Dumbledore looked a little complicated. Of course, he would be willing to give extra points to his academy if he could. It's just a pity. Braun has solved the crisis of the horcruxes. The savior Harry he chose also revolves around who the heir is. Sighed. Dumbledore narrowed his complicated expression. Start announcing the results. First of all, I would like to say congratulations to Braun Roll. His paper published in the monthly journal Magic caused a great response in the magical community of the European continent. Fought for the honor of the school. I'm going to add 50 points to him. Little Wizards 4.4 are all over the place. Especially the little snakes are also proud of their academy with Braun. Although they didn't quite understand what that monthly magic was. But that didn't stop them from being happy that Slytherin could get extra points. The little lions looked a little disappointed, but soon looked at Dumbledore with expectant eyes. Braun's bonus has just been said. Now it's time to talk about them. It's just a pity that Dumbledore's next words still have nothing to do with them. Secondly, still about Mr. Braun Roll. He thwarted Lockhart's plot with courage and wit, and beat the other side. The safety of the school is guaranteed. As soon as these words came out, the auditorium was silent at first. Then there was an even louder uproar. Braun defeated Lockhart. Oh my god, I thought it was Dumbledore who defeated Lockhart. I didn't expect it to be Braun. Dumbledore smiled and let the little wizards discuss. Wait until the voice is quieter before continuing. I didn't tell everyone that I was afraid that Mr. Roar would do such a dangerous thing. But then I thought that this heroic act was commendable anyway. I'm going to add another 50 points to it. There were already a lot more scorers than the other 3 Academy gems. At the moment, the gems are even more full, accompanied by the cheers of the little snakes about to overturn the roof. On the contrary, the faces of the little lions looked a little ugly. Their scores this semester were even worse than the previous semester, because of Ron and Harry's deduction of points. Plus Hermione was no longer always proactive in answering questions. The little lion went straight to the bottom this semester, and the college cup was not obtained. It can be said that it is miserable. Ron and Harry were even more bitter. Without Hermione's help, they really became headless flies. And the eaglet and the badgers showed gratitude when they looked at Braun. Although Braun is a Slytherin, but he solved Lockhart. It also awakened the 2 comatose little witches. Their hearts are naturally grateful. Okay, the matter is over. Let's enjoy the last part of the semester. Now, the feast begins, accompanied by Dumbledore's voice. All 4 long tables feature a variety of delicacies. From English to French, there is even the stir-fry that Braun taught house elves. It's everything. Food plus the exciting news just now. The atmosphere immediately became eager, especially around Braun. It is even surrounded by a lot of small snakes. Some are congratulations, while others want to have a relationship with Brunla. It took Braun a long time to cope before these returned to their positions. You're hiding it from me too badly? Such a cool thing doesn't even call me? Shubinai said dissatisfied. But he didn't wait for Braun to explain. The other party was attracted by the food on the table. Feast on. Snail, Braun. Daphne placed several large snails covered in cheese onto Braun's plate. I also ate it gracefully. Thank you, Daphne. Braun nodded at the other. I also ate slowly. There are many more on this French snail plate. It's just that the little wizards eat less. After all, compared to this kind of snail, there is not much meat that is troublesome to eat. Everyone likes the German trotter even more. Soft rotten pig's trotters with soybeans, bite down a mouthful full of meat. It's much tastier than snails. After eating a few snails, Braun also threw off his arms and ate barbecue like other little wizards. Daphne rolled her eyes. I had to eat snails helplessly. The banquet is over. Braun and Daphne returned to the lounge. Then he ran back to the bedroom on the grounds that he was tired. No way. The little snakes are so welcoming. He seemed a little overwhelmed. Without even attending the banquet, he went to the bedroom to wash up and go to bed. And at this time, he also took out the group of souls that belonged to Lockhart. Just let me see what secrets you have. Braun looked at the soul in his hand and did not hesitate to open his mouth and eat it in one bite. And then Braun also saw Lockhart's life from childhood to adulthood. It's like a slideshow. As a child, he came from a mixed-race family. His mother was a wizard, his father was a muggle, and he had 2 older sisters who loved him. After awakening magic, he was doted on by the whole family. However, after enrollment, the huge gap made him feel dissatisfied. So much so that many things have been done to attract the attention of others. Then graduated, passed the Ministry of Magic, and failed. Travel afterwards. This is very normal. Until I voluntarily joined the Void sect and sacrificed my life for the sake of the sect. In a hazy black hall, a blue ritual flame is lit. Lockhart stood in the center of the magic array like the other wizards. At the top of the ritual flame stood an old wizard wearing a black wizard's robe with a gloomy look. He held the sacrificial staff aloft as if performing a strange ritual. From this day forward, you are believers in the Void, belonging to the Void Order, Deathwing sect, the old wizard said hoarsely. And just when Braun was about to see the other party's face, the old wizard who had been holding a ceremony in his memory suddenly turned his head. It was as if I could see him through time and space. Before Braun could make a move, an old voice sounded in his ears. Snoopers, we'll meet again one day. Feeling Lockhart's irrepressible soul that was constantly dissipating, Braun's face looked very ugly. He thought he was careful enough. Unexpectedly, he still touched the back hand of the other party and was discovered. But this kind of thing, he can't help. Who could have thought that the other party's means were so weird? He was just reading a memory, and he was able to attract the attention of the old wizard. Of course, if you say how scared you are, you can't do it. It's just that I always feel a little unhappy in my heart. In the hall of a castle somewhere in England, a group of wizards in black hoods were sitting at exaggerated long tables discussing something. Suddenly, the old wizard sitting at the top stopped. The gaze is solemn, as if it can see through time and space. Sect leader, what's wrong? A wizard on the left couldn't help but ask. Lockhart failed? It is very likely that our plans have been exposed to Dumbledore's eyes. Then we. Several other wizards looked a little nervous. Dumbledore as the most powerful wizard today. Even they were a little afraid in their hearts. The great lord will come. We just have to be patient. The old wizard whispered as if chanting. The fire shone on his face, making the bone wing tattoo on his face even more hideous. So you've solved it a long time ago. I'm still so worried about you and want to help find out who is the heir to the Chamber of Secrets. In the library, Hermione said unpleasantly. He was still worried about Braun, who knew that the other party would directly solve the matter of the secret room. If it hadn't been for what Dumbledore had said, she wouldn't have known that. Braun sneered. Then he pretended to be a serious book. There's no way, Hermione, you know, the way you think is simply fascinating. I can't resist your charm at all. Hermione blushed at Braun's words. I was going to question Braun. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? In the end, under Braun's rhetoric, he was so dizzy and brought to the alchemy classroom. Don't. Braun. Lighten up. Whew, you made me all over. Sorry. Braun said awkwardly. I remember in the potions book that when a carnivorous slug is injected with fig juice and squeezed, green blood will spit out of its mouth. Braun hurriedly found a towel and handed it over. He didn't expect the experiment to go wrong, and when he squeezed it, the slugs exploded, leaving Hermione covered in green blood. The book says to be gent. Hermione glared at Braun angrily. Wipe the green blood off your body. Although the exam is over, but for Swaba, it is clear that it has not yet been relaxed. For example, homework during the summer vacation, and preparation for the next academic year's lessons. Braun is fine, and he can still conduct experiments at home. But it was a bit miserable for Hermione. After all, there are restrictions on the protection of juvenile wizards. She had no way to use magic during the summer vacation. If you don't want to be overtaken by other little wizards during the summer vacation, you can only seize the time now and continue to study hard. After wiping it down, because of the constant cleaning spell of the wizard robe, the green slug's blood on Hermione's body quickly disappeared. Where are you going to go during the summer vacation? Placing the towel on the table, Hermione couldn't help but ask. Braun thought about it and shook his head. Maybe not go back, I have to practice spells at home. What's wrong? During the summer vacation, I want to invite you to my birthday party. Hermione said calmly, but there was still some nervousness in her expression. Of course it's fine. When the time comes, I will definitely fly over to you as soon as possible, Braun said to Hermione as he pulled out a new carnivorous slug. Slippery tongue. Hermione rolled her eyes. However, looking at the smile on her face, you can tell that she is still very satisfied with Braun's answer. This time you come. Braun handed the slug. Compared to Braun's somewhat rough approach, Hermione's technique was noticeably softer. Under Hermione's squeeze, the mouth of the carnivorous slugs began to spit out green blood. After a while, the entire glass jar was filled with green blood. The slug, on the other hand, is left with only a thin layer of flesh skin on the outside. It was thrown into the trash basket at random. And then bat tongue. Braun took out the bat tongue that had been counted positive from the small steamer on the table. Then the two people were responsible for the materials, and the other was responsible for refining. The division of labor is clear in the production of potions. Almost half an hour passed. The color of the potion in the crucible also changes from blue to green and finally to blue. After adding camellia powder at the end, the color of the potion changes to a beautiful peacock blue. It's so beautiful. Look at the already cooled potion in the potion bottle. Braun couldn't help but praise. Hermione nodded along. The healing potion works very well and is effective in helping wizards who have infected wounds clean their wounds, avoid wound infection and promote healing. Hermione memorized the contents of the textbook. It can be seen that she is indeed preparing carefully. Got you. Shubinai suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. It's just that the scene in front of him is not the same as he imagined. Isn't it supposed to give me my chat? How did it become a potion? Sabinai couldn't figure out 700. The look also revealed confusion. Are you refining potions? Of course, this is the summer homework that Professor Snape requested. Exactly, you're here anyway. This time your grades have just passed, anyway, there is nothing to come and help. Braun looked rightfully present. Pulled Sabinai, who had wanted to escape, over. The other party couldn't escape. I can only help with a bitter face. What a sin he has made. If you already know it, you won't come to find trouble. Sabinai, move fast. Also, help take out the tongues of those bats and put them in the steamer. Don't let go of the rest either. The teeth will be able to be kept to make scabies potions later. And wings are also useful, you remember to deal with them. Hogsmeade train station. The little wizards boarded the train with large bags and small bags. Today is the day they leave school. It also represents the official end of their second grade studies. Hey, Braun. A little girl with an ethereal voice greeted Braun as she passed by Braun's carriage. Hello, Luna. It seems that you have had a good time at school. Compared to the last time Braun saw him, the little girl is obviously going to become a lot more cheerful. Dad's business is very good, and the classmates are friendly. I am very happy. Yes. Braun was a little surprised. You must know that Luna was not bullied in Ravenclaw. However, thinking of the current singing and contrarianism, with his own Garen, it is no longer the kind of street tabloid. But after faintly becoming a well-known magazine, Braun's heart was a little clear. After all, Ravenclaw is not as power-seeking as a snake. But as greedy ravens, their ability to judge time is not bad. Naturally, he will not bully Luna for no reason as before. After all, it's not worth it. On the contrary, it will cause trouble for the family. That's good. By the way, is there something wrong with you? Seeing that Luna's gaze had been staring at her, Braun knew that the other party must have something to tell her. My father wants to invite you to the house the day after tomorrow, Luna said without blinking her big eyes. No problem. I'll go then. Braun nodded in agreement. It's just a trifle for him. And he really should contact Lovegood to hear the other party's plans for this time. There is also the next stage to decide how to develop the newspaper. Got Braun's promise. Luna happily carried her suitcase to the Ravenclaw carriage. Why is your feminine relationship always so good? Shubinai walked in with the suitcase dissatisfied. He was followed by Theodore. You don't know that waiting for us is so early. After sitting down, Sabinai looked a little dissatisfied. I have to help someone carry someone's luggage. Where is as laid back as you are? Besides, I called you 3 times. Theodore woke up and you were still asleep. What could you do for me? Braun spread his hands helplessly. Sabinai was stunned, and although he knew that he was at a loss, he still snorted coldly. I don't care anyway. You have to tell me why there are always endless girls around you, from Granger to Daphne, and now there's a Ravenclaw girl. And I can only play with Theodore? Hey, it's excessive. Theodore's face was covered with black lines. What does it mean to only? If you have the ability, you can also find it? Braun looked at the cheerful Shubinai and glanced at his outfit today. Could it be that there's something wrong with what you're wearing? It's time to change your taste. Braun said as tactfully as he could. Dressed? What can I do with what I wear? I saw Shubinai wearing a black wizard robe, but the vest and shirt inside were not the usual black and white. It's about meeting red and green. You mean my vest and shirt? I'm telling you, this is the latest I've seen in Diagon Alley. I've always been at the forefront of fashion. By the way, and this? Shubinai pointed to his shoes. It was a pair of shoes with thick solace. It will flash and flash when you walk. These shoes are made of alchemy. See these lights? Walking outside, I am the most dazzling boy. Do you see it? What a match for my vest and shirt. Watching Sabinai triumphantly walk around in the box in his shoes, a look of intoxication on his face, and Braun and Theodore's eyes were almost blinded. None of them knew exactly what to say. It's really, I think your shoes are simply handsome. Such beautiful shoes. It should be shared with other people. Maybe there will be little witches who fancy you because of your taste. Braun and Theodore looked at each other, and you complimented me with a word. This greatly satisfied Shubinai's vanity. You're right. I should let others see me at the top of fashion. Wait, Braun? I'll be surrounded by little witches then. Instead of staying with Theodore all the time. After speaking, he walked out triumphantly. Theodore, on the other hand, darkened again. Sure enough, I thought I was doing something too much, but now it seems like I should have done it a long time ago. Theodore couldn't help but complain. Why do you say Shubinai's aesthetic is always so unique? I sometimes don't know whether to encourage him or make others realistic. Braun looked at Shubinai, who used the carriage aisle as a catwalk, and felt speechless. Maybe it's because of his mother. You know it too. He had some problems at home. Theodore sighed. Braun also had some clarity in his heart. Theodore's mother, Braun, had also seen it. Is a very beautiful beauty. However, the other party's reputation in the wizarding world is not good, because she has already married 7 husbands. Every husband would die tragically in various accidents a year or 2 after marrying her, then leave a large legacy for it. It can be said that it is a famous beautiful snake in the wizarding world. But even so, there is still no shortage of suitors on the other side. After all, in addition to being beautiful, Mrs. Sabanai also has this large family property. This will naturally make many male witches want to take a risk. What's wrong with Shabanai? Daphne walked in with her sister Astoria. Shabanai looked puzzled by the catwalk outside. Braun worked with Theodore to help carry the sisters' luggage to the luggage rack. Ever heard of the peacock opening screen? Sabanai plans to use this to attract a girlfriend, Braun said teasingly, causing Astoria to snicker. Daphne rolled her eyes. But when I got into the car, I only heard other little wizards talking about a fool in the Slytherin carriage. Dressed like a clown, he also has a pair of glowing shoes under his feet. Swoosh. At this time, Braun couldn't help but laugh out loud. And Shabanai, this is also a triumphant return. The male is high-spirited, like a big victorious rooster. I tell you, all the little witches are watching me. I dare say they're going to be crushed by me. Braun thought maybe things weren't as rosy as Shabanai had imagined. Still, he encouraged. That's awesome, bro. It won't be long before you'll receive a basket of love letters. Thank you. Shabanai nodded in agreement. It seems that he is already fantasizing about receiving a basket of love letters. Theodore patted Sabanai on the shoulder with some sympathy. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Sighing, he felt that it was better not to hit his silly brother. Daphne looked at Sabanai, who was stunned by Braun, and patted her head, inexplicably speechless about the boys' friendship. Do you need candy? Dancing chocolate dolls, sweet bidon. There is also the interesting BB multi-flavored beans. And of course cockroach piles. This is Professor Dumbledore's favorite snack. An old woman with grey hair came over. The cart is filled with delicious snacks. Seeing Braun in the carriage, several people looked kind. Need any snacks, honey? Mrs. Horn, can you get us some sandwiches and hot dogs? Your craft is more delicious than candy, Braun said sweetly. It made the old woman look even happier. Of course, dear. You know me. The old woman took out hot sandwiches and hot dogs from under the cart, as well as milk and pumpkin juice. Braun happily bought 5 copies. Sabanai bought 10 packs of chocolate frogs. Of course, ma'am, my grandmother said that the sandwiches you made at school were so delicious. Oh yes, her name is Augustus Trelawney. Mrs. Horn looked a little confused and reminiscing. It's Augustus' grandson. Really, I haven't seen your grandmother in a long time. The last time we saw each other was when my granddaughter was born. How is she still a wizard? Yes, ma'am. Braun replied, not forgetting to hand over the change. Here you go, 3 psychos and 10 gnats. When there is still this. Madam Hooch handed the recovered change to Braun's palm. At the same time, do not forget to take out a small hardcover gift box and put it in Braun's hand. For Chanberyuan, he didn't care. On the contrary, I think that the gift package is somewhat interesting. This is BB Domi Bean gift box, a limited edition this year. Have fun, kid, and help me greet your grandmother. I will. Lady Hooch smiled, pushing his cart and walking towards the front, shouting a few times from time to time, with a kind smile on his face. Braun, do you know each other? Sabanai ate the chocolate frog and said curiously. Well, my grandmother's classmate. She's still Mr. Horn. That is, the hostess of the Duke of B. Well, try this sandwich? My grandmother said she was so good at making sandwiches. Braun placed sandwiches and hot dogs on the table. I took the lead in picking up one and taking a bite. The full of beef made Braun can't help but be dazzled. The taste is really good. It's delicious. Daphne also took a small bite. You can see that she likes it too. Drinking a sip of pumpkin juice from time to time can also be considered comfortable. Oh my god, hardcover version of BB flavor beans? This is a limited edition. Did you buy it? Shabanai exclaimed as he looked at the gift box Braun casually placed on the table. Mrs. Horn gave it to me. How? Is this precious? Braun ate his sandwich, not understanding why Shabanai was so shocked again. Of course precious? This is a limited edition, but it has a precious pepper and salt slug, and the newly launched spicy dragon dung flavored multi-flavored beans. Listening to Shabanai's explanation, Braun knew that he should not expect anything from him. What kind of dark snacks are these? Slug and dragon dung. Is this really what people eat? It's just that except for Braun, the other 3 looked normal. It doesn't seem to think it's strange that BB multi-flavored beans have this strange taste. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Braun was a little insensitive to this strange snack. Instead, Sabanai got excited. Give it to me? That's great. Let's play BB Dowi Bean Adventure. Cruel? There are also items for big adventures? While speaking, Sabanai opened the multi-flavored beans. Out of it came something that looked like a compass. It's just that there is a small hole in the middle. I saw that several people looked at themselves curiously. Sabanai explained triumphantly. Just pour BB Domi beans into it and we're good to go. The compass will ask questions or make you do something. If you don't want to answer or do it, you have to eat beans. Through Sabanai's explanation, everyone understood about the same. In general, it's a bit similar to the truth or dare process. Shabanai set the question to student mode. Then I poured the flavored beans halfway in. The game officially begins. Drip. Accompanied by a whistle. The train has finally arrived. The little wizards all ran out happily pushing their luggage. Starting today, they will spend their time on 2 months off. Walk out with the little wizards. And Braun them. Among the 5, except for the Daphne sisters, their faces were relatively normal. The faces of the other 3 looked a little pale. I'll never play any big bye-bye bean adventures again. Theodore couldn't help but gag a little. This sentence seems to have a chain reaction, and even Braun and Shubinai are not much better. Just now, Braun tasted a booger-flavored multi-flavored bean. The taste is beyond description. Even worse were Sabinai and Theodore. One tasted spicy dragon dung and the other enjoyed salt and pepper slugs. Every bean is a great adventure. Don't be so assertive, Theodore. Maybe you'll enjoy it later? Although Sabinai's face was pale and severe, he still held the remaining BB Duo beans in his hand. It seems that there is no intention of giving up tasting. This made Braun admire his fearless spirit. Goodbye everyone. See you next semester. After saying hello to everyone and waving goodbye, Braun walked in Cassatte's direction. Beside him was a house elf. Master. Cassatte quickly helped Braun with his luggage. His expression revealed respect. Dom also saluted Braun with joy. Well, let's go. Braun didn't say anything either. Riding in the carriage, Braun sipped black tea comfortably, and it didn't take long to get home. It worked. Looking at the orange-yellow liquid in the test tube in front of him, Braun's heart couldn't help but get excited. It's been 3 days since he got home. And of course he was not idle in the past few days. Instead, he experimented according to the bloodline transformation notes he got from Helbo, successfully extracted an eye modification potion from the Basilisk's eye. Next, you only need to inject the eye to have the petrified eye of the Basilisk. Next, only the stability of the agent needs to be experimented, and the first phase of the human suture beast transformation project needs to continue. There are really too many things. Rubbing his eyebrows, Braun felt a little distressed. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside. This was followed by Dom's somewhat shrill voice. Master, the gifts are all ready and the dress you need. When do you see 917 departure? Let's go. Braun was stunned for a moment, and then remembered that today was the day he went to Lovegood's house. Wait until I'm done taking a shower and cleaning up. You go and put some hot water in me? Shouted outside the door. After getting promised, Braun cleaned up his experimental equipment and the potion he had just refined. After taking a shower, Braun changed into a new dress and left the manor surrounded by servants. Only what he didn't notice was that after he left, a Zulu servant looked with some strange excitement. Lovegood's home. Mr. Lovegood wiped the table nervously. From time to time, look in the mirror to sort out your image. It seemed a little nervous. Luna, on the other hand, sat in front of her chair and happily read the latest edition of Singing and Singing. Luna, good daughter. See if there is anything else to pack in the house? Lovegood asked nervously. Luna raised her head somewhat reluctantly. Dad, you've packed everything up, why are you so nervous? Luna looked puzzled by Mr. Lovegood's reaction. Obviously the house is cleaned up. But Lovegood wiped the table one after another. It seems that I am afraid that something is dirty. This made Luna look very confused. Looking at his daughter's confused look, a wry smile appeared on Lovegood's face. Because of what? Not because Braun is coming? If before, he could still treat this child as an adult. But with Braun's capital injection, and during this time, he developed in the direction that the other party said. After a seismic change in Singing and Singing, he had a natural reverence for Braun in his heart. That's why I look so excited at the moment. As he spoke, the doorbell rang. Lovegood hurriedly got up to open the door. Then he saw Braun standing outside the door with a smile on his face. He was still holding a bottle of red wine in his hand. Long time no see, Mr. Lovegood. During this time, the newspaper developed quite well. Braun said with a smile on his face. At the same time, he did not forget to hand over the red wine in his hand. Thanks to your capital injection, there are still plans. Lovegood quickly took the red wine. The attitude is also very respectful. This child, who is slightly older than his daughter, deserves so much attention from him. Come in, we've been waiting for a long time. Lovegood invited sideways. At the same time, he did not forget to shout to the room. Luna, come out soon, Braun is coming. Braun walked into the house with some curiosity. I have to say that this log cabin looks a little humble from the outside. The whole wooden house is built on both sides and is a little crooked, similar to the burrow. Maybe all the houses built by ordinary wizards are this. But in fact, the inside of the house is not as simple as it seems. The living room is large with a long table in the middle. The fireplace was burning hot. On top of it is a kettle, and hot air is constantly coming out of the spout. There are pictures hanging on the walls. Most of them are Lovegood and Luna's. Of course, from time to time, you can also see a gentle-looking woman. If Braun guessed correctly, it should be Luna's mother. Braun. A little blonde girl walked out. He was still holding a magazine in his hand. Let's eat. That's what I've prepared for today. Lovegood put down the red wine in his hand and invited. Braun naturally did not refuse. So I sat in my seat. Braun, your house elf. Luna looked behind Braun curiously, and couldn't help frowning after discovering that Braun was just a person. House elves? What are you looking for them for? Braun was a little stunned, not understanding what Luna meant. I saw Luna spread out the book and pointed to an illustration on it. It is said that house elves are able to craft a machine that travels through time and space, allowing wizards to travel back to ancient times. Looking at the unreliable description above, Braun felt that it was time to correct this magical girl who was poisoned by the magazine. Luna, something isn't real. House elves can't make any time machines. Also, what crosses the timeline? Only the time changer is known. Seeing that Luna still looked unbelieving, Braun had to explain the history of the house elf to the other party completely. So, house elves can't make any time-traveling machines. Only the time converter can. Saying that, Braun also took out a pocket watch-like prop. That's what the time turner looks like. It's a broken one though. It is useless. Braun put the time turner in his hand into Luna's hand. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. The other party carefully observed. It's as if you're looking at some rare treasure. It took a long time to return it to Braun. Roast goose. Mr. Lovegood took a roasted golden roast goose out of the oven with gloves and placed it on the table. The seductive scent kept burrowing into Braun's nose. Generally speaking, roast poultry is definitely indispensable in English dinners. Turkey was actually an alternative to roasted goose in the first place. Compared with the rough meat of the turkey, the roasted goose is actually more delicious. What a hassle for you, Mr. Lovegood. Looking at a large table of delicacies, Braun said politely. Lovegood waved his hand. That's as it should be. Daddy's craft is very good. Luna said seriously to Braun from the side. Although it is a sentence that comes out coldly, still, Braun could understand what Luna meant. It's about giving yourself a taste. A piece of roasted goose is cut off with a dinner knife and placed on a plate, and tasted with the seasoned sauce. I have to say that Luna is indeed right. The roasted goose tastes good. The outside is crispy and tender on the inside, and the sauce is also sweet and moderate. The main thing is that unlike the AJFJ dishes, which are always with a more formal taste, more like that home-cooked feeling, the atmosphere at the table is quite lively. Most of the time, though, Mr. Lovegood said it. Braun listened silently. From time to time, Luna would also say something coldly. A meal is a delight. After the meal, the three of them sat in front of the fireplace and drank black tea. Mr. Lovegood, what are your plans for the next phase of the newspaper? Put down the exquisite bone china teacup in your hand. Braun asked seriously. I plan to continue sending journalists around the world to dig up those local historical legends. Our search for dendrobium in the rainforest in these issues has been welcomed by many readers. Lovegood said eagerly. During this time, following Braun's direction, he sent 2 recruited reporters to the rainforest to look for the bent-nosed pot beast, although he said that he did not find it. But it made the magazine's sales much higher. It is even said that wizards in Gaul and other places began to order sing the contrary. This has to be said to be a great success. Braun nodded. There was no opposition. Originally, singing against the tune was the main curiosity. This kind of content similar to exploring magical creatures will naturally attract many enthusiasts. As for Lovegood's decision to continue this path of development, Braun has no objection. However, the other party's next proposal made Braun not so agreeable. Also, I plan to temporarily stop smearing other wizards abroad and focus on the Ministry of Magic at home. Braun shook his head. This shouldn't stop Mr. Lovegood. Our basic plate will always be England. If you want to develop better, you must please the Ministry of Magic. I think you also know that our minister is not such an atmospheric person. The consequences of your doing so will only lead the Ministry of Magic to once again increase its scrutiny of singing against the tune. Lovegood opened his mouth to retort. But after thinking about it, he still didn't say anything. Because he found out that Braun was right. Because Fudge really doesn't look like an atmospheric person. On the contrary, he is very careful. His own actions do no good but provoke him. This period of time may be the reason why the newspaper's development has indeed been too smooth. It made him obviously a little carried away. At this moment, after Braun's reminder, he realized that his behavior was indeed somewhat inappropriate. He didn't want to go through another day of continuous censorship by the Ministry of Magic. It didn't taste good. Although he has the insistence of belonging to the journalist in his heart. But after thinking about it and looking at his daughter, he decided to throw aside those so-called bullshit insistences. Well, the magazine Society continues to report that foreign news. Lovegood sighed. Sometimes people can't help themselves, not that they can report what they want to report. Seeing that Lovegood could listen to his opinion, Braun breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the other party was a dead brain and would not listen to persuasion. But now it seems that Lovegood is still very flexible. But Braun also knows why the other party is the way he is. The main thing is to let his daughter Luna live a good life. It is as if in the original book he firmly supported Harry Potter, but when his daughter was captured by the Death Eaters, he did not hesitate to work for the Death Eaters in order to save his daughter. In his heart, his daughter is his everything. I talked to Lovegood about business for a while. Then Braun was dragged out by Luna. Luna, can you really see the harassment with these glasses? Braun looked through the clear water of the river and looked at the big, somewhat funny glasses on his face. It seems a little crying and laughing. Of course, Braun, believe me, Luna looked serious, wearing large, exaggerated glasses like Braun. On his ears are airshiply earrings. The two of them walked slowly on the grass outside. Of course, if you put it another way, it is to look for unknown magical creatures. There are not many villages around Lovegood's house. It is surrounded by large areas of wilderness. However, this is also the choice of most wizarding families. Rarely traveled, so that you can better hide yourself. Of course, there are also many who live close to Muggle villages. like the Braun family's estate. However, most of such wizarding families are pure-blooded. The reason why the manor was built next to a Muggle village is also because the village was originally a fiefdom of the family. Hurry up, Ron! You're running too slow. Shouts came from not far away. Several wizards on broomsticks flew over. Although they are old and young, they all have one thing in common. That's a red hair. Weasley. Braun looked a little surprised. The Weasleys are not far from our house. Luna glanced up, then lay on the ground again, watching the ants move with interest. It seems that this is much more interesting than the flying broom. Hey, Braun, long time no see. George and Fred, riding a broomstick, also spotted Braun on the grass. While saying hello, he controlled the broom to slowly descend. We only met at the train station 3 days ago. Braun rolled his eyes, but said hello to the two men anyway. Why didn't you continue to study your joke merchandise? I remember you didn't make a toffee that makes people's tongues bigger? Yes, fat tongue toffee? It tastes very good, do you want to try it? When the two saw Braun mention the joke item, they couldn't help but light up and took out a brown hard candy from his pocket and handed it over. But Braun didn't answer. He didn't want to be an experiment. You guys are flying so fast? Can't you just wait for me? I'm your brother? Ron flew from a distance dissatisfied. Looks a little angry. When he saw Braun, he nodded with some embarrassment. Nothing was said. He always felt that the two sides were a little uncomfortable. Naturally, he will not say anything more to Braun. Oh, my dear brother, I'm so sorry. Give you a candy? The brothers smiled and handed the fat-tongued toffee that had been handed to Braun to their brother. And Ron stuffed it into his mouth without noticing. It didn't take long. A huge tongue grew out of the other's mouth. Ron flicked his tongue angrily and ran after the two brothers. Braun leaned back and forth with a smile. Even Luna, who didn't care about anything, couldn't help but show a stunned expression. Apparently Luna wasn't as stupid as Ron would be. I actually ate it. Fought for a long time. Ron's tongue finally recovered come over. It's just that it still makes him feel very uncomfortable. Especially if there are other people. However, he also knew that he could not beat George and Fred, so he could only sulk himself. Why did you delay for so long? Oh Braun, Luna. Ginny originally ran over fiercely. I couldn't help but feel a little shy after seeing that there were other people. Hello, Ginny? Luna also happily greeted the other party. It can be seen that the relationship between the two of them is very good. Braun also said hello, but he didn't know Ginny too well, plus the other party's shy look. Let him not know what to say. Braun, go play Quidditch in the garden? My mom kept saying thank you for your help last time, Fred suggested. Braun wanted to refuse, but seeing Luna's expectant look, he had to nod and agree. The burrow is not too far from here. Not to mention that the Weasleys gave him a flying broom. It won't take long. It wasn't long before Braun stopped in front of a house even stranger than the Lovegoods. The house is tall. It's just that the way it is built looks crooked. The roof is even obliquely inserted with several chimneys. Fortunately, this is a house built by wizards, and if it is placed in the Muggle world, it must be a dangerous house. Outside the house, there is a fence, inside which you can see chickens in cages, and of course, piglets. It's not so much a garden as it is a vegetable patch. George? Fred. I said don't run far. Mrs. Weasley walked out angrily waving the spatula in her hand. After seeing Braun and Luna, he smiled again. It turns out that there are guests coming. Mrs. Weasley greeted Braun and Luna into the house. Don't forget to bring out homemade lactose for entertainment. You're in trouble, Braun said politely. Luna was obviously more familiar than Braun was familiar with. After greeting Mrs. Weasley, she followed Luna upstairs. The two little girls didn't know what to do. Braun also went out with Fred after a moment of pleasantries with Mrs. Weasley. This is a goblin. Looking at the dirty little people who emerged from the soil and looked at him curiously, Braun looked a little surprised. It was also the first time he had seen these creatures. Of course, those goblin souls don't count. See you for the first time? I don't think your rich manners have this kind of thing, George said with a grin. Grabbing a curious goblin, he threw it out of the garden. Braun crouched down and asked Fred if he wanted the fat-tongued toffee and handed it to the goblin who was probing in the soil. The other party was not afraid, stretched out his hand and took it. Then he stuffed it into his mouth. Why not use dirt to grill mink? I remember that thing was a natural enemy of the goblins. It's just right to deal with goblins. Looking at the goblin Braun running around the garden with a big tongue, he couldn't help but say, goblins are creatures that are second-level low-hazard magical creatures. They like to pit around wizards' gardens and steal vegetables or plant roots. And this thing is fast anyway. As long as goblins appear in the house, it won't be long before they breed a large family. Oh Braun, don't you think that's cruel? Fred beside you with a look of exhortation to be kind. Think about how cruel it would be for these cute little creatures to be brutally eaten by a mink. But we even eat dragon liver. I think we deal with fire dragons more cruelly than using earth mink to deal with goblins. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Fred's expression froze. Okay, let's play garden Quidditch. An hourglass? Whoever throws out the most goblins wins? George said impatiently. The first to ride a broom. Braun followed their example, mounted a broomstick and grabbed the fleeing goblin in a circle in his hand to stun the other party, then threw it with a bang to the outside of the fence. From time to time, there are also goblins who watch the excitement applauding. This made Braun more and more confused about these earthy guys with particularly big heads. but considering their average IQ of 1 or 2 years old, it's a bit clear. Maybe they thought they were playing a game with them. The goblin with a big tongue spat out the sugar in his mouth with reluctance. Then he was picked up again by his compatriots, and then a goblin with a big tongue appeared again without long a lesson. Braun, who watched, was extremely speechless. Okay, kids, stop playing, pack up, it's time for us to eat, Mrs. Weasley shouted. Braun had wanted to call Luna away, but at Westlife's gracious invitation, he was unable to leave. Mrs. Weasley do this by the way. Braun pretended to be carrying something and pulled out a large piece of dragon liver from his pocket. There is also a large piece of dragon meat wrapped in ice. This one is dragon liver? Mrs. Weasley looked at the piece of dragon liver that had been partially cut off and said hesitantly, "Yes, ma'am. This thing is the same as foie gras, fried in olive oil. The taste is very good," Braun explained to Mrs. Weasley. Yes. Mrs. Weasley used dragon liver for the first time. After all, this stuff is not cheap. The average person can't afford it. You know, in the market, they are all sold by the gram. How could anyone take out such a big piece at once like Braun? In addition to dragon liver, there is also that piece of dragon meat. She was also seeing dragon meat for the first time. Although his second son raised dragons in Romania, this does not mean that he can bring dragon meat. These are two concepts. Seeing that Mrs. Weasley looked a little embarrassed, Braun thoughtfully explained. These dragon meats just need to be thawed and grilled. Fred and I went outside for a barbecue. That's so embarrassing. Inviting you to eat also makes you spend so much. Nothing, ma'am. I'm also happy to be a guest at your house, Braun replied with a smile. I saw Braun walking out holding such a large piece of dragon meat. The Weasley brothers, who were helping to set the plates, were stunned for a moment. Then he walked over in surprise. This is dragon meat, Fred exclaimed. He was able to determine that it was also relying on the fine scales outside. That's right. You guys help me deal with it. Let's go outside and build a campfire and bake it, Braun said as he placed the huge dragon meat on the table. Grilled and eaten? Of course, no problem. Without saying a word, the two brothers dragged Braun out to build a bonfire. After Braun thawed the dragon meat with a fire spell, he used a cutting spell to cut them into evenly sized pieces of meat. How do you eat this thing? Ginny leaned over with some curiosity. The conditions of the Weasleys are not very good. Dragon skin gloves were already the thing she had touched the most with dragons. I have never seen such a large piece of dragon meat. This is the dragon's chest, the scales are fine and tender. It is best eaten grilled, especially if the scales are crunchy, Braun explained in a serious way. As a foodie, it is natural to try 607 when you come to the wizarding world. Since the last time I ate dragon liver, he was a little obsessed with this powerful creature. This time he went home for the holidays and specially let Dom buy a complete dragon, all stored in their backpacks. Wait until you want to eat it, take it out and eat it. It preserves its deliciousness and saves time. While explaining, Braun waved his wand to conjure an iron skewer and put on the dragon meat. Before long, there are stacks of dragon skewers on the table. Braun, the fire is ready. The brothers ran in excitedly. He was followed by a grizzled Ron. However, the three of them did not care too much, but all looked at the dragon meat on the table with interest. Well, then help take it out and just put it on the fire to bake, just like barbecue, Braun said to several people. Luna also followed to help. It can be seen that the little girl is also curious about the taste of dragon meat. Braun took the lead in picking up an iron skewer and roasting it on the fire. Several other people followed suit, placing dragon meat on the fire. Their family also often barbecues. However, ordinary meat is generally grilled, or the meat of those magical creatures that his father brought back from the Magical Creatures Management Office. This is the first time that dragon meat has been grilled directly like today. At the same time, it also made several people feel a little excited in their hearts. Where can a normal wizarding family be so luxurious? Ron, go get the dressing. Fred patted his brother on the head. Ron turned his head in disbelief. By what? Why am I going? Just because I'm your brother? Braun and Luna are guests, and Ginny is the youngest. Are you willing to let Ginny get it? You're her brother? Ginny rolled her eyes on the side. It seems that he is a little speechless for his two unreliable brothers. Ron, on the other hand, got up and went to the kitchen under Fred's moral kidnapping. Along with the seasoning, sprinkled on these dragon meat, which has been slightly golden brown. An extremely tempting taste hit everyone's taste buds. People can't help but move. Even those goblins subconsciously came over. It seems that he wants to take the opportunity to steal a piece or two. So fragrant. Ginny couldn't help but say. Although Luna did not speak, her small eyes kept staring at the meat skewer in her hand. Taste. Braun divided the similar meat skewers in his hands among the skewers, and he also ate it in a big mouthful. How does it taste? Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Ron looked at his sister expectantly. Ginny didn't speak, just kept eating the roast in her mouth. Only after he had only an iron stick left in his hand did he purse his lips in disbelief. Then he saw the skewer in Ron's hand. Before Ron could react, he felt a light in his hand. Then I saw Ginny gulp again. So exaggerated. Fred took a sip with some disbelief, and then his eyes widened instantly. The same buried head in the hard work. Did the kids miss me? Mr. Weasley came to the garden with a smile on his face. Then I saw my children eating barbecue in front of the campfire, without lifting their heads. It hurt him a lot. Dad, Try it, this barbecue is too much. Ginny slurred and shoved a skewer of roast meat into Mr. Weasley's mouth. Then he returned to the campfire and fought with his brothers. Whoosh. Mr. Weasley is also the first time to eat this delicacy. 3 times 5 divided by 2 and ate a fine light. After eating a few more skewers, the crowd stopped. After all, the dinner has not yet begun. Although the grilled dragon meat was delicious, but they are also looking forward to what the dragon's liver will taste like later. Here comes the kids. In front of the dining table in the living room, everyone sat around their seats. Mrs. Weasley, who had been busy in the kitchen for a long time, came over with a large plate of dragon liver cut into small pieces. Perhaps inspired by Braun. Mrs. Weasley also actually made dragon liver the same way she made foie gras. Of course, in addition to dragon liver, there are quite a few side dishes on the plate. Mashed potatoes, vegetable salad, and a variety of grilled sausages. I just told Mr. Lovegood, you can go back directly using Flynette later. Put down the plate. Mrs. Weasley said thoughtfully. Braun, who had wanted to say something, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it's all so late. If Mr. Lovegood is not given a message, the other party may have thought that he had abducted his girlfriend. With Mrs. Weasley's advance explanation, there would have been no such misunderstanding. As the plates are served, everyone seemed a little impatient. Braun also looked expectantly at his plate. The golden dragon liver on both sides of the fried is particularly tempting. Cut off a little and put it in your mouth, giving it a soft and delicate taste. 1.0. That unique scent is even more memorable. Braun, it was really thanks to you last time, otherwise Ron and they would have been late. Mrs. Weasley enthusiastically placed the roast on the table on Braun's plate. At the same time, don't forget to hand over a glass of pumpkin juice. It's nothing, everyone is classmates. Although he was not very cold to Ron, he naturally did not say anything depressed at the moment. And just as Braun finished eating at the Weasleys, on the other side is the Roar estate. A Zulu in servant clothing. After carefully avoiding the other attendants, he quietly slipped into Braun's alchemy laboratory. Looking at the various strange alchemy props inside, his expression revealed excitement. He is a journalist who constantly seeks the truth. By chance, he discovered that a Zulu tourist who had disappeared in England had reappeared. And it seems that he also became a servant? The reporter's keen sense of smell let him know that there must be something wrong with this. With the advantage of looks, he successfully blended into the team. And it wasn't until he came in that he discovered that the world was hidden so deeply. There is magic in this world? And those weird creatures. Crazy? It's just crazy? The man was constantly marveling, whether it was the griffins he met after entering the castle or the house elves. All shocked him, and the values he had built up for more than 30 years were as broken as slag. If it weren't for the camera he carried with him that couldn't be used after entering this castle, he would have filmed everything in front of him long ago. However, these things are also my chance. Look at these bottles and jars in front of you. The man muttered to himself excitedly. Although the other servants were no longer conscious, basic communication was fine. This also let him know that the owner of this castle, that is, the little boy he had seen before, turned out to be an alchemy master. Alchemy is passed down orally in the historical mythology of England, and the most famous of them is undoubtedly the elixir of life. An alchemist's laboratory will surely be able to find something good. While muttering, the man rummaged through the laboratory. Most of these bottles are labeled. Let him get a rough idea of what these potions are. Suddenly, a strong attraction made him look at a small bottle containing yellow liquid. In the bottle, the orange-yellow liquid seems to have a special magic that attracts men. He couldn't take his eyes off. There seemed to be a voice in his heart constantly urging himself to drink the medicine before the next one. The man swallowed. But in the end, he could not resist the temptation. Walk quickly to the potion and take a sip. And with the medicine into the abdomen. The intense pain caused the man to collapse to the ground and let out a cry of pain. And this cry also led Dom and the others who were guarding over. I saw the writhing servants on the ground and the empty potion bottles on the side. His expression revealed gloom. It did not think that these servants would dare to come to the laboratory. 09 also secretly drank the potion made by Braun. But he didn't wait for Dom to make a move. The man on the ground actually began to grow eyes. These eyes are very peculiar, and each one resembles a snake's pupil. Yellow-orange-orange, his eyes revealed coldness. A servant stepped forward to grab the man, but he had just approached. The body gradually stiffened, and he fell to the ground with his head on his back. The breath has long disappeared. I've become a wizard. Haha, I'm invincible? The man, who was still looking terrified, looked at the fallen servant at this moment. My heart flooded with joy, but before he could rejoice, he heard an icy voice. Faint. Once again, the man fainted on the ground. And along with the man's fainting, those eyes on his body also slowly closed. Only those tiny gaps can still be known. Those weird eyes have not disappeared. Cassette came over with his wand in hand. Like Dom, his expression was very gloomy. No one could have imagined that muggles would infiltrate the castle. Moreover, the potion refined by Braun was actually drunk. It's all to blame Dom? Bad Dom? Dom bit his ear while speaking. Smash your head against the wall. It does not stop until the bleeding. This is the house elf's self-punishment for failing to protect their master's property. Tie up this guy and deal with it when the master returns. Cassette ordered with a calm face. Several servants nodded one after another. The unconscious man on the ground was tied with a rope, and in order to avoid another death, He was wrapped tightly all over his body. Cassandra, on the other hand, unleashed a few more stupering spells. Thank you for the hospitality, then I'll go first. Say goodbye to the Weasleys. Braun didn't stay any longer either. With the help of the Flu network, they came to a fireplace under the Roar estate. I followed the path and returned home. What's going on? Looking at Cassandra, who looked gloomy and looked down silently, and Dom, who looked guilty and wounded, Braun felt a little puzzled. The host? It's all Dom's fault. Dom. After listening to Dom's narration, Braun also kind of understood what was going on. To be honest, he didn't even think that this kind of thing would happen. Are there even muggles posing as servants who have entered their homes? Moreover, he also drank his own potion? Take me to see the servant. There was not the slightest emotion in Braun's voice. He has never been a good person, otherwise he would not have used his soul to perform alchemy. He now wanted to see what that daring muggle looked like. Come to the alchemy lab. The man who drank the potion was still unconscious at the moment. The whole body is tied like a rice dumpling. Pick up the potion bottle on the floor. Braun immediately realized that it was the potion he had painstakingly extracted from the basilisk's eyes. Who would have thought that he would be drunk by this Zulu in front of him before he experimented? That's what you said was the bastard with eyes. Use tweezers to pick a fine mark on the opponent's wrist. An orange snake pupil appeared in front of Braun. This eye seemed to be conscious, and after discovering Braun, a subtle magic power gushed out from it. It feels far worse than the death of the Basilisk. Power is also a little useful for ordinary people. After careful observation, Braun made a judgment. Nor did he think that this substance, extracted from the eyes of the Basilisk, could actually mutate ordinary muggles. And it also has magic. Although this magic is very weak. But being able to give muggles magic still made Braun excited. His original plan was to implement the petrified eye transformation plan and human body alchemy step by step. Didn't think about going out for a day. Unexpectedly, he directly got a perfect experimental subject. Inherited the power of the petrified eye. At the same time, the body has become more powerful after being transformed by magic. Just right for your own alchemy transformation. As soon as he thought of this, his heart couldn't help but start to get excited. Take him down and wash it. Also, the feces are emptied and everything. Braun ordered with some excitement. At the same time, he couldn't wait to leave the alchemy laboratory and change into new clothes. When he appeared again, he was already wearing an antibacterial suit. He had specially asked Cassandra to get it from the hospital. The purpose is to do experiments. Although it is said that under the protection of wizards' magic and various potions, the so-called bacterial infection is a child's play for wizards. But sometimes after doing all the necessary work well, there will definitely be a lot less surprises in the experiment. Such a precious specimen, he did not know whether it was a coincidence or if the potion was really effective. So, he can't take risks. Otherwise, I really let myself play the specimen to death, and I don't know where to find the second one. Once again, the bronze book was opened by Braun, even if it has been seen countless times. But this is still the first time Braun has actually practiced living alchemy. There is no need to talk about the tension in my heart. It didn't take long. The Zulu, who had been cleaned, was sent over. Fine scars could be seen on dark skin, Braun knew. There is a moment of eyes hidden underneath. Pick out all the scars on the part you want to remodel. The eyes inside were naturally removed by Braun and put into the petri dish. In the nutrient solution prepared by these special agents, these eyeballs are also able to stay alive for a long time. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Where am I? Karu was dazed for a moment. He remembered that he was a journalist who came to investigate the magician. Then while the other party was leaving, he drank a potion. As the memory becomes clearer, Karu finally woke up. He remembered exactly what he had done. I drank the potion myself and gained superhuman power. In the future, he will be the kind of superhero who has superpower. It's like Superman, and the magician who investigates himself will definitely be defeated by himself. And then become a hero in the hearts of the people of England yourself? Just as Karu was excited, he seemed to hear a voice in his ears. The voice is childish and familiar. If all the bones are made of magic metal, isn't the body too bulky? Or is it biological evolution using the method of Hirebo? But I always feel that the speed is a little slow. Forget it, try both methods. And these eyes, the petrification of the basilisk to death cannot be wasted, and it will have to be transplanted later. With the sound, Karu's vision finally gradually recovered. I saw a teenager wearing a white antibacterial suit standing in front of him with a scalpel. And what made him even more frightening was that he actually saw his entire naked beating heart and the bones that had been replaced with alloy. Everything in front of him hit his nerves. At the same time, it also made him understand. He is not the protagonist or superhero who saves the world. Himself is a humble, experimental object on the test bench. Huh? Are you awake? It seems that it should be the increase in your body's total mana during the transformation process, which caused your resistance to spells to become stronger. Otherwise, you should at least continue to sleep 3 hourglasses. Braun said unconcernedly, as if talking to a familiar person about the price of pork today. But Karu clearly doesn't have that strong will. What are you doing? You evil magician? You will be arrested by the state. You. First, correct it. I am a wizard. This title is more accurate. Braun used fine silk thread to stitch up those eyes on the other man's arm, and said nonchalantly. Secondly, do you think we can exist in this country for so many years? Does no one really know? People like you always feel smart. Don't think about why so many smart people before you didn't expose it. On the contrary, you know that? Braun explained as he pulled out a jar of blue blood. After injecting the syringe, it slowly pierces the heart. The severe pain made Karu exhale in pain. But Braun seemed to be unaware. It wasn't until all the blood was pushed into Kalu's heart that it stopped. His eyes revealed anticipation as he looked at Karu who was wailing in front of him. Just now, the blood he injected was drawn from the basilisk's body. The function is to adapt to the petrochemical ability of the eye. Perhaps the reason why Karu has undergone Braun's transformation. The basilisk's blood didn't affect him much. Except for the fine black scales that began to grow on the body, there were no other unexpected changes. It seems that there is too much pressure. Karu's head tilted and he passed out again. Braun didn't care much about that. Anyway, I will have to clean up my memories later. Now it's not just right. I also save myself the trouble later. A week later, Braun looked at the tall figure in front of him and couldn't help but show a satisfied look. In vain, he spent more than a week reforming it. The other party finally lived up to his expectations. Human alchemy puppet, unnamed, a puppet that has undergone human alchemy and bloodline transformation. There are all kinds of unimaginable powers. Effect, lethal petrified magic eye, the person who sees it is damaged by petrified magic with a seeing effect. Bronze throne, body bronze immune to most physical attacks. Super brain, 15% more computing power. Magic scale armor, 15% increase in magic resistance. Self-detonation, releases a lot of energy after the explosion. Level 4. Look at the 383 introduction in the bronze book. Braun's mood couldn't help but be a little excited. This can be said to be the highest level alchemy item he has refined. It can be said that the dragon alchemy technique he has learned so far is added. There is also the technology for bloodline transformation. From bones to skin, wherever it can be used, Braun is engraved with fine defensive magic. Plus the bronze throne of the dragon clan Yanling that he specially selected. The other party can be said to be very strong in both magic resistance and physical resistance, at least comparable to the half-blood giant Hagrid. And he also has the petrified magic eye of a basilisk. It can be said that both defense and attack are very strong. In the future, you will be called Blade. Braun said maliciously. By probing this guy's heart just now, he knew that this muggle's desire was to become a superhero. Giving the other party this name can be regarded as satisfying the other party's small wishes. It's the master. The former Karu did not have the slightest opinion on the blade at the moment. His expression was still that expressionless. His memory was cleansed by Braun. There is only one command in the mind, and that is to submit to Braun. Do everything in your power to keep him safe. It was even said that Braun also built a self-detonation circuit in this guy's body to be on the safe side. But if anything happens against Braun, just let it open his mind. Or if necessary, used as a bomb. Just thinking about that, there was a sharp voice outside the door. Little master, the master asked me to call you down for breakfast. Toby shouted from outside. This is Braun's grandmother's house elf. He didn't think that his grandmother had returned. Throw the set of robes that you have prepared long ago to Blade. Signal the other person to follow behind. Living room. Braun's grandmother, Augustus, was drinking tea. Beside her stood two birds. An aging crow and a bird that looks a bit like a vulture. The bird, which resembled a vulture, looked very shy, and when it saw Braun, it swooped and hid behind Augustus. This bird is still so shy. Braun looked at it a few times, and thought that he could only see a round butt. Grandmother, he said respectfully. Augustus nodded. There was a smile on his face. When I was traveling on the continent, I heard old friends talk about you, Braun. You can see that you are not slacking off and have been working hard. Augustus praised. At the same time, he looked at the tall figure behind Braun. Braun naturally knew what his grandmother meant, and immediately explained it. Look at this extremely oppressive puppet in front of you. Even the well-informed Augustus couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly. I saw some places about bloodline transformation. You can see that you are indeed very talented in alchemy. Augustus did not say anything more after commenting a few words. After all, she didn't know much about alchemy. After all, every wizard has his own direction of study. She had no intention of pointing fingers. Grandmother, how long are you going to stay at home this time? Eating breakfast? Braun couldn't help but ask. I can't stay for a few days, or in other words, the reason why I came back this time is to take you far away. Putting down the teacup, Augustus said lightly. Take me far away. Braun didn't quite understand. To be honest, he didn't want to go far away when he stayed at home. Isn't it fragrant to do experiments at home? Some time ago, Benigida Dorada, the headmaster of Castrobusher in Samba country, invited me to attend the Quetzalcoatl festival held once every 10 years in the magical world of Samba country. Just take you to see it. Seeing that Braun was a little dazed, Augustus explained. Feathered serpent is revered in the magical world of Samba like Merlin in our England. They are all representatives of magic. Braun nodded understandingly. However, I became a little interested in that Quetzalcoatl festival. That, grandmother. When are we going? Leave tomorrow, and remember to take Nagini with you. This time it had something to do with the snake. Augustus reminded again. Braun naturally did not refute, so he nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, Braun packed up and waited in the living room. The great snake Nagini has been put into a box by Braun. He was also followed by the alchemy puppet Blade. It's just that the other party is not wearing a wizard's robe, but a suit like Braun. Paired with sunglasses, it really smells like a blade warrior. All packed. Augustus asked aloud. She also wore a muggle outfit today. Yes, grandmother, I should bring everything with me. Augustus nodded. And didn't say anything more. This time they had no intention of riding in a carriage. One is because the distance is so far. The distance from continental Europe to the Americas is not short. Another reason is because of reporting problems. If wizards want to go to the Americas, they must first report to the Ministry of Magic in their home country. After that, when you get to the place, you have to report to the local Ministry of Magic. Always under the watchful eye of the other party. It's just too much trouble. It's not as easy as using muggle tools directly. At least it's not that much trouble, and it's more comfortable than that. With a soft sound, Braun opened his eyes again and appeared outside Dunlun Airport. Let's go. Augustus spoke up. Braun and Augustus were in front, and Blade followed behind with his luggage. The dress of the ancestors and grandchildren and the tall attendants behind them are particularly eye-catching. Let many passengers waiting for the plane look at it curiously. But maybe the appearance of the Blade is really too scary. The men withdrew their gaze without a few glances. Lady Augustus over here. A brightly dressed airport officer walked over with a smile on his face and led Augustus and Braun toward a smaller passage. This behavior made many passengers seem a little dissatisfied. Why can they avoid standing in line? A third brother shook his head and asked. There was dissatisfaction in his expression. However, his behavior did not make the people around him agree, but provoked a burst of contempt from the people around him. Don't look at the glory of England now, but for these former colonies, there is still a lot of superiority in their hearts. The person in charge of the airport was also proud in his heart, but he saw that there were other passengers who looked over and explained. This lady has chartered the first-class cabin for this trip to Samba country. The explanation of the person in charge was naturally understood by everyone. After all, there are rich people. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Some privileges are normal. Moreover, people who can charter the first class and carry servants are certainly not something they can afford to mess with. And the third brother, who originally wanted to say something, was also very sensible and stood in place and did not dare to say anything. Although he has some small money, it is only for ordinary Englishmen. The reason why I made a noise just now was just a little carried away. At this moment, when facing a real rich person, he naturally did not dare to say anything. Follow behind the person in charge. The three got on the plane. At this time, the plane did not have the luxury of later generations. What's more, Braun was still on an ordinary passenger plane. Although it is a first-class cabin, it is just a little more spacious and the flight attendants are a little more beautiful. That big Zulu is so scary. Did you see that? He's covered in tattoos? Who are you talking about these two? It feels like it's rich. Wouldn't it be an aristocrat? Who knows that, but the one who can charter the first class must be a rich person. Several flight attendants whispered. Their conversation was all overheard by Braun. But in my heart, I didn't care at all. Instead, he greeted a flight attendant for a Coke. Ha! Delicious? Braun burped in satisfaction. It feels very comfortable. Although the cola of this period still has a medicinal smell. But overall it's pretty good. At least it gave Braun, who drinks pumpkin juice all day, a special experience. The plane slowly lifted. The pushback made Braun's body lean back slightly. Through the hanging window, you can see the blue sky outside. This isn't Braun's first time flying. The last time I went to France, I also went by plane. It's just that compared to the last time, this time is obviously much more comfortable. At noon, I ate some free food on the plane. Braun flipped through the book boredly. During the period, there was also no shortage of curious flight attendants who came to peek. However, after glancing at it a few times and finding that I couldn't understand it, I didn't care anymore. Sir, what kind of text is this? A somewhat bold flight attendant then poured water on Braun and asked curiously. Latin. I love Greek philosophy. Braun said casually. Braun did not lie, the contents of these books were indeed in Latin. It's just not about philosophy, it's about alchemy. These are all notes that Nicole gave himself. There are not only Latin, but also several languages such as Rhine, Aztec and so on. According to Nico, while learning alchemy, you also learn language. The bold flight attendant looked a little surprised. But I don't say anything more. You know, Latin is already a dead language. Except for the pastors of those churches and some scholars, few people understand. And philosophy is even more so. In the eyes of the flight attendant, Braun was already considered a descendant of an aristocratic family. Over time, the scenery outside the window also changed from clear blue sky to black. Shining stars and a clear moon loom in mid-sky. Just when Braun thought that the rest of the journey would end smoothly like this, a wizard flying towards this side on a broom caught his attention. What he didn't think about was even more. This ragged wizard didn't even use the Muggle expulsion charm or hide magic. It's not just Braun who sees it. Those other cabin passengers apparently saw it too. They exclaimed God loudly. Others couldn't believe their eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, the hatch was shot through a large hole. Many passengers who originally sat up from their seats and approached the porthole because they saw the wizard were instantly swept out of the cabin by the huge wind and waves. The others also screamed and grabbed everything they could in front of them. Grandmother, Braun had already drawn his wand, but before he moved, he looked at his grandmother. Wait a minute, those muggles can't die, there are still people coming. Augustus said very flatly. Sure enough, following Augustus' words, several more wizards in uniform followed behind the ragged wizard. Braun concluded that the men were official. I just don't know which country it is. On these people's brooms are also carried with others. It was the same few muggles who had been swept out of the cabin by the air pressure before. Don't come here. Otherwise I'll kill these muggles. The ragged dark wizard held a flight attendant in his hand, and said darkly with his wand pressed against the other's head. As if afraid that the other party would not believe it, a spell killed the nearest old man. It caused the surrounding muggles to scream and practice. It's just that under the threat of the other party's wand, everyone is afraid of it, sitting in their place in horror and trembling. The official wizards outside looked a little jealous. After all, if the other party really continues to kill people so brazenly, it also has a certain impact on them. As a result, the two sides reached a stalemate. No one can help anyone. 203. You guys, give up your seat. Just as Braun was hesitating to ask his grandmother what to do, the dark wizard walked in fearlessly, unscrupulously looked inside the cabin. Or you muggles will enjoy. You, old hag, get out of the way for Uncle Ben. Augustus, who had originally closed his eyes and looked as if nothing had anything to do with him, suddenly opened his eyes. Eyes with danger. Are you calling me? The voice was indifferent, with a bit of condescension. At this time, the dark wizard also discovered the problem. The old man in front of him may not be some muggle, but a wizard? Without the slightest hesitation, the spell that was already ready to be launched in his hand was instantly launched. But it was easily avoided by Augustus. But not yet waiting for the dark wizard to make a move. The whole person seemed to be stuck in the throat, and his face gradually turned blue due to lack of oxygen. As if drowning, his hands grasped around unconsciously. The head is tilted, I don't know whether it is life or death. Those wizards who had been waiting outside for a long time would naturally not let go of the opportunity when they saw it. A rush into the plane. At the same time, he looked at Augustus with a wary expression. Can easily subdue the dark wizard in front of him. Needless to say, it must be more dangerous wizards. And the other party's means are also very weird. At least they didn't see how the other party subdued this guy. Are you, Madam Augustus? One of the wizards asked hesitantly. However, after seeing the silly and shy Bulletin bird, he firmed his opinion. Visengamo is becoming more and more useless. As a law enforcer, so many people can't even catch such a dark wizard. AJDC, Augustus reprimanded unceremoniously. It made everyone's faces look a little ugly. Some young wizards tried to refute something, but were held back by the male wizard next to them. Hurry up and take this disgusting guy away. And also, you better work on memory eradication as soon as possible. Don't disturb my travel mood, he said and waved his hand like a fly. And those wizards who wanted to say something more seemed to be blown by a gust of wind. They all withdrew from first class. Look at each other in the ordinary cabin. That wizard. That's Mrs. Augustus, a member of Visengamo. An informed wizard reminded. It made everyone understand and also shut up the wizard who originally wanted to say something cruel. What else can be said? People are members of Visengamo, and they have to lose their jobs if they provoke others. He could only vent his anger on these muggles in front of him with indignation. Is this a movie? What a movie? Didn't you see that the old man died just now? Oh my god. I knew there must be magic in the country. These people are the official organization. I'm going to learn magic too. And also, I have to get these people to compensate me for my losses. I almost got swept out just now. These noisy people are men and women. One by one, they talked loudly and expressed the panic in their hearts. What happened just now was so scary. A big hole was blasted out of the cabin. And then to the madman magician who hijacked the plane. Their hearts were greatly impacted. At the moment, it seems that I want to express the tension in my heart in this way. It's just that they misjudged the group in front of them. Shut up for me. Just now I was scolded by Augustus. They weren't in a good mood. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. And the reason why he saved the muggle just now was simply because he didn't want to cause too much damage and avoid being punished. At this moment, seeing these muggles noisy one by one, my heart was already impatient. Tell you, first of all, we are not official, and we have nothing to do with your muggle government. Secondly, give me all to be honest. Beside the young wizard, an older wizard waved his wand casually. Restore the blasted hatch. Then he started using the oblivion charm to clear up his memory. What are you doing with so much talk to them? These muggles were forgotten anyway. Also, this time everyone will try to settle down as much as possible. The middle-aged man reminded. These people also know in their hearts what middle-aged people mean. After all, there is still a member of Wisengamot in the cabin now. Naturally, it is impossible to take things along as before. So this trip, they can only be without the slightest bit of oil and water. This made several people feel even more embarrassed. So he began to vent his anger on these muggles again. So much so that several muggles who had been cleaned up looked stunned. It's as if you don't know anything. Took his gaze back from those Wisengamot enforcers behind him. Braun looked at the trembling flight attendants in front of him and showed a kind smile. Are you going to delete our memories too? The bold flight attendant who asked Braun what book he was reading just now asked timidly at this moment. Of course, but I'll be lighter. Braun smiled and took out his wand. Although a few flight attendants were afraid, they could only let Braun do it. After all, in the face of Braun or in the face of the brutal people behind him, choose one. They thought Braun was better talking. Then you are lighter, I'm afraid of pain. Well, good. Ready to begin? Forget it. Braun waved his wand gently. A faint white light shot into the head of the flight attendant at the front. Then Braun carefully found out today's events, deleted them, and intimately filled in a new memory for her. How? Seeing that the flight attendant, who had been erased by Braun, opened her eyes, several other people quickly asked. What? You guys are really strange. By the way, I'm going to be somewhere soon. I have to change my clothes quickly. After that, the flight attendant hurriedly ran towards the compartment in front. Seeing no, I said it, I'll be gentle. You will just forget what happened and will not become fools. Braun smiled with his wand. Sure enough, after having the flight attendant just now as a role model, these people are significantly less resistant. This also makes it easier for Braun to delete his memory. Seeing that the wizards of the Wiesengamot had left, Braun is back in his position. Grandmother, what magic did you just use? He couldn't help but ask curiously. Just now he had not seen Augustus chanting the incantation. A wand was also not used. It was very strange to subdue the other party. Remember what I told you that birds are important to a soothsayer. Augustus feeds the birds nuts. See Braun's question rhetorically. Of course. Braun nodded. So, this has something to do with bulletin bird. Braun looked at the bird eating nuts. Maybe it's the reason I've been with Braun for the past 2 days. When he saw Braun, bulletin bird was no longer as shy as when they first met. At least it won't hide and only show one ass. Bulletin bird, while helping the soothsayer prophesy. Their feathers are also the best curse medium. As he spoke, Augustus unfolded his palm, which contained a pinch of black feather dust. It seems to be the reason why it just burned for a long time. It also has a faint smell of burnt protein. I just cursed that dark wizard for not being able to breathe. That's why the other party looks like they're going to die, Augustus explained flatly. But Braun's heart was in an uproar. Curses, he is no stranger. It's just that for this kind of magic that needs to be performed with hair or other body tissues, he didn't catch a cold. The practicality is simply too low. In addition, wizards pay attention to these things, and it is naturally not easy for others to find. So much so that the curse has gradually declined in today's wizarding world. And Augustus used the feathers of the bird to curse without even needing the body of the other wizard as a medium? This is simply appalling. At the same time, I also understood why my grandmother was so persistent when facing bulletin bird. It can be said that this directly raises the opponent's attack to a higher level. With the departure of those aurors, the rest of the journey became normal again. The passengers sat honestly in their seats as if nothing had happened just now. It's just that his expression is a little dull compared to just now. As the plane slowly lands, Braun has finally arrived at their destination. With the aircraft docking steadily, the hatch also opened. As a first-class Braun group, they were respectfully asked to get off the plane. Wait until Braun and others leave. The others walked down dumbfounded. Seeing the appearance of those people, Braun couldn't help but feel some sympathy. Those enforcers are not as sophisticated as themselves. These people will at least become groggy in their heads for a long time, and their memory will become much worse. Long time no see, Augustus? Me too, Dorado? As soon as she got off the plane, an old witch with pale hair smiled and waved at Augustus. It seems that he should be very familiar with Braun's grandmother. This is my grandson Braun. Augustus did not forget to introduce Braun to him. Of course, I know. The old man looked at Braun and nodded appreciatively. Braun also smiled at the Asian-faced wizard. Under Dorado's leadership, the three walked towards the outside of the airport. The airport in Samba country is not very big. Inside the airport, the majority of tourists carry travel bags. Stopping in a somewhat empty neighborhood, Dorado wiped the sweat from his sideburns. Right here, let's take the bus to school. Braun looked a little puzzled, not understanding what buses were available in this place where there were no shops in front of the village and behind. However, he was very witty and did not make a sound. Instead, he waited patiently like his grandmother. It didn't take long. Dorado's face showed a look of joy. The bus arrived. Let's get in the car? As he spoke, an extra door suddenly appeared on the wall. Without surprise, Dorado opened the door and walked in. The Braun trio followed. Although this is called a bus, but in fact, inside it is more like a living room. Exotic music plays on the corner road. The flame in the fireplace burned vigorously. It makes the whole living room look extra warm. There was also a young man with some small freckles on his face, carrying a satchel and yawning constantly. There were very few people in the living room outside Braun's group. Only a small sofa sat a group of old wizards drinking tea and talking about things. It's a little different from what I imagined for a bus, Braun said with some hesitation. Sitting on the couch, he felt like it was more like being in the living room than the bus. Every country has its own characteristics, doesn't it? For example, the bus in Ethiopia is called the desert boat. It is a huge ship that can travel under the desert. If you have the chance, you can also experience it there. Dorado smiled and said. And at this time, a big fat man in a chef's costume came from nowhere. Slacker, if you weren't my nephew, I wouldn't let you be a conductor. The fat chef cursed and kicked the sleepy conductor in the ass. Frightened the other party half to death, he stood up with sincere fear. Seeing that the passengers were looking at themselves, they looked a little embarrassed. Welcome ride, Forest Castle? I am the chef and driver of the castle. The tour ends in Castrobusk, deep in the rainforest. With 7 hours to go until the end, I hope you can have a pleasant journey in the forest castle. Finally, I wish you all a nice meal." As he spoke, the small table in front of everyone was filled with Samba-style dinner. The characteristic smoked cod is fried on both sides of the golden brown. Cassava pancakes wrapped in golden fried chicken nuggets. Black-eyed peas made from black beans, cashews, and shrimp. The variety made Braun a little overwhelmed. Feeling something like Spanish food. Tasting a croquette wrapped in chicken, Braun raised an eyebrow. At Hogwarts, you can often eat food from all over Europe. Spanish cuisine is also one of them. I didn't expect to see it here again. It's kind of historical. After all, the Muggles in Spain colonized this place. Dorado said without hesitation. Braun nodded casually, eating delicious food and looking out the window. It was only at this moment that Braun discovered the magic of this forest castle. The outside is no longer a street, but a vast wilderness. Several huge tree roots walk on the ground to support the huge castle. We're on the outskirts. Braun looked a little surprised. You know, they were in the city when they came in. The confused flight attendant who had just slept had also apparently heard Braun's words. When even started his own job, enthusiastically introduced. Forest Castle makes use of the technology of the Bulletin Flow network, and the castle has set up platforms at various points in the city. As long as a wizard opens it at the allotted time, you will be able to enter the castle. This is a technique unique to the magical world of Samba Kingdom. It avoids the risk of being discovered by Muggles, and also greatly improves the comfort of the journey, and does not have to make space jumps in order to rush time. We at Forest Castle have always been committed to providing the best service to wizards. The latter cliché. Braun didn't have the heart to continue listening. However, through this conductor, I can also roughly understand how the castle works. Those doors that pop up are the equivalent of fireplaces. And the end of the flow network is this castle that can keep moving. Forest Castle is the best tourist bus. Although the cost is higher, the speed is also a little slower. But to be able to enjoy the view of Samba better, read violent novels, go on Fiction Network, Dorado explained while eating a meal on the side. Braun thought to himself, this is not expensive. 5 galleons per person. This is not a small amount of money, it is equivalent to the income of ordinary wizards in England for a month. But thinking about everyone's dinner and comfortable environment, Braun thought it seemed good. There is no shortage of money yourself, it is better to be comfortable. Professor Dorado, are there other buses in Samba country? Yes, but that one is somewhat similar to the night bus. It's fast, but the experience isn't great. And the ride is in the sewer. Before he finished listening, Braun was not interested. Who has nothing to do with running into the sewer and taking the car. After eating the night, Braun was also a little tired after a day's flight. Without staying long, I went to the bedroom to rest. That's right. There are bedrooms here. Although the space is a little small, it is still very good. Ding! Successful check-in. Congratulations to the host for signing into the special alchemy map. Howl's Moving Castle. Listening to the familiar sound of check-ins, Braun had long been accustomed to it. It's just that this time the reward still surprised him a little. After all, in general, the rewards of daily check-ins are actually relatively average. Some snacks, fruits, or some spells that increase the number of base points. Unexpectedly, this time I got a design drawing of the Alchemy Castle. It is also the moving castle of the famous Hal. So Braun didn't care about getting up and cleaning up. So he hurriedly opened his backpack and took out the design drawings. I looked at it carefully. The design drawings are thick, and most of them tell about something to pay attention to in the material. Of course, the most important thing is to have a strong enough support. In the original book, Hal relies on the help of the other party by signing a contract with the fire demon. And here in Braun, he can only change a creature. It just so happens that Voldemort's soul is still there. Plus the help of the soul fruit. Why can't I transform it into Hermitna? Braun pondered in his mind the feasibility of this. You know, the power of the moving castle itself is very strong, and it can even dodge missile attacks. If you add Homais, it will undoubtedly make it more powerful. Even in order to prevent being feared by the Ministry of Magic, he can also use it as an advanced bus similar to Forest Castle to attract people's ears. The more you think, the more Braun felt that there was a lot of feasibility in this. I couldn't help but secretly get excited in my heart. Voldemort is such a good man. It is again sending knowledge and soul. I'm embarrassed, muttered to himself. Put away the alchemy drawings. Braun tidied up and went outside. The old wizards I saw yesterday looked like they had left. In addition to Braun, there were a few people in the living room, and there was an extra family of 4. It looks like I'm supposed to be traveling too. The older woman was counting her 2 daughters, while her husband was drinking tea and reading the newspaper looking helpless. French. Braun raised an eyebrow. His French is not bad. However, there is no intention of talking to the other party. Walking slowly towards the small sofa where he sat yesterday, his grandmother was feeding the birds there. As for the big crow, it is not so happy. You can only eat on your own plate. The look in his eyes that looked at Augustus also revealed resentment. Sitting on the sofa, Braun also picked up the newspaper on the table and read it. The decennial Quetzalcoatl Festival is once again held. The venue is still Castrobusk. It is reported that, with the increase in foreign tourists, tourism may become another pillar industry of the magical world of Samba country. When will the security issue be closed? Samba country may become the world's largest gathering place for dark wizards? After a few random news watches, Braun put the newspaper down. The news above is much the same as that of the Daily Prophet. It's just that it is not only singing praises to virtue, but also pointing out some more acute problems. For example, Samba country is now about to become a gathering place for dark wizards. But Braun thinks that's normal. In his previous life, he knew that the Samba country was relatively chaotic. After all, the gangsters had become the ones who maintained social order. Can such a country not be chaotic? And this life is not much better. The Muggle government does not act, and the gangsters of society are more bloody. Hundreds of people die every day. Of course, this is a good thing for dark wizards. After all, it is because there are many dead people. When they caught Muggle experiments, they were not afraid of being tracked down by the Ministry of Magic. This is why so many dark wizards like to settle here. Braun after lunch. Almost half an hour passed. The trip is finally over. Forest Castle is parked in front of a small town. In the middle of the whole town is an earthy yellow building. It's like a towering minaret. Friends, the destination of our journey has finally arrived. This is the largest magic academy in the entire Samba country. Castrobusher, I wish you all a pleasant trip here. The fat chef came to the hall again. It's just compared to yesterday. He was no longer wearing a chef's suit, but a dress. It was only then that Braun finally found in him a bit of the feeling of a castle driver. He enthusiastically pointed out the window and gushed about the important attractions here. Of course, the most important Quetzalcoatl festival has not been forgotten. Follow behind the fat chef. Everyone left the living room, walked down, stopped in front of a door. The door opens. Just outside is the town. When Braun went out, he finally saw the full picture of this forest castle. I also understand why it is called this name. Because the 060 square was originally a tall ancient tree. What moves is its rhizome. The window is its tree hole. The entire building is built inside the tree. This tree, is it alive? Braun swallowed. Although it has been 2 years since I came to the wizarding world, I have also seen many strange magical creatures. But this is the first time he has seen a tree like this that runs by itself. A tree giant unique to Samba country. It is a very peculiar magical creature. Ancient shamans called them the ancient tree of war. Modern times are already rare. Braun's grandmother was on the sidelines explaining to her grandson. He didn't blame Braun for his surprise. Dorado on the side also smiled and did not refute. Let's go, I'll show you around. There are still relatively few people traveling at this time. After a while, there were more people in the school. Does the whole town belong to the school? Braun asked curiously. Although it is a small town, the whole area is not small. Just look at the wizards passing by on the street. You can see that the liveliness here is no less than that of Diagon Alley in England. Yes, after all, Castrobusher is for students from all over South America. And the place is still deep in the rainforest. The scope is too small to bear so many students. Dorado smiled. With Braun 3. Wander the streets. As for the other family of 4, they went to other places and did not join Braun and them. Because of the proximity of Quetzalcoatl Day, the town is lit up. From time to time, you can also see huge floats. It seems that it was also prepared for that day. Braun also bought a lot of snacks during the tour. I have to say, the taste is not bad. Okay, Dorado, let's go to school. Stop Dorado, who still wants to continue to take them around. Augustus said straight to the point. Well, since you asked for it. Dorado shrugged helplessly. Walked towards the towering building in the middle of town. The closer he got, the more Braun could feel how small he was compared to this towering building. How do I feel like it's a temple? Looking at the relief in front of him and the exquisite wall canvas, Lon muttered to himself. This is indeed a temple, converted into a wizarding academy 200 years ago. Braun's grandmother said lightly. Walk through the doors of the school. The space inside is much larger than it looks outside. Needless to say, this must have used the traceless stretching charm again. But I think it's also a school that enrolls students from all over South America. Naturally, it can't be too small. Otherwise, students will not have a place to attend classes. Inside the school, a group of green, furry goblins ran by. One of them also enthusiastically handed Braun a piece of candy. It's just that Braun didn't answer. This makes the villain feel a little dissatisfied. However, he didn't say anything, just went to find other tourists with some indignation. I was going to remind you that those were the school guards, Kabora. They are enthusiastic and responsible. Of course, except for one bad thing, that is, he likes to play pranks and trick people. Dorado turned around and introduced. It feels a bit like Peeves. Braun looked at the villains flying in midair, emitting presumptuous sizes from time to time. A judgment was made. Dumbledore had said the same, but Peeves was far from them. I also offered to send some to Hogwarts. Read violent novels, go on Fiction Network? Dorado spoke again, looking a little regretful. It seems that not sending these little ones out made her a little distressed. Following Dorado, he stopped from time to listen to her explain the history of Castrobusk. Or visit the classrooms in those schools. Braun, did Nagini bring you? Augustus asked suddenly. Braun was stunned for a moment. Then he handed over the suitcase. Of course, grandmother. Right in the box. Augustus took the box. And Dorado, who was originally popularizing scientific knowledge, also stopped. Looking at Augustus' suitcase seemed a little excited. She took a deep breath, and the excitement on her face calmed down again. Shanka, This little friend will trouble you to help bring it. I have some things with Madame Augustus. A girl who seemed to be in a hurry was stopped by Dorado. The girl was wearing a green wizard robe with oil paint on her face, so that Braun could not see what the other party looked like. Headmaster? Okay, no problem. After the girl was surprised, she quickly agreed. This made Dorado seem very satisfied. Nodding, he and Augustus walked towards a classroom. So I was abandoned just like that? Braun's face was full of question marks. I didn't say I agreed or disagreed, so I was left behind. But fortunately, the blade is still there, which makes Braun feel a lot relieved. Hello, I'm Shanka. I'm Braun. Braun smiled and shook hands. Okay then, Braun, let's get down quickly. Point 0. I had to pick up right away. If you go to the evening, you won't be able to grab a good position. Pick up. Half an hour later, Braun once again appeared on the outskirts of town. Only this time the location was no longer where Braun had just got off the car, but in a different direction. There is a small river here. From time to time, you can see wizards fetching water here. Here, there are at least 7 or 8 girls dressed like Shanka. It seems that they should all be students of Castrobusher. They looked forward to it. It seems to be waiting for something. Not long after, a somewhat dirty wooden boat broke out of the river. Then, at least a few dozen wizards walked out of the ship. One by one, the trees on the shore spat at the garbage can. This made Braun's face look a little strange. Originally, he wondered what these garbage cans were here for. Got it now. It's all for the convenience of these people to spit that. Then the conductor put everyone's luggage on the shore. Before the passengers could react, they dived again and disappeared here. This bunch of shit. I'll never ride this broken boat again next time. Shit. Cheap is really not good. Looking at these indignant wizards, Braun kind of understood why the boat was running so fast. It's the fear of getting beaten. However, just by looking at the various costumes of these passengers, Braun knew. These people should be tourists just like themselves. And that boat is another means of transportation in Samba country, which Dorado says is similar to a knight's bus. As passengers get off the bus, the students also crowded towards the tourists. Sir, need a guide? All you need is a cal to take you around the entire Castrobusk. Sir, I can also help find a hotel here. No referral fee, all it takes is 2 cahiers. Comes with a guided tour. 2.2. The students spoke to the tourists in not so proficient English. It's just that because there are many people coming, there are still some who don't understand English. This left those people a little dazed, looking for a tour guide but not knowing which one to choose. However, after seeing a teenager, his eyes suddenly lit up. They all carried the boxes and walked over. That's right, all it takes is 3 cahiers. Too expensive? No, sir, can you find any other German here? Looking for a hotel? Of course, no problem. If you don't need a hotel, you just need a kala to guarantee the most affordable hotel and speak French. Braun constantly switched between different languages to deal with these passengers, and Shanka watched with a smile on his face. She also didn't think that Braun could speak so many languages, not for a while. Dozens of tourists, almost half of them followed behind Braun. The other students were divided into only 2 or 3, but they weren't too angry. Originally, this was a part-time job, and Braun can speak so many languages, it is also people's ability. Who can blame if they don't have the ability? Honestly, this is the first time I've picked up so many customers. Sanka looked excitedly at the travelers behind him and whispered. It's just that Braun thinks this sounds a little strange. I always felt that what Sanka said was unspeakably awkward. I didn't expect you to speak so many languages. If only I could. Then I don't have to worry about not earning money as a tour guide, and don't worry about the tuition fees for the next semester. Perhaps it was the reason why Braun helped a lot just now. Sanka was noticeably more enthusiastic than when they first met. Is your school difficult? No subsidies? Braun asked curiously. He remembered that Hogwarts students were subsidized by the house. And if you are too poor, the school can also help apply for interest-free loans. Basically, there will be no such thing as not going to school. You think this is your England? Sanka rolled her eyes. But I couldn't help but complain. If it's a regular class, it won't cost much. But if you want to learn those more advanced things, you need to pay the teacher to buy the course. Not to mention that I also want to participate in school exchanges and go to Europe to see that. If you don't save money now, you won't even be able to pay the tuition fees then. Strobusk had a school exchange program, which he had heard his grandmother mention when he came. It's just that very few people come here to communicate. More often, students of Castrobusk went to the European continent for exchange and study. Which school do you want to go to? Hogwarts? Braun asked as he arranged for the tourists to enter the hotel that Sanka had said. Vos batons, of course. The scholarships there are the highest. If I did, I might be able to save a lot of galleons there. When the time comes, find a wizard directly in the local area to marry. Never come back. While speaking, his expression revealed longing. It seemed that this was the life she had always dreamed of. Braun's heart felt that Sanka's thoughts were somewhat powerful. But I can't pick out any thorns. After all, Samba is indeed more chaotic. It's not just the Muggle world, but the wizarding world. It's all become a gathering place for dark wizards. In comparison, the European continent is indeed much more stable. An hour later, the tourists were all arranged to be transported to the hotel. It's not that they're not in the mood to visit. It's really powerless. Just now I almost vomited out the bile, and at this moment I have to rest and rest for everything. Give, it's yours. Sanka handed over 7 or 8 coins. This is the currency of the magical world of the Samba Kingdom, and the value of the currency is almost equivalent to that of Siko. However, it is cheaper in terms of actual exchange. Give it to me. Braun looked a little surprised. You know, just now Sanka has been complaining about how short of money she is. I didn't expect that now I was willing to give half of it to myself. This surprised him a little. What do you see me doing? Sanka covered her wallet warily. I can tell you, although they are all guests you recruited, but I have also helped a lot, such as leading the way to find a hotel to bargain or something. This part is what I deserve. The girl's nervous look made Braun a little speechless. Don't worry, I didn't pay attention to your money. I didn't even pay attention to these callers. The money is given to you, but you have to show me around the school. Before I finished the tour, I was pulled over by you as a tour guide. Here Braun don't. Sanka instantly withdrew her hand. With a smile, he put the money back in his pocket. That's a lot of money, which adds up to a galleon. It is equivalent to my income for several days before. Good. I promise you. Read violent novels, go on Fiction Network. Shanka agreed without hesitation. Only 2 boats come every day. Anyway, I made a lot of money just now, so there is no need to go to the river and wait. Take Braun around. Besides, she also knew that she had just made so much, mostly because Braun was multilingual. You can't bring in so many guests on your own. If you have a good relationship with Braun, maybe you can make more money while the other party is still here. Shanka, you're such a clever ghost. I secretly gave myself a thumbs up in my heart. Sanka happily took Braun on a tour of the school. This is our library. The largest library in all of South America. It is also the world's largest library of books on herbalism and amazing biology. Saying that, Sanka's expression was also filled with pride. I didn't expect Libashi Polage to be an alumnus of your school. Looking at the picture on the wall, Braun leaned over and took a closer look. Libashi Polage is the author of Advanced Potions Making. He is also a world-renowned potions master. Of course, our school has produced a lot of potions masters, and the captain of the famous Quidditch team Terrapodo Tree Flying Team, Joao Coelho, is also from our school. The library couldn't get in because Braun didn't have permission, so Braun could only look at the books inside through the window. Not all places are untouristable. The school is still open to some areas dedicated to tourists. This is the Book of Feathered Serpents in our school. Pointing to the huge book in front of him, Shanka introduced. At this moment, there are not only Braun and Sanka in the hall, but also many other tourists who come here alone. So, Shanka was introduced to everyone for free. This is the Book of Feathered Serpents, Sanka said, pointing to the book in front of her that was left open on the platform. The Book of Feathered Serpent is a magical alchemical item that was originally a book of sacrifice in the temple. Later, the academy was built here and refined by the then dean into a book dedicated to detecting magic. Its effect is the same as Hogwarts' Book of Access and Pen of Acceptance, helping School 180 detect children of school age with magic. It also undertakes the role of distributing admission letters. Each little wizard will be given a feathered serpent's feather as a souvenir. As long as you come to school with a feather in your hand at the beginning of the school year, you can enroll. The surrounding tourists were amazed. It seems to be shocked by the powerful effect of the book. If you are interested, you can come and touch it. It is very cheap and only needs a kaye. While speaking, his fingers gently rubbed to close the layer of magic array outside. After the foreshadowing of Sanka, plus the fact that the book is so tightly kept, immediately, many tourists came over eagerly. After handing over the money to Shanka, he walked to the book with excitement and touched it with his hand. The look was intoxicated. It was as if he could increase his magic power in this way. How about it? Do you want to touch it too? Soft and big, I'll give you a discount. Sanka saw that Braun had been staring at the surrounding murals, and couldn't help but pat the book temptation. But Braun appeared indifferent. Come on, this book is fake without even reading the magic fluctuations. Saying that, he also showed a disdainful expression. Shanka's face remained unchanged, and she didn't seem to take Braun's words to heart at all. Anyway, the other tourists are finished, and it is not inferior to Braun's one. Restart the magic array again. Sanka began to introduce the surrounding murals again. This time, Braun seemed interested. These murals existed when the school was still being built. It records the history of the temple and legends. Compare the frescoes to Sanka and tell them one by one. Feathered Serpent is the most famous deity in all of the Americas, but if you look closely, he was once a powerful wizard and was particularly proficient in botany and magical zoology. He bred the corn, as well as turkeys and other animals. He was given the title by the Mayan king of the time for his great achievements. But what does this have to do with this feathered serpent? Isn't the mural a giant snake with wings? Some tourists around asked puzzled. Braun's heart also felt that there were some holes in this story. Originally, he thought that the feathered serpent should be some powerful magical creature. How did it get involved with wizards again? In the face of everyone's doubts, Shanka did not change his smile. It's like I said. Quetzalcoatl, once a wizard. Everyone should be familiar with bloodline transformation. Sanka asked rhetorically. Everyone was stunned. It can be said that there is no one who does not know about bloodline transformation. Wizards appeared because they stole the bloodlines of other magical creatures. Under the transmission from generation to generation, the bloodline tends to stabilize, and there are later wizards. It's just that the transformation of the bloodline is too dangerous, and the slightest carelessness may be fatally threatened. Now, except for a very small number of dark wizards, few people have carried out any bloodline transformation. Hearing Sanka say this, everyone also seemed to guess the origin of this so-called feathered serpent. It's just like everyone thinks. The feathered serpent is the creature that the great wizard Kukulkan turned into after his own bloodline transformation failed. It's just that although Kukulkan failed to transform his bloodline and became a monster, he did not lose his mind, but had the ability to control rain. He actively taught the Muggles of the day to grow crops and raise livestock to grow cotton. After Quetzalcoatl's death, Muggles built the Quetzalcoatl Temple in his honor, and the wizards also felt heartfelt admiration for this great wizard, which led to the once-in-a-decade Quetzalcoatl Festival. Listening to Sanka's story, many wizards were immersed in it. Only Braun's expression revealed something strange. He has Hellbow's notes. Knowing that there is only one end to turning into a monster if the bloodline transformation fails, that is, becoming crazy and cruel, it simply could not have been as Sanka had described, helping Muggle farming and helping bio. However, he believed that the wizard had turned into a monster because of the failure of the bloodline transformation. Far from it, eagle banshees, sirens, and even many strange half-human magical creatures were transformed because of the failure of the wizard's bloodline transformation. That Kukulkan turned into a winged snake is nothing. He followed Sanka around the school again. Seeing that the time was noon, I went to the cafeteria again. That's right, the cafeteria. It's not like Hogwarts where everyone sits around the Great Hall to eat. Rather, just like Braun's previous life, there is another neat row of windows in which a group of goblins in school uniforms help with the meal. Outside the window, there were many students standing in line, and of course there were tourists. Now Braun kind of knows why a cafeteria was built in the school. Because there are so many students in the school. Although it is summer vacation, not many students have returned home. The cafeteria is full of people. Perhaps seeing Braun's young age and students in school uniforms following him, the goblins in the cafeteria thought that Braun was also a student. Without looking at it a few times, he finished the meal and handed it over. As for other tourists, they are not as lucky as Braun, and if they want to eat, they can only go to a special window to queue up to buy food. Whew, there are enough people in the school. None of you go home? It's summer vacation. With his plate in hand, Braun finally found an empty spot to sit in. Wiping the sweat from his sideburns, he complained. This reminded him once again of the days when he was robbing food at school in his previous life. You think we're you English? Sanka rolled her eyes, poured the sauce into the cassava and tossed it, taking a large bite of satisfaction. After running for so long in the morning, she was already hungry. We have to take our own car when we go home. Either it's the kind of boat we saw this morning, or it's the cheaper Black Dog Express. It's a lot of money to go home. Where is it good to stay here? From time to time you can be a tour guide to earn some pocket money, and the school food is free. How do you choose? Hearing this, Braun stopped talking. I ate my own cassava lunch with peace of mind. To put it bluntly, it's all about money. Castrobusk students are not wealthy, so they have to stay in school even if they want to go home. Eat this tasteless cassava clean. I didn't see my grandmother at noon. However, Sanka may have received the news and took Braun to a hotel to help check in. There was nothing left and right, and Braun didn't want to continue to go out and wander, so he took out the alchemy drawing and studied it. On the other side, in the Castrobusher laboratory, Braun's grandmother, Augustus, looked flat. Dorado, on the other hand, looked at the huge viper in front of him with a somewhat sad expression. So there's no way Nagini can change back, right? Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? You know better than I do, don't you? Augustus asked rhetorically. Then his expression revealed doubts. Seriously, Dorado, who the hell is this wizard? You called me over as soon as you heard the news. For this reason, he even did not hesitate to exchange the things of the moon pyramid. Dorado was silent for a long time, and sighed with a complicated expression. She is a descendant of God, and her family is inherited from Quetzalcoatl. There was no such thing as a god in Augustus' eyes. Only after hearing Dorado say that Nagini is a descendant of Quetzalcoatl still couldn't help but be shocked. But then it also became abrupt. I think it was also because of the problem of the bloodline in the family. And the bloodline that can turn people into snakes and have been passed down for so many generations and still not decayed must have a strong ancestor. And if the other party is the descendant of the feathered serpent, then everything makes sense. So you want to restore her? I'm telling you it's impossible. The curse of the blood curse does not change. She has now completely turned into a snake, and trying to turn it back into a dream is a fool's dream. Although the benefits were taken from Dorado, but Augustus still mocked viciously. Dorado did not speak, and although she knew in her heart that Augustus was right, she still could not change her determination. Even if you fail in the end, it is better than doing nothing yourself. In the early morning, Braun stretched as he watched the pedestrians passing by the window. He had a good life these days, going out every day to help Sanka as a tour guide, or staying in the inn to study alchemy. And Quetzalcoatl is also quietly coming on this day. Braun, if you go faster, you won't be in a good position later. Sanka urged from the side. Is it necessary? Wouldn't it be nice for us to stay here? Anyway, the float has to go around the whole school. You can see it here as well. It doesn't need to be that crowded yet. On the day of Quetzalcoatl Day, the entire Castrobusher is crowded. A large number of tourists come here. It made the whole town lively. Of course, while the excitement is going on, some problems also arise. That is, it is too crowded when the event is held, and there are many thieves fishing in troubled waters. Although the valuables on Braun's body are all placed in the space backpack, he doesn't want to be touched for no reason. It's better to stay where you are and wait for the float to come there. Isn't this more comfortable than running silly with a float? It's just that Sanka doesn't think so. Seeing Braun standing lazily in place, he looked a little unhappy. Holding Braun's hand, he shuttled through the crowd. It took a long time to finally reach the starting point of the float. Now, the float is already dressed up. It looks much better than the semi-finished product Braun saw the other day. Giant feathered serpents hover over floats, surrounded by goblins acting as attendants and brightly dressed witches. There are also neat queues standing in front of and behind the floats, but they also wear costumes with unique folk customs. The wizards around him, nose good, waved excitedly, accompanied by music. The floats followed. The front and rear teams also began to sing local folk songs. The feathered serpent model hovering over the float roars from time to time. Blow the golden horn in your hand. Then, countless small wrapped gifts were thrown from the horn. It caused the surrounding tourists to scramble. Although the value of the gift is not great, the lively atmosphere makes everyone feel happy. Here you go, peanut crisp. A peanut crisp with a particularly strong peanut flavor was stuffed into Braun's mouth by Sanka. She herself excitedly put another piece into her mouth. Happy narrowed his eyes, like a cunning little fox. How's that? It tastes good. Thanks to us for coming. Where else would we have grabbed so many gifts? As Sanka counted, she happily packed the package she had just grabbed into the bag she had brought over. According to her, this is so as not to let the surprise run out at once. Okay, you're right. Braun's perfunctory echo of the Taoist Codex. His gaze scanned the surroundings for suspicious guys. Just now, at least 3 pickpockets poked their claws out maliciously. It's just that they were all driven away under the blocking of the blade. Who knows if there will be these guys later. In the shadows that Braun didn't see, 2 wizards in black robes hiding in the corner talked in low voices. From time to time, he glanced vaguely in Braun's direction. It seems to be conspiring about something. Boss, are you sure it's that kid? The big wizard asked the short man beside him. That cautious look looks a little funny. Of course, that kid is that alchemy genius of the Luo family. As long as we kidnap him, we can at least get a large sum of galleons from the Roar family. Don't worry about it in the next life. The short wizard said excitedly. Looking up from time to time to determine Braun's position, he looked nervous and expectant. But what if we are discovered? Because of the celebration, there are quite a few Aurors in the Ministry of Magic in Samba country, and that Braun roll was accompanied by a servant. The big wizard looked a little nervous. I don't blame him for looking like this. Although they say that they are dark wizards, they are just doing petty theft, which is extortion. It's still different from those dark wizards who even use their bodies to experiment and are crazy. There was still fear of those Aurors. You idiot. The tall wizard was slapped on the head, and his expression looked aggrieved. But before he could say anything, the short wizard spoke again. Are we just 2 people? Wouldn't you call a few more people over? Besides, now that there are so many people, where can those Aurors take care of us? Later, we will find the right time to directly grab the phantom and move away, and no one will find us. Awesome? Worthy of the boss. The tall man complimented from the sidelines. Makes the short wizard look 957. However, the 2 of them have not forgotten the business. One was in charge of watching, and the other cautiously fell far behind Braun. Avoid losing 2 people. What's wrong? What do I think of your absent-mindedness? Shanka, who was originally waving happily, couldn't help but ask when she saw Braun's gaze wandering through the crowd. Nothing, I just feel like someone is following us. Braun frowned. From just now until now, the light flickering of the speculum in his arms has not stopped. You must know that the effect of alchemy items such as speculum is still very strong. The reason why it keeps flashing means that there must be guys around me who want to plot evil. How could this keep Braun from being wary of that? Where is it? You must be thinking too much, hurry up and go. The float is almost at its end. Later, the golden horn spewed out not candy, but color. This is no small temptation for Shanka, a money fan. Naturally, I don't want to let it go so easily. Braun frowned, wanting to dissuade but not knowing how to speak. Forget it, the blade is here anyway. Ordinary wizards can't beat me either. Glancing at the blade following behind him, Braun's heart settled a lot. So he no longer resisted, and was followed by Sankara to the float and continued to walk towards the final end street. But what they didn't see was that a group of fierce-looking wizards were approaching them. Wheo! Accompanied by a huge trumpet sound. Countless golden packages gushed out from the horn. Fly around. The crowd of passers-by scrambled with exclamations. And that's it. The fierce-looking wizards also walked towards Braun. The wand in his hand released a spell. Except for your weapons. Although the voice was not loud, Braun, who was already guarded in his heart, hardly hesitated after feeling a sense of crisis. So he hid behind Blade. The spell hit several surrounding wizards. Let them let out a scream. At the same time, it also makes the already chaotic crowd even more chaotic. Bang bang. The spell hit Blade's body and collided like steel. Hardly affected at all. Up. Catch that kid. See, disarming spell has no effect. Several people did not continue to hesitate. A rush of people prepared to take Braun away by force. But Blade is not vegetarian. The huge body turned the color of bronze in the roar. This is the effect of his own ability, the Bronze Throne. Then, the blade rushed towards the black-robed wizards like a galloping war elephant. Various spells hit him, and they had no effect other than being able to bring a faint spark. In the terrified cries of several wizards, Blade's fist was already waving. Bang! The nearest wizard's head exploded into a watermelon without the slightest suspense. The other three tried to escape, but before they could make a move, they were caught instantly. Broken arm, pouting wand, thrown to the ground. Just when Braun thought it was over, a burst of obscure magic made Braun instantly alert, and without hesitation, he threw himself forward to avoid the somewhat obscene figure. But Sanka, who stood on Braun's side, was not so lucky. Not yet waiting for Braun to come to the rescue. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. The wretched wizard had already knocked Sanka into a stun and the phantom moved out of here. Damn it. Braun's face looked a little ugly. The wand in his hand waved, intending to follow the wizard's trail. But it's just lifted. I saw a dozen aurors of the Ministry of Magic of the Samba Kingdom in emerald green wizard robes walking over. Drop your wand? Once again, a reminder to drop your wand. Otherwise, we wouldn't mind using coercive measures. Look at the dozen or so wands aimed at him and the wary gazes of the wizards around him. Braun sighed. Jack honestly lowered his wand and crouched on the ground with his head in his hands. Ministry of Magic of Samba Country. Braun sat in the interrogation room. And across from him sat a middle-aged wizard with a big belly. The other party's expression was greedy. That kind of gaze at the fat sheep made Braun very disgusted. Say it quickly. Did you have a conflict with those wizards, which is why you killed them at the celebration? And what does that big black man who escaped have to do with you? You'd better be honest, otherwise you'll suffer later. This look made Braun couldn't help but sneer. Good criminals do not go to catch, but bring themselves as a victim here. What purpose is already self-evident. Nothing more than to extort fat sheep. I've said it again. I am the victim. Braun said coldly. Blade's escape was signaled by him. The purpose was to report to his grandmother. Otherwise, both of them will be taken to the Ministry of Magic, and when their grandmother finds out, they don't know when they will get it. Looks like I have to give you a little bit of a good look. The fat wizard threatened. It's just that Braun has no plans to continue acting with this fat man for a long time. He had been here for more than an hour and did not know what was going on with Shanka. Immediately, his expression also began to become cold. You still dare to stare at me? I'm telling you. The fat wizard raised his palm and did not wave it down yet. His expression became confused. By the time he had regained his clarity again, his gaze towards Braun had turned respectful. Master. The redness under Braun's eyes gradually dissipated and returned to normal again. The fat wizard diligently unshackled the shackles that had been locked in Braun's hand. Then he handed Braun's wand over. The look still revealed respect. Braun had no intention of taking care of this guy. If it weren't for the nervousness of what happened to Sanka now, he would definitely not waste his other gods on this kind of goods. Take me to meet those wizards. Yes, master? The fat wizard said respectfully again. Taking the initiative to push open the door of the guardhouse, he led Braun towards the place where the wizards were kept. Along the way, many passing ministry members looked surprised, not understanding what was going on. Why did the director still look respectful next to a teenager? However, as a person within the system, they have a little benefit. That is, never ask about things that have nothing to do with yourself. Since even the director is respectful, then they are also honest with it. So much so that the wizards he met along the way looked very respectful when they saw Braun. It didn't take long for Braun to follow the fat wizard to the place where the wizards were being held. There was also a young auror standing guard outside. Director, how is this? The watchman looked surprised when he saw Braun. You must know that this teenager has just been locked up in the interrogation room by them not long ago. How did it come out so quickly? According to my own experience, if you enter the interrogation room, you won't be blackmailed by your own director, who knocks out the bone and sucks the pith, and don't think about it at all. Now what's going on? And that gloomy director actually looked humble. This made him a little confused. Open the door, hurry, the fat wizard said solemnly. Frightened, the young auror didn't dare to honestly open the cell door and stand cautiously aside. The fat wizard smiled with satisfaction. In the shocked gaze of the young auror, respectfully leaning sideways. Please come in. Braun nodded and walked in without looking at the other party. This look almost startled the young auror. This was too much of a surprise for him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe that his bone-piercing director would be so respectful and polite to people. But at the same time, it also made his heart mutter, and he became more and more suspicious of the background of this teenager. I feel that the other party is not the heir of some big family. Otherwise, how could they let their director take that so seriously? Braun didn't know what kind of heir to a big family he had become in the hearts of others. At this moment, he was looking at the three wizards leaning on the wall in front of him with a cold expression. Tell me, who are you? What is the purpose? Seeing that it was Braun, the three wizards were startled. I don't understand why the other party was still able to be released after being captured. For a while, all three people were so frightened that they didn't know what to say. Say it quickly. The fat wizard kicked the three wizards very dog-leggedly. It caused the 3 dark wizards a lot of pain. As a dark wizard who had been messing around here for so long, the director of the horror division certainly knew him. However, he wondered why the director of the horror division stayed with this child, and he looked respectful. Maybe it's the fat wizard's lewd prestige. Let a few dark wizards tell the matter almost without hiding anything. After listening to it, Braun's expression also became ugly. He originally thought that these people had some kind of contradiction with himself. Or maybe it was sent by the Void Sect. Unexpectedly, just because I think I have money, I want to kidnap myself? And listening to them, there are not many of them, not only kidnapping but even trafficking. What I hate the most is human traffickers. Perhaps it was his own experience that made him have a shadow in his heart. After learning that the 3 people were human traffickers, there was no trace of emotion in Braun's tone. Arvada, demand your life. In the horrified gazes of the 3 people, a green light penetrated their bodies. In place, only 3 empty shells that had lost their souls remained. The host? I'll send someone to catch those guys. You can rest assured that our efficiency is absolutely guaranteed. The fat wizard dog-legged said. You lead the team. Kill those scum clean? Braun said indifferently. And the fat wizard did not mean to refute in the slightest. Nodded to Braun repeatedly. Then he strode out to greet his subordinates, and walked towards the old nest that the 3 people said in their mouths. Braun's gaze was a little dark. Augustus on the other side had apparently also received the news. It didn't take long for the Ministry of Magic to arrive. He was followed by Dorado. Dean Dorado. A wizard wearing a Ministry of Magic uniform walked over with a smile. It's just that what responded to him was Dorado's cold face. As the Dean of Castrobusher, he knew the faces of these people. Corruption has long been synonymous with the Ministry of Magic. In the past, she could assume that she didn't care. Let the other party blackmail those tourists. But now it's different. Augustus was his own specially invited guest. The other party's grandson was arrested on his own territory for killing a dark wizard, which is simply hitting himself in the face of the principal. Not to mention that one student was taken away. What about the kid you just captured? Dorado asked with a cold face. When the staff member saw Dorado's face, his heart instantly clicked. I knew in an instant that the identity of the child who had just been brought by the Aurors was not simple. Otherwise, how could ordinary tourists bother with the dean of the academy? But now the people have been taken to the interrogation room by the guys from the Aurors. Right now, read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. See that the staff is somewhat fragmented. Dorado was instantly furious. She is only the dean of the academy though, but neither strength nor power is so simple. You know, almost all the students in the entire Samba country graduated from Castrobusk. And a large percentage of the students she taught alone served in the Ministry of Magic. In terms of prestige, she is no less than the Minister of Magic. The staff member saw that Dorado was angry and instantly became afraid. He also graduated from Castrobusk and had previously been slapped in the palm of Dorado. At this moment, he was so frightened by the other party and immediately said the matter. Headmaster, that kid was taken by someone from the Aurors. I really don't know the rest. And this matter is not my responsibility. The worker replied with a bitter face. And Dorado couldn't take care of him at the moment. With Augustus in hand, he hurried towards the Auror office. She didn't know much about the current Auror chief of staff Capeki. Know that the other party is an extremely greedy and ruthless guy. At the same time, he also began to secretly pray in his heart, hoping that nothing would happen to Braun. Otherwise, not only would she not be able to face her friends, it is even possible to offend an alchemy master with unlimited future potential. This is undoubtedly a major blow to the Samba Kingdom magical community, which is already in danger and relies on the assistance of wizards from the European continent. You know, this child named Braun is different from ordinary children. At a young age, he reached a strategic cooperation with England's Ministry of Magic, and the talent and ingenuity in it naturally need not be discussed. Ask the other party how it is possible to be happy in the heart that the other party has suffered such unfair treatment here in Samba country. Even if you pretend to be okay now, but later, who can guarantee that the other side will not retaliate with more violent means? A wizard in his teens, who dares to do even human alchemy, will be bound by so-called morality? Thinking of this, her steps became faster. Inside the Auror office, Braun was watching the other party's movements with the help of Homais, who was attached to Capeki. I was a little anxious. At this moment, the door was slammed open. Looking up, it was his grandmother and Dorado. Grandmother, Professor Dorado. Braun, you didn't get hurt. Dorado scanned Braun with an anxious expression. After finding no scars, he was visibly relieved. But he soon became annoyed again. Capijana, I'm going to teach that fat man a good lesson? Professor Dorado, Capechi has gone to save Sanka. Braun replied casually. I told you a long time ago that Dorado will be fine. I have already divination. Instead, I think you should worry about that girl. Augustus was quietly on the sidelines. Girl? You mean Shanka? Dorado's face changed abruptly. Samba country, Blacktail Lane. This is the most chaotic place in the entire Samba country. It's not just a variety of Muggle gangsters and murderers hiding in it. There are also a large number of dark wizards hiding here. Take this girl down. A short wizard in a black robe threw a good-looking girl to the ground and said to the men who stayed behind. Boss, you are? The subordinate asked a little nervously. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a wave from the short wizard. The operation failed. I didn't expect that kid to be so difficult to catch. Also, remember to instruct the people below to send a sum of cal to the Ministry of Magic and fish out the unlucky eggs who were caught. After speaking, he waved his hand casually. I sat down on the sofa and rested. He also didn't think that things were so tricky, and the big black man next to that child was simply like an inhuman existence. Ordinary spells hitting his body had no effect at all, not to mention, the opponent's strength was still very strong. His own subordinates are not opponents at all. If he hadn't run fast, he might have had to end up the same as his few subordinates who had broken their hands and feet. 887. Thinking of this, his heart began to worry again. Fortunately, he also caught a little girl, and it was a big deal to take this little girl and ask for a ransom from that Braun. The short wizard was secretly fierce in his heart. Boss Julian? What's going on? The short wizard looked very dissatisfied. Ministry of Magic? The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic are chasing after them? Bang! A violent explosion blew open the door to the room. Without hesitation, Julian took control of the subordinate who had reported to him and flew towards the Aurors. And he turned and ran towards the door closest to him. With a scream, the subordinate became a sieve under the spells that the Aurors flew. And at this moment, Julian has long since run away. Damn it! That group of people from the Ministry of Magic came so quickly? And the dead fat pig, did he give away all the collar sent in previous years? Julian cursed secretly while hurriedly looking for a hiding place. It wasn't that he didn't want the phantom to migrate, but he was afraid that the Aurors would mark themselves based on their phantom migration. If only these Aurors had determined their whereabouts. After that, I really couldn't escape. You guys go and keep chasing Julian? Others are on alert. Pay attention to other guards in the room. Capekey ordered his men with a gloomy face. The Aurors were a little afraid of their own director. After agreeing, they all cautiously raised their wands and searched. 10 minutes later, Julian was caught grimmed, and beside him was a lifeless girl. You, damn it. Capekey's expression was gloomy, almost dripping. The anger in his heart almost burned his chest. He came here to clean up the scraps, and to rescue the girl Braun had asked for. Now, that girl turned out to be dead? How can this explain to his master, Braun? Say, what the hell is going on? He set his gaze on his Aurors. The Auror looked a little trembling. After swallowing his saliva, he stumbled to explain. Director, Julian had already killed this girl when we first felt it. There's really no way. Capekey couldn't care what the reason was at this time. He only felt confused, and did not know how to explain to his master when he went back. He glanced at Julian, who was grey-faced. 3 people come with me back to the Ministry of Magic. Bring these 2 with you, and the others continue to deal with the fish that slipped through the nets around them. The Aurors replied in unison. And Capekey hurriedly left with Julian and Shenka. Now, the best thing he could think of was to take these 2 men back and hand them over to Braun at his disposal. Grandmother, you mean, Shenka will be in danger. Braun's expression looked a little ugly. You know, if it weren't for yourself, the other party wouldn't have been arrested. In the end, he heard her. Dorado also appeared anxious. You know, no matter how Shenka is her student. Now that there was even possible danger, how could her heart not be nervous? It's just that they haven't waited for the 2 to ask anything more. A fat figure ran nervously from outside. Lord. His Excellency Braun. Seeing that there were other people here, Capekey changed his name. But his expression was still respectful. People have been captured, it's just. There were some accidents, Miss Shenka. Although Capekey did not finish. But Braun already understood what he meant. Looking at the lifeless girl on the stretcher, his heart couldn't help but become angry. There is also sadness. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Although he didn't get along with each other for a long time, he already regarded this godly girl as a friend in his heart. Holding the other party's hand that still had residual warmth, his heart gradually became cold. Braun, it's all fate. Fate of shit. Braun roared at his grandmother with red eyes. This was the first time he had been so angry with his grandmother. What I hate the most is the so-called fate. Braun's palm flashed, and a golden pocket watch appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, the needle of the pocket watch was pressed by himself. In an instant, Braun felt as if he was passing through a small, crowded tunnel again. The surrounding scenery quickly retreated, as if rewinding. Wait until he opens his eyes again. He was still in the Auror office. It's just in a corner. He saw a young man standing in place with a serious expression. And a fat wizard looked flattering and bowed his head at the teenager. The host? I'll send someone to catch those guys. You can rest assured that our efficiency is absolutely guaranteed. The fat wizard dog-legged said. The teenager, on the other hand, looked a little cold. You lead the team. Kill those scum clean? After the young man said this, the fat wizard nodded seriously. Then he began to gather his men. Braun knew that he had gone back an hour. It won't be long before Shenka is killed. And I must take advantage of this time to go to Blacktail Alley as soon as possible to change all this zero. Thinking about it, his body became a tall middle-aged man. He walked past him with his head down. Without attracting his attention, he planned to leave the ministry. You, come with us. Capekey was gathering the Aurors, and when he saw Braun wearing the uniform of the Ministry of Magic, his eyes lit up instantly. He was worried that people were not enough, but he didn't expect this to come again. It's not an Auror, but it's the same. Braun looked hesitant, not knowing whether to step forward or leave. You know, his original plan was to go to Blacktail Alley by himself, and not with Kopecky. Hey, what are you doing, stunned? Kopecky shouted again with some impatience. There is really no way to leave. Braun could only nod and came behind Kopecky, seeing that almost a dozen Aurors were summoned. Kopecky nodded in satisfaction. Now this number is almost enough. You know, Aurors originally belonged to extremely good wizards. Against those ordinary wizards, they can hang 2 or 3, not to mention those half-hanging dark wizards. As long as it's not the kind of dark wizard who doesn't take his life as his life for human experimentation. The average dark wizard is no match for Aurors at all. A dozen people followed Kopecky to the Ministry of Magic's fireplace. Accompanied by green flames, one by one, shouted out where to go. This is a fireplace specially prepared for members of the Ministry of Magic to go out. It must be known that ordinary wizards in the Ministry of Magic, except for some ministers, cannot be phantom to move, so the flow network has become the main outing tool of the Ministry of Magic. Blacktail Alley. Braun called out where he was going, jumped into the flames with the other wizards. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in a dilapidated house. All right, now that everyone has arrived, let's deal with that Julian guy. Remember, don't leave your hands behind. All annihilated? Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Then, led by Kopecky, the group strode 2.6 through the dirty streets towards Julian's gathering point. It was a dilapidated factory that looked like it should have been abandoned by muggles. It later became Julian's stronghold. With a violent explosion, the gate was blown open. Braun instantly saw the wizard sitting on the sofa. The other party also seemed very decisive, and when he saw them coming, he threw his subordinates down, and he ran towards the other room of the factory. Braun wanted to chase after him, but was ordered to explore the other rooms. At this moment, even if there is something unwilling in his heart, he can only obey orders. Asunder, the wooden door was blasted open by Braun with a spell. A few terrified wizards inside were revealed. Before they could make any moves, they were easily subdued by Braun. Tell me, where did the girl who Julian brought here go? Braun asked with an icy look. Several wizards looked at each other. They refused to speak first. But Braun wasn't in the mood to spend time with these guys slowly. Drill the heart and cut the bone. With a cold voice, one of the wizards closest to Braun instantly let out a miserable scream. The body is bent like a boiled prawn. Several wizards around him swallowed their saliva in fright, scrambling to get the news. I am afraid that I will also follow in the footsteps of my companions. After getting the news, Braun did not continue to stay here. After learning where Sanka was being held, he hurried towards the place. In a dimly lit room, a group of children are kept in cages, and Sanka is among them. It's just that compared to other children, her expression is much calmer. However, the panic in his eyes could not be hidden. Bang bang! A slight noise caught Sanka's attention. It made her suddenly startled in her heart, and she hurriedly fell to the ground and pretended to be unconscious. Damn it! Thanks to me, I set up the secret passage in advance. Julian panted and crawled out of the wall. It startled the children around who were in cages. Trembling and majestic, he tightened his body. Meet these children who have been caged by themselves. Julian's expression wrinkled with some cruelty. He abducted these children from Samba country, and their role is also very simple, that is, to sell to those powerful dark wizards here. It's just a pity that this business can't be done now. It's a pity. You can only die. The monster laughed and drew his wand. See Julian aim his wand at the poor children. Sanka, who was still pretending to be unconscious, couldn't bear it anymore. If the other party just wants to escape, she can still pretend that she doesn't know anything. But when she saw the other's wand aimed at the poor children, she couldn't stand it. Vines are entangled. The magic of Sang 09 is more inclined to control plants than in England. This may also be due to the geographical reason for the large vegetation of the Samba country. I saw a crisp vine suddenly grow on the ground, winding towards Julian. This sudden change startled him. It's just that with the light of a necklace on the body, the emerald green vine loses its effect. Fall to the ground on their stomachs. But in the same way, the necklace on Julian's body shattered into powder as if it could not resist. Damn guys, you caused me to lose a defensive magic item? Do you know how much this thing is worth? Looking at his broken necklace, Julian couldn't help but scold angrily. At the same time, I can't help but feel a little palpitating. Thanks to the alchemy items on his body. Otherwise, if you were suddenly attacked just now, maybe it was really possible to be controlled by this little girl in front of you. Thinking of this, the tip of his staff glowed with a green light. The killing curse can be regarded as a necessary magic for every dark wizard, and even if there is a gap, it is only in power. Avidiso. Look at the green light that is flying towards him. Sanka closed her eyes in fear. It's just that the imaginary pain did not come. On the contrary, his body was light, as if he was being picked up by someone. It was a tall middle-aged man, but it always looked like it always gave Sanka an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Horrors? Damn it! Saw that someone broke in again. Julie was taken aback. I didn't think that the people of the Ministry of Magic were so fast. There was no time to deal with those children at the moment, and it was only true that they ran away by themselves. Thinking about it, he thought about the passage he had just come out and jumped. But to his surprise, the secret passage that was still in front of him disappeared. It is not only the secret passage that disappears, but also himself, as if he can't escape in a dark room. Wisps of black figures floated in midair. Looking closely, those people turned out to be their own dead subordinates, and even said that there were children who had been trafficked by themselves. These grey figures also seemed to have spotted him. As if he had found his target, he rushed over with a rush of thoughts. That deep fear filled his brain. Soul extraction. An indifferent voice sounded out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, Julian only felt that his whole consciousness seemed to have become fluttering. Braun. See the appearance of middle-aged people gradually changing. Sanka's expression was filled with joy. She didn't think that the person who saved her would be Braun. See what else Sanka wants to ask. But he was stopped by Braun. Now is not the time to greet you. Listen to me, I used a time shifter. You have to get out of here with me later. As he spoke, the noise outside alerted the two people. Braun waved his wand, cast a phantom spell, and hid in a corner, watching quietly. Coming in were two tall wizards, dressed in horror costumes. It's just that the appearance is frivolous. This guy actually died? I really didn't expect it. One of the Aurors raised an eyebrow at Julian lying motionless on the ground. Leave him alone? What should we do? That dead fat pig didn't know what wind was pumping in his brain today, and he actually came here to investigate. The companion beside him looked a little anxious, nervously scanned the surroundings. Now that Julian is dead, who else knows we have a business with him? The Auror kicked Julian, who was lying motionless on the ground, looking particularly relaxed. It doesn't seem to take the matter in front of him to heart. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. It seemed that he saw that his companion was too nervous, and he pretended to be comforted. Don't worry, business will be done, and the weight will be paid from the Ministry of Magic. Just send this batch of goods out. When the time comes, it's a big deal to find a new partner. Seeing him so calm, the companion's mood gradually calmed down. I wasn't in a hurry like the one at the beginning. Instead, he began to help carry Julian out, seemingly intending to use the other party's body to invite credit. Braun, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but feel cold in his heart when he saw the two people talking and laughing. He never thought that the culprit of this matter was related to the Ministry of Magic. Originally, seeing the treatment of the captured dark wizards, he thought that the Aurors had received bribes. Unexpectedly, this was not a bribery at all, but there was a direct participation of Aurors. This made him more and more disgusted with these people. I don't think you are going to go, Ivadiso? The green glow instantly hit one of them. The other Auror cautiously dodged, but the wand was shot away by Sanka's spell. Without the wand, the other party did not last long before he was easily subdued by Braun. Look into my eyes. Fascinating? The illusion of writing chakra eyes combined with the recitation of the gods, the memory of the other party is undoubtedly revealed in front of Braun. Even brain occlusion can't resist. Forget it. Along with the other party's memory being cleansed by Braun, the other party's soul was also extracted by Braun. Only this time Braun didn't put it away. Instead, it was filled into the dead Julian. The Auror transformed into Sanka under Braun's transfiguration. Braun, this is. Sanka looked puzzled, not understanding what Braun was doing this for. History cannot be changed. Braun's expression became serious. In the timeline of history you are dead. So I have to fake one you out. This is somewhat complicated to explain. Simply put, you are not you anymore. You have to make a break with who you used to be. This is the only way I can think of, to save you. But don't worry, I'll ask my teacher for help you to go to Beau's Batons. Braun said seriously. Shanka's death is inevitable, and the time turner allows himself to travel through time. But if there is a real change in time, he cannot predict the consequences. In order to avoid the correctiveness of time, this is already the best way he can think of. Sanka was silent for a moment. 477. But in the end, he accepted the reality that Braun said. She naturally knew the name of the time turner. This is also learned in textbooks. It's just that he can't believe that he has died in the original timeline. That is to say, now I am already a person without identity. Of course, she didn't feel much sadness in her heart. There was no one else in her family but herself. And later in life, with Braun's promise, there is nothing to worry about. It's a big deal, just another name. She is still her. I listen to you, Sanka said obediently. Then I'll be called Dinah later. Of course, nice name. Braun replied with a smile. At the same time, my heart was relieved. A smile appeared on his face. What he fears most is that Sanka will not cooperate with him. Then what he did was completely useless. This is for you, the camouflage ring, I'll be you. After explaining to Shanka, Braun returned to the middle-aged man's appearance. Went outside with the dead Sanka and Julian. Director. Braun and Dinah showed a respectful look. Brought two people out. Seeing the dead Shanka, Kopeki's face instantly became gloomy. The fat on his face couldn't stop trembling. You, damn it! The fan-like palm viciously slapped Julian's face. But even that didn't relieve him. On the contrary, it made him more and more angry. Braun, on the other hand, quietly watched Kopeki's movements. He could understand why the other party was so angry. Kopeki, who was freed from the other gods, used all his words as the highest command. And now, the task he commanded, Kopeki has not completed. That shame that went straight to his soul made him angry that he couldn't contain. Take away, you two come back to the Ministry of Magic with me, Kopeki said to Braun and Dinah. The two people naturally had no opinion, and honestly followed each other to the Ministry of Magic. After coming to the Ministry of Magic, it could be seen that the other party's expression became hesitant. Braun and Dinah were driven away by each other. Now you go and drag my grandmother and Headmaster Dorado. I'm going to deal with the rest of the matter. They were right at the entrance to the Ministry of Magic, ordered Dinah. Braun hurried towards the Auror office. He knew he was there at the moment. After receiving Braun's instructions, Dinah had been walking around the doors of the ministry. Sure enough, it didn't take long. 2 old women and a tall Zulu man walked in from outside the gate. Headmaster Dorado, Dinah greeted with a smile. It's just that the other party didn't give her any good face. On the contrary, the attitude is particularly bad. A cold face as if he owed her money. It's just that she also knows that this is because she is now a staff member of the Ministry of Magic. It is only natural that the other party will behave this way. Just when she wanted to do what Braun said to delay time, the other party was the first to ask, "What about the kid you caught here?" Huh. Dinah looked a little confused. But this look became a fragment in Dorado's eyes. As a result, Dorado's expression became even colder. Originally Dinah or Sanko was a student of Castrobusk. There is a natural fear of Dorado. See each other like this at this moment. I instantly became nervous. Yard, head, that kid was taken by the Aurors. I really don't know. And this matter is not my responsibility. She explained with a bitter face. I wanted to say something. But after getting the news he wanted, the other party turned around and left without looking back. Walking in the direction of the Auror office. Braun, you really don't blame me, Dinah muttered. She also did not think that she would become so unbearable in the face of the principal. I almost even stuttered. I can only watch the other person leave. On the other side, Braun also came to the office. I saw myself observing the situation with a living spirit. Looks like you already know. See your own calm look. Braun was surprised. He originally thought that with his suspiciousness, he would have doubts about that. I saw it through the soul fruit. But it's better to verify it. Seeing himself sitting on the sofa with Erlang's legs up, he was a little angry. He had just been exhausted to deal with this matter, but the other party seemed very relaxed. Say it? How to verify? Braun didn't have a good airway. Well, odd and even. Symbols look at quadrants. What is the price of a shirt? £9 and 15 pence. Well, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. Grandmother, they're coming soon. You have to hide it quickly? Braun's expression was serious. Sitting on the couch, he shrugged. Well, you have the final say? Time turner to me. Braun threw a gold pocket watch over. It caused the other party to catch it in a hurry, and he was very dissatisfied. Really? This thing is very precious. If it is broken, we will be gone. After speaking, he snorted coldly and disappeared here using the time converter. Braun, on the other hand, stood in each other's place and quietly waited for his grandmother's arrival. Grandmother, Professor Dorado? Braun pretended to be surprised. Then the other party was also particularly surprised and asked if he was injured. And just when pleasantries, Dorado also appeared in front of the three. There were 2 more people behind him. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? One is the dead Sanka. The other is Julian. Naturally, what followed was a sad performance by Braun. Then he angrily becalled his grandmother and expressed her anger. Then he apologized to his grandmother under Dorado's persuasion. He eventually left the Ministry of Magic and returned to his hotel. Braun, rest early, Augustus said flatly. Braun agreed guiltily. Wait until there is no movement outside. Braun then waved his hand out the window. Let Dinah come up quickly. Oh my god, starve me. Dinah, who had returned to her original appearance, gulped down the snacks brought by Braun. The disappearance of her original identity did not seem to have any effect on her. I said, you're too heartless and lungless? Isn't it sad that you have to leave here after you have no school now? Braun couldn't help but say with nothing to do. Sad for what? It's my dream to go to France, and it's still going to Upper Beaux Batons? At that time, with scholarships alone, maybe I will be able to become a little rich woman. Dinah said indifferently. Then he started eating those delicious snacks. There is no ladylike image at all. Braun patted his head, almost forgetting that this girl's dream was to go to Beaux Batons. By the way, I haven't asked who your teacher is. Can it really get me on Beaux Batons? It is said that the girls' schools there are very strict, and few people from other countries can go to them. You're going to find a few more people. Don't get it then, I'll have to live on the street. Braun rolled his eyes. Wipe the cream from the other person's mouth with a paper towel. My teacher is Nicola Flamel. If he can't help you enroll, you don't need to find someone else. Nicola Flames? Quetzalcoatl. Braun quickly covered the other party's mouth. After hearing that there was no movement outside, he lowered his hand. Bah, a smell of metal, Dinah said with disgust. And why are you covering my mouth? What if you summoned my grandmother so loudly just now? It's good that I didn't knock you out with 2 punches? Braun rolled his eyes angrily. Dinah smiled sarcastically, and did not dare to refute it. But there was still surprise in his expression. How could your teacher be Nicola Elimina? That is the most famous alchemy master in the European continent? Refined the apex figure of the Philosopher's Stone. Please, love, believe it or not. But first of all, you honestly hide here during this time and don't be discovered by others. When you get back, take you away with my suitcase, which casts a traceless telescopic spell. After that I will go to France to entrust you to my teacher. Dinah waved her hand indifferently. But eating reacted again. No, where will I sleep if I hide here? Both of them set their eyes on the only bed in the bedroom. Don't even think about it. This is my bed, you honestly make the floor. Also, I'm already tired today and won't tell you. After speaking, he preemptively lay down on the bed. Almost as soon as his head was on the pillow, he made a slight breathing sound, and it was obvious that he was asleep. Petty? Still a big lazy pig? Dinah muttered. Seeing Braun asleep, the big black glasses turned. Lightly, he climbed onto Braun's bed sneakily. His face turned a little red. A large black dog stared at him, his scarlet eyes revealing evil and coldness. It made Braun's heart couldn't help but feel a pang of trepidation. He opened his eyes sharply and gasped. What's wrong, Braun? Dinah asked sleepily. It's nothing, you go on sleeping. Braun said casually. Gently place the other person's hand around his neck on the pillow. Get up and get dressed. Looking at himself in the mirror with a pale face and thick dark circles, I couldn't help but pull out a bitter smile. It wasn't the first time he had dreamed of that huge black dog. Since a few days ago, Braun used the time turner to change Sanka's fate, allowing him to escape death. Every night, he could see the big black dog he saw in his dreams. If that's all, he doesn't care about anything. But in the past few days, he found that his body began to gradually weaken. Although the margin is small, but if this continues, one day he will be unable to bear it and die. Thinking about this, his heart couldn't help but become irritable. He had thought that this had passed like this. Sanka changed her name to Dinah. Death in the established history was replaced by someone else. Everything seems logical. Unexpectedly, Braun himself was still careless. Sure enough, time is not deceptive. The corners of Braun's mouth lit up in a wry smile. How to solve this matter? He still has no clue in his heart. You can only take one step at a time. Ding! Check-in location, Vagadu Academy. Rewards have been obtained. One-time psychic scroll, 10,000 serpents. Hearing this reward, Braun barely lifted his spirits. Find the scroll in your backpack and look at it. The style of this scroll is very simple, with a Japanese style, and the text on it is also the same. But it's amazing that although Braun doesn't understand these characters, he can easily understand the meaning when attached to them with magic. One-time psychic scroll, 10,000 snakes. Effect: after use, you can summon and command the psychic beast 10,000 snakes to fight for half an hour. Looking at the introduction of Braun, I am still very happy. 10,000 snakes can be regarded as 153 very powerful psychic beasts. Although the final death was a bit tragic, the strength is beyond doubt. Moreover, the huge body size of the other mountain, even a fire dragon cannot be compared. As a whole card, it is more than enough. Tuk tuk. There was a soft noise outside the window. Braun put away the psychic scroll and tilted his head to look. A small gray-faced owl was tapping on the glass, with a letter in its mouth. For me. Braun opened the window. The owl then leaned over to his hand and raised his head, as if to signal Braun to remove the letter from his mouth. Teachers? It should be Dinah's school thing. Seeing the signature on the envelope, Braun already had a guess in his heart. He was in no hurry to open the envelope. Instead, he poured some milk and nuts for the owl who delivered the letter. After seeing that the owl was very happy to eat, he opened the envelope and looked at it. The content was nothing more than that things had been done and that Braun would go to his estate as soon as he was free. At the same time, in addition to this incident, a bracelet was sent, which was sent by Eliza. Thinking of that delicate mermaid girl, Braun couldn't help but show a knowing smile. Tipping the envelope slightly, a somewhat rough bracelet with shells and woven of water grass appeared in front of Braun. Braun didn't care about this either, and casually put it on his hand. By this time the owl had already eaten. It seemed to be very satisfied with Braun's hospitality, and gently pecked Braun a few times before waving its wings and leaving through the window. Wake up, don't sleep. Braun looked at Dinah, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, and pushed her twice angrily. In the past few days, this Nazai has been looking for a reason to sleep in her own bed almost every day. It's not that there are bugs on the ground, it's a lame reason to be afraid of the dark. Braun was speechless, and there was no way to catch up. In the end, we had to let it go. Let the other person occupy half of his bed. Time for breakfast. Touching her mouth, Dinah asked as she rubbed her eyes. Her boy has been doing very well these days. Every day, Ajf, in addition to eating and sleeping, you can also go out and wander around. Eat and drink without worry, and live a very dashing life. After all, he is dead. The original debt to Vagadu naturally does not have to be repaid. Plus she still has some savings. Nature lives dashingly. Just know how to eat. Check this out. Braun handed the letter over angrily. Dinah, who had not seen the food, was still a little angry. However, after seeing the letter, the anger in my heart instantly subsided. Before the scream could come out, he was stuffed into his mouth by Braun with a smelly sock. But even this did not affect the joy in Dinah's heart in the slightest. Anyway, the smelly socks are also their own, and they do not dislike themselves. No problem? My application approved. Dinah asked excitedly. Well, the teacher said it was no problem. Wait until the start of school to report directly. At that time, you can start studying in the 3rd grade. Braun took the letter and said, Fantastic Braun, I love you to death. With that, Dinah pounced, wrapped her arms around Braun's neck, and kissed her. Flexibly dodged by Braun. A big morning kiss. Although it is said that wizards, after sleeping all night without brushing their teeth, the smell inside is also very heavy. Not to mention that he had just stuffed smelly socks into her mouth. Seeing that her revenge had not succeeded, Dinah pestered her again. It wasn't until there was a knock on the door that the house finally became quiet. Braun. Some old and ethereal voices sounded from outside the door. What's wrong, grandmother? Braun lifted Dinah's leg that had pressed against his neck and asked outside the door. I remember that there is still a celebration in the evening, and I may not be able to take care of you when I go out later. You yourself remember to buy food. I know, grandmother. There was no sound outside. It seems that Augustus should have left. Naturally, Quetzalcoatl cannot be just a float show and end. It was a festival that lasted for nearly half a month. From the first parade of floats to the Feathered Serpent Festival on the last day of today's evening. It can be said that every day is very lively. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Compared to Braun's new arrival, there are already many more vendors on the streets. Most of them sell souvenirs and delicacies. Braun also traveled around a lot during this time. I bought a lot of things and planned to give them to my friends when I return to China. Braun, where are we going to play later? Dinah asked happily. Play a fart? Today I want to practice alchemy. You give me an assistant? Oh, evening. Braun looked at the model of the completed moving castle on the table, and a sense of accomplishment inevitably welled up in his heart. This is a model he made based on drawings that are downsized one by one. Compared with the drawings, there is basically no functional difference except for the size difference. It is even said that when Braun controls an undead and acts as the fulcrum of the entire castle, the castle was instantly impetus. Ability to move around the table. So you've been doing it for this strange-looking thing for the past 10 days. Dinah couldn't help but poke her finger. Let the crooked castle that had already gone almost fall to the ground. But this moving castle is not easy to mess with. A small crossbow arrow appeared on the castle, and it was instantly fired at Dinah's finger. Although it did not break the skin, it still made Dinah feel like she had been pricked by a needle and retracted her hand sharply. What can this thing still prick people? It's called moving castle. I've told you several times. Braun rolled his eyes. Then baby's observation. After a brief temptation, the moving castle is also gradually adapting to the movement. Now it's a steady walk. Braun then experimented with flying and diving into the water. After a short period of adaptation, the models of this moving castle are very well finished. Braun was very satisfied. Compared to the original moving castle, Braun removes the unnecessary and dangerous buildings. It makes the entire moving castle appear more orderly and thicker. The entire castle abandoned the wooden structure, which was made entirely of steel, and Braun did not choose the construction of the spire tower, but the same as the original. It looks round. This is done to ensure its resistance to blows. The so-called aesthetics are abandoned, and the focus is entirely on practicality. Braun also installed many weapons in it. It can be said that once launched, it is a war machine. If the construction is really successful according to Braun's vision, that moving castle is bound to become the overlord of the sea, land, and air. At least as far as the wizarding world is concerned, there is no more powerful alchemy item than your own moving castle. It's just a model. Think about it. If I zoom it dozens of times, won't it be as big as the forest castle now? At that time, this will be my own alchemy castle? And compared to the limitations of the forest castle, my alchemy castle can still fly and dive? At that time, as long as I hide in the castle, no one will be able to threaten me. Listen to Braun's story. Even Dinah couldn't help but be shocked by her crazy ideas. There is also admiration. If you really enlarge this castle dozens of times as big as Forest Castle, as Braun said. What the other party said is definitely not falsehood. Even Braun with this achievement, even able to leave a strong mark in the entire history of wizards. Can't help it, but also made her admire the little man in front of her more and more. The cuckoo. Cuckoo. A bird kept calling out of the wall clock. Braun looked up, and the hour hand was pointing exactly at the position of 6. It's 6? Time so fast? I think you should have cleaned up earlier. Otherwise, the celebration may be late. Dinah thoughtfully reminded. Braun's expression was puzzled at first. Then he thought about going to the festival later. I couldn't help but get busy. After taking the clothes that Dinah handed over, she hurried to the bathroom. Bring you something delicious when you come back. Don't run around, said to Dinah. Braun hurried away in his dress. Dinah looked at Braun's somewhat flustered back and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Frizzy. Sorry, grandmother. Just took a shower and wasted some time. Braun looked at Augustus, who was waiting for him in the hall, and said a little embarrassed. Well, let's go. Augustus didn't say anything. Only a slight nod. 2 people leave the hotel. On the streets, pedestrians are intertwined. Most of them are backpackers who come to travel. Of course, there are also some local shamans with oil paint on their faces. If tourists just come to join in the fun, then these local shamans are the participants in this celebration. From time to time, shouting sounded in the streets. Most of them sell some local snacks. Many tourists came forward curiously. Braun honestly followed his grandmother, turning a deaf ear to the shouts. I walked for almost 10 minutes. Braun came to the site of this celebration. This is a mountain peak located in the northeast corner of the entire city. It is also a place to worship feathered serpents. At the top of the hill, there is a flat-roofed altar that resembles a pyramid. This place is called the Moon Pyramid. It is said that the feathered serpent sleeps in this pyramid. Every 10-year moonlit night, it awakens to bless all the people of Samba Kingdom, and give wizards powerful magic. Although Braun feels that this story is more pulling than the story of Merlin in England being sealed in an oak tree, but in any case, it is necessary to respect local cultural differences. The moon is so round today. An old wizard couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it is just like what the other party said. The moon on the evening today is indeed very round. The bright moonlight spilled out, bringing a hazy halo to the entire altar. The bright moonlight fell, bringing a hazy halo to the entire altar. The altar is also faintly lit with a magic circuit, echoing it. It gives a feeling of being incomparably sacred. Let all the wizards present marvel at the beauty in front of them. Braun wasn't much better either. Looking at those complex and bizarre magic arrays, his eyes revealed intoxication. If it wasn't for the time and then, he couldn't help but want to step forward and study those magic arrays. Unfortunately, this request will certainly not be granted. In this regard, his heart has some regrets. The interior of the altar. A viper was lying quietly in the center of the magic array. If Braun would be able to find out here, this is Nagini who was taken away a few days ago. It's just that at this moment, it is no longer a simple snake. Under the moonlight, the body is actually changing, constantly switching between humans and vipers. In front of her, Dorado stood quietly. His expression was filled with nervousness. This period since the beginning of Quetzalcoatl festival. Almost every night, she brings Nagini here. Under the double baptism of the moon pyramid and moonlight, the power of the blood spell on the other party has weakened somewhat. Just wait until the end of today's Feathered Serpent Festival. The other party's body can truly return to normal. With the brilliance of the moon, Nagini's body is constantly changing. The human form finally took up most of it. It turned into the appearance of a human snake tail, and the whole body on the horizontal side of the magic array looked extremely tempting. It's just that the other party's consciousness still hasn't been restored. The eyes still revealed the coldness of belonging to snakes. Dorado looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, and his expression revealed obsession. It's as if you're looking at some peerless treasure. The wizarding robe on Dorado's body had been taken off by her. His shriveled body was revealed. At the same time, it also made her more and more jealous of the beautiful woman in front of her. Her dry hands continued to caress this body, and the smooth skin made her body tremble slightly. Don't worry, it won't be long. You are me. It's you. Shrouded in moonlight, Dorado's shriveled back had a huge octopus tattoo, as if alive. The twisted tentacles kept waving, and it seemed that Dorado had already been impatient. Buzz woo dash. Accompanied by a long trumpet sound. The celebration has finally begun. Two groups of wizards dressed in robes woven with feathers walked slowly towards the altar with solemn expressions. Behind them was a group of panicked-looking and shackled muggles. They appeared here before they could figure out what was going on. I tell you weirdos. My father is the director of the Ministry of Economy of Samba country? You'd better let me go now. One of the young muggles shouted. It's just that no one paid attention to him. The wizard who was guarding behind him saw this guy chattering and directly smashed a stick on his mouth. In an instant, teeth mixed with blood were vomited. The look of the young muggle revealed fear. I don't dare to say anything more. Honestly, walk up to the altar with the other muggles. Grandmother, these people are sacrifices. Braun wondered softly. In addition to this reason, he couldn't imagine the usefulness of these people. Yes, the Samba nation was inherited from the Aztec civilization. Living sacrifices are their specialty, although it is said that this act among muggles has been abolished. However, for wizards, this behavior still exists. While speaking, he explained to Braun. However, these people are all death row prisoners who were brought from prison, with the consent of the Samba government. Braun nodded. His gaze was unblinkingly fixed on the muggles who were brought to the high platform. Braun's heart didn't wave. The wizarding world is far crueler than muggle society. This was understood as early as the beginning of Braun's crossing. As early as that bloody cave, Braun had already lost his so-called sympathy. This is why he has not dared to relax. In this cruel world, you want to control your own destiny. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Only have strength. The end of not having strength is to be treated as a pig. Just thinking about it, the ceremony finally officially began. An old wizard with a feather crown with a serious expression. In his hand is a knife made of gold. The color on it appears a little mottled with some traces of dark red. He chanted words of praise, while dancing. On the altar before him lay a naked muggle. It was the muggle youth who kept shouting just now. It's just that at this moment, he is not arrogant. Only fear remained on his face. It seemed that at this moment, he finally understood what these people were arresting him for. But even if he knew it in his heart, there was nothing he could do. We can only wait quietly for death to come. The old wizard's dance continued. At the same time, the distance with young people is getting closer. The golden dagger in his hand was constantly waving. Swoosh. It's like the sound of a balloon leaking. I saw that the golden dagger had already been inserted into the muggle youth's chest at this moment. Not waiting for him to scream. A pink heart that was still beating appeared in the hands of the old wizard. The beating heart pumped blood, respectfully placed by the old wizard into the golden horn on the altar, and the muggle whose heart had been removed was half thrown from the steps of the altar to the ground like useless garbage. A little blood spilled from the young man's body, and a little blood stain like a plum blossom fell across the steps. It looks particularly magnificent against the background of the moonlight. The dance didn't stop. One after another, muggles were brought to the altar, then remove the heart and throw it down the steps. It's only been a few minutes. The steps that were originally white and flawless in the moonlight had turned blood red. The rust-like smell of blood filled the air. Some timid wizards were already a little afraid. Subconsciously took a few steps back. and the wizards who originally admired pure blood and thought muggles were like pigs, blame the scene in front of you for being stimulated, excited but happy to smell this rusty smell, as if nothing in the world compares to the fragrance of this blood. Braun looked at all this expressionlessly, but there was some vigilance in my heart. This ritual has now begun to do something wrong, especially after seeing that the moonlight seemed to be alive and condensed into a miniature moon above the altar. The feeling that something was wrong became more and more prevalent. Let's go. Augustus, who had been still closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes, without waiting for Braun to react. So he pulled Braun towards the road down the hill behind. Sorry, ma'am, no departures are allowed during the ceremony, several Castrobusher wizards said with smiles on their faces. It's just that the look reveals weirdness. The eyes also looked dull. It was as if a soulless puppet was manipulated to speak too. I was invited by your dean, Augustus emphasized. But the wizard of the opposite Castrobusher only showed a kind smile. As if he hadn't heard anything, he still stood quietly in place. And the wizards of the Castrobusher who were originally standing elsewhere around seemed to have received orders in an instant. Walked over this way with a smile on his face. Didn't wait for Braun to make any moves. On the altar, the old wizard, who was dancing wildly, convulsed madly. Wake up, our great lord, our god. The golden dagger plunged into the old wizard's chest. A golden heart was held out. Even if you have lost your heart, the old wizard still looked as usual and respectfully put it into the golden horn. With this heart is put in, the horn, which had been motionless, seemed to have been activated. It emits a faint light, revealing the ancient meaning of recklessness in the distance. 500 seems to be welcoming the coming of the king. And accompanied by the sound of the horn, Braun's ears seemed to hear the beating of his heart. Thump, thump. The sound was originally only extremely slight, but as time goes by, the heart beats louder and louder, from inaudible, to sound like a drum, and now like thunder in the ears. Strike. Open. It was as if a heavy hammer had fallen on Braun's body. The corners of his mouth oozed blood. The blood in the body surged as if it could not be controlled. It seems to break through the cage of Braun's body with the sound of the heart that echoes in heaven and earth. Bang bang. The wizards who were still expressionless fell to the ground one by one. As he looked, a tuft of black ash fell from Augustus' hand. Let's go. Augustus's face looked very pale. It can be seen that this beating heart sound is still a big threat even for her. The sound that accompanies the beating of the heart gets louder and louder. The onlookers fell to the ground without a sound. Their blood broke through the body. Fly towards the central altar. Melt in, our great lord, our great void, underground, Dorado shouted maniacally. Her body was constantly withering. The octopus behind it began to detach and become an independent life. Melt in, I will be the sacrifice of the feathered serpent, I will be the closest demigod to the Lord. Even if the face gradually withers and dissipates, it cannot stop the madness in the other party's eyes. In the end, Dorado's body completely dissipated, leaving only an octopus that looked like nothingness. The octopus climbed onto Nagani's body. It became a feather coat attached to each other, and the original snake tail has disappeared. Only a beautiful woman with an indifferent look remained standing in place. It's just that women seem to be particularly painful. It seems to be tormented by something. Two very different sounds came out of his mouth. One is like a snake, while the other is the voice of Dorado. But it didn't take long for the snake-like voice to have dissipated, leaving only Dorado's old voice. Let me, as the leader of the Void Touch, welcome the coming of the Lord. On the hill, Braun Guang, who was stumbling towards the bottom of the mountain to escape, just skipped the figure that suddenly appeared. It's just that at this moment, he no longer has the heart to care who that person is. Stop, kid. Augustus said bloodlessly. It's good to leave Braun not knowing what to do. Grandmother, hold on a little longer, we'll soon. Braun had wanted to say that he was almost at the bottom of the mountain. I looked down only to find out he was still in the mountains. For a while, panic, anger welled up in my heart. Although at this time the sound of the heart has disappeared, but with that comes a stronger sense of oppression. Unable to move Braun's footsteps. Dorado, that's what you're for? Reborn with Nagani's body? Augustus looked at the beautiful figure on the altar with a cold face. But what he said shocked Braun. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. This beautiful woman in front of you is Nagani? No, it's Dorado? The voice made by the beautiful female population looked extremely old. Augustus, I've always admired you. If you wish, both you and your grandchildren can become the Lord's people. My lord, never skimp on gifts. Sorry, I have no intention of working for those so-called gods. Augustus scoffed. A bunch of poor insects defeated by ancient wizards, there are still so many unclear-headed believers. Satirize? There is nothing more ironic than this. Also, do you think I really don't have a backhand? You know, I'm a soothsayer. Augustus's words made Dorado have some bad premonitions in his heart. The wand in his hand was instantly raised, but not yet waiting for her release. The magic in his body seemed to be locked. The whole person also fell from midair to the altar. Even that powerful coercion followed. What did you do? Dorado said furiously. A little backhand zero. A smile finally appeared at the corners of Augustus's mouth. It's just that this smile didn't last long. A mouthful of blood with a faint blue color spurted out of her mouth. The calmness in his eyes did not change from before, but turned into shock. The moonlight in midair seemed to turn into a huge passage. Through the passage, a strange snake with its eyes closed is chained to the wall. And at this moment, this strange snake actually opened its eyes. It roared and tore at the chains. Even if its wings were torn apart, the golden blood spilled everywhere could not stop its determination. And with the appearance of this figure, Dorado, who was originally still panicked, smiled. Augustus, who was in his chest, looked ashen and desperate. Can't let him out. Braun's heart was constantly warning with a voice. All the cells in his body were warning him to flee here. Fight. Braun gritted his teeth. A quaint scroll was taken out by him. And with the scrolls, there are also detonators one after another. These are all things that he has checked in during this time. And in addition to these, there is also a tiny mushroom-like creature. Come out, 10,000 snakes. Along with the summoning scroll is torn open. Huge smoke enveloped the entire mountaintop. Wait until the smoke clears. A giant snake that was able to entrench the mountain peak appeared in front of the three people. Humans from another world. Summoning Uncle 10,000 snakes requires 100 humans as a sacrifice. With all your strength, kill it. Braun pointed to the strange snake that had poked half of its body out in midair. Summoning the scroll allows him to control 10,000 serpents to fight in 30 minutes and 3.9 minutes. No matter what request you make, the other party can't refuse. This is systematically certified. 10,000 snakes looked a little annoyed. Facing the giant snake in midair, even he had fear in his heart. It was a power he felt in the snake immortals. Although the other party is weak, he seems to be able to manipulate natural energy. It instinctively wants to refuse. But under the shackles of the contract, it can only rush towards the giant snake that is getting out of trouble with ruthlessness. And the tiny mushroom creature in Braun's hand was also thrown out by Braun. In an instant, this mushroom-like creature took possession of those dead bodies. Then the corpses stood up. The body changes and turns into all kinds of weird creatures. Kill it with all your might. Or parasitic? The detonation charm in his hand was thrown by Braun to these mutated corpses. Then, without the slightest hesitation, these people rushed towards the strange snake that had leaned out half of its body. Like a human bomb, the mutated limbs clasped the feathered serpent and then burst out with huge damage under the power of the detonation charm. Roar. The feathered serpent, who had been still looking disdainful, let out a roar of pain. Although these injuries are nothing to it. Even if it is a small injury, compared to its huge body, it can recover in an instant. But the pain is real. Even more infuriating. With the explosion, some tiny creatures actually burrowed into his flesh and blood. Let its body also be parasitized by this strange creature. Roar. Before the feathered serpent could withdraw his hand, a giant snake that was not as big as it was compared to it rushed over. As soon as he bit into his body, his sharp fangs instantly pierced his scales. Let it hurt. In desperation, it is not good to care about the strange creatures that parasitize in their bodies. Instead, he focused his attention on the giant serpent. Moonlight flourishes in midair. Then, under the control of the feathered serpent, it turned into an energy bomb and blasted towards 10,000 snakes. Scare the 10,000 snakes into revenance. I want to escape, but because of the constraints of the contract, I can only resist hard. But in his heart, he scolded all 18 generations of Braun's ancestors. With the sound of explosions, the scales on its body were blown up and splashed everywhere. This pain made him helpless but to vent the anger in his heart more on the body of the feathered serpent. During the war between the feathered serpent and the parasitic beast and the Quetzalcoatl god, Braun's side was not idle. Dorado, who possessed Nagini, saw that Braun did not know how to summon a large purple snake. Needless to say, the anger in my heart is not to mention. The time to summon magic is limited. If Quetzalcoatl can't leave the sealed land on evening 09 today, then it will never come out again. This made Dorado, who was bent on summoning the Quetzalcoatl god, not angry in his heart. As a result, countless magic vents flew towards Braun. It seems that he wants to solve the summoner of Braun first, then deal with those summons. Bang, bang bang. With the assistance of various alchemy equipment, Braun's figure is like a ghost. Most of the spells were easily dodged by him, and those that could not be dodged were offset one by one by the bullets in Braun's revolver. Damn it. Dorado spread his palms. Countless bullets fell to the ground. But even so, her face was extremely ugly. These alchemical firearms do not know what magic is fixed. No matter how you hide, you will be hit. That's all. She used defensive magic in advance. Ordinary firearms couldn't hurt her at all. But here's where the oddity lies. These seemingly small bullets are amazingly powerful. Not only can it penetrate her defensive magic, the power is also not small. Hitting the body can bring up a blood hole. It made her very distressed. Plant activation. As the green glow hits the surrounding trees, then these ordinary trees actually uprooted. One by one, they swung branches towards Braun. Mewdoin. Braun couldn't help but complain. But there was no relaxation in my heart. Soul infused? The ability of the soul fruit is activated. Countless black souls flew out of Braun's body, rushed into these wild trees. Then these trees that had been rushing towards Braun. They all turned around and attacked Dorado. All curses are over. A gray glow spread from the tip of Dorado's staff. Sweep over all the trees that have been activated. But who knows, these tall trees don't react at all when faced with this special energy. Instead, he rushed towards Dorado at a faster speed. Many trees even lifted huge stones on the ground and smashed over. What kind of magic is this? Dorado's face changed, and he hurriedly dodged the flying boulders. For a while, it turned out to be a little embarrassed. She didn't expect her magic to have no effect at all. Those revitalized tree people are still there. Thinking about this, she gritted her teeth. Don't waste your magic. Between waving of the wand, a black flame appeared. Although the flame is not big, it has a strange face. This is a fierce fire. Even in black magic, the fire spell is an extremely terrifying one. Eerily black flames wrapped around these tree people. It took little effort to burn these tree people to ashes. And after burning these tree people, the originally weak fire instantly became higher and higher. The face in the flames also became more and more hideous. He even roared at Braun in front of him. Soul given. Countless black shadows rushed towards the flames one after another. It turns into fly ash in the flames. Don't work in vain. Your magic is of no use in the face of fire? Dorado sneered. But Braun was unmoved, still directing those black shadows to rush into the flames. The fierce firecomers did not refuse to absorb these black souls, and the flames are getting stronger and stronger. Even Dorado felt a little hard to control these fires at the moment. Just when she was about to eliminate Braun in one fell swoop, she found out. I can't even control these fierce fires? What did you do? Dorado panicked. His own magic is still being sucked. But Li Huo was not controlled. Braun didn't answer. This woman in front of her is not much of a threat to herself at all. What he has to deal with is still the Quetzalcoatl god in midair. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Because there are 10,000 snakes and parasitic beasts fighting. At this moment, the Quetzalcoatl god looked extremely embarrassed. Not only the scales on the body were black and white, but the flesh and blood in many places turned purple. And most of the body that was originally exposed was once again pulled back by those chains that broke free. This made his heart angry. But there is nothing that can be done. Of course, the snake and the parasitic beast used by Braun as a bomb were no better. 10,000 snakes had already used the snake metamorphosis technique once, avoiding the deadly attack of the Quetzalcoatl god just now. But even so, its newborn body had many injuries, one of which was even more deeply visible. And the parasitic beasts are not much better. Almost all of them were lost as bombs. Even if it parasitized in the body of the Quetzalcoatl god, it was killed a lot because of the terrifying power of the divine blood. Even if some remained, they could only corrode the flesh and blood of the other party. There was nothing major at all. Roar. 10,000 snakes let out another scream of pain. However, there was joy in his eyes. Right away, he can get out of here in a moment? It swears as long as it is to let it go. It must be well toward us in the Dragonland cave and never come out again. They will not covet the forces of other worlds to sign those contracts. With a faint glow, the body of 10,000 snakes has gradually begun to become illusory. But the next second, it became desperate again. Nope. Countless parasitic beasts multiply in the wound. It is different from the difficulty of parasitic Quetzalcoatl god. It took almost only a short moment for the 10,000 snakes to be completely parasitized and turned into a puppet composed of parasitic beasts. And its original breath of life has dissipated without a trace. The illusory light lost its target, and naturally there was no way to teleport the 10,000 snakes back. After lingering for a while, it dissipated. Naive? Do you think I'll let you go? On the ground, looking at the 10,000 snakes that had turned into parasitic beasts, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but sneer. Is there a time limit for summoning? Isn't it gone when you die? The Quetzalcoatl god, who originally felt the teleportation power and knew that the 10,000 snakes were about to disappear, was originally happy. But at this moment, I found that it was too early to rejoice. Not only did that huge purple python not disappear, on the contrary, it became more powerful after being parasitized by that strange creature. At the fork of the neck, a bulge grew, and then along with the broken bulge, a newborn snake head also appeared. Once again, the two sides roared and rushed together, fiercely setting off a new battle. On the ground, Dorado, who was still proud just now, had already run out of oil at this moment because the magic power was absorbed by the fierce fire. His face grew old. It seems to be dozens of years older. It's a pity, it's wasted. Braun looked at Dorado, who had fallen to the ground with regret in his eyes. Originally, he also thought of studying Nagini to see if he could break the blood spell. But with the other party's body occupied by Dorado, the consciousness may have been erased long ago. So Braun no longer wasted this time. Simply let the other party become the nourishment of the fire. Soul extraction. A 087 regiment of octopus-like souls was collected by Braun, and then the other party's already old body was also rolled up. It turned into a black cloud of ash. Then Braun attacked the feathered serpent with fiery fire. Naturally, he would not use any powerful fire spells. The reason why he was able to control it was naturally because he used the souls that had just been sent into the fierce fire, made it into homais. Soul giving is not just a simple gift of alchemy items. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning of nature, all inanimate can be given a soul by the soul fruit, and become homais. It's just that this also needs to be developed. At this moment, being able to turn Luo into homais relies on Luo itself, and the mana requirements for the user are not very high. The reason for absorbing energy by itself can be burned. With the addition of fierce fire, Quetzalcoatl is even more difficult to parry. It had been sealed for thousands of years, plus it had just awakened. The power is not strong. There are still those chains behind him, blessed for various reasons. It makes him increasingly vulnerable in the face of these attacks. But as a deity of the Void sect, it obviously wouldn't be that simple. The golden horn did not know when it appeared in his hand. Accompanied by the sound of the horn, the parasitic beast 10,000 snakes let out a roar of pain. The body gradually began to wither and gray. This is the sound of death. It can make all living objects wither and decay. At the same time, it is also one of his strongest means. Braun's face also began to look ugly. If you let the other party blow down like this, it won't take long for the parasitic beast to die. Even with great power, it is difficult to truly parry. At that time, relying solely on fierce fire will not be the opponent of the feathered serpent at all. Thinking of this, his expression revealed fierceness. Secretly give orders to the parasitic beast in his heart. In the sky, feathered serpent looked at the gradually withering parasitic beast, and his face showed joy. At the same time, the originally injured part of the body began to gradually recover. This is what the golden horn does. While letting the living body wither, you can also get fed back. Repair your body. He gasped twice, picked up the horn again and played. The sound of death is also a big burden for Quetzalcoatl God, but thankfully, as long as he uses it a few more times, he will be able to truly recover. And that weird two-headed snake will die with it. When the time comes, when you return to the world, there will be no one to stop you. Thinking about it, he looked at Braun on the ground, and his eyes revealed coldness. It was these creatures summoned by this humble human being in front of him. Later, he must concoct it well so that he can understand what God's wrath is. Wong Wu dash. Once again, the horn sounded. But this time, the parasitic beast bit the body of the feathered serpent fiercely. Quetzalcoatl was originally happy, because the closer the sound of death was, the stronger the power. But then an aura of destruction made Quetzalcoatl feel threatened. He hurriedly tried to get rid of it, but found that this strange two-headed snake had grown a pair of arms. Desperately saved his body. Let go, you lunatic. Feeling that aura of destruction getting stronger and stronger, even the Quetzalcoatl god panicked. But his cries were of no use. The parasitic beast still survived the body of the Quetzalcoatl god. Don't be a god. Braun's eyes turned red. And the Quetzalcoatl god, who was originally struggling and about to break free from the shackles of the parasitic beast, also froze. Braun's god of poop naturally cannot control Quetzalcoatl god. Although Hitomi is ox, it is not yet to the point where Nyucha can control god. However, it is still no problem to control it only for a short time. And with the Quetzalcoatl god stunned, that aura of destruction also seemed to have reached its peak. Followed by, the body of the parasitic beast gradually expanded. A white glow illuminated the entire midair. Let the whole Castello Busher be as bright as day. After the white light, there are huge waves of sound and hurricanes. The rocks and trees on the top of the mountain were blown down by the hurricane. Around Braun, it also lit up with alchemical light. Uncertainty. Dissipate non-stop. But even with the resistance of these alchemy items, Braun's ears and eyes were still bleeding. It makes it look extremely terrifying at the moment. It's just that he is no longer in the mood to care about these things at the moment. As the white light dissipates, Braun's eyes also regained vision. I saw it in midair. The Quetzalcoatl looked miserable. As the center of the explosion, most of his body was shattered. Half of the snake face is even more flesh and blood. And that golden horn is only a small part of it. Most of them fell on the hill. Apparently it is also broken. The other party's terrifying aura plummeted. It's even lower than 10,000 snakes. The wizard. You really me off? Quetzalcoatl's eyes burned with anger, staring dead at Braun. It seemed that he was going to be devoured alive in the next second. It's really my honor to be able to provoke the gods of the Void sect. Even at the moment, he is not in good shape. But Braun still had a faint smile on his face. Didn't wait for Quetzalcoatl to say anything more. The bitter screams came again. That's a fire? Just now, taking advantage of the self-detonation of the parasitic beast, Braun took the opportunity to put away the fire. At this moment, the purpose of releasing again is to eliminate the other party in one fell swoop. He Braun roll? Slaughter god today? Countless fire stones were thrown into the flames by Braun. Make the opponent's flame become more and more powerful. At the same time, the screams of the Quetzalcoatl god became more and more poignant. The horn is almost damaged. There are not many things that can be used in the hand. And one injury after another. As a feathered serpent god, he is also a little unbearable. In its heyday, this injury is nothing. But with it being sealed for thousands of years, the power has already declined dramatically. There were multiple more attacks. At this moment, there is no 1 in 10. After the nourishment of the stone of fire, the power of the fire has also become more and more powerful. Not to mention the property that can become stronger with the help of combustion materials. Even more after burning the divine blood, it became more and more vigorous. And this just forms a weird closed loop. The stronger the fire, the more damage it can make the Quetzalcoatl god suffer. And the more damage the other party receives, the stronger the fire. The Quetzalcoatl god couldn't care about getting out of control at the moment. Even if you continue to be sealed and endure loneliness, it is better than dying at this moment. He also no longer wants to return to the material world. Quickly retracted his body. Want to get out of here early. But the huge body cannot be retracted in a moment. Not to mention that those chains seem to have their own wisdom. Only to discover the miserable appearance of the Quetzalcoatl god at the moment. On the contrary, there is no hurry to subdue it. It seems that it is expected that this feathered serpent god can die here. On the ground, Braun also seemed anxious. He wasted so much effort. It's all the means. At this moment, he found that this so-called Quetzalcoatl god was weak. Naturally, such a good opportunity cannot be missed. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. It is inevitable to complete the battle. Soul spell. One after another, twisted symbols like life were imprinted on the body of Quetzalcoatl god. Immediately after these twisted symbols, Braun felt the anger in the other man's heart. And, of course, the imperceptible fear. For Braun, there is nothing more wonderful than fear. Because this means that you can extract the right soul. Soul extraction. A large, seemingly illusory hand grabbed the head of the Quetzalcoatl god. Then a pure golden soul appeared in a corner. Without any joy, Braun wanted to pull this group of souls out. But it was found that the soul of the Quetzalcoatl god was simply unexpectedly tough. I exhausted my strength and couldn't really extract it. Quetzalcoatl himself is preventing himself from extracting his soul. Keep burning. Braun has no intention of giving up easily. This is a divine soul. If you really extract it, then you will have the main materials needed for your moving castle. Isn't this better than using Voldemort's soul yourself? Say nothing can be left alone? While thinking about Braun even harder. Even take out the moo milk while drinking it to replenish physical strength, or eat a peach fruit. The devil fruit not only consumes its own mana but also consumes physical strength. In order to be prepared for a protracted war, Braun had to eat and stuff up. Of course, both peach fruit and moo milk are rich in pure energy, and it doesn't affect the body like potions themselves. It's much more convenient to replenish than potions. In Braun's struggle with Quetzalcoatl god, the trend of burning is also getting faster and faster. With Braun's soul pulling the other party, Quetzalcoatl god can no longer free his hand to deal with the raging fire on his body. As a result, Li Huo has become a wild horse out of control. Most of Quetzalcoatl turned black. Wait, sorcerer? If you want, I can make a deal with you? For a while, the invincible Quetzalcoatl god, who was still arrogant just now, instantly became alarmed. How about eternal life? Eternal life? Magic that? I know a lot of magic. As long as you let me go, I'll give it all to you, for these pleas and temptations. Braun turned a deaf ear. As if I hadn't heard. In his eyes, there was only the golden soul that was gradually withdrawn by himself. This was the highest-ranking soul he had ever seen. He felt that if he could really have this group of souls, even if you can't get the other person's knowledge, with the alchemy items refined by this group of souls, even if the Voldemort gang fights again, he won't be afraid. At that time, he really had the power of self-preservation. Quetzalcoatl resistance became weaker and weaker. The parts of the golden soul that detached from the body also began to increase. Braun's eyes revealed joy. This is the joy of harvest. Roar, sorcerer, the void will not spare you. Accompanied by threats from the other side, a cloud of pure golden souls appeared in Braun's hands. The soul danced its claws and looked like a miniature Quetzalcoatl god. Then he was swallowed into his stomach by Braun. The villain has nothing else to say. Braun was disdainful of the threat posed by Quetzalcoatl god. The threat of this void order is not a trick. Either my lord will not let you go, my god will not let you go, and the order will not let you go. This Nima has become a template for villains? Shaking his head, Braun no longer cared about the threat of Quetzalcoatl who was swallowed by himself. Money. Looking at the other party's huge body, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I'm getting rich now. With such a large divine body, even if it is made into an alchemy item, its strength will definitely not be low. If you use blood, you may be able to cultivate a group of powerful suture beasts. Without thinking, Braun was ready to pull it out. But who knows? Didn't wait for him to make any moves. Those twisting chains had already torn Quetzalcoatl's body over. Even Braun's fierce helmet was dragged over, absorbed by those chains of consciousness. Cut off contact with Braun. You guys are taking advantage of the fire? Obviously, we worked together to subdue it. You have to compensate me for it. Watching the passage in midair about to close, Braun was also a little anxious. Shouted at the passage. I don't know if those chains really think Braun has a point. Just at the last moment when the passage was about to close, 2 huge wings with blood were thrown out. What use do I want with these wings? Grilled chicken wings? Braun muttered angrily. But the mouth muttered. The body was very honest and put it away. In any case, it is also the wings of God. Maybe you can research something amazing. Kid, what's wrong? Augustus woke up weakly. Long before Braun summoned the snake, Augustus had already fainted from the curse. Naturally, I didn't know that Braun had fought such a thrilling battle. At this moment, when I woke up, I felt a little dazed when I saw a mess. I'm also a grandmother who just woke up. Braun also pretended to be dazed. What happened just now is difficult to explain. Lock as if you don't know. Also save my own grandmother to ask again. See Braun's clothes tattered. The alchemy items on his body were also broken by half. Augustus did not doubt either. He nodded and believed Braun's statement. After all, she also didn't believe that Braun could defeat the summoned Quetzalcoatl god. Blame me. Augustus sighed. She didn't think that her friend was a believer in the evil god, and it actually summoned a powerful creature. The reason why she is okay may also be because the other party is soft. Otherwise, the powerful coercion alone would not be something they could resist. But now it's happened. There is no point in saying anything else. The illusion charm was used. Braun carried his grandmother 623 down the mountain. The town below the mountain has long been out of order. You know, there were quite a few tourists at the venue just now. The dazzling white light and the huge heartbeat were heard by everyone. How could I not worry about that in my heart at the moment? If only that's all. You must know that Samba country is a gathering place for dark wizards. There was such a big mess. Many dark wizards began to take advantage of the fire. As a result, the streets are full of robbery dark wizards and aurors responsible for maintaining order. The whole street was a mess. And the students of Castrobusher also panicked. Because the teacher and the principal have disappeared. Thanks to the senior students, the school was closed in advance, blocking dark wizards who wanted to enter the school and rob them. Otherwise, now the consequences do not depend on the assumption. Braun didn't bother with other people's business. On the contrary, he ran towards the hotel in a bit of a hurry. You know, Dinah is still at the hotel. Let me down, kid. I'm pretty much recovered. Augustus's voice, though weak, was unquestionable. So I had to obediently put it down at the door of the hotel. I entered the hotel with the other party. What people? The innkeeper and a few wizards who helped maintain order saw Braun and Augustus walk in, raised his wand with a wary expression. If it weren't for looking at these two people, an old man and a child, their spell has long been launched. Wait, he is a traveler at our hotel. After a few serious glances, the innkeeper waved his hand. To the relief of these wizards who raised their wands. Where have you been? Do you know how dangerous it is outside? Braun gave an awkward smile. I'm really sorry, my grandmother was not feeling well, I accompanied her to the hospital, and just came out and found that there was a mess outside. It was hard to come back. By the way, what the hell is wrong with this? Read violent novels, go on Filofiction Network? See two people without threat. Coupled with Augustus's face was indeed pale, these wizards could be considered to believe it. What else could it be? Those dark wizards don't know what to go crazy? It actually began to storm the school? If it weren't for the timely support of the Ministry of Magic, the situation would have been chaotic. You're lucky too. Well, we still have to work overnight, so you guys hurry back. One traveler waved his hand and hesitated. A glance at this small, old one. In the end, no two people were asked for help. On the second floor, there was no trace of fighting, which made Braun feel relieved. First he helped his grandmother into the house, then he returned to his room. You're finally back? In a suitcase, Dinah got out. She was accompanied by Braun's puppet blade. It scares me to death. Dinah patted her initial size, looking shocked. Not long after you left, there was chaos outside. I was so frightened that I quickly went to other rooms, found your puppet, and hid in the box together. By the way, how is it out there now? Braun didn't say a word, and Dinah said it like a cannon. Wait until the other party finally quiets down. Braun told him about going up the mountain just now. Of course, the wording is the same as that of my grandmother. He did not reveal that he had defeated Quetzalcoatl God. There are ears in the partition wall, who knows if anyone here is listening anymore. Headmaster Deladu actually sacrificed alive and summoned evil gods. Dinah exclaimed, feeling that Braun's words simply reshaped her three views. There were some doubts in his heart, but he also felt that Braun had no reason to lie to himself. So I can only get caught in a tangle. Braun is not good to say anything about this. After only comforting the other party for a few words, he changed his clothes and went downstairs with some food by the way. Although the wizards who were on duty for the night said they did not need their own help. But sometimes, doing a little more always leaves a little more good impression. I can also take the opportunity to explore the outside world. If you have time, you can visit my hometown of Scandina. When the time comes, I will treat you to delicious cod. Then thank you Uncle Jeffrey. Braun smiled and said to the wizard who had left with his wife. The few wizards who left around also waved at Braun. Apparently a good impression of him. After the incident of Quetzalcoatl that day, Braun stayed in the hotel for another 2 days. During this period, he often brought some food to the wizards on duty. Successfully won the trust of these people. At the same time, it also allows Braun to understand the outside form every day. First of all, the dark wizards. After the initial confusion among the tourists, everyone used their respective hotels as their bases for the night. Prevent those dark wizards. At the same time, the aurors of the Ministry of Magic began to maintain order here. So much so that it didn't take long to arrest those dark wizards. The reason for such a long delay is simply to find the school principal and teacher who disappeared. And also investigate what happened that day. After verifying that everyone is fine, the ban on Castrobusher was finally lifted.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.